Chapter 231 Rong Yang died miserably. Will Rong Yang run away? She picked up the padlock and looked at it. Then looked through the crack in the door, and saw a corpse in the yard. Which meant that Rong Yang's man was still there. You and Ju. Go over the wall, and see if there is anything missing in the house. Yo suddenly thought of the rumors in the village before, saying that men were often seen entering and leaving Rong Yang's house. And maybe Rong Yang had a lover for a long time. Shi and Wan Lao Er joined forces to enter Rong Yang's yard. At this time, a cold wind blew. And she couldn't help shivering. He looked at the corpse in the yard with some fear. The head was covered with straw paper, and the clothes were still on the body when she died. This Rong Yang didn't even change her clothes for her man. She quickly bowed 3 times to the corpse, muttered for a while, and then followed Wan Lao Er into the house. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and they ran out with a scream. Yo heard the noise outside, and was very anxious. He quickly slapped the door and shouted, "What's wrong? What's going on inside?" "Village chief, Rong Yang is dead." The 2 people crawled out and wanted to open the door and run out. But then, they remembered that the door was locked from the outside. Yo saw the terrified expressions of the 2 people, and knew that there must be a murder case inside. In addition, the noise made by the 2 people just now attracted people from the neighbors. Yo made a prompt decision and immediately found 2 men. "Hurry up and break the lock." The men didn't understand and were a little afraid. "Village chief, this is someone's private house. It's not good for us to do this. Right? And we dare not mess around with Rong Yang. She can kill you with a knife. Don't worry. I will bear all the consequences. Hurry up and don't waste time." The man went home to get an axe, and the 2 of them broke the lock with a few axes. As soon as the gate opened, everyone saw Shi and Wan Lao, with surprise on their faces. "Village chief, go in and take a look. Rong Yang seems to have been raped and killed. She is not wearing any clothes, and her death is really ugly." She was so scared that she could not speak. Wan Lao was still calm. After all, he had seen more than Shi during his exile. When the villagers heard that Rong Yang was dead, they followed the village chief into Rong Yang's hut. Wan Lao and she did not go in again. The scene was really scary. When Yo entered the house, he saw that the main room was in a mess. All the tables, chairs and benches were pushed to the ground. But there was no sign of fighting. It seemed that someone had deliberately overturned them while looking for something. Yo walked towards the inner room, which was the bedroom of Rong Yang and her man. At this time, Rong Yang's body was lying on the Kong, naked, with her legs apart. What made people's scalps numb was not this, but that Rong Yang's head had been cut off and placed between her legs, staring at her lower body. This was really too weird and perverted. Yo took a look and turned his head away, then walked out of the house. The brave woman took a closer look and saw that Rong Yang's body was covered with purple marks. It seemed that she had been tortured before. Moreover, Rong Yang's eyes were dug out. At this time, there were 2 blood holes on her head, which looked extremely scary. The woman screamed in fear and fainted directly. There was a commotion in the house, and everyone retreated in fear. After walking into the yard, Yo slowly exhaled a foul breath, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. "Jinsi, go and inform the elders to go to my house. Jinju, you should go back with me. We have to have a good meeting." Wan Lao and Jinsi nodded and left separately. Jinsi went to inform the elders, and Wan Lao went back to tell Wan Lao Thai. Yo said to the villagers who were watching, "You women who love to gossip are now useful. You all know who saw Rong Yang secretly meeting with other men. Go and inform her to come to my house for a meeting." Yo left Rong Yang's house after saying that, because such a strange murder happened in Rong Yang's house. No one dared to stay here and went home. For a while, no one was seen at the door of Rong Yang's house. Soon everyone gathered at Yo's house. "Elders, I asked everyone to come here now, because in addition to the villagers who were killed by Baelyang people last night, there was another murder case in the village. Rong Yang was raped and killed. Considering that Rong Yang is usually undisciplined, I decided not to report the case first. Let's talk about how to deal with this matter first." Chung-ho just listened to his eldest son's story. "Village chief, was Rong Yang's home robbed?" Yo nodded. "There's nothing left in the house. I went to check, except for some rags and broken benches. All the valuable food was gone." Jin Shi said that when he went to search, he saw Rong Yan alive, which means that Rong Yan's death happened within half an hour. So is this person from our village or from outside? This needs to be investigated. Everyone was at the entrance of the village for half an hour. There were not many people in the village, so it was easy to succeed. Jin Qinghe's words made everyone fall into deep thought. At this time, a woman said, "Village head, Jin clan leader, I have something to say." Both looked at the woman and nodded. "One night when I got up at night, I saw Rong Yang sneaking out of the village. I followed her. A man was waiting outside the village. When they met, they hugged each other and went into the cornfield outside the village. I quietly approached and saw that the sound was embarrassing. Rong Yang must have stolen a man and didn't run away. The woman was Rong Yang's neighbor by. Then did you see who the man was?" Jin Yo felt that as long as he found the man, he might solve the case. It was dark, and there was a dim moon that night. I followed from a distance. How could I see clearly? But I am sure that the other party is not from our village. Because after the incident, the man did not enter the village. Jin Yo and Jin Chungho looked at each other. Actually, Jin Yo didn't want to cause trouble. If Rong Yang was really undisciplined and had an affair with another man, she should have been thrown into a pig cage. This sudden death was her own fault. It was just that the one family's more than 200 kilograms of grain would not be returned, which was a bit of a pity. Jin Yo looked at the other elders and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" One of them said, "We just discussed it. For the sake of our village's reputation, this matter should not be made public. Besides, Rong Yang was originally exiled. There were only her and her husband in their family. Now her husband is dead, and she died because of her undisciplined behavior. We think we should not make trouble. It happened that the Baelyang people came to the village this time and killed a lot of people. When the time comes, just report Rong Yang's name and say that it was the Baelyang people who killed her." Jin Yo asked everyone present again, and everyone agreed that the matter was settled. However, the two bodies of Rong's mother's family needed to be buried with money from the village public. The money from the sale of land in the village was in the hands of the village chief, so the funeral expenses were paid directly by the village chief. However, there is one more thing. Since everyone is here, I will tell you all about it. I have counted the harvest of this year's autumn harvest. This is the result. I will tell you roughly. When Jin Yo mentioned this, everyone's face was filled with smiles. Those sitting there were all the elders of the village, all of whom were wealthy. Even in the droughts of previous years, they had never starved to death. Not to mention that this year the weather was good and the grain warehouses were full. Everyone was waiting for Jin Yo to continue. According to my statistics, everyone's harvest is 20% higher than in previous years. And this is also thanks to God. The most fertile land in our village has finally exceeded 300 kilograms per mu this year. But 50 kilograms of seeds were used, which means that the net income is only more than 200 kilograms. Of course, what I said is the general situation in our village. But this year there is an exception. That is the Wan family. Their per mu yield reached more than 400 kilograms. The words of the village chief were undoubtedly like thunder in the sky, shocking the several elders who had just looked satisfied and almost dropped their jaws to the ground. At the same time, everyone's eyes were all on Wan Lauer. Chapter 232. It's a real treasure land. Jin Yo had never been looked at like this before, and he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Jin Chungho, the head of the Jin family, stood up directly, trembling with excitement, and went over to hold Jin Yo's hand, his eyes full of excitement. "Jinju, is your family really producing 400 kilograms per mu? This is double the yield of our medium-sized land." Wan Lauer smiled and said, "Shi Jin, not every mu is like that. Most of them have an output of 300 kilograms per mu, and only a few have an output of 400 kilograms. Even though Wan Lauer said this, several elders still looked at Wan Lauer as if they were looking at a rare treasure. "Jinju, your land is a wasteland that you bought in the early spring of this year, right? This is only the first year of harvest, and it is still virgin land. But you can get 300 kilograms per mu. How did you plant it? Did you plant it with different seeds? We also looked at your land. It is not fertile. In addition, it was planted in the first year, so it is the lowest quality land. Such land can still produce 300 kilograms. Do you know how big a deal this is? Looking at the entire border, no one can do it." Wan Lauer was shocked to realize that his family might have really picked up a treasure this time. No wonder his daughter said that the land was shining with gold. So the yield per mu doubled? Even Wan Lauer himself was not calm now, because it was his first time to participate in the autumn harvest. Although he knew that the land at the border was barren, and the yield was low, he did not expect it to be so low. Their yield was considered average in the interior, but it was the best in the border. What was this concept? If he went back to the interior to farm, would the yield be able to reach 500 to 600 kilograms? Wan Lauer was frightened by his own thoughts. If that was really the case, would he no longer have to worry about being hungry? Jinyo spoke at this time. Don't get excited. Listen to me. This is what I plan to do. Since Jinju's yield is so high, I wonder if we can exchange the grain we have collected for his family. 1 kilogram for 1 kilogram. And no one will suffer. Anyway, the government will come to collect taxes in 2 days, so we can use ordinary grain for the government. Everyone uses the grain exchanged from Jinju's family as seeds for next year. Maybe our yield will also increase next year. When everyone heard this, they hesitated and did not agree immediately. Everyone had their own considerations. Uncle, what do you think? Jin Yo looked at the chief of the Jin clan and asked eagerly. Jin Chungho stroked his beard and said slowly, I think we should not rush this year and wait until next year. After all, there is also a component of luck in this matter. It is hard to say whether it is because of the good weather or the good seeds that have increased their income. Moreover, once you spread this news, everyone will be squinted by the news of increased production and change the grain seeds. As a result, the grain they grow is not as much as this year's harvest. You can't keep your position as the village chief. This is related to everyone's food supply. You will be drowned by spitting at that time. Jin Yo listened to the chief's words and felt that it made sense. The old ginger is still spicy. He was too impatient and always hoped that everyone could live a good life. However, he had made up his mind to change the seeds for Wan Lauer. Okay, I think the clan leader is right. Let's wait another year. Jinju, whether our Shitsi village can live a good life depends on you. You must work hard next year and strive to cultivate better seeds. Wan Lauer was suddenly given an important task by the village chief, and a sense of responsibility arose spontaneously. He never thought that he, a farmer, could be favored by everyone. This honor made him straighten his spine and secretly swear in his heart that even if he grows in the field next year, he will raise the harvest to a higher level. After the discussion, Wan Lauer went home, and lunch was already prepared at home. Wan Lauer told Wan Lao everything that happened just now, and Wan Lao sighed. I didn't expect this woman to want to kill you this morning, but she was killed right away. It's true that evil people will be punished by evil people. God is watching what people do. This person can't be too bad. But death is the greatest thing. The food can't be found. It's better to spend money now to avoid disaster. When the village needs help in the afternoon, you and your wife should go to help. Don't let people say sarcastic things about us behind our backs. As the saying goes, it's better to offend gentlemen than villains. In the future, try not to be too conspicuous when doing things. You don't know when you will offend people. People will make trouble for you behind your back. This is the result of not being friendly to your neighbors. Wan Lauer and Wan Erseo agreed in succession. After dinner, Lu went to wash the dishes. Wan Lao took a few children to take a nap on the Kong. Wan Lauer and Wan Erseo went to the village to help without resting. So many people came to the village at once, and many families needed help. At this time, the advantages of those who were popular on weekdays were revealed. There was an endless stream of people helping out. Everyone did not come just to get a free meal. After helping out, they would go home consciously at night. The second and second sister-in-law of one were busy until it was dark before they came back, patting each other's shoulders. The family hadn't eaten yet, and they were waiting for the two to come back. Little Fubao was hungry, so Mrs. Wan ate half a bowl of rice before her. The family had just brought the rice bowls, and the third and fourth brothers of Wan came back. Mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, are you home? The fourth brother of Wan knocked on the door, his voice anxious. The second brother of Wan quickly put down his rice bowl and ran out. Fourth brother, third brother, it's so late. Why are you back? The second brother of Wan looked at the two people outside the door in surprise. Second brother, are you okay? Did the Baelyong people enter the village last night? The second and third brothers of Wan heard the news in the afternoon, and they rushed home without stopping. Finally, they rushed back at dark, and saw that the second brother of Wan was fine, and the hearts that had been hanging on the road were finally put down. Go back and talk. The second brother of Wan pulled the two into the house. When Mrs. Wan saw her two sons coming back, she knew that the news must have spread to the town. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Let's talk after eating. It's cold at night. Don't go back to town at night. Come back after breakfast tomorrow morning. Lu hurriedly served the two people rice. At this point, the family was hungry. The house was full of chewing sounds, and no one spoke. Soon all the food on the table was eaten up. Lu and Wan Erseo cleaned up the house, and the family sat down to talk. Mother, second brother, what happened last night? We heard from the guests who came to eat at noon today that the Baelyong people sneaked in last night, slaughtered more than a dozen villages, and robbed more than 100,000 kilograms of grain. Is it true? Mrs. Wan's face turned pale when she heard this. She really didn't know that these damn Baelyong people, if they robbed food, they would rob food. Why did they also slaughter villages? They are really unscrupulous, and will destroy the country sooner or later. Seeing that old lady Wan looked unhappy, old second Wan said, Fourth brother, our village doesn't know. My mother and I haven't heard of what you said. We only know that the Shaowang village next door is gone. Someone escaped and reported the news. He was found by people in our village and escaped. Otherwise, our village would probably be gone too. Old fourth Wan told old lady Wan and the others the news he had learned from the town. Chapter 233 Xiao Fubao is looking for someone again. At noon, when I was busy, I heard the customers in the store say that the Baelyong people seemed to have an insider in our daki, so they could sneak in smoothly. They bypassed the town and went directly into the village to rob food. It must be because someone informed them that the government had not come to collect taxes yet. They took advantage of this gap to strike first. But I heard that a self-defense force suddenly appeared at our border recently. There are about 20,000 people. No one knows where they are. It seems that they repelled the Baelyong people last night. Wan Laosan kept his head down. If he guessed correctly, this self-defense force must have been formed by Wan Qingmo. Otherwise, he couldn't think of who could form a 20,000-man team in just a few months and repel the regular army. It can be seen that this person must be able to train and lead troops. The Baelyong people entered Daki and were unfamiliar with the place. Compared with Wan Qingmo, they must be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Wan Laosan's guess was correct. It was indeed Wan Qingmo who arrived in time with 20,000 self-defense forces last night. Otherwise Shitzi village would definitely be like the neighboring Shaowang village, leaving no one alive in the village. So, it wasn't the Imperial Army that came last night? When did such a team appear at our border? It sounds pretty good, and should be better than those gangs that only know how to grab territory. Although Mrs. Wan doesn't go out often, when someone comes to visit her home, they will also talk about things at the border. She also listens to them. She only knows that the gangs at the border seem to be decreasing recently, and many small sects have disappeared overnight. Otherwise, after the autumn harvest this time, many villages are unusually harmonious. This was not the case in previous years. After the government came to collect taxes and grain, these small forces began to attack the people and rob the only grain, making the people miserable. Although the government has not come to collect this year, no one has come to follow them, which makes everyone feel uneasy. But no matter what, life goes on as usual. With food stored, every household can at least have a peaceful year this year. The family was talking about the incident involving the Baelyong people, and Xiao Fubao suddenly looked at Wan Laosan. Uncle San, I want my big brother. Grandma Wan, who was familiar with Xiao Fubao, felt a jolt in her heart. But Wan Laosan thought that Xiao Fubao just wanted Wan Quan. So she smiled and said, Tomorrow morning, Uncle Sam will take you to the town to find your big brother. Okay? No. Fubao wants to find his big brother now. Grandma Wan's face turned pale. It would take an hour to go to the town even if she drove a bullock cart. Could it be that Wan Quan was going to have an accident? Xiao Fubao would not ask for someone for no reason. She said that. It must be that something was going to happen to that person. Just like today. She insisted on Wan Laoer, and ended up saving Wan Laoer's life. Could it be that Wan Quan? Wan Laosan was still coaxing Xiao Fubao. And Wan Laoer also realized that something was wrong, because he had experienced it several times himself. So he was as sensitive as Grandma Wan. Old third. When you left, did you hand over the store to the brothers Wan Quan and Wan Shi? One old third nodded in confusion. Yes. What happened? When we usually come back, don't we hand it over to the brothers? Everything is fine. What happened today? One old third also found that the atmosphere was a little strange at this time, and looked at old lady one and old second one to ask. One old second quickly got off the con, put on his shoes and ran out. Hurry up. Go back to the town. I'm going to drive the ox cart. One old third and old fourth one were confused, but they also looked at old lady one, not knowing whether to leave or stay. But Xiao Fubao threw himself into the arms of old third one, hugged his neck tightly, and urged him, Uncle San, hurry up. Fubao misses his elder brother, and Fubao wants to see his elder brother. Old lady one also hurriedly urged, Old San, hurry up and follow your second brother, and take little Fubao to the town together. Old lady one originally wanted to go with them, but she was old, and she was afraid that she would drag down the children if she went. The ox cart would definitely slow down with her, so it would probably take more than half an hour to get to the town. Old second wife, you and old fourth wife won't go. Let the 3 men go. There are still a few children at home. We just need to take care of the house at home. There are still several thousand kilograms of grain at home, as well as gold, silver and other valuables, and someone should stay at home to look after them. One Urseo hurriedly agreed and went out to give some advice to Wan Lao Er. Take good care of the girl. Don't let her catch a cold. It's windy tonight, and the dew is heavy in the late night. Wrap her tightly, Wan Urseo said, and then she used a small cloak to wrap little Fubao tightly from head to toe, and stuffed her into Wan Lao Sen's arms. Wan Lauer had already driven the ox cart out of the yard, but he was a little worried because there were only women in the house. He turned around and went back to the house, entered his bedroom, and took a bag of cakes from the cabinet. These were bought by Wan Lauer for his daughter to eat on a daily basis. Now the situation was urgent, and he could not care about anything else, so he would buy them tomorrow. Wan Lauer took the cake in his hand, walked out of the yard, and came to Chung Fu's house next door. Chung Fu? Are you asleep? Wan Lauer knocked on the door of Chung Fu's house, and soon Chung Fu opened the door. Jinju? What's wrong? What happened? Chung Fu didn't even put on his clothes, and hurriedly put on a coat and came out. He didn't sleep last night, and he was busy all day today, so he ate a little and went to bed at night. Chung Fu, this is a little gift from me. You can give it to the children to make them happy. I have something to ask you. There is something urgent going on in the shop in my town, so I have to go there. There is no man at home. If there is any noise in my house at night, can you take care of it? Wan Lauer directly stuffed the package of snacks into Chung Fu's hand. Chung Fu took the snacks, looked at them blankly, and then smiled and said, We are all neighbors, and we should help each other. Don't worry. Don't you have a big white goose at home? I will get up when it calls. Wan Lauer felt relieved after explaining it. After saying goodbye to Chung Fu, he went to Zhao's house again and explained it to Wan Jinshu again. Wan Jinshu was not as easy to fool as Chung Fu. He whispered to Wan Lauer, Brother Jinju, did you encounter any problem? Tell me. I can at least help a little. Wan Lauer was not sure what happened in the shop, and he did not dare to make it public. However, the other party was Wan Qingma's father, so he could not hide it. He only said vaguely, maybe Quana was in trouble. We should go and check it out. If everything is fine after dawn, I will come back to report that I am safe. Seeing that it was getting late, Wan Lauer said his thanks again, and then drove the ox cart away. But Wan Jinshu was a little worried when he saw the direction in which the few people left. He immediately turned back, told his second son a few words, and then trotted behind the Wan family's ox cart with his long spear, all the way to the town. At this time, all the shops in the town had closed long ago, and the whole town fell into a dead silence. People who had been tired all day had also fallen asleep. At the back door of the Wan family shop, there was a figure walking back and forth stealthily, as if looking for a place to gain leverage. Trying to climb in, he tried for a long time and fell several times. He kicked the wall hard a few times in anger, and then looked up at the wall, feeling ruthless. Today, he finally waited until all the men in the Wan family shop left. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was only a woman and 2 half-grown children in the shop. If he went in now, he could not only take the woman, but also take the money. Thinking of this, the man became more anxious. Chapter 234 Su Changsheng reappears. The man suddenly remembered that there was a broken ladder in the alley of the town. He immediately turned around and ran away, and soon ran back carrying the broken ladder. He put the broken ladder against the wall and shook it with his hands. He found that the ladder was not falling apart. So he carefully climbed up the ladder. Because the ladder was a little rotten due to its age. A piece of wood broke when he climbed halfway. The man stepped on empty air and almost fell off the ladder. Fortunately, he was tall and had grabbed the top of the wall with both hands. The whole person was dangling in the air. He tried hard to step back on the ladder with his feet. And then, he successfully climbed up the wall. He was already tired and sweating. The man was obviously familiar with the backyard of the one family shop. He knew that there was a pile of firewood against the wall. He jumped down from the pile of firewood and landed lightly on the ground. But there were several rooms in the backyard, and the man didn't know which one Wan San's wife lived in. But he didn't intend to let Wan Quan and Wan Chi go. He took out a dagger from his arms and went over. He first laid down in the room at the edge, put his ear against the window, and listened carefully to the sound inside. After listening for a long time, he didn't hear any breathing inside. He guessed that this room should be an empty room, or Wan Lao Si's room, because the people went back, and this room was empty tonight. He continued to walk forward, and before he got close, he heard two snoring sounds from inside. The man's eyes flashed, and he knew that this was the room of the two brothers. But the man was not in a hurry to deal with Wan Quan and Wan Chi now, but continued to move forward happily. He stood in front of Wan San's wife's door, put the dagger in, probed up and down, and found the bolt. He gently pushed it up, and the bolt opened. The man pushed the door open lightly, flashed into the house, and gently locked the door back. He put the dagger in his hand on the table beside him, and then he rubbed his hands and walked forward with a squinting look. He had heard the heavy breathing of Wan San's wife, because Wan San's wife had worked all day. She slept a little heavily at night, and the man's actions did not alarm her at all. The man couldn't wait to get on the Kong and covered Wan San's wife's mouth. Wan San's wife was sleeping soundly, and someone suddenly covered her mouth. She woke up immediately, and saw a man pressing on her body with wide eyes. But Wan San's wife was sure that this man was not Wan Lao San, because this man's hands were not as rough as Wan Lao San's, and the two of them were not the same size. Wan San's wife wanted to shout, but her mouth was covered by the other party, and she couldn't make a sound at all. She began to resist hard, but the man wrapped her body tightly with a quilt. She was bound by the quilt and couldn't move at all, but this also prevented the man from violating her. Soon the man pulled the quilt away, and Wan San's wife was free immediately. She kicked the man's crotch, and the man screamed in pain and rolled over. Wan San's wife was free and immediately wanted to turn over from the Kong, but her feet were held tightly by the man. Wan San's wife immediately shouted, "Help! Help! There is a thief! Catch the thief!" The room in the backyard was not the adobe house in the old house, but was built of wood and not soundproof. The Wan Quan brothers next door were awakened by Wan San shouting. They didn't even have time to put on clothes and ran out barefoot. "Help! Help!" Wan San shouted again, and her mouth was immediately covered by the man. The man took the opportunity to slap Wan San's wife. Wan San's wife was a little confused. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was not very obedient, but she still remembered to resist. The more Wan San's wife resisted, the more excited the man became. With a swishing sound, Wan San's wife's underwear was torn, and she was so scared that tears came out. "Aunt San, don't be afraid. We are here to save you." Wan Quan wanted to push the door, but found that it was locked from the inside. So he used his body to hit the door. But how big was he? How could he knock the wooden board open? Wan Shuang was smart. He immediately went to the kitchen to get a sharp knife, which Wan San's wife usually used to cut meat. "Brother, use this. You can open the door." Wan Shuang quickly handed the knife to Wan Quan. Wan Quan didn't have time to speak. He took the knife and quickly opened the door. Wan San's wife was still struggling hard at this time. Wan Quan pointed the knife at the man on the Kong and said in a trembling voice, "Let go of my third aunt, or I will be rude." The man laughed unscrupulously. "Good boy. Come on. Your fourth uncle and third uncle bullied me. Do you think I am afraid of you? Today I will show you how men use this thing." The man tore off the last piece of fig leaf of Wan San's wife. Wan Quan was so angry that he completely forgot to be afraid, and stabbed the man on the Kong with a knife. The man was living happily at this time. How could he have thought that this kid would really dare to do it? Until he felt a sharp pain in his back. His whole body fell to the side, blood gushing out of his mouth. The man never thought that he would die in the hands of a child. Wan Quan also looked at his hands in fear, muttering, I killed someone. Am I a murderer? Wan Shuang was also scared, but he was still calm, and quickly pulled Wan Quan out of Wan San's wife's room. Aunt San, you quickly put on your clothes, and we will think of a way. Wan San's wife was already frightened, and the man died directly on her. So she was also very scared. But she was an elder after all, and she had to be strong at this time. She shivered and got off the Kong, found clothes in the Kong cabinet, quickly changed them, and lit the kerosene lamp in the room, and then called the two in. Quaner, Schwaner, come in quickly. Third aunt is fine. The two of them walked into the room slowly, not daring to look at the Kong. Wan Quan had learned a few self-defense skills from Wan Qingma, and Wan Qingma had taught them how to kill the enemy with one move. So even in a panic just now, Wan Quan was still able to kill the man with one move. Child, don't be afraid. This man deserves to die. You are right. You are a hero. You saved third aunt. Wan San's wife tried to stay calm and comforted the two frightened children. But, I killed someone. I became a murderer. Third aunt, I don't want to die yet. My father is about to marry Aunt Shen. I want to see my father happy. I don't want to die. Wan Quan's heart completely collapsed at this moment, squatting on the ground, holding his head and crying. Wan San's wife bravely walked over with a kerosene lamp, wanting to see who the man was. When she saw the man clearly, she was surprised. This man was Su Chansheng, who had not come to cause trouble for several months. Wan Sansaw still remembered that the last time this man came to cause trouble, he was splashed with cold water by Wan Laosi. After that, he never came again. I don't know why he sneaked into the shop now, when there was no man in the shop. Wan Sansaw took a breath of cold air and sat down dejectedly. She didn't know what to do now. Chapter 235. Wan Jinshu helps deal with the body. Just when the three of them were on the verge of collapse, there was a knock on the back door of the shop. Dong dong dong. In the quiet night, such knocks seemed particularly abrupt and urgent. Wan Sansaw was so scared that she sat up immediately. She thought she was hallucinating and pricked up her ears to listen. Wan Quan and Wan Shuang also heard the rapid knocks on the door. The two brothers stood up in fear and looked at the direction of the door with terrified expressions. Aunt San, is it possible that someone is here to arrest me? Does the government know that I killed someone? Wan Sansaw immediately stood up, took Wan Quan into her arms, gently patted Wan Quan's back, and whispered, Quan, it's okay. Aunt San won't let you get into trouble. If someone really comes to arrest you, you can say that it was Aunt San who killed you. Good boy. Don't be afraid. Stay calm. At this time, the rapid knocks on the door rang again, and the three of them huddled together in fear, leaning against each other tightly. Big brother, this is Fubao. Open the door. Wan Quan thought he had heard wrong, and immediately looked up at Wan Sansaw and Wan Shuang. Aunt San, why did I hear my sister's voice? I heard it too, the other two said in unison. At this time, the three realized that someone might have come from their hometown, and they ran out of the room in surprise to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Wan Lauer saw the three people still in order, and his heart, which had been hanging all the way, finally returned to his stomach. But he felt a little strange in his heart. Could it be that little Fubao just missed his big brother this time? Before he could figure it out, he saw Wan Quan rushing over, his body still trembling. And Wan Lao immediately realized that something seemed wrong. But the door was not a place to talk. He held little Fubao in one hand and patted his nephew with the other hand. Quaner, if you have anything to say, let's go in and talk. The group entered Wan San's wife's room and found a man lying on the Kong. And the Kong was covered with blood. There was a knife stuck in the man's back. Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Si recognized it at a glance. The knife was from their shop. What happened? Wan Lao San was so scared that he'd lost his soul. How could this man die on the Kong he and Wan San's wife were on? Wan San's wife couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. While crying, she told everyone what happened. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Si were also dumbfounded. Although they were exiled prisoners, they had never committed a crime. If they were guilty, they were implicated by others. Now Wan Quan really killed someone, which was a capital crime. Everyone in the room was at a loss, and several grown men sighed. Quaner, why don't you take the silver and run away? Wan Lao Si thought about it, and still thought this method was the best. Wan Lauer disagreed. He's so young. Where do you want him to run? How do we explain to the eldest brother? Just when everyone was at a loss, Wan Jinshu knocked on the door and walked in. Everyone was even more surprised to see Wan Jinshu. And tonight was destined to be a troubled night. Brother Jinshu, why are you here? This. Wan Lao quickly stood up and tried to block the body on the Kong, but was pushed away by Wan Jinshu with his hand. Wan Jinshu walked to the front of the Kong and stood still, looking at the body on the Kong. Then turned his head and asked, "Did Quaner kill this man?" "Yes." Wan Quan stood by with his head down and hummed softly. Wan Jinshu didn't say anything, put the spear aside, stretched out his only arm to grab Su Chongqing's body, and carried it on his shoulder. "I go and deal with the body. Don't make a fuss. Clean up the blood in the room. Don't let anyone find any clues. And wait until I come back." After Wan Jinshu finished speaking, he strode out of the house carrying the body. After the body in the house was carried away, several people suddenly felt less depressed. But Wan Quan's heart was still trembling. He was a murderer from now on. Could he live a normal life in the future? Wan Lao stepped forward and patted Wan Quan's head. "Quaner, don't be afraid. Your uncle Jinshu has already dealt with the body. As long as we grit our teeth and say we don't know, no one will know about this." Wan Quan raised his head, tears in his eyes. "Second uncle, what if this man has an accomplice? What if someone else knows that he came to our shop tonight? If this man doesn't go back, will his accomplices come to the shop to cause trouble?" What Wan Quan said was indeed unexpected. If the other party really has an accomplice, they must know that Su Chongqing's death is related to them. Don't think too much. Even if there are accomplices, they won't dare to come to our door to ask openly. After all, they are thieves. Even if they come to ask, we don't know anything. They don't have direct evidence to prove that Su Chongqing has been to our shop. So no matter what, as long as we insist that we have never seen this person, it will be fine. Wan Lao finished his analysis clearly, and everyone felt that what Wan Lao said made sense. "Yes, just do as your fourth uncle said. We just need to keep our tracks." Wan Lao also agreed. He regretted leaving his wife and 2 children in the shop. If something really happened, he was scared. He stepped forward and gently shook Wan San's wife's hand. Wan San's wife felt much more at ease. Everyone started to clean up the house, especially the Kong. Every corner was cleaned with water. They would check again in the morning to make sure there was no blood. After half an hour, Wan Jinshu finally came back. When the Wan family saw him coming back, they all straightened up. "Brother Jinshu, how is it?" Wan Lao hurried forward and asked. "Don't worry. It's okay. I threw the body outside the town. No one saw it. You just need to insist that you didn't see this person. Clean up the scene, and there will be no clues," Wan Jinshu said calmly. It was already very late at night, and Wan San's wife was still washing the sheets and quilts overnight. There were still a lot of blood stains on them, so they had to be cleaned up. But Wan Quan couldn't sleep at all. He tossed and turned all night, and walked out with a pair of panda eyes the next day. Wan Lao was worried, so he didn't go home, but stayed in the town with Xiao Fubao for another day. Wan Jinshu went back early in the morning. "Quaner, you are not in a good state today, so stay in the back to play with your sister, and leave the front to your second uncle." Wan Quan nodded, picked up Xiao Fubao, and played in the backyard. He felt completely at ease with Xiao Fubao, and his anxiety was temporarily gone. At noon, a team of officials came to the shop. Wan Lao and Wan Lao were startled, and both of them dared not look directly at the officials. Wan Shuang's first reaction, when he saw the officials, was to quickly inform his eldest brother Wan Quan to run away. "Brother, the police are coming outside. Run out of the back door quickly. If you are fine, come back and don't let anyone catch you." Wan Quan was so scared that he was like a frightened rabbit, and he was about to run out when he heard the words. But little Fubao rushed over and hugged Wan Quan's legs. "Brother, take Fubao. Fubao will go too." Wan Quan didn't have time to coax Fubao at this time, but he wanted to pull her down. But the little guy hugged her very tightly, and he heard that the voice he said before was coming to the backyard. And Wan Quan was sweating profusely, picked up little Fubao and ran. Wan Shuang quickly locked the back door. The police just walked in and saw Wan Qi alone in the backyard. He glanced at Wan Shuang with a sharp look, and walked into the wing room, followed by Wan Lao and Wan Lao Si. Chapter 236. Wan Quan signed up for the army. Fubao gave him a jade plaque. Wan Quan ran out of the shop in a panic. holding little Fubao in his arms. He couldn't run fast and almost fell down. Little Fubao quickly hugged Wan Chuan's neck and said softly, "Big brother, don't worry. Run to where there are many people." Quan listened to little Fubao's words and finally found the direction and ran towards the main street. As soon as the two of them got on the main street, they saw soldiers everywhere on the street, and the people were fleeing in panic. Quan was even more panicked. His face turned pale, and he tightened his arms around little Fubao, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and stood in the middle of the street, not knowing where to go. "That kid. What are you doing standing in the middle? Get out of the way. Don't block the road." An officer pushed Quan hard, and Quan staggered to the side of the street. Quan then realized that something happened in the town. But it wasn't to arrest him. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and he was pushed forward by the crowd. When he arrived at the entrance of the town, he saw a team of soldiers guarding the entrance, and some people were registering. There was also a notice on the wall. Unfortunately, Quan could not read the notice because he could not read it. However, he heard people in the crowd saying that the court was recruiting soldiers. Today, the Bailiang people invaded repeatedly, and the court was short of troops. From today, the conscription began. Anyone over the age of 14 could voluntarily sign up to join the army. Quan heard. Join the army? He was already 13 years old after the Chinese New Year, and 14 years old in his virtual age. It was only a few months before the Chinese New Year, and he was born early, strong and tall, and looked like a 14-year-old child. Quan was a little moved, influenced by Wan Qingma. He was inexplicably excited about joining the army. He glanced at the people queuing to sign up for the army, and began to seriously consider this matter. There are two younger brothers in the family. Daddy is about to get married. As the eldest son in the family, he should support his younger brothers. Moreover, he has a murder case on his hands. Instead of living in fear, he might as well go out and fight. Maybe he can make a name for himself. Quan had a plan in his mind. He looked at Xiao Fubao in his arms, thinking that the family would ask this little sister every time they made an important decision. He also asked tentatively, "Sister, do you think it's okay for me to join the army?" Xiao Fubao shook his head and nodded. Quan didn't understand what he meant. "Sister, what do you mean? Why doesn't my brother understand?" Xiao Fubao didn't say anything, and hugged Wan Chuan's neck and looked at the conscription office. Quan didn't care so much at this time, and went straight to line up to sign up. After signing up, he would leave with the army in the afternoon. Quan didn't have much time, so he had to send Xiao Fubao back to the shop quickly. Now he is a soldier, and I think those officials dare not do anything to him. As soon as Quan returned to the shop, he saw the official walking out, looking very satisfied. The official passed by Quan without even a glance. Wan Chuan also saw Quan standing at the door holding Xiao Fubao, and hurried over. "Brother, I made a mistake. Those officials just now were here to eat. They were the officials who sent the exiles. I misunderstood. Are you okay?" Quan shook his head and walked quickly into the backyard. Wan Lauer was cleaning up the leftovers in the backyard wing room and heard Quan standing at the door calling him. "Second uncle, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." Wan Lauer quickly put down his work and walked out, with worry on his face. "Quaner, where did you go just now? Sierra said you ran away. Didn't you meet anyone?" Wan Lauer also thought that those officials were here to arrest people, but he didn't expect that they were wrong. "Uncle, I'm joining the army and will leave this afternoon." Quan's words stunned Wan Lauer, who quickly pulled Quan into the next room. "What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, you have to be 14 to join the army. You are not old enough. How can they accept you?" "Uncle, it's true. The town entrance is recruiting soldiers. I have already signed up. I will be 14 next year, and a few months won't make a difference. I just signed up for 14. Wan Lauer was so angry that he wanted to hit him. This kid didn't even know how to do such a big thing, and he acted first and then asked for permission. "No, I don't agree. My family doesn't agree. Uncle will go talk to the official and have your name checked. You can spend money or use connections. Anyway, you can't go, and your father won't agree to let you go." Wan Lauer was about to go out, but Quan fell to his knees with a plop. Xiao Fubao hurried to pull him. "Big brother, get up. Big brother, don't kneel." But Xiao Fubao was too weak to pull him up. Wan Lauer heard the noise and looked back. and saw Wan Quan kneeling on the ground motionless. Second uncle, please help me? Joining the army is my only way out. I am not good at studying, and my brain is not as fast as Wan Shi in accounting. I only inherited my father's strength. Instead of waiting here in fear for others to catch me all day, I might as well serve my country and make meritorious deeds. Even if I die on the battlefield, I don't want to die in prison. Second uncle, please. Wan Lao turned around and pulled Wan Quan up from the ground. Since you have decided to leave, my words alone do not count. We need to wait for your grandma to nod. Your other two uncles also need to know about this. Please sit down first. Wan Lao lowered his head and said to Xiao Fubao, girl, keep an eye on your big brother and don't let him run around. Okay. Fubao will definitely keep an eye on big brother. Wan Lao ran to the front to call for help. Little Fubao sat on Wan Quan's lap, looked at Wan Quan and asked, big brother, are you afraid to join the army? Fubao doesn't want you to die. Wan Quan smiled and shook his head, don't worry. Sister, brother will not die. Brother will work hard to kill the enemy and strive to become a general. Then you will be the general's sister, and no one will dare to look down on you. Brother will take you to ride a real horse and parade with red flowers. I want my sister to be the most dazzling woman in Daki. Although little Fubao didn't understand much, she was very supportive. She quickly clapped her hands and cheered. Great. Brother is great. Fubao wants to give you a gift. Little Fubao said, took a jade card from his neck and put it in Wan Quan's palm. Big brother, this is Fubao's favorite gift. Now I give it to you. You can come back wearing it. Wan Quan took a look at the jade card and it looked familiar. This jade card was indeed often worn by little Fubao, and he never took it off. It can be seen that he really likes it. Since my sister likes it, I can't take it. When I come back, I will buy a jade pendant for my sister. A better one than this one. Wan Quan said as he was about to put the pendant back on Fubao. Big brother, don't you like the gift from Fubao? Grandma said that you should accept it when someone gives you something. Otherwise it's impolite. Wan Quan held the pendant in midair. And finally little Fubao clumsily put it on Wan Quan's neck. Okay, brother. You can think of me when you wear the pendant. And you won't die. Wan Quan was a little amused. It turned out that this pendant was also a talisman. Wan Quan didn't take it off again, but put it in his clothes. It was still warm with the body temperature of little Fubao. Chapter 237 Farewell. This jade token was obtained when Xiao Fubao saved a pregnant woman. As soon as the two put the jade token away, Wan Laosan rushed in first, followed by Wan Shuang. Quanner, are you going to join the army? Brother, you can't go. It's my fault just now. I didn't find out clearly and scared you. But don't be afraid. Su Chongqing's body may have been eaten by wolves. No one will find it. Don't go to join the army. Wan Shuang was so anxious that tears came out. He blamed himself very much now. It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, his brother wouldn't go out. If he didn't go out, he wouldn't go to join the army. Wan Laosi also followed closely to persuade him. Wan Lao was already driving a bullock cart to the village in a hurry. He had to go back to inform Wan Lao Tai. Maybe Wan Lao Tai could stop Wan Quan. It was past lunchtime now. The gathering time at the entrance of the town was the end of Weishur. There was not much time left for Wan Quan. Uncle San. Uncle C. I have signed up. And our family has not split up. I just heard that every household has to send someone to the conscription this time. If I go, you don't have to go. Besides, I have already signed up. If I don't go, I will be treated as a deserter. So this matter cannot be changed. I have to hurry up and pack my things now. Wan San's wife also came at this time after hearing the news. Just when she heard Wan Quan's words, she immediately turned around and went into the kitchen. Wan Lao Si and Wan Lao San were dumbfounded. They had never experienced conscription. The previous Dachi was still strong, and the surrounding countries did not dare to invade. It was heard that the emperor had been critically ill since the spring of this year. I think this news should have spread to the enemy country, and the enemy country wanted to take advantage of the civil strife in Dachi to invade. Xiao Fubao asked Wan Quan to carry her to the Kong, and also helped Wan Quan pack up. The little person was not even as big as Wan Quan's clothes, and was tripped by the clothes and staggered forward. Wan Lao Si and Wan Lao San were unwilling to face such a result. They wanted to persuade them, but Wan Quan's words kept echoing in their ears. Quanner, but your father doesn't know yet? Our family can get the money. You don't have to go at all. And your eldest branch has already separated from us. So even if you go to the army, we still have to send someone. Why don't I use the money to arrange it? Wan Lao San still didn't give up and wanted to persuade. Uncle San, I'm not interested in this. Joining the army is what I want. Since I practice Kung Fu with Brother Mo, I have been thinking that one day I can be a mighty general like Brother Mo. Even if I die on the battlefield, it is better than being scared now. Uncle San. Uncle C. I also hope you can tell my father that no one is forcing me. I am also doing this for the good of our one family. Our family is exiled and destined to have no chance to get ahead in life. But I think now is an opportunity. Wan Quan has simply packed a bag and carried it on his back. Uncle San. Uncle C. Please tell Grandma that I am unfilial and cannot serve you anymore. But I will definitely bring honor to the family. Wan Quan walked between Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Si, walked into the yard, and bowed in the direction of Shitsi village. Wan San's wife hurried out of the kitchen, also holding a bundle in her hand. Quaner, you don't know when you will meet again this time. This is the dry food prepared by Aunt San for you. Time is too tight, so I can only prepare these. You can take it with you on the road. The swords on the battlefield are blind. You must be more careful. Wan San's wife handed the bundle to Wan Quan. In it were steamed white flour buns at noon, pickles made by Wan San's wife, and dried meat. There were all kinds of things packed into a bundle. Wan San's wife saw that he couldn't stop it, so he hurried to the front counter to get some loose silver and wrapped it in a purse. Quaner, take this money. If you want to eat something, you can buy it yourself. Wan Quan didn't take it. Fourth uncle, no need to pay. The government will give money. I will send money home when the time comes. The army provides food and accommodation, so there is no place to spend money. Wan Quan looked at Wan Chuan again. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he stepped forward and patted his brother's shoulder. Second brother, learn from fourth uncle in the future. You think faster than me. Maybe you can achieve a career in business in the future. If you have time, go back to see Huzi. If dad lives in the county and doesn't come back in the future, you should also visit grandma more often. If Anshin has her own children, you can help take care of them and treat Anshin's children as our brothers and sisters. The more Wan Chuan listened, the sadder he felt. When Wan Quan was at home, he still had a brother to talk to. Now that his brother is gone, he feels so lonely. The two of them have no mother. And now dad is going to marry a stepmother. He feels that the family may have nothing to do with them in the future. Brother, don't worry. I will work hard and take good care of Huzi. Wan Quan nodded with satisfaction, carrying 2 bags, and walked towards the town entrance. Wan Lao San followed Wan Lao Si, holding Xiao Fu Bao in his arms, and the group sent Wan Quan to the town entrance. A group of family members came slowly to the town entrance to see them off. Some of them supported the elderly, while others carried crying children. Everyone's face was filled with reluctance and worry. They held their bags in their hands, bowed their heads and cried. A mother held her son's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. But she tried not to let them fall. She whispered with endless concern in her tone, "Child, you must take good care of yourself. Mother is waiting for you to come back." Another young wife handed the clothes she had sewn by hand to her husband, her eyes full of tenderness and reluctance. The two looked at each other in silence, and the husband touched his wife's black hair lovingly. Perhaps this farewell would be forever. The air at the town entrance was filled with a heavy atmosphere of parting. As the horn of departure sounded, Wan Quan also joined the team. He smiled and waved to the crowd, and his figure was drowned by the crowd, and he slowly moved forward with the team. After all the soldiers left, the family members still stood at the entrance of the town, staring for a long time. They were still waving their arms, although the backs of their loved ones had become an unclear black spot. They were unwilling to go back. When Wan Lauer hurriedly drove the ox cart to pull all the family members to the town, there was no one at the entrance of the town. Even Zhao heard the news and her family came. Wan Jinshu wanted to stop Wan Quan, but he was still late. Wan Lauer directly took everyone to the shop. "Quaner, where is Quaner?" Old lady one was helped down from the ox cart by Wan Lauer, but she did not see her eldest grandson. The old lady slapped her thigh anxiously. "Mom, Quaner has been gone for an hour. You are late," Wan Laosi said in a muffled voice, walking to old lady one. "Why don't you stop him? How old is he? Even if he goes to the battlefield, it's not his turn. Even if the family spends money, you can't let such a young child die. You uncles are really... Mom, things are not as simple as you think. And Quater seems to have made up his mind. Even if he doesn't go today, he will go next time. He has great ambitions. Wan Lao Si patiently persuaded Wan Lao Tai. Bullshit. Bullshit. You forced him down and tied him up. I don't believe he can still walk. Let me see how you will explain to your eldest brother. Wan Lao Tai was furious and scolded Wan Lao Si directly. Wan Jinshu was afraid that old lady Wan would be really angry. So he stepped forward and advised, "Aunt, if Quater signs up, there is really no way to get him down. We don't know anyone. Even if we use the back door, we can't find anyone. And with my current status, even if I know someone in the past, I guess they won't give me face. The key now is to find out who Quater and the others are under." Old lady Wan grabbed Wan Jinshu's hand and said excitedly, "Jinshu, Aunt is a mud-legged person. I don't know anything. You know a lot. No matter how much money you spend. Can you help us find out? At least it will make it convenient for us to communicate in the future." "Right." Old lady Wan was angry and pitied Wan Quan. This child didn't get much maternal love since he was a child. So he developed a tough character and didn't like to talk. But he was very opinionated. Although Wan Jinshu was a little embarrassed, he still agreed first. Even if he was an exile, he must know more people than old lady Wan and the others. And maybe he could help. Chapter 238 The Official Visits. Wan Lao Si supported Wan Lao Tai and whispered, "Mom, let's go back to the shop first. This is not the place to talk." Wan Lao Si nodded and was supported by Wan Lao Si into the shop. At this time, the shop was not open for business yet, and everyone went to the side room in the backyard to sit down. As soon as Wan Lao Tai sat on the Kong, Xiao Fubao threw himself into her arms, hugged Wan Lao Tai's neck, and said softly, "Grandma, it's okay for Big Brother to be a soldier." Fubao gave Big Brother a jade card. Big Brother said he wanted to be a general and take Fubao to parade in the streets. When Wan Lao Tai heard this, she quickly lowered her head and reached out to pull Xiao Fubao's collar. Sure enough, she didn't see the jade card around Xiao Fubao's neck. Others may not know, but Grandma Wan knows the function of the jade token. She looked at Xiao Fubao with mixed feelings. Perhaps this was her grandson's fate. Since Xiao Fubao said he was fine, he should be fine. However, although Grandma Wan thought so, she still couldn't stop worrying. This was an instinctive fear of war that could not be appeased by anything. Grandma Wan hugged Xiao Fubao tightly. If this family hadn't picked up Xiao Fubao, who knows if it would still be safe now? Everyone was relieved to see that Grandma Wan's emotions were finally appeased. "Second brother, hurry up and rent a carriage to the county town immediately to tell your eldest brother that Quater is joining the army. Quater is his son after all. Even if he wants to get married, this matter cannot be hidden from him. If you run into Shin and ask about the children, just tell the truth." Old lady Wan used to only think about her eldest son's lifelong event, not the children. Now that Wan has happened, she feels that she has not considered it enough. The Shin they married is the county magistrate's sister, and her status is considered high. If Shin has her own children in the future, will she treat the children like she does now? Old lady Wan has made plans. If Shin really treats the children badly, she will raise Wanqi and Wanhu by her side. Wan has joined the army now. Wanqi is already 11 years old and Wanhu is 7 years old. It should not be a problem for her old bones to support a few more years. Seeing that her 2 little grandsons have started families and careers, she should be able to give it a try. After making up her mind, Old Lady Wan did not tell Old Lady Wan anything else. It would not be too late to talk about the child after Old Lady Wan got married. Old Lady Wan left immediately. Old Lady Wan was a little tired after the bumpy journey and the worry. Sister-in-law Wan quickly asked the old lady to rest on the Kong. Old Lady Wan laid down and thought of the thief who came in at midnight. She had not had time to ask along the way. Now that everyone was there, she asked, "What happened to the thief last night?" Old Lady Wan told Old Lady Wan what happened last night. Old Lady Wan looked at Wan Jinshu. "Jinshu, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, our family would have been sued. Let your third brother and sister-in-law cook a table of delicious food for you in the evening. You brothers will have a drink and eat, and then we will go back. At this time of year, you must go home to watch the door at night. There is still so much food at home. If you don't go back, you will be missed by thieves." In addition, the 2 families went out in a hurry and didn't bring gold and silver. Old Lady Wan was really worried. Wang Jinshu did not refuse and agreed. At this time, someone shouted at the door of the shop, "Is anyone there? The police are investigating the case." The people in the backyard heard it clearly, and everyone's heart was hanging. Wang Jinshu was the calmest. He immediately told everyone, "All of you should speak in unison, and say that only the third brother's wife and the 2 children were in the shop last night. The neighbors should all know this, and it is also true. Even if someone reports that the man is missing, it has nothing to do with us. No one can doubt that a woman and 2 children would kill an adult man. You all should be calm. Remember, no one has seen the man last night, especially the third brother's wife." Wan San's legs were a little weak, but thinking of Wan Quan, who was forced to join the army to save her, Wan San's wife gritted her teeth and nodded. Wan Lao San then sorted out his emotions and went to the front with Wan Lao Si. "Sir, what is this?" Wan Lao Si asked with a flattering smile on his face. The police had already sat down on the stool, and Wan Lao Si hurried forward to pour tea. "Sir, please have some tea. I wonder why you are here." Wan Lao Si was still calm. "Someone reported that you killed someone. We took you back for questioning according to the usual practice." Wan Lao Si's hands trembled with fear, and he immediately said in horror, "Sir, this is not nonsense. I am an honest businessman. Even if I am accused of murder, I need evidence. How can you say that we killed someone without any evidence? And who did we kill?" The 2 officers looked at each other and took out a portrait from their bodies and handed it to the 2 men. "Someone reported that they saw this person come to your shop last night, but they never saw him again. You said that if you didn't kill him, who else could it be?" Wan Lao Si quickly took the portrait and pretended to look at it carefully, and then handed it to Wan Lao San. Wan Lao Si remembered Wang Jinshu's words and immediately explained, "Sir, we did see this person, but it was not last night. He came to our shop to make trouble several months ago. Many people could witness it at that time. In the end, the man left in disgrace. We never saw him again. Moreover, only my third sister-in-law and 2 children were in our shop last night. Even if this person came to the shop, what could a woman and 2 children do to him? An adult? Besides, why did he come to our shop at night?" The official didn't expect this to happen, and asked sternly, "There was only one person in your shop last night. Women and children? Who can testify?" "Sir, the neighbors can testify, and the guests can testify. The night before yesterday, people from Bailiang came to our hometown village. We learned that the Bailiang people slaughtered the village and robbed food, including our village. So as soon as we got the news in the afternoon, my third brother and I went back to the village. It was already very late when we got back to the village, and we didn't come back again, because only some people in our village were in trouble, and my family didn't suffer any losses. We only came back early this morning." Wan Lao Si's words were flawless, and there were witnesses. The police immediately visited the neighbors and got the same testimony. The police returned to the shop and called Wan San Sa and Wan Shi to question them. "Didn't they say there were 2 children? Where's the other one?" Wan Lao Si hurriedly said, "Sir, that child has joined the army. This time, every household has to send 1 person. My nephew is determined to become a general. This time, we can't stop him. My mother was so angry that she was sick. He left in the afternoon." The official didn't say anything after hearing this, but he mocked in his heart. It's so easy to be a general. Everyone went to join the army, and this family doesn't seem to be smart, letting the child make trouble. The official finally determined that the Wan family was not suspected of murder, and the body has not been found so far, so the murder itself is not established. "Okay, your family is not allowed to leave this county, and wait for the message at any time." "Oh, yes, yes, I will definitely cooperate with the official." Wan Lao Si sent the official away, and his back was already wet. Chapter 239, Wan Lao experiments with planting double-season crops. This matter has finally come to an end. After dinner, Wang Jinshu drove a bullock cart to send Wan Lao Tai and his group back to the village. Many families in the village hung white banners. Those who had no money sold their grain to raise money for coffins and buried their families. After collecting tax grain, every household had a hard time. This year's tax was 10% higher than in previous years, but because the Wan family was in the first year of land reclamation, according to regulations, the first 3 years of land reclamation were tax-free. So the Wan family did not pay taxes this year. But the Wan family's harvest was seen by the whole village. When everyone is poor, your family is rich. It will attract the jealousy of others. especially in the same village. No one wants others to live better than themselves. However, the Wan family is no longer the same as when they first came here. Everyone wants to step on them. The village chief supports the Wan family. Besides, Wan Jinshu's family is not easy to mess with. Even if someone is dissatisfied, they dare not vent it in public. At most, they will do some small actions in secret. A month passed like this. The autumn vegetables have been planted in the fields. The Wan family's fields have been plowed. Wan Lauer is preparing to plant another crop of winter wheat. When they were in the interior of the country, they only planted 2 crops a year. But people outside the country only planted 1 crop a year because they felt that the land outside the country was barren, and planting 2 crops a year was not fertile enough. Wan Lauer wanted to give it a try. His family had saved a lot of fertilizer before. After plowing the land this time, Wan Lauer evenly spread the fermented fertilizer on the land, and waited for the season to come to sow wheat seeds. Since the Wan family's harvest this year is the most eye-catching in the 10 miles and 8 villages, everyone is very concerned about the Wan family's land. Seeing that Wan Lauer is busy in the fields every day after the autumn harvest, Jinyo is the first to run over to ask, "Brother Jinju, what are you doing? The autumn harvest has passed. Why are you still going to the fields every day? Do you want to plant another crop?" "That's right. When we were in the interior, we planted 2 crops a year. So I want to try planting 2 crops this year." Jinyo quickly dissuaded him. "Jinju, I advise you not to think about it. The land at our border is not as fertile as the land in the interior. The harvest of 2 crops a year is very low. Almost the same as 1 crop. It's better not to work hard." In the past, some people didn't believe in it, and insisted on learning from the people in the interior to plant 2 crops. What was the result? The harvest of 2 crops is the same as that of 1 crop. Why bother? Wan Lauer smiled and said, "Village chief, I know the problem you are talking about. So I increased the fertilization of the land. I want to see if this can guarantee 2 harvests. If it can, we can find a way to top dress the land. And won't our grain increase?" It's easy for you to say, "Where can we get so much fertilizer?" The fertilizer produced by a family in a year is only enough for our family to grow 1 crop of grain. Village chief, all ideas are thought up by people. I'm just going to try it first. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't lose money. At least, I can still produce half of the grain. Think about the bright side of everything. Taurus sighed, waved his hand, and left. He also wanted to think about the bright side of everything. But the result of thinking about the bright side for so many years was just wishful thinking. He is honest now. It's better to be down to earth and forget about those unrealistic things. Wan Lauer was not affected by Jinyo's words. He believed that with his little Fubao, the border would be prosperous in the future. The rest of the farmland would be left to him to figure out. The barrier that stuck in the hearts of the border people was actually the problem of fertility. As long as there were enough fertilizers at the border, it would not be a problem to grow 2 crops a year. Wan Lauer felt an unprecedented motivation in his heart, especially when he was praised by the village chief in front of the elders that day. He was a farmer, and had never thought that farming could be recognized by others. At that time, a sense of honor arose spontaneously. If he could successfully grow 2 crops, would their family's status in the villages be more stable? With a goal, it is action. Wan Lauer ignored the strange looks of others, and the sour words behind his back. He went to the fields to tend his dozens of acres of crops as usual. Old Lady Wan never hit her son. She just quietly cooked meals with Lu at home, and sent them to the fields. A month passed like this, and finally it was the day for the eldest Wan to get married. The Wan family packed up the house, and took all the valuables with them. As a relative of the Wan family, Zhao naturally had to go. But Wan Jinshu stayed behind because he had to take care of the food for the 2 families. So he didn't go with them to join in the fun. The second Wan drove the ox cart, carrying several people from his family, as well as Zhao's mother and son, and went to the town to pick up the third Wan and others. Because the eldest Wan's marriage was a big event, the Wan family's shop was closed for a few days, and the whole family went to the county town. A month has passed since Wan Quan went to join the army last time. This time, the family came to the county again. "Mother, you are finally here. Come in quickly. Sister-in-law, please come in quickly." Wan Lauda was waiting at the door. When he saw Wan Lauda and Zhao, he quickly let them in. After Wan Lauda bought the house for Wan Lauda, she left. This was the first time she came to see the new house after decoration. Zhao sure, needless to say, What kind of house has she not seen? Even if she has been to the palace. She was politely praising such a small house for the sake of the scene and stopped talking. However, the other people in the Wan family were different. It was the first time for them to see such a luxurious house. Brother, did you really buy this house so cheaply? Oh my God. It's really luxurious. I have never lived in such a good house in my life. Wan Laosi touched the red-painted pillars in the house with envy. There was a row of houses in the yard. At this time, Wan Laoda had cleared a piece of open space in the yard. Shinshur wanted to grow vegetables here, because it was late autumn. The yard was bare, with nothing but 2 sweet-scented osmanthus trees. How old are you in this life? Just 1 life? You will definitely be able to buy a more luxurious house than your eldest brothers in the future. The eldest brother Wan patted the head of the 4th brother Wan, who laughed happily. They went into the backyard again, and everyone was even more surprised when they saw the backyard. Is this the rockery of the rich family? It's a pity that there is no running water, which makes it less interesting. How precious is water here? What are you thinking about running water? The 3rd brother Wan said with a smile. After visiting the yard, the eldest brother Wan quickly told everyone about the rooms that had been divided in advance. Men lived in the front yard, and women lived in the backyard. This was also what Shin had told the eldest brother Wan. Mrs. Wan thought it was good, because she brought Zhao and her daughter with her. So this arrangement was reasonable. If it was just their family, there would be no such particulars. Wan Laosi entered the room in the front yard, and saw that the furniture was all new. He quickly asked Wan Laoda, brother, this furniture looks similar to ours. It's not cheap, is it? I heard that when Mr. Lu sent furniture to our family, he bought the best ones. You bought it in the county town. Isn't it better? Wan Laoda looked at Wan Laosi's greedy look and said with a smile, these furnitures were all bought by Shin. She said it was her dowry. I didn't pay for it. Wan Laosi's eyes widened when he heard it. My goodness. So many rooms are fully furnished. I think the silver spent on these furnitures is more expensive than your house. Brother, you have married a gold nugget. You will enjoy your days in the future. It is a science for a man to marry a wife. Wan Laoda was amused by his younger brother's words. Be careful not to let your 4th brother's wife hear it and get jealous. I won't let you sleep on her Kong when I go back. Wan Laosi quickly shrank his neck and dared not speak nonsense anymore. Because they were getting married. Shin was not here. Only the Wan family had dinner in the house at night. Mom, I have something to tell you. After dinner, when everyone was chatting, Wan Laoda spoke. Everyone looked at Wan Laoda, waiting for him to continue. Wan Laoda then said slowly, Mom, the county magistrate has found a job for me in the county government office, asking me to be a constable. I may not be able to return to the village in the future and cannot serve you. Chapter 240 Little Fubao found gold. Old Lady Wan was happy to hear this. Isn't that a good thing? I'm still healthy, and don't need you to serve me. Since you have such a good job, you must do it well, and don't embarrass the county magistrate. You don't have to worry about the family. We have separated now, so you don't have to worry about us. But I still have to say something in advance. It happens that today is the eve of your wedding. There are some things that Mother also wants to tell you. Old Master Wan didn't say anything, but looked at Old Lady Wan, waiting for her to continue. You are getting married soon. You married the wife you liked this time. The previous one was because the family had no money, so they just made do with it. But even if that one was not good, she gave birth to 3 sons for you. After you get married, if your wife doesn't want to raise the children of the previous wife, you can tell me in private, and I will take the children back to Shitsi village. Mom, no. Shin is not that kind of person. You know that too. I was moved because I saw that Shin was good to the children. If that day really comes, I will divorce her. Boss Wan was also anxious. This was not the result he wanted to see. But Mrs. Wan raised her hand to block it, indicating that Boss Wan should not be anxious. Don't say that after you get married. If you marry a girl from the same village as us, it's okay to have a few quarrels. But now you marry the county magistrate's sister. You have benefited from her and got a job. You have to endure grievances. I'm just talking about if. Of course, I don't want Shin to change her mind after she has her own children. I'm saying it in advance. Why do you think the county magistrate would do everything possible to keep you in the county? Isn't it for his sister's sake? Don't want his sister to suffer in our Shitsi village? Mrs. Wan knew from the 3 conditions proposed by Shin Jinyuan that her eldest son and his family would not be able to return to Sheetsy village in the future. So Mrs. Wan came up with a way to divide the family. After hearing what Mrs. Wan said, Mr. Wan couldn't refute it. But he had his own plans in mind. In any case, he would not let the originally harmonious family become a mess because of his daughter-in-law. What's the difference between this and the first one? It's just that this one has a stronger backer and makes more trouble. If that's the case, he might as well not marry her. Old Lady Wan was afraid that her words would make her eldest son think too much. So she comforted him a few more times, having said that, I think Shin is a good person. You just need to live a good life with her. If she proposes to bring Huzi to the county town, you should agree. Don't treat her stepmother as an outsider. Shin will have some thoughts in her heart. As for Wan Shi, forget it. I think this child is older now, and has his own little thoughts. It's also good for him to learn accounting from his fourth uncle. Old Master Wan felt better. Okay. It's getting late. Let's all go to bed quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow to decorate the new house. Some of us are busy. We don't have many relatives. We can just set up 3 or 5 tables tomorrow to show our respect. We book a banquet from a restaurant in the county town, so that the third daughter-in-law can have a rest and enjoy herself. We can also invite the neighbors, so that you can help each other in the future. After Mrs. Wan basically arranged the work for tomorrow, the family went to rest. The next morning, Mrs. Wan got up early. She wore a new dress, a new headband, and a silver hairpin on her head. She looked more energetic and looked like a rich old lady. Others also put on new clothes and jewelry that they had never worn before. It's true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After dressing up, she looks like a rich family. Mrs. Wan's second sister-in-law looked at her sisters-in-law, who were all dressed up festively, and joked. The faces of the sisters-in-law were also filled with festive smiles. They had never thought that one day they would be able to wear such bright and beautiful clothes and wear silver jewelry on their heads. When they were in Yonglu village, not being hungry was their biggest wish. Zhao helped to decorate the new house with several sisters-in-law of the Wan family, while Xiao Fubao played wildly with several brothers in the yard. This yard was much larger than the yard in their Sheetsy village, and there were more places to hide and seek. The little guys had a lot of fun. Xiao Fubao and Wan Hu hid, and the others looked for her. Xiao Fubao was always the last one to be found. Even if everyone saw her, they would take a detour to deliberately make her feel that she was hiding well. However, this time Xiao Fubao hid in the rockery. She was wearing a bright red jacket and pants, with 2 sky-high braids on her head and 2 red velvet flowers. She looked like a New Year picture doll, because the clothes were too conspicuous, and there was a clear difference with the gray stones of the rockery. Wan saw his sisters little, but at a glance. When little Fubao hid, it made people want to laugh. Others would lean against the corner with their backs facing outwards, always paying attention to the situation outside so as to find a chance to slip away. But she would face inwards, stick her butt out, and lie on the ground like a little frog, with her head resting on her 2 chubby hands. Wan and the others exchanged glances, and they slowly surrounded Xiao Fubao, until they walked behind the little girl. She didn't notice anyone coming. Wan Hu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Xiao Fubao heard the little noise, and got up from the ground with a wow. He raised his little hand, and pretended to be a tiger in front of his brothers, trying to scare them. But Wan picked him up, and helped Xiao Fubao to pat the dust off his body. Xiao Fubao didn't scare anyone, so he didn't get angry. He smiled and raised his head, covering his mouth with his hands. Several children were also amused by Xiao Fubao's appearance and laughed. Wan put Xiao Fubao on the ground, but Xiao Fubao slid like a flexible fish and crawled into the small pit where he had been hiding just now. This place was the junction of 2 rockery, and there was a concave part. Xiao Fubao lay on the ground with his eyes wide open, staring at the gap in front of him. Wan was afraid that Xiao Fubao would dig out insects again, so he was about to pick up the little guy. But his eyes were attracted by a shiny object. Brother. Gold. Gold. Xiao Fubao pointed at the shiny object and shouted, shocking the brothers. So the little heads immediately filled the small pit, and the buttocks were facing outwards. Looking around the pit, Wan Lauer couldn't find the children. Seeing that the auspicious time was approaching, Shen wanted Wan Laoda to take Xiao Fubao to the wedding. She liked Xiao Fubao very much and wanted to get a taste of Xiao Fubao's joy. So she told Wan Laoda in advance that he must take Xiao Fubao with him. Wan Lauer looked around and finally found the children in the rockery in the backyard. He slapped the buttocks of the boys one by one. The boys were so scared that they stood up immediately. But because they all looked up and were anxious, their heads bumped together, making the boys grimace in pain. Wan Lao saw Xiao Fubao, who was being held by his brothers, lying on the ground looking inside. Wan Lao immediately put on a doting smile and reached out to pick up Xiao Fubao. My dear, what are you looking at? We are going to pick up the bride, and your uncle is waiting anxiously. Wan Lao was about to leave with Xiao Fubao in his arms, and Xiao Fubao quickly said, Daddy, gold. There is gold. When Wan Lao heard about gold, his eyes lit up, and he felt like he was hit by a pie in the sky again, just like when he dug out a jar of treasure from the ground. Where is the gold? Bauer? Xiao Fubao quickly pointed to the pit where he was lying just now. The other boys immediately echoed, Uncle, there is gold. We all saw it. Wan Lao immediately put Xiao Fubao down, squatted in the position where the others had just been, and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw a flash of gold inside. But because of the dust, he couldn't see it clearly. He only saw a faint yellow light. Chapter 241. Digging out the gold ingot. Wan Lao hurriedly went to find a small wooden stick to poke. After the dust on the surface was poked clean, the true face inside was finally revealed. It was indeed a gold ingot. Most of the ingot was buried in the soil, with only a shallow corner exposed above the ground. Wan Lao wanted to pry the ingot out with a wooden stick, but found that the soil on the ground was very solid and could not be pried out at all. He had to use a shovel to dig it out. But the auspicious time was approaching, and Wan Lao had no time to dig at this time. He was also afraid that guests would come soon. There were many people, and if they were discovered and pried by someone, it would be over. Wan Lao immediately stood up and said to Wan Wen, Winner, go find your grandmother and tell her quietly. Don't make a sound. I'm going to take your sister away quickly. I leave this place to you guys. Wan Wen seemed to be given a great mission. He nodded solemnly, looked at the back of Wan Lao, who hurriedly left, and turned to look at Wan Shuang. Wan Shuang was older than Wan Wen, and had been trained in the shop for half a year, so he must be more cautious than Wan Wen. Winner, go tell Grandma. I'm here to guard. Don't worry. Wan Wen nodded and ran into the house. Wan Lao was talking to Zhao, and there were a few strange women in the room. Wan Wen didn't know them, but thought they were just neighbors. Wan Wen immediately slowed down his pace, calmed down, and then walked in. Wan Wen had studied with the teacher for a month and knew the etiquette. As soon as he entered the door, he greeted the guests and received praise from the whole room. Wan Lao also looked proud. It seems that reading is really good. After Wan Wen bowed, he said to Grandma Wan, Grandma, my father told you to go out for a while. There are women in the room, and he can't come in. He has something to ask you. Grandma Wan looked around the women in the room, and Zhao said quickly, Aunt, you go. I will entertain you here first. Grandma Wan looked at Zhao gratefully, and Wan Erseo also followed Grandma Wan out. There were also women in the room entertained by Wan Sansa and Lu and Zhao. As soon as Grandma Wan came out, Wan Wen pulled Grandma Wan to the rockery in the yard. Winner, didn't you say your father was looking for me? Where are you going? Why are you walking so fast? Wan Erseo also found that Wan Wen was a little bit wrong, and immediately followed behind him quickly. But she didn't dare to say anything. She thought that something must have happened. So Wan Wen sent Grandma Wan out. Grandma, it's not my father. We are here to find you. There is something good. Please go and see it. Wan Wen was afraid that Grandma Wan would fall, so he slowed down his pace. Wan Erseo was young and walked fast. She followed Wan Wen and asked anxiously, Winner, what happened? Mom, my sister found gold in the rockery. Dad was busy and didn't have time to get it out. Let's call Grandma and don't make a fuss. Wan Erseo's breathing tightened. Oh my God! Gold was found again? All the money in the family was used to marry Wan Lauda. There were only a dozen taels of money left in the hands of Grandma Wan. If gold was found, it would make people feel at ease. Grandma Wan didn't say anything after hearing this, but her little feet almost left a shadow. She had surpassed Wan Wen and ran towards the rockery. Wan Wen was a little surprised, looking at Grandma Wan's anxious back. He had only one thought in his mind, that money can really cure all diseases. As soon as Grandma Wan got on the rockery, she saw several children waiting in full battle array, guarding a small pit back to back. When the children saw Grandma Wan coming, they immediately dispersed and exposed the small pit behind them. Grandma, you're here. Look, there's a small gold ingot. Grandma Wan followed the instructions of her grandchildren and saw a golden ingot. She was very excited. Wan Shuang, you are the oldest. Don't make a sound. Hurry up and get a shovel. Wan Erseo also leaned over to take a look. Although it was not the first time she saw gold, it was the first time she saw a gold ingot. She was so excited that she almost broke her hand. Wan Shuang responded and ran away. Grandma Wan was afraid that she would be suspected if she stayed out for too long. So she said to Wan Erseo, second daughter-in-law, I leave it to you. After you dig it out, find a place to hide it. There are many people in the family today, so it's easy to cause trouble. I go back first. You hide the money and come back. Wan Erseo nodded. Grandma Wan forced herself to calm down and went back to the house. But her heart was still on the rockery, and she was absent-minded when greeting people. Wan Shuang quickly brought the shovel, but Wan Erseo didn't take it. Instead, she asked Wan Shuang to dig in. Wan Shuang was thin and small, so it was easier for her to get in and move more conveniently. Wan Shuang squatted on the ground and dug easily, but was very careful, for fear of touching the gold ingot and damaging it. With the help of the shovel, the gold ingot was finally dug out. Wan Shuang quickly wiped the dust off it with his sleeves and handed it to Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo happily took it and saw that the gold ingot weighed 10 taels, which was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Wan Erseo hurriedly asked Wan Shuang to continue digging to see if there was anything missing. Wan Shuang was also afraid of missing something, so he immediately dug down a few more times. But he didn't find anything. Okay. Quickly cover the soil back. Don't let anyone find out anything. You guys, keep your mouths shut. Do you hear me? After Wan Erseo carefully explained to the little ones, she walked back with the gold ingot. But when she returned to her residence, she felt a little embarrassed. This was 100 taels of silver, and she felt it was not safe anywhere. Finally, Wan Erseo put this gold ingot together with her own money, locked the box, and then turned to find Old Lady Wan. At dusk, the sedan chair finally arrived. Old Master Wan rode a tall horse and wore a red flower on his body. The most conspicuous thing was not the groom, but a little girl sitting in front of the groom. Little Fubao was being held in the arms of Boss Wan, looking around with a happy face, watching the crowd below constantly pointing at them and talking about them. There were music and drums along the way, and little Fubao didn't hear clearly what everyone was talking about, but just saw the smiles on everyone's faces. Little Fubao thought everyone was happy for his uncle to marry his aunt, so he smiled back at everyone. This smile immediately made the onlookers have different ideas. Look at the little girl in the groom's arms. Does she look like a New Year picture doll? I think she looks like the money-giving boy under the seat of Guanyin. No wonder this family is holding a little girl when getting married. I am really surprised. I have lived to this age, but this is the first time I have seen a bride bring a child to her home. Keep your voice down. This is the county magistrate's sister. Can she be like ordinary people? I heard that she is getting married for the second time. Fortunately, she is the county magistrate's sister. Otherwise, who would get married so grandly in an ordinary family? It's so frivolous. Are you going to die? Didn't you see who was following the sedan chair? That is the county magistrate? Shen Jinyuan personally sent his eldest sister to marry, which can be regarded as fulfilling his regret. Look, is the county magistrate marrying off his sister or daughter? The dowry is really huge. It's enough for me to eat and drink for the rest of my life. Speaking of Shen's dowry, even Shen herself was shocked. She only knew that her brother had not had an easy life these years, but she didn't know that Shen Jinyuan had accumulated a lot of wealth in the capital over the years. When she got married this time, the dowry list alone was a thick stack. Shen wanted to refuse, but Shen Jinyuan forced it on her, saying that it was to compensate for her suffering over the years. The dowry had already come in before the new couple entered the house. The county magistrate married off his sister. This was the busiest day in the entire county. The entrance of the Wan family's house was full of people watching the excitement. Everyone was envious of the dowries entering the house one by one, because the county magistrate personally sent the bride. The number of guests who came to the Wan family to give gifts was dozens of times more than originally expected. And Mrs. Wan was panicked for a while. Chapter 242 Marriage. Old Lady Wan quickly found the third and fourth Wan and asked them to take some of the gifts directly to the restaurant. But it was too late to go to the restaurant now. Where could there be so many private rooms? But fortunately, Shen Jinyuan asked the servants to inform Old Lady Wan. Old Lady, my master said that you can accept the gifts from the guests. He has already arranged the banquet in the restaurant. You only need to set up a few tables to entertain the neighbors. My master will entertain the rest." Old Lady One felt relieved after hearing this. But she was not a person who liked to take advantage. Shin Jinyuan solved the urgent problem for their family. But since their family accepted the gift, there was no reason for Shin Jinyuan to pay for the banquet. Mrs. One also immediately asked the servant to reply, "Go and tell your master that we accept the gift. But the banquet should be hosted by our family. I will ask my 4 sons to go to the restaurant to drink a few cups with Master Shin later." Mrs. One thought that among the sons who could be on the stage, only the 4 sons could deal with it. She sent the servant away and immediately asked the 4 sons to come over. She gave a few instructions and went to the front to watch the ceremony. Because Mr. One had passed away long ago, only Mrs. One was in the hall. Shin Jinyuan sat in the first seat and watched the couple perform the ceremony. This was also the first time in the lives of Mr. One and Shin that they had a real wedding ceremony. Both of them were very nervous during the whole process. And Mr. One became like a young boy. After the ceremony, Shin Jinyuan took the people who came to the One family to send gifts to the largest restaurant in the county. And the number of guests in the One family house suddenly decreased a lot. There were only a few tables of guests that Mrs. One had expected. And in addition to the One family, there were neighbors from the left and right. The next day, it was time to drink tea for the new bride. And Shin got up early. When Shin got married, Nanny Fong came with her as a dowry nanny. And 4 maids came with her. Shin Jinyuan felt sorry for his sister and didn't want Shin to live the same windy, sunbathed, smoke-filled life as before. So he prepared a lot of servants, even a cook. Shin had several houses as dowry, one of which was next door to the house they were living in now. Shin Jinyuan meant that after the 2 got married, they could connect the 2 houses, which would be more spacious to live in. Then, they could rearrange it and make a yard for the servants. After breakfast, Mrs. One called all the family members over. "Old eldest daughter-in-law, now you are also considered a member of our One family. You can also express your opinions on some things. Our family does not have as many rules as other families. You know my temper. I don't like to hide things. I treat every daughter-in-law the same. So you don't have to be afraid. You can tell me anything you want to tell me." Shin smiled and nodded. "Then what I will say next is mainly about your eldest room. If other rooms have any opinions, please speak up, and we can work together to find a solution." Seeing that no one was talking, Mrs. One began to talk about a few things she had thought about last night. The first one is yesterday's gift. "I have seen all the gifts. They are very valuable. Unlike in our countryside, the gifts are 3 or 5 copper coins, or a piece of cloth. The minimum gift here is 10 taels of silver. I know these people must have come for the county magistrate's sake. These gifts are considered as your eldest rooms. You can keep them. In the future, you will pay the return gifts from your own room. It has nothing to do with us." The second one is that when the eldest brother went to welcome the bride yesterday, we dug up a gold ingot on the rockery. Second brother's wife, "Take out the ingot." Second sister-in-law One hurried back to take out the big ingot from the box. Old Lady One was very curious about the ingot. This was the first time that other rooms heard about this matter, because it was too late last night. There were many guests, and everyone was very tired. Old Lady One did not mention this matter. She was going back early this morning, so she was going to talk about it. This gold ingot weighs 10 taels, and can probably be exchanged for 100 or so taels of silver. Originally, this gold ingot was dug up in your house, but it was discovered by Xiao Fubao. If it weren't for Xiao Fubao, you might never have discovered this gold ingot in your lifetime. So my suggestion is that everyone who sees it should have a share. Whether this gold ingot should be divided equally among the brothers or divided according to the accounts, you can discuss it yourself, and I won't interfere." Old Lady One threw this question to the brothers, and the eldest brother One immediately said, "Mom, I don't want this gold ingot, since it was discovered by Xiao Fubao. It should belong to Xiao Fubao." Second sister One felt that it was inappropriate and immediately refused. If it belonged to Xiao Fubao, it would belong to the second room. What would the other rooms think? "Brother, when Xiao Fubao discovered it, several children were there. Why not divide it equally among the rooms? Divide it into 5 parts, and mother will have 1 part. Each of us will get 20 taels. This is fair." After One Urseo finished speaking, the other 2 families had no objection. But Old Lady One looked at Shin to see what she would say. Shin also noticed that old lady Wan was looking at her. So she quickly called Aunt Feng with a smile. Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng immediately came in and waited. Bring my money box here. Aunt Feng answered yes. And turned to Shin's bedroom and brought out a money box. Shin opened the money box and took out 100 taels of broken silver. Divided it into 5 portions, each of which was 25 taels. Mother! Give me this gold ingot. I'm very rare. These are 125 taels of silver. My husband and I will get 25 taels. And the rest you can each get 1 portion. Is that okay? Shin obviously gave more than 10 taels more than the market price. Which was also a good way to behave. She had just married in, and was not going back to Sheetsi village. So giving more silver to the other families was also a way to thank her sisters-in-law. Old lady One was quite satisfied. It was not that she took advantage of this, but she felt that Shin was thorough. Old lady One took her share of 25 taels, kept 5 taels, and divided the remaining 20 taels into 5 taels for each family. I am old and don't have much to spend money on. You can divide these among yourselves. I will keep some to give to my grandchildren as red envelopes during the new year. In this way, each family got 30 taels of silver, which was very even. Old lady One handed the big gold ingot to Shin, who thanked her and put it in the box. Shin took out her own 30 taels of silver and gave each child 1 tael of silver as a gift. The children were happier than during the new year, and their little mouths were as sweet as honey. Nice words came out without any cost. And Xiao Fubao also learned to say auspicious words from his brothers. Auntie, I hope you will give birth to a son soon. 2 in 1 birth. And a fat baby for the new year. Xiao Fubao words were quite rhyming, making everyone in the room laugh. Little Fubao, however, held the silver and smiled with his small teeth showing, looking like a money grubber. Chapter 243 Regret. After dividing the money, Mrs. Wan talked about Wan Hu's problem. Lao Da's wife. Now you and Lao Da are married. You are still in your prime. Maybe there will be good news soon. What do you think about the child of Lao Da's ex-wife? If it is inconvenient for you to take care of the child, let the child still follow me to study in my hometown. I think Mr. He is an old gentleman with real talent and knowledge. And the children he teaches are very good. After listening to what Mrs. Wan said, Shin smiled and said, Mother, this matter still depends on your husband's opinion. After all, Wan Hu is his child. And I just got married. I don't understand many things. Everything depends on your husband. Mother Wan looked at Lao Da. And Lao Da quickly said, Mother, I have considered this issue before. I think Wan Hu should continue to stay in Sheetsi village with Mr. He. Mr. He's teaching is really good. When we have children in the future, we will make other plans. Mother Wan nodded in agreement. Shin didn't say anything else, thinking that this decision was relatively appropriate. Then the family chatted about some family matters, and went back to their rooms to rest. At night, Boss Wan and Shin were lying on the bed, but each had their own thoughts. Shin looked at Boss Wan and asked softly, Husband, are you really willing to leave Wan Hu in your hometown? Boss Wan sighed and stroked Shin's hand. I know what you are thinking. It's just that we have just got married, and many things still need to be adjusted. And Wan Hu is not particularly familiar with you. And I am afraid there will be conflicts if you get along with him suddenly. It's better to let him stay in a familiar environment first, and wait for us to spend more time together in the future, and then make plans. Shin nodded slightly to show her agreement. She understood Boss Wan's concerns, and didn't want to cause family conflicts at the time of the wedding. Old Lady Wan and her family stayed in the county town for a few days, and bought a lot of things. She also took Shin's face into consideration. After breakfast that day, Old Lady Wan took her son, daughter-in-law and several grandchildren back to the town. The shops in the town have been closed for several days. Wan Sansaw couldn't stay in the county town any longer. She was in the county town, but her heart was in the shop. This time she came back and started to wash and clean. Old Lady Wan and her family drove the ox cart back to Sheetsi village while it was still early. After leaving home for a few days, Old Lady Wan was very worried about the livestock at home. Although Old Lady Wan gave the key to Wan Jinshu when she left and asked him to take care of it, Old Lady Wan was still not at ease. After all, where did Wan Jinshu do any housework? When Old Lady Wan returned home, the first thing she did was to go to see the livestock at home. The chickens bought in the spring have started to lay eggs now. Their chickens grow much faster than those in the same village. When she first bought them, Old Lady Wan felt that her chickens seemed to have grown a circle when she woke up every morning. Oh! Jinshu can still be counted on. Not only does he feed our livestock well, but he also cleans our yard. I must thank him tomorrow. Old Lady One looked at the chicken feed that had not been eaten in the chicken coop, the water in the sink next to it, and the clean yard. She knew that Wan Jinshu had not been idle these days. She felt closer to him. From these works, it can be seen that Wan Jinshu has been slowly adapting to life in the village. Old Lady One knew how difficult it was for a man who had been a general. But he still did it. Old Lady One still had a kind of admiration for Wan Jinshu in her heart. After the family had a quick dinner, Old Lady One called several children to her side. Wanwen, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Old Lady One first asked the eldest Wanwen. Wan Shuang stayed in the town and did not come back. Among the grandchildren in the family, Wanwen was the oldest. Wan Quan's private application for the army taught Grandma Wan a lesson. She is now more strict with her children. The border has been getting more and more chaotic recently, which is visible to the naked eye. I heard that food was robbed in a village a few days ago. Wanwen said with sparkling eyes, Grandma, I want to be an official. I want to take the imperial examination. And I want to be an official like Lord Shen. Wanwen went to attend the wedding of the eldest brother Wan this time, and saw with his own eyes the people surrounding Shinjin Yuan, all of whom were extremely flattering. Wanwen thought that if he also became an official, his parents and family would not flatter others like those people in the future. Moreover, his sister is so beautiful, and is the princess of Yu. Grandma said that his sister is only temporarily safe. After a long time, you will find that the fake princess did not bring blessings. And naturally they will be suspicious. Wanwen wants to protect his sister, so he must become strong. After hearing this, Old Lady One sighed, Winner. We can learn to read and write. But we are still exiles. No one can enter the officialdom within 3 generations. You sigh. Old Lady One had heard from Mr. He that although Wanwen was a little late in enlightenment, he was smart, learned things quickly, and had a good memory. He told Old Lady One that if Wanwen was well trained, he would definitely have a bright future. This is a talent that their old Wan family has never produced in several lifetimes. This talent that is rare in a century finally appeared. But he couldn't participate in the imperial examination. This is just like winning a lottery of 5 million, and then losing the lottery ticket. The bright light in Wanwen's eyes gradually dimmed at this time. Xiao Fubao also noticed that his brother was in a very low mood. So he quickly crawled over, held one of Wanwen's fingers with his little hand, and shook it gently. Brother, Fubao wants you to be a high-ranking official. Don't be unhappy. Fubao likes you to be a high-ranking official. If you become a high-ranking official, can you hold Fubao and ride a horse? Just like Uncle holds Fubao and rides a horse? Big Brother also said that he wants to hold Fubao and ride a horse. Fubao likes riding a horse. Mrs. One really hopes that what little Fubao said this time can also come true. But it is too difficult. Unless the Emperor orders a general amnesty, they will be exiled for life. However, a general amnesty requires a big happy event to happen in the royal family. Now that the enemy country has invaded and the people are living in poverty, where can there be a big happy event? Mrs. Wan knows that little Fubao hope may be dashed this time. Even if little Fubao is God's own daughter, there will always be a time when this father cannot meet the child's needs. Right? Wanwen happily picked up little Fubao and put him on his lap. Sister, are you serious? Brother will definitely become a high-ranking official. Right? Wanwen believed in his sister's words. He felt that whatever little Fubao said could come true. And he had a mysterious confidence in his sister. Little Fubao nodded seriously. Yes, brother will definitely become a high official. Fubao likes riding horses. Wan Erseo smiled helplessly, thinking that these were the nonsense of the 2 children. At this time, Mrs. Wan looked at the younger ones again. What about you guys? We want to go to the capital to have a look. I heard that the things in the capital are very good. Brother Xingchen said that there is a kind of bird in the capital that can learn to talk. There are very tall buildings in the capital. Standing on the building, you can see all the scenery of the capital. There are also many delicious and fun things in the capital. Mrs. Wan sighed again. She shouldn't ask this question. Just think about it. Exiles are not allowed to enter the capital. We can stay at the border for our whole life and make a career. The last conversation ended in vain. Half a month later, when the Wan family was having dinner, they suddenly heard the sound of the village chief beating gongs and drums, accompanied by shouting, all villagers, gather at the entrance of the village. Gather at the entrance of the village. The government has an important announcement. The Wan family was startled and quickly put down their bowls. The whole family locked the door and rushed to the entrance of the village. On the way, they met Won Jinshu's family. The two families walked and speculated about what happened. There were groups of people on the road. Everyone walked and talked. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the village and found a notice posted on the big poplar tree at the entrance of the village. There were two yeoman runners leading horses standing on both sides. Chapter 244 Lushan Academy. After everyone arrived, the village chief also stood in front of the villagers, along with several clan leaders in the village. At this time, the yeoman runner said, "Attention, villagers of Shitsi village. The late emperor passed away last month. The new emperor ascended the throne and issued a general amnesty. All people must mourn for the late emperor for 3 months. During this period, they are not allowed to set off fireworks and firecrackers, wear mourning clothes, hold sacrificial activities, or get married. If anyone is found violating the order, the lightest punishment is 50 strokes of a cane, and the worst is beating to death." After the yeoman runner made the announcement, he immediately rode to the next village. Grandma Won was stunned when she heard the news. Is this possible? After returning home, Grandma Won was still in a daze. She felt that it was a little unreal. This little Fubao was indeed God's daughter. It was just a matter of God raising his finger to fulfill his daughter's wish. Grandma Won felt that she was narrow-minded. How could she compare ordinary humans with God? Winner. The official just said that he would grant amnesty to the world. Right? Grandma. Did you hear it wrong? Grandma Won asked her grandson again uncertainly, as if she was dreaming. Won was the most excited at this time. Although the emperor had passed away, they should show grief and pain. But the news that the new emperor had ascended the throne and granted amnesty to the world made him very happy. Grandma, you heard it right. We are good citizens now, not exiled prisoners. I can also take the exam normally. My brothers can go wherever they want. We don't have to be restricted by our status. The old and young of the Won family were so excited that they hugged their heads and cried. This day was really something they had never dreamed of. After all, they were not the only criminals exiled to Shitsi village. Some of them had become farmers here and had lived for decades. Their children and grandchildren were all farmers and had long forgotten that their ancestors had once been high-ranking officials with high salaries. Old Lady Won and her family were undoubtedly lucky. They had been exiled for less than a year when they heard the news of a general amnesty. Mom, can we return to Yonglu village? Second Elder Won also rubbed his hands excitedly. I think it's definitely not possible now. The emperor has just ascended the throne. Who knows if there will be any changes in the policy? Besides, our family has now established itself at the border. We have some industries, although the conditions at the border are a bit more difficult. After all, our family has not suffered much since we came to the border. Let's wait and see. Old Lady Won still had some concerns. Once the notice of a general amnesty was issued, it was not just their family that was tempted. People with connections probably had already started to move. Just as Mrs. Won said, in the next month, people kept leaving the village. Even Mr. He, who had been teaching the Won family, was leaving. This worried Mrs. Won. If Mr. He left, what would happen to their children? Mrs. Won took the opportunity of Mr. He's departure to ask if there were any other teachers at the border. Mr. He, if you leave, there will be no one to teach our children. There are not many families who can afford to go to school here. There is not even a decent private school in the villages. I wonder if Mr. He knows anyone. Could you please give me some advice? Mrs. Won knew that she would not be able to keep Mr. He. He had been teaching for so long. But they didn't even know who Mr. He was. They only knew that Mr. He was very elegant. Even though he was poor, he was neatly dressed every day and was not pedantic. Won learned a lot from Mr. He, so that the teachers who came after him were not in Won's eyes. Madam, Won is a talented person, but I don't know anyone here. But if you are relieved, you can let me take Won away. I won't hide it from you now. I was originally the dean of Lushan Academy. Because someone in my family committed a crime, I was implicated. Now there is a general amnesty, and people from Lushan Academy have come to take me back. So I'm sorry that I can't continue to teach the children. Won Laoma had never heard of Lushan Academy, and the people of the Won family didn't know what an academy was. They only knew how to farm. But this was not difficult for Old Lady Won. She quickly asked Old Lady Won to go to the Zhao family next door to find out what the Lushan Academy was all about. Mr. He, can you please sit down first? I have something else to ask you. It won't take up much time. Besides, we were not prepared for your sudden proposal to take Wanwen away. Let the children discuss it, and ask Wanwen if he agrees. Mr. He really valued Wanwen. The other one was also very grateful to the Wan family for inviting him to be a teacher when he was poor and desperate. He was able to survive, and wait for the day when the dark clouds dissipated. Old lady, you are polite. Please do as you please. I am not in a hurry. I have waited for so many years. I am not in a hurry for a moment. Your family should discuss it carefully. After all, Lushan is 1 or 2,000 miles away from here. Even if you don't stop on the way, it will take 2 or 3 months to arrive. So you must consider it carefully. When Mrs. Wan heard about the distance, she was a little discouraged. The second branch only had one male child. If Wanwen got into trouble, they would be unable to help. The second son of the Wan family had already run to the Zhao family's house next door. The Zhao family had not left yet, and the second son of the Wan family did not know why. Logically, the Zhao family should have been able to leave from the day they received the notice. But a month had passed, and there was no movement from their family. Brother Jinshu, sister-in-law, are you home? Jinju is here. Come in and sit down. Wan Lauer hurriedly said, I won't sit down. I came here to ask Brother Jinshu something. I wonder if you have heard of Lushan Academy. Wan Jinshu was stunned for a moment, and immediately nodded. Of course I have heard of it. It is a holy place for students to study. Only the top 30 students are admitted every year. It is the only academy that does not rely on connections, but only on strength to enter. Second only to the Imperial Academy. All students who can enter Lushan Academy, even if one foot has already stepped into the officialdom. More than half of our Daki's top scorers are from Lushan Academy. And since Lushan Academy was established, no one has failed. Wan Lauer was surprised and happy. Their family was really lucky, since they could meet the president of Lushan Academy. Wan Lauer was so happy that he didn't know which foot to take first. Brother Jinshu, thank you very much. I understand. Wan Lauer was about to run home, but was stopped by Wan Jinshu. Brother Jinju, why are you asking about this? Brother Jinshu, you don't know? Our family is really lucky. Mr. He from our family is actually the dean of Lushan Academy. Now that the emperor has issued a general amnesty, he will also return to Lushan Academy. He said that he can take Wanwen to study. We have never heard of Lushan Academy. My mother asked me to ask you if this academy is reliable. Wan Jinshu and Zhao were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect Mr. He to be the dean of Lushan Academy. They had heard that the dean of Lushan Academy was temporarily vacant before, but they didn't expect that he was exiled to Shitzi village. This is really a case of not knowing the value of gold and jade. Zhao immediately took a look at her youngest son Wan Xingchen. Wan Xingchen was only 4 years older than Wanwen, and Wan Xingchen had read much more books than Wanwen. Zhao was very tempted at this time. She didn't want her son to go to the battlefield again and end up being framed. So she wanted her son to study literature and take the path of a civil servant. Brother Jinju, can we meet Mr. He? Zhao asked anxiously. She had never been so passionate. Since she arrived at the border, her heart had been cold, but now it was warm again. Wan Lauer nodded, of course. Mr. He has not left yet, and is still waiting for a reply at my house. If you want to go, come with me. Zhao hurried into the room, and pulled Wan Xingchen out. Chapter 245. Wanwen left home to study. Wan Xingchen was pulled by Zhao, which was a bit confusing. But Zhao didn't have time to explain to him. The family of 3 followed Wan Lauer, and hurried to the Wan family. As soon as Wan Lauer came back, he walked to Wan Lau's excitedly, rubbing his hands, looking at Mr. He with a smile on his face. A completely different mood from before arose spontaneously. At this time, Mr. He was a shining saint in Wan Lauer's eyes. Seeing that her son was always silly and happy, Wan Lauer patted Wan Lauer's arm. Stupid? What's wrong? Before Wan Lauer spoke, Wan Jinshu and Zhao had already pulled Wan Xingchen in. Mr. He, we have heard of your great name for a long time. Please forgive us for not recognizing you here. Wan Jinshu bowed deeply to Mr. He, and Zhao also hurriedly pulled Wan Xingchen to bow to Mr. He. Mr. He quickly helped Wan Jinshu up. General Wan didn't recognize me. But I did. It was just because of my status that I didn't reveal my identity. General Wan. Don't mind it. Mr. He, I'm not a general anymore. Don't call me that. I'm of a lower generation. Just call me Jinshu. Ah. In my eyes, you are a general. A man of steel. You have guarded the territory of Daki for decades. Your one family is a hero of Daki. General Wan. If my guess is right, your good days will come soon. Daki has many soldiers, but few generals. I don't know whether General Wan did such things, but I saw General Wan's achievements. Merits can't deceive people. Wan Jinshu has been at the border for nearly a year. Mr. Yi's words made him, a man of steel, burst into tears. This is a soulmate. Zhao also nodded gratefully. She knew that there were still wise people in Daki. Mr. Yi patted Wan Jinshu on the shoulder. Okay. Everything is over. The new emperor will be a wise ruler, and your Wan family will regain the honor you deserve. I believe the new emperor will give you an explanation. Thank you, sir. Wan Jinshu bowed again. Zhao immediately took the opportunity to step forward and said, Sir, you are so kind. Our family is very grateful. But there is one thing I want to trouble you with. If you feel embarrassed, forget it. Tell me. Mr. He glanced at Wan Xingchen between the two of them, and he already understood. Sir, I heard that you are about to return to Lushan Academy. I wonder if you can make an exception and take my son to the academy to study. Mr. He gently stroked his beard, looked at Wan Xingchen and asked, What do you think? Zhao quickly looked at her son and wanted to remind him, but was stopped by Mr. He. Let him choose for himself. He has to walk his own way in the future. You can't help him for a lifetime. I want to be like my elder brother and father. Go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Drive the enemy out of Dachi and drive them back to their nest. Zhao's face turned pale when she heard this. She knew that the men of the Wan family were born to be warlike. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, then looked at Zhao. Whether you go to the battlefield or study literature, you are serving Dachi. Your Wan family has been military generals for generations. If you give up military and study literature, you may not be able to play the greatest value. I think it is better to let the child do what he wants in his heart. Otherwise, even if the child follows me, his heart is not in the academy. It will be in vain. In the end, he will be unknown, and you will resent each other, which will hurt the mother-son relationship. More importantly, Dachi will lose another god of war. What else could Zhao say after hearing this? She had to bow deeply, say goodbye to Mr. He, and take Wan Xingchen back. Wan Lao Air had already told Mrs. Wan about Mr. He's identity while Zhao and others were talking. Old Lady Wan was so surprised. Their family was really lucky. If they relied on themselves, they would never know where Lushan Academy was in their lifetime. Now someone in their family could go to Lushan Academy to study, and the dean of Lushan Academy personally took them there. What a great honor. Second brother, what do you and your wife think? Mother thinks this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you really can't bear to leave your child, Mother won't say anything. After all, Lushan is really far away from us. Old Lady One had already made up his mind when he came back. When he saw Old Lady One asking, he hurriedly said, Mom, how can we let go of such a good opportunity? This lucky thing is something that can only be encountered by chance. If we send her there in the future, it may take a lot of effort. However, what is Mother and I said does not count. It is better to ask Wan. Old Lady One nodded and asked Old Lady One to ask Wan quickly. Wan and Wan Urseo were in Wan's room at this time. They didn't know that Mr. He's Lushan Academy was so famous. After what Wan Lauer said, Wan was also shocked. He said without thinking, Dad? Mom, I want to follow Mr. He to Lushan Academy. I promised my sister that I would become a high-ranking official. Although our family has some money now, it is not only about money to study. Mr. He said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I want to follow Mr. He. Wan Urseo was a little reluctant. Winner, your father, and I only have you as a son. Xiao Fubao will get married in the future, and will rely on you as her brother to support her. I am really worried about you going to study alone. Mom, Mr. He, are you still worried? And Lushan Academy is not a good place for you to study. Shan Academy is such a high-level institution, and the people inside must be well-educated. I believe they are all gentlemen. The people I can make friends with there are all my future colleagues. This is the dream of many people? I agree with Winner. A good man has ambitions, and Winner is now 10 years old. I think it's time for us to let go. But you must bring enough money for the child. In addition to the dowry for our daughter, we will bring everything else to Winner. When you go out, it's always right to thank you for money. Seeing that she was powerless to keep Wan Urseo cried and returned to her bedroom to pack her luggage. Little Fubao also followed Wan Urseo into the house. Wan Urseo picked up her daughter and put her on the Kong. Little Fubao watched Wan Urseo take out a money box and put it on the Kong table. Wan Urseo opened the money box and saw that it was full of various gold, silver, jade, silver and gold leaves. Wan Urseo took out her purse and put all the silver in it into the purse, which was probably more than 100 taels. Finally, she thought about it and put the gold leaves in it. Xiao Fubao reached out and grabbed a jade pendant and handed it to Wan Urseo. Mother, this is also for my brother. I gave my elder brother a jade plate, and I also want to give my brother a jade pendant. This is fair. There were really too many jades in it. Wan Urseo couldn't recognize where the jade in Xiao Fubao hand came from, but Xiao Fubao wanted to give it to her, so she didn't refuse and stuffed it into her purse. Let's go. Let's pack clothes and food for my brother. Wan Urseo picked up Xiao Fubao and went to the house where Wan Quan and others lived. At almost noon, a carriage finally stopped at the door of the Wan family. A man got off the carriage with a big knife on his back, a big beard, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a body as strong as a cow. He jumped off the carriage and stood aside, bowing to Mr. He. Dean, I'm here to take you back to the academy. This is a letter from the vice dean. Mr. He took the letter and read it, then put it away and took Wan Wen on the carriage. The family sent him a long way before reluctantly returning. Without Wan Wen at home, Wan Urseo felt empty. The child had never left her for a day since birth, and now he was so far away from her. She was really reluctant to let him go. She had no appetite for anything and was not in a good mood. After breakfast that day, Chio's maid came to announce the good news. Madam, my wife has given birth. I asked this maid to come and announce the good news. My wife gave birth to a big fat boy. The leader is so happy that he wants to hold a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Madam asked this maid to take you over. Old lady Wan calculated the days. It was almost October. It was reasonable that Chio should have made some progress. Unexpectedly, they received the good news. The family quickly packed up and got on the carriage to the Cheetah sect. As soon as the Wan family left, a shocking movement was heard in the village. The Imperial Edict arrived. Chapter 246. The Imperial Edict arrives. Not long after Mrs. Wan and her family left the village, a noise was heard at the entrance of the village. Then, a well-equipped and well-trained team of men and horses arrived at the village. The first was a team of cavalrymen, who rode tall horses and held brightly colored flags, which fluttered in the wind and rustled. Behind the cavalrymen followed a gorgeously decorated carriage, with exquisitely carved body and creaking wheels. The whole team was mighty and majestic, raising dust wherever it passed, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. When the team arrived at the entrance of the village, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. Some curious villagers stretched their necks to look around, wanting to see where this team of people and horses came from. However, facing such a large lineup, many people couldn't help but feel a little fear and awe. At this time, a cavalryman in the lead sat high on the horse's back. He was wearing armor, majestic, and holding the reins tightly in his hands. After his cold eyes casually swept around, he asked condescendingly, "Are the Wan family members in this village?" The villagers were frightened by the momentum of the cavalrymen and dared not speak easily. They were trembling and their faces were as pale as paper. For a moment, everyone huddled together, lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. Seeing that no one responded, the cavalryman raised his voice again and shouted impatiently, "I'm asking you a question. Are the Wan family members in this village? Speak quickly." At this time, a villager had already reported the matter to the village chief Jinyo. After Jinyo learned about it, he hurried over, although he was a little nervous. As the head of the village, he still stepped forward and said to the cavalryman, "General, there are 2 families with the surname Wan in our village. I wonder which one you are looking for." The cavalryman looked Jinyo up and down and replied coldly, "Wan Jinshu. Is General Wan in your village?" Jinyo immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes. Please come this way. General, I will lead the way for you." Jinyo muttered to himself in front of him, wondering what the Wan family had done to alarm the army to come and arrest them. Along the way, the villagers followed from a distance, wanting to see what was going on. Jinyo brought the officers and soldiers to the door of Wan Jinshu's house, and then stepped forward and knocked gently. "Jinshu, are you at home? There is an officer looking for you. Come out and greet him quickly." With a creaking sound, the brand new wooden door was slowly pushed open, and Wang Jinshu walked out with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw the group of cavalry standing behind Jinyo, his face suddenly became solemn. But he did not panic like other villagers. After all, as a general who once commanded thousands of troops, Wang Jinshu had seen all kinds of scenes. Just as Wang Jinshu looked at the cavalry, a gorgeously decorated carriage slowly approached. The curtain was lifted, and a man with a fair face and no beard got off the carriage. He was wearing eunuch clothes and holding a golden imperial edict in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Jinshu's heart tightened, as if he realized something. At this time, the cavalry who had been neatly arranged dismounted and quickly made way. The eunuch walked towards Wang Jinshu with a smile, holding the imperial edict, and said, "General Wang, long time no see. This time, I came to bring you good news. Please be ready to receive the edict." After the eunuch said this, he raised the imperial edict above his head with both hands, and then carefully unfolded it slowly. Seeing this, Wang Jinshu knelt down in a hurry, followed by Zhao, Wang Xingchen, and Wang Yiru, for the villagers who were joining in the fun. This was the first time they had ever seen an imperial edict in their lives. This was equivalent to indirectly paying homage to the emperor. Everyone was so scared that they knelt down respectfully and lowered their heads deeply into the loess. After the eunuch unfolded the imperial edict, he read aloud, in compliance with the will of heaven. The emperor decrees, there were many doubts about the case of General Wang in the past. Now that I have ascended the throne, I have ordered the Dali Temple to thoroughly investigate the case of the Wang family's affair. Now that the truth has been revealed, the Wang family was framed. The Wang family is ordered to reinstate their positions, return all the confiscated property of the Wang family, and order the Wang family to return to Beijing immediately from the day they receive the imperial edict, without any mistakes. This is the order. After hearing this, Wang Jinshu immediately kowtowed to thank him. But there was no ripple in his heart. After all, he had already lost an arm. So how could he go to the battlefield again? I accept your order and thank you. Long live the emperor, Wang Jinshu shouted. Afterwards, the people around him kowtowed and shouted, "Long live the emperor." Wang Jinshu looked up at the eunuch in front of him. This eunuch was a favorite of the emperor. Today, he came to pick him up in person. It seemed that he was really going back to Beijing this time. But Wang Jinshu looked down at his empty sleeves. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face, and he said in a light tone, "How can I be so virtuous and capable that I have troubled the eunuch to come all the way here?" The eunuch hurried forward to help Wang Jinshu up, and said with a smile, "General Wang is very happy. He finally cleared his grievances, and can return to the capital. Now the emperor is in need of people. General Wang must seize the opportunity." Wang Jinshu shook his head after hearing this, and said with a wry smile, "Eunuch, I appreciate the emperor's kindness, but I am already a broken body. I am afraid I can no longer serve to Qi. I hope you can tell the emperor that I have failed the emperor's grace." The eunuch only noticed Wang Jinshu's broken arm at this time. His face changed, and he couldn't help asking, "General Wang, what's going on?" Wang Jinshu replied calmly, "It's okay. I met a tiger on the way here. Only one arm was taken away by that beast." The eunuch said with a look of pity, "Alas, General Wang has suffered. Don't worry. The emperor will compensate you after returning to the capital." Wang Jinshu shook his head helplessly and said, "Eunuch, I am in this state now, and I can no longer serve the court. Please report my situation to the emperor truthfully." The eunuch frowned and advised, "General, I am afraid you will have to go to the emperor in person to tell him. Please don't embarrass me. General, you should pack up quickly and follow me to the capital." Wang Jinshu knew that this return to the capital was a foregone conclusion. So he turned around and looked at his wife and children behind him. Zhao's eyes were full of expectations. She longed to return to the capital because her relatives were there, and her daughter was about to come of age and needed to consider marriage. She was absolutely unwilling to let her daughter marry casually in this remote place. "Husband, it is difficult to disobey the imperial decree. Let's go back to the capital first and then make plans." Wang Jinshu nodded helplessly and agreed. Zhao hurriedly welcomed the father-in-law into the house and began to pack the luggage. Although there was nothing missing in the general's mansion in the capital, Zhao's mood was completely different. She decided to take the things she had used here to remind herself that she must be careful in the future. At this time, the father-in-law suddenly noticed that one person was missing and asked anxiously, "General, where is General Xiao Wan?" The father-in-law knew that the road to exile was difficult and dangerous, and he was worried that Wan Qingmo would not die on the way to exile. Wan Jinshu hurriedly explained, "My son is out doing business and is not at home at the moment. I will leave a letter, and once he sees it, he will return to the capital immediately. Don't worry, father-in-law." The father-in-law was secretly relieved after hearing this. The father and son of the Wan family are both talented generals. Even if Wan Jinshu lost an arm, he can still command thousands of troops. Wan Qingmo is a wolf on the battlefield, making the enemy terrified. The combination of this father and son is simply invincible. Chapter 247 Grandma. Don't you care about Fubao anymore? Wan Jinshu walked into the study and hurriedly wrote 2 letters. One to Wan Qingmo and the other to the Wan family. He handed the 2 letters to the village chief and told him to hand them over to the recipients in person. Jinyo looked down at the letter in his hand, and a strong sense of trance surged in his heart. He couldn't help but secretly speculate, is the Wan family about to usher in a new glory? At the same time, he also began to worry whether Mrs. Wan and her family would move out of the village together. After all, if Wan Lao really left, how would the village's grain production increase plan be implemented next year? Jinyo's mood became more and more flustered. But he still tried his best to stay calm and said to Wan Jinshu, "General Wan, maybe we will never see each other again from now on. You are a great general, and you have the heavy responsibility of defending the country. It is a blessing for us ordinary people to be with you for half a year. I hope you can be safe and sound on the battlefield and protect yourself." Wan Jinshu patted Jinyo's shoulder gently, said nothing, and turned away resolutely. Jinyo stood silently in place, watching Wan Jinshu's convoy go farther and farther. Looking at the empty house behind him, his heart was filled with complex emotions. With loss, reluctance, anxiety, all kinds of tastes intertwined. And his heart was empty. Parting is always hard to let go, but life still has to go on. In a valley more than 100 miles away from Shitsi village, Wan Qingmo led 1,000 soldiers to lie quietly on the ground, waiting for their target to appear. After months of hard training, Wan Qingmo has built an elite force of 5,000 people. In the past 2 months, he has been leading this team to hunt wolves in the surrounding areas, treating them as enemies, and constantly honing his and his team members' fighting skills in this way. Now, the wolves near Shitsi village have long been extinct, and the nearby wolves have fled this place out of fear and migrated hundreds of miles away. However, Wan Qingmo, like the nemesis of wolves, tracked the wolves hundreds of miles away with his keen sense of smell and continued to hunt wolves. "Boss, it's dark, but there's still no movement. Are those wolves not coming?" A thin man couldn't help asking. Wan Qingmo replied calmly, "Be patient. The key to hunting is who has more patience. The same applies to the battlefield in the future. When the enemy provokes you, you must remain calm and not be easily angered. Otherwise, you will expose your weaknesses and give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of you. Once the other party seizes the opportunity, your life may be in danger. Remember, you only have one life, so cherish it." Wan Qingmo stared at the front with sharp eyes, and his voice was low and gentle, as if it had a reassuring power. The people around listened, and their originally restless hearts gradually calmed down. Time passed slowly, and they felt their hands and feet become stiff, like a stone waiting for their husbands. However, just when everyone thought that the wolf would not come, finally, the wolf appeared. Although the disguised people kept calm on their faces, their hearts had already been as hot-blooded as the hungry wolves on the opposite side. There was a bloodthirsty light in their eyes, looking forward to the outbreak of this battle. Wan Qingmo counted the numbers silently, and then poked the chicken blood he carried with him without hesitation. The bloody smell drifted away with the northwest wind, immediately attracting the attention of the hungry wolves. They smelled the smell and pounced on the crowd like arrows. "Action! The person who kills the most wolves tonight can get a reward of 10 taels of silver," Wan Qingmo shouted loudly. "Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty!" The team of 1,000 people responded in unison. Everyone held 2 daggers, one for killing wolves and the other as a backup. There were only dozens of these wolves, which was far from meeting the needs of everyone. But in order to ensure that no wolf escaped, they decided to surround the wolves. In the past, people were surrounded by wolves. But when it came to Wan Qingmo, it became people surrounding wolves. If the wolves had thoughts, they would definitely think it was a shame for them. After a quarter of an hour of fierce fighting, Dozens of wolves were solved without a single one left. Boss, we've killed them all. Do we still deal with this wolf in the same way as before? Well, go ahead. I have other things to do recently. Daniel, you will lead everyone in the next training. Remember, you must learn to hide. Don't disturb the lives of the people, and don't be discovered by the regular army. Once there is any movement, you must immediately disperse and hide on the spot. Yes, boss. Don't worry. We have all learned it by heart. Dania patted his chest and said with a smile. Wan Xingmao took another look at the bloody battlefield, and a deep look flashed in his eyes. In the past few months, he has annexed all the small gangs nearby, and only the Golden Axe Gang and the Cheetah Sect are left. He was going to let the Golden Axe Gang and the Cheetah Sect deal with the mayor. It would be best if they could be disbanded peacefully. If not, they could only be disbanded by force. When these two gangs fell, the border would be truly peaceful, and the people's lives would be truly prosperous. With Xiao Fubao, he believed that the border would undergo a qualitative change in the future. At least as long as the people were diligent, they would not go hungry. After Wan Xingmao finished his instructions, he turned his horse around and left, heading toward Shitzi village. He had not seen his parents for 2 months. After the Cheetah Sect took the Wan family to the Cheetah Sect, they took them directly to Chio's room. At this time, Wang Jiawei was also there. He had a son in his middle age, and he was in high spirits. These days, he seemed to be dreaming, holding the little guy every day. Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was not unable to give birth to a son, but her previous man was not good enough. A woman must have a son by her side at all times. Xiao now felt that her back was straight, but she also had her own ideas in her heart. It has been more than a month since the new emperor's decree of amnesty came down. Although she has been staying in the Cheetah Sect because of the pregnancy, she is not oblivious to what is happening outside. The Cheetah Sect is full of people, and she can hear some rumors when she goes out occasionally. She knows that many people have tried to return to Beijing now, and she has relatives in Beijing. But her husband has died, and she has remarried. If she returns to Beijing, she will not live as comfortably as she does now. Xiao has been very entangled in her heart these days. Now that she sees old lady Wan, she feels a sense of grievance for no reason. Mother, you are here. Please sit down. Xiao quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. When Mrs. Wan saw this, she hurried forward and sat on the edge of the Kong, holding Xiao's hand, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? It's taboo to cry during confinement. Your eyes will be bad when you get old. You have a son now, and your life is going well. What's there to worry about? Now you have both a son and a daughter, and good days are still to come." Xiao forced a smile and said, "Mother, I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much. Last time my eldest brother got married, I didn't go. I just asked you to send a gift for me. I hope my eldest brother and sister-in-law don't blame me." Xiao quickly changed the subject. She was afraid that if she continued, she would start to think about it again. What are they blaming you for? You gave them such a big gift. They were so happy. You were about to give birth at that time. Even if you went, your mother would not agree. But you should send someone to the county town to tell them about your birth. Now your elder brother has become a constable in the county government, so he probably won't have time to see you. Your elder sister-in-law should come, so you can talk and get to know each other. Xiao smiled and nodded. Where's the child? Let me see the child. I heard from your maid that the child is very good, white and plump, which is really rare. Old lady Wan likes little babies now. Little Fubao quickly came up and climbed onto old lady Wan's lap. Grandma, don't you like Fubao? Fubao is also white and plump. Little Fubao blinked his big eyes and acted cute. His voice was soft and touched old lady Wan's heart. My dear, of course Grandma loves you. But this is your aunt's first son. We all love him. And he is also your brother. Do you love him? Little Fubao nodded. I love him. Fubao wants to see his brother. Fubao has another brother. Fubao will be the eldest sister in the future, and they all have to listen to me. Little Fubao immediately became happy and wanted to see his brother. Everyone in the room was amused by this little guy. The cheerful laughter spread throughout the room. Chapter 248 Rabbit Birth. Old lady Wan took out something wrapped in red cloth from her bosom with a smile, and after opening it carefully, a small and exquisite silver lock was revealed inside. She had specially selected this silver lock at the silver shop when she went to the county town last time. and it was engraved with the 4 exquisite words: long life and 100 years of life. The style of the silver lock was very delicate, and it was also matched with a red rope, and a small and cute string was tied underneath. Old Lady One gently hung the small silver lock on the neck of Chio's child, and then hugged the little baby, with incomparable joy and love on her face. She looked at the little guy in her arms, and liked him more and more, and kept saying in her mouth, "Oh, my dear grandson." Chio saw this scene, and she couldn't help but feel touched. She knew that Old Lady One was not short of money, but she had also heard that when Wan Lana got married, all the savings in the family had been exhausted. Therefore, when she saw that Mrs. Wan had prepared such an expensive gift, she was really surprised. Chio said softly, "Mom, your gift is really expensive." Mrs. Wan smiled and responded, "This is my first time to be a grandmother, and I am so happy. Of course, I have to choose the best for my grandson." Hearing this, Mrs. Chio's originally worried heart suddenly settled down. A long-lost family affection slowly flowed in her heart, making her feel the warmth of home. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Mother." Mrs. Wan smiled gently, and her eyes fell on the little guy in her arms again. She continued to tease him, and Xiao Fubao also stretched out his chubby hands, gently touched the baby's face, and giggled from time to time. And the whole room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chio has received a lot of dividends from Wan Senseo's shop, and she also has a lot of private money. Wang Jiawei will give her some good things from time to time. Chio is not short of money now, but she has always felt a sense of crisis in her heart. After a few months of exile, Chio knows that she can get things done whenever she has money, so she is now focused on making money. "Mom, does Sansal want to open another shop?" Chio asked. "I don't know about this. I think she is busy enough with one shop. How can she handle another one?" Old Lady One said. "Mom, why do you want Sansal to be busy? Are you going to let Sansal stay in the shop all the time? Which restaurant in Beijing has not opened many shops in various places? This is how the business can be expanded," Chio said. Old Lady One also thought about hiring someone to let Wan San's wife take a break. But how could their family know about this? We are all from the mud. How can we do business? We don't have a backer to expand the business. And if we are suppressed by others, we may even lose our lives. It's better to keep the current shop and live a good life. I will be satisfied with this. It's enough for my family to be safe, well-fed and well-clothed, and the children to have a bright future," Old Lady One said with a worried look on her face. After hearing this, Chio's heart tightened, but she soon regained her composure. "Mother, although what you said is true, we are no longer exiles. Now we have our own shop and connections, and we have accumulated a certain amount of experience, which is our confidence. As long as we can seize the opportunity and keep working hard, even if we don't think about ourselves, we should think about our children and grandchildren. Right? Moreover, I think my fourth brother is very smart. If he is allowed to manage the new shop, he will definitely do a good job. As for the background," at this point, Chio paused, and then continued, "In fact, we don't have to rely on others. We can cultivate talents ourselves." Chio did not agree with Mrs. Wan's idea, but she also understood Mrs. Wan's idea, so she expressed her own idea. Mrs. Wan knew that her youngest son was smart, and in many things, her youngest son's knowledge and ability were better than those of the older ones. But Mrs. Wan finally looked forward to a peaceful life, and she didn't want to toss it anymore. She also hoped that her children and grandchildren would have a promising future and the family would have continuous money. But this also required life. "Okay, let's talk about this later. I'm old and can't control what you young people think. You guys should discuss it yourselves." Chio saw that Old Lady One didn't want to talk about this, so she tactfully stopped talking about this topic. At this time, Lu and Wan's second wife also came forward to give gifts. Lu gave a small set of clothes, which was made with great care and beautiful in style. Wan's second wife gave a small silver bracelet, which she and Old Lady One chose together that day. Chio knew that the savings of the fourth room were not as much as those of the second room. She accepted it with a smile and praised Lu's embroidery. Old Lady One went home after lunch at the cheetah sect. The pair of little rabbits that were once raised at home have grown up now. What was even more surprising was that the rabbits were one male and one female, and the female rabbit was going to give birth in the next 2 days. When Wan Erseo heard the news, she was extremely excited. She firmly believed that all this was the blessing brought by Xiao Fubao. At this time, Wan Urseo had a bolder idea in her mind. She wanted to raise rabbits. And raise them on a large scale. Chio tried to keep Mrs. Wan for a few more days. But Mrs. Wan politely refused on the grounds that there were too many livestock at home and no one to take care of them. The family arrived at Sheetsi village at dusk. Recently, the security in the village has improved a lot. No one in the surrounding villages has heard of anyone's things being robbed or stolen. Mrs. Wan was a little puzzled by this sudden change. But she was still happy in her heart. At least she could feel more at ease when she went out. When they returned home, Xiao Fubao couldn't wait to get off the car and rush straight to the rabbit nest to see how her little rabbits were doing. Soon, the excited cheers of Xiao Fubao came from the front of the rabbit nest. Mom! Grandma! Come quickly! The big rabbit has given birth to little rabbits. So many! Hearing Xiao Fubao shouts, Wan Urseo didn't even have time to take the package from the ox cart, and quickly turned around and ran towards home. Behind Wan Urseo were the three little ones. Wan Jiang, Wan Shi, and Wan Hu. They all lay at the entrance of the rabbit nest and looked inside. Wow! Xiao Fubao's eyes widened, looking at the furry little thing in front of him. And he couldn't help but exclaimed, What's wrong? Wan Shi hurried over to ask. So cute. Xiao Fubao stammered, his face full of excitement and joy. I saw that there were a few little guys who hadn't opened their eyes yet were squirming under the big rabbit. Their small bodies curled up into a ball, as soft as a cat, making people want to reach out and touch them. They were covered with a thin layer of fluff, showing a light pink color. Little Fubao couldn't wait to crawl into the rabbit nest and hold those cute little guys in his palms to observe them carefully, but was discovered and stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Wan Urseo. Wan Urseo quickly picked up her daughter, patted her back and comforted her. My dear, these little rabbits have just been born. Their bodies are very fragile, and they need special care. We can't disturb them at will. Little Fubao blinked, not understanding why she couldn't touch the little rabbits. So she began to act coquettishly to her mother. Mom, I want little rabbits. Little rabbits. Wan Urseo patiently explained, My daughter, these little rabbits have just been born not long ago. They are still too young and need to be kept warm. And they must stay with their mothers so that they can get enough nutrition and protection. If you take them away from their mothers, they may feel cold or uneasy, and may even die. If that happens, will you be very sad? Little Fubao remembered the tragedy that happened in the village before. She knew what death meant. So she immediately shook her head, indicating that she didn't want the little rabbits to die. No, Fubao doesn't want the little rabbits to die. They are so cute. Fubao wants them to grow up well. Little Fubao said firmly, hearing her daughter's answer. Wan Urseo smiled with relief. She gently stroked little Fubao's hair and praised, My Fubao is so smart. That's right. We want the little rabbits to grow up healthily. When they grow up, they can come out and play with you. Little Fubao nodded. Although he was reluctant to leave, he still followed Wan Urseo back to the house obediently. Chapter 249 Xiaolan's fever has subsided. The Wan family had just finished dinner when you came to the Wan family's door with Xiaolan in her arms, looking anxious, and knocked on the door. Aunt, is anyone home? Mother, it seems that Sister Yu is here. Wan Urseo had just finished cleaning the kitchen and heard a knock on the door when she passed by the yard. It seemed to be you. So she immediately shouted to the people in the house. As soon as Wan Urseo finished speaking, she had already walked to the door. As soon as the door opened, Yu was seen holding Xiaolan, standing at the door with an anxious look on her face. Sister Yu? What's wrong with you? Wan Urseo asked with concern. Yu didn't bother to greet Wan Urseo, and said anxiously, Sister, my Xiaolan has caught a cold and is now delirious with fever. Can you ask Brother Jinju to take us to the town to see a doctor in a bullock cart? Wan Urseo heard this and hurriedly looked at the little girl in Yu's arms, only to see that Xiaolan's face was red and she had begun to talk nonsense. At this time, Mrs. Wan and others also came over. Xiao Fubao saw his good friend at a glance, who was now tightly hugged by her mother. However, Xiao Fubao didn't know that Xiaolan was sick. He happily went up to Xiaolan to say hello. Sister Xiaolan, are you here to play with Fubao? I have good news for you. My big rabbit has given birth to little rabbits. I promise to give you one. When they grow up, I will give you one. Sister Wan quickly picked up little Fubao and whispered, My dear, your sister Xiaolan is sick. Ask your father to take them to the town to see a doctor. When your sister Xiaolan gets better, she can play with you. Little Fubao burst into tears when he heard it. Sister Xiaolin, why are you sick? Fubao wants to go too. Fubao wants to accompany Sister Xiaolin. Sister Wen had no choice but to worry that you sure couldn't take care of Xiaolin alone. So she handed little Fubao to Elder One, then reached out to untie the apron she was wearing and handed it to Lu Shi. Mother, I will take Xiao Fubao and Sister Yu to the town with the head of the household. I am afraid that she can't handle it alone. Please lock the door at home. Okay. Go quickly. Poor child. How could this child catch a cold for no reason? Second wife. You have to dress Xiao Fubao warmly. I think it will snow today. Old lady once said with worry. Because it is located at the border. The weather here is extremely cold and the altitude is still very high. So it is often snowing in the sky as soon as October begins. In previous years, when the climate was dry, the first snow would fall in the 12th lunar month. But Old Lady One knew that there would definitely be no drought this year. Mother, don't worry. I will go to put on the cotton jacket for Xiao Fubao. You should also go into the house quickly and heat up the Kong. I think the weather will change, and it may be very cold at night. After saying that, Wan Erseo turned and walked into the room, took out a thick cotton jacket, and carefully put it on Xiao Fubao. The group rushed towards the town against the wind. A layer of hay was laid on the ox cart. It was cold at night, so Wan Erseo also laid a quilt on the hay. Yu held Xiaolin in her arms and sat on the ox cart. Xiaolin snuggled tightly in her arms, but her body still trembled uncontrollably. Yu looked at Xiaolin's red face and burning body in her arms, and she couldn't help getting anxious. She felt that the ox cart was moving too slowly, and the long road seemed to have no end. Since Wan Qingmo had taken people to clean up the nearby gangs and wolves before, Wan Lauer did not encounter any danger while driving the ox cart. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the door of the clinic. But the doctor had closed the door at this time. Wan Lauer hurriedly stopped the ox cart, quickly walked to the door of the clinic, and knocked on the door anxiously. Doctor, is the doctor here? A child has a high fever. Doctor, help! He shouted loudly and kept patting the door. However, in this quiet night, accompanied by the biting cold wind, the knock on the door seemed a little weak. After a long time, Wan Lauer heard a voice from inside, which sounded like a young man. Probably the voice of the medicine boy. Who is it? It's so late. Don't you know that our clinic is closed? The impatient tone of the medicine boy made Wan Lauer's heart cold. But he did not give up, and continued to knock on the door and said, My child is very sick. Please save her. The medicine boy was used to seeing people who came to seek medical treatment in the middle of the night. Although he was a little impatient, he didn't say anything. After all, doctors are kind-hearted, and he can't just watch someone die without saving him. Wan Lauer stood at the door and looked at the medicine boy anxiously. Brother, please save my child. He caught a cold and is almost delirious. The medicine boy frowned and looked up and down at Wan Lauer, and the people on the ox cart behind him. He did not open the door immediately, but asked through the crack of the door, Where is the patient? What disease do you have? Wan Lauer quickly pointed to the children on the ox cart and said, It's right here. Little brother, please be kind and let the doctor take a look. The medicine boy looked in the direction of his finger and saw two women holding two children on the ox cart. One of them was as pale as paper and had purple lips. It looked like the situation was very critical. The medicine boy's heart softened and he sighed and said, Okay. You wait here first. Don't run around. I call the doctor over. As he said, he turned and went into the house. This clinic was converted from the doctor's own property. The front is the clinic and the back is the residence. In this way, whether it is day or night, as long as there are patients coming to seek medical treatment and medicine, the doctor can arrive in time, which is very convenient. After a while, the medicine boy came out with the doctor. The doctor walked quickly while asking about the condition. The medicine boy simply told him the children's symptoms. Where is the patient? Bring him here quickly. The doctor was an old man in his 50s, with gray hair. Seeing the dim lights in the hall, he immediately said to the medicine boy, Light up the lights. Yu hurriedly carried Xiaolin forward. The doctor took it, and as soon as he touched it, a trace of ugliness appeared on his face. Why did this child have such a fever? The doctor quickly undressed Xiaolin and asked the child to get warm water, wanting to cool the child down. Otherwise the child would become stupid if the fever continued. After doing some simple cooling, The doctor immediately prescribed medicine and asked the medicine boy to go to the backyard to boil it and feed it to the child. The child's fever must be reduced first. After tossing and turning for half the night, Xiaolan finally sweated and her temperature went down, which was considered stable. Xia Fubao stayed by Xiaolan's side, looking at the little sister's red face. On her cheek, her little heart also bears the worries of her age. You came out in a hurry and didn't even bring any money with her. It was still Juan Urseo who paid for her. It was already midnight. If they went back, it would be bad for Xiaolan's condition if she caught a cold again. After a discussion, they went to Juan's shop to spend the night. At night, Xiao Fubao insisted on holding Xiaolan to sleep. Juan Urseo had no choice but to sleep on the same Kong with you holding the child. The next morning, Xiaolan miraculously recovered and returned to her lively state. Yu was happy and sighed that the doctor in the town was really good. But she didn't know. The truth is, all this is related to Xiao Fubao. When Su Changsheng was splashed with cold water by Wan Laosi, he also caught a cold and had to lie on the con for half a month before he could get out of bed. Moreover, Xiaolan's physique was originally worse than that of her peers, and her illness was more serious than others. How could she recover so quickly? Wan Urseo glanced at Xiao Fubao and said nothing. But because Xiaolan was sick, you could only take a few days off and could not continue to work in the shop. Wan Senseo's shop now has a small pot, which is very popular. The business of the store is better than before, especially in this weather. Drinking a mouthful of hot mutton soup can immediately get rid of the coldness in the body. Most of it. Wan Laosi suggested to find someone to work directly in the town. And Wan Sansao also handed this matter over to Wan Laosi. Anyway, she was only in charge of the kitchen, and the previous matters were handed over to Wan Laosi. Wan Er saw and you had breakfast in the morning and rushed to Shitzi village together. Before they reached the village, the sky began to snow. Wan Er saw suddenly thought of what her son Er Guzi told her about Wan Lao Er, and she just happened to have something to tell Wan Lao Er. Brother Jinju, I heard that your family planted winter wheat. Yes, it's snowing just a few days after planting. It seems that the harvest next year will definitely be good. This snow really touched the heart of Wan Lauer. What are you going to plant next spring? If the yield of winter wheat is okay, I plan to plant some corn and cotton. Sister, you asked if you want to buy a piece of land to plant? No. I want to ask if you can try planting potatoes? I have a recipe for potato flour, which can be stored for several months. And the yield of potatoes is also high. And the requirements for land are not high. So, you thought about it all night. And she decided to go home and take good care of her 2 children. The children are everything to her. And she can't go out to work again. What a surprise. But how can she feed her children? Her ancestors left her a prescription. But she didn't dare to take it out easily. And she didn't have the ability to keep the prescription. After half a year of getting along, she found that the Wan family was trustworthy. She wanted to cooperate with the Wan family. She provided the prescription. And the Wan family provided people and land. She only wanted 30% of the profit. When Wan Lauer heard the word prescription, he immediately knew that this matter was not simple. He quickly looked around and found that there was no one. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yu, let's go back and discuss this matter. This is not the place to talk. Wan Lauer secretly drove the ox cart faster. Chapter 250 Lu's plan. After returning home, Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Lu heard the noise and immediately came out to greet them. Ergu was alone at home last night, and Mrs. Wan was worried. So she asked Mrs. Lu to pick up Ergu and had breakfast at Wan's house in the morning. When Mrs. Yu saw her son running out behind Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Lu, she was deeply moved. She felt the long-lost family affection at the Wan family, which made her more determined that she had not made a mistake. She felt that she would only feel relieved if she handed the prescription to the Wan family. Yu also thought about selling the house. But the border was too chaotic at the time, and she didn't know anyone. If she rashly went up to sell the house, if someone robbed the prescription and didn't pay, she would not even have the last thing to save her life. Where would they, an orphan and a widow, rely on? But at this time, Mrs. Yu felt unprecedented peace of mind. The Wan family gave her a sense of security and warmth. I'm back. How's the child? What did the doctor say? Old Mrs. Wan looked worried and hurriedly took the few people into the house. The wind and snow outside were getting stronger and stronger, and Yu was shivering with cold. Fortunately, Wan Urseo brought a quilt last night, so she didn't get cold when she came back. Aunt, The doctor said Xiaolin had a cold. He prescribed medicine last night, and she got better this morning. The doctor's medical skills are really good. The few people walked into the house while talking, lifting the cotton curtain. The heat in the room hit the face. The Kong in the room had been heated for a long time, and the children were playing on the Kong. Since Mr. He left, there was no one to teach the children in the family. Old Mrs. One was still thinking about sending the children to the county town to study in the early spring of next year. He was already wearing thin clothes, and a wave of heat instantly warmed her cold body. Xiaolin also got off Yu and climbed onto the Kong hand in hand with Xiao Fubao. Lu used a broom to sweep the snow off the heads and bodies of the people, and handed them a warm towel to wipe their faces. Only then did the people feel alive again. Oh! It's still warm at home. I don't know how long the snow will last. The vegetables in the field have not been harvested yet. We have to hurry up and get the cabbage and radishes while the snow is not too heavy. This is our vegetable basket this winter. After taking a sip of hot water, Wan Lauer looked at the paper-like snowflakes outside the window with a trace of sadness on his face. Now there are only the couple of their second room, Old Lady Wan, Lu, and several children at home. The daily food is saved by more than half compared to before. Wan Erseo also looked at the snowflakes outside with a sad face. After Yu's body warmed up, she drank another sip of hot water before saying, Brother Jinju, what do you think of what I just said on the road? Yu has been working in the Wan family shop for some time and has accumulated some savings, which should be enough to last until the spring. If they can plant potatoes in the spring, she will definitely get a share of money this year, and she will no longer have to worry about her future life. And she can also save money for Erguzi to marry a wife. Wan Lauer glanced at Yu and saw that her eyes were full of expectations, but he did not dare to agree rashly. He also thought about Yu's words on the way just now. If they freed up some land to plant potatoes, their harvest would inevitably decrease a lot. If they bought more wasteland to reclaim, their family would not have so much labor. Sister Yu, I don't object to what you said, but since we haven't done it before, I think, can we buy some potatoes from the market first? Let's try it out first. If it works, we can plant it on a large scale next year. Okay? You knew that Wan Lauer's concerns were correct. After all, although she had a recipe, she had never done it before, so she couldn't force him to take risks with her. Wan Lauer's method was a compromise, which she could accept, and the loss was not big. Okay, let's do as you said. But I pay half of the money for buying potatoes, so you can't let your family bear it. Right? That's easy to say. When the snow stops, I go to the county town to see. It's hard to buy it in our town. It seems that no one grows this thing at the border. After all, everyone's stomachs are not full. That thing can be poisonous if it is left for a long time. Not many people grow it. At most, they grow some in the fields. Enough for their own use. Yu has lived in the border for many years, so of course she knows more than Wan Lauer. Then everything is up to Brother Jinju. When you buy the potatoes, call me, and I bring the recipe, and we try it together. Wan Lauer agreed without objection. After half an hour, they found that the snow showed no signs of decreasing, but was getting heavier. Yu was a little worried about the two broken thatched houses at home, fearing that they would collapse under the snow. She wanted to go back and take a look. Aunt, I won't stay. I have things to do at home. I take the children back first. Thank you, Aunt. Yu carried Xiaolin down from the Kong and patted her Guzi. Mrs. One naturally knew that Yu was thanking them for taking care of her Guzi. Niece-in-law, it's snowing so hard. Why don't you stay here for lunch before leaving? It's almost time for lunch, so you don't need a few pairs of chopsticks. No matter how Mrs. One tried to persuade her, Yu left. Although her family was poor, she still had a backbone and didn't like to owe favors to others. After Yu left, Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Lu asked about the recipe that you had just mentioned. What recipe did you just mention? How is it related to potatoes? I remember that many people in our inner city grow potatoes, but they are not grown on a large scale. Although the stuff is high-yielding and filling, it is not easy to store. When it was first introduced from the Fanwai, didn't it poison many people? There are not so many people growing it anymore. Old Lady One still remembers that this potato thing was only introduced from the Fanwai 3 years ago. How did you have this recipe? Old Second One had never seen the recipe, and he himself didn't know what was going on. But thinking about it, it was indeed a bit strange. Fortunately, he didn't agree directly. He still had to see if the recipe could make anything. Mom, Since sister you said so, let's give it a try. I pay for it myself. If it works, it will be another food. If we can really find a better way to preserve potatoes, it will definitely benefit the Chi. After all, the yield of potatoes is much higher than that of wheat. What I'm worried about now is that it may not be easy to buy potatoes at the border. Wan Lao Er was not worried about anything else. He was just worried that there was nothing for sale at the border. If he couldn't buy potatoes, he wouldn't be able to test whether the recipe in Yu's hand was useful. Don't worry. You can definitely buy it if you want. Right? Xiao Fubao? Old Lady Wan smiled and looked in the direction of Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao was playing horse riding with his brothers. Hearing this, he quickly turned back and smiled at Old Lady Wan, saying softly, "Yes." The smile on Old Lady Wan's face deepened. Lu listened and made some calculations. Now that the eldest wife had separated and the eldest brother had married the county magistrate's sister, the dowry would be enough for them to have food and clothing. The second wife had a little fubao, and they might have saved a lot of money privately. The third wife opened a shop and earned a lot of money every month. Only the fourth wife received a salary of 1 or 2 taels of silver every month. Although the fourth wife had only one child, she was still young. If she had more children in the future, it would cost money. She also wanted her son to go to school, which was a bottomless pit of money. Without several hundred taels of silver, it was impossible to support a scholar. After Lu made up her mind, she smiled and said to the second son Wan, "Second brother, our fourth room also wants to invest. How about I also get a share of the money you spent on buying potatoes?" Grandma Wan glanced at Lu and said nothing. In fact, Grandma Wan was not worried about the fourth room. After visiting Chiu yesterday, she thought about the idea Chiu proposed when she came back. Because at present, only the fourth room has not made it. She is not worried about the other 3 sons. Only the fourth room does not have much savings now. But she knows that the fourth son just has no chance. If he has the chance, he will definitely not be worse than the other 3 rooms. Perhaps it is a good opportunity right now. The second son only knows how to farm. Let him do business. He knows nothing. But things are made to make money. And how to make money can be handed over to the fourth son. Perhaps this is the opportunity for the fourth room. So Grandma Wan did not say anything to stop Lu's request. Chapter 251 Opening the Letter. Yu sure got into trouble. Wan Lao Er didn't think so much. But the recipe was not his. So what he said didn't count. Fourth sister-in-law, I can't give you a definite answer on this matter yet. You can ask Sister Yu after lunch. If she doesn't mind, I will definitely not object. After all, we are all family. And it's better to keep the wealth within the family. When Lu heard this, she was overjoyed and wanted to find Yushur immediately, but was scolded by Old Lady Wan. Okay, it's time for lunch. What do you want to do at someone's house at this time? Hurry up and cook. Lu Shur was scolded by Old Lady Wan, but she was not angry. She smiled and went to the kitchen with Wan Er's wife. Knock knock. Knock knock. There was a hurried knock at the door of the yard. Mom, I go and see. It seems someone is knocking on the door. It's snowing so hard, and I don't know who is coming to visit. After saying this, Wan Lao Er put on his shoes and came out. Old Lady Wan also sat on the kong and stretched her neck to look out. But the snow was too heavy, and she couldn't see anything. In the kitchen, Wan Erseo and Lu also stuck their heads out to take a look. Seeing Wan Lao Er open the door, they quickly retreated. Snowflakes were drilling into their necks, making them shiver with cold. Wan Lao Er opened the door and saw Jinyo. He was holding his hands in his sleeves, stamping his feet constantly. His cheeks were red from the cold, and he was wearing a round rabbit fur hat on his head and a cotton jacket and trousers. Hey, village chief, come in and warm up on the kong. It's so cold. It's really hard to go out. Wan Lao Er quickly led Jinyo in. Jinyo's smile was a little stiff. There was nothing he could do. His face was frozen. When he smiled, he felt the skin on his face was as stiff as ice. Jinyo was not polite and walked in quickly with his back bent. When they got to the house, Wan Lao Er hurriedly helped Jinyo sweep the snow off his body. Jinyo took off his hat, which was a little wet. Wan Lao Er took it and put it on the kong to warm it. Soon, wisps of white mist rose up. Xiao Fubao saw it and quickly crawled over to study it carefully. Village chief, you are still going out in such a heavy snow. Is there something wrong? Wan Lao Er poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Jinyo. Jinyo held it in his hand, and a warm current went straight from the palm of his hand to the bottom of his heart, instantly warming his whole body. I was delayed by some things at home today. I should have come yesterday. There is no one at your home. Your next-door neighbor General Wan and his family have returned to Beijing. These are the 2 letters he left behind. One for your family, and one for Wan Qingma. Wan Qingma didn't come back, so I left the letters at your house first. When he comes back, you can pass the letters to him. Jinyo took out 2 letters from his arms, and put them on the con table. What? The Jinshu family moved away? I haven't heard any rumors before? Old Lady Wan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although the 2 families didn't get along for long, they had experienced life and death together during the exile. They supported each other in the border. Old Lady Wan was really reluctant to let Wan Jinshu and his family leave. You had just left the village that day when the imperial edict arrived. General Wan was reinstated. The emperor also returned all the property that had been confiscated to the Wan family. He also ordered General Wan to return to Beijing immediately. It seems that the war in the north was tense, and he needed to put on his armor again. Old Lady Wan was very happy for Zhao after hearing this. After all, no one wanted to stay in this barren border. Not only was the weather bad, but the border was also chaotic. There were many wolves, and life was difficult. A beautiful person like Zhao lost a lot of color and aged several years during these days at the border. That's great, but I don't know when Emor will come back. Lao Er, take a look at what's written on the letter. Old Lady Wan picked up the letter and handed it to Lao Er Wan. Although Lao Er Wan had studied for a few years, he had almost forgotten his words after such a long time. He picked up the letter and only saw that it was written for Old Lady Wan. Lao Er Wan opened the letter, took out the letter paper inside, and read it for a long time, and he could probably figure out what it meant. Mother, General Wan said that he gave us his house and land, and let us deal with it as we please. Lao Er Wan was surprised. Old Lady Wan had heard it, but her face was not very happy. Their family was not short of houses to live in now. But this land was good. Originally, their 2 lands were next to each other, and now they could be directly connected. The recipe that you said just needed to grow potatoes. If it really worked, the 5 acres of land would be ready, and there was no need to open up wasteland. Jinyo immediately smiled and said, Congratulations, Auntie. Your family is now the richest family in our village. However, most of the exiled people have left this month. Have you ever considered going back? Jinyo was really afraid that the Wan family would leave. He was still thinking about the double-season grain of Wan Lauer and the high-yield wheat seeds, which had not yet been promoted in the village. So he asked tentatively. Old Lady Wan sighed. We do want to go back, but we don't know anyone. Now our household registration is at the border, and our eldest son has a family at the border. We can't think about going back in the next few years. And I think that although the conditions at the border are a bit harsh, it is much more comfortable than living inside the border. Let's do it this way for now, and see what the children choose in the future. Taurus's heart was finally put down. As long as the Wan family didn't leave, everything would be fine. Auntie, then you guys should eat quickly. I have something to do. It's snowing so hard, and the patrol team in the village should be reorganized. Otherwise, I don't know how many people's houses will be destroyed, because there are so many gangs at the border. There are a lot of orphans and widows in each village. The men who can't survive have joined various gangs. Many of them died in the fights with other gangs and never came back. But in the past 6 months, no one has seen any gangs. As if those small sects disappeared overnight. Old Lady Wan just tried to keep them for a while. Let's eat first. We don't know when the snow will stop. Your patrol team is working hard. We are all from the same village. We should help each other if we can. Who doesn't have difficulties at home? Our village is better. There are not many orphans and widows. In Shangtian village, which is 2 villages away from our village, half of the people are orphans and widows. Most of the fields are abandoned. When the snow comes, I guess many people will leave again, Jinyo said, took his hat off the con, put it on his head, and walked out. Wan Lauer shrank his neck, held his hands, and said Jinyo out the door, just in time to see a figure in the university staggering towards this side. Village Chief. Uncle Jinju, please go to my house quickly. My house collapsed and my mother's legs were smashed. Please go and save my mother? It was Erguzi. As soon as he arrived, he knelt in the snow and kowtowed to Jinyo and Wan Lauer. The tears on his face froze into ice chips. Child, get up quickly and don't cry. Can you cry at this time? Don't you want your face anymore? Jinyo pulled Erguzi up and hurried to the end of the village. Wan Lauer didn't have time to go back and put on a hat, and was about to run. Fortunately, Wan Er's wife heard it in the kitchen and chased him out. Child's father. Wait a minute. Put on a hat and scarf. If you don't wear a hat today, your ears will fall off when you come back. Wan Er's wife shouted, turned around and went into her room, and hurriedly found the hat and scarf in the cabinet. When Wan Lauer also rushed to Yu's house at the end of the village, he saw that there were already many people around, and everyone was helping to pull people out of the snow. In the yard, Xiaolan was crying heart-wrenchingly, and her voice was hoarse. Erguzi held his sister in his arms to prevent her tears from freezing into ice chips, as her face was so tender that it must not be ruined. Chapter 252. Erguzi is saved. Many people have joined the family in the yard. Erguzi looks at Yushur, who has not been dug out yet, with a face full of fear, and his heart gradually begins to sink. Their house is the most dilapidated in the village, because there is little rain in the border area. There is no problem. But once it rains heavily outside and moderately inside, and the bedding of the whole family is wet. Yushur originally planned to hire someone to repair the house after earning money, but she didn't expect that the snow came so early this year, leaving her no chance to repair it. The snow is still falling, with no sign of slowing down. Erguzi hugged his sister Xiaolan and shivered in the cold wind. They were still wearing the single clothes of previous years. Yushur had bought new cloth and cotton for the two of them, and planned to make a new set of cotton-padded clothes and trousers for them in the next 2 days. The things were placed in the Kong cabinet on the Kong in the house. But now the Kong cabinet was also crushed by the roof that fell down. Yu's life or death is still unknown, and everyone is still rescuing her. The northwest wind is carrying paper like snow that is blowing straight into people's eyes, making it impossible to open their eyes. When they open their mouths, they are covered with snowflakes. Jinju, your family has a good relationship with Yu's family. Take the 2 children to your home to warm them up first. If they continue to freeze like this, I'm afraid that before Yu is rescued, the 2 children will get into trouble. Jinyo was directing everyone to rescue, and he took a break to yell at Wan Lauer. There was no other way. The wind was too loud. Wan Lauer looked back at the brother and sister standing in the snow, and without any hesitation, he turned around and walked towards them. Erguzi, let me hold your sister. Let's go to my house to warm up. Your sister has just recovered from a serious illness. If she gets cold again today, it's no joke. Wan Lauer took Xiaolan from Erguzi. Xiaolan's face was blue and purple from the cold. Her lips kept shivering, and her body was like an ice stick, which scared Wan Lauer. He quickly took off his cotton scarf and wrapped Xiaolan up. Wan Lauer walked in front holding Xiaolan. After a few steps, he found that Erguzi didn't catch up. He turned around and looked back. He saw Erguzi holding his arms and staring at the collapsed place motionlessly. Wan Lauer sighed, turned around again, and pulled Erguzi. Erguzi, did you hear me? Hurry up and follow your uncle. You can't help here. Do you want your mother to come out and see you freezing to death? Wan Lauer's voice was a little stern. Erguzi slowly looked up at Wan Lauer, but his legs and feet were frozen, and he couldn't walk at all. When Wan Lauer pulled him, he fell headfirst into the snow, which scared Wan Lauer. Hurry up. Erguzi is frozen. Wan Lauer couldn't pull Erguzi up by himself. He was holding Xiaolan in his arms. If he put Xiaolan in the snow at this time, Xiaolan's thin body would definitely get sick from the cold. The Yu family had suffered enough, and they had to encounter such a thing. It really proved the old saying that hemp ropes only break at the thinnest part. Bad luck only finds the unfortunate. And it rains all night when the roof leaks. Wan Lauer was full of sympathy for the Yu family, and secretly thought that he must help them. Not to mention that Erguzi and Wan Quan had the best relationship, even if it was because of Yu's help in Wan's shop in the past few months. He would try to study Yu's prescription, so as to fundamentally solve the living problems of the Yu family. But Wan Lauer's words were soon swallowed up in the wind and snow. No one noticed Erguzi's condition, but Erguzi was already a little unconscious due to the cold. Wan Lauer immediately squatted down and pulled Erguzi to his back, but he didn't dare to use too much force. If his arms were also frozen, then this pull would definitely break. After a lot of effort, Wan Lauer finally got Erguzi on his back. He held Xiaolan in front and Erguzi on his back, and went home with difficulty. The snow had already covered his calves, and it was very troublesome to walk from the end of the village to Wan Lao's house. Wan Lao was sweating all over. Pa! Pa! Wan Lao finally arrived at his door and knocked hard, making a loud noise. After the Wan family moved, the courtyard wall was no longer a fence, but was built with adobe, which was not common in the village, so it was very windproof. Wan Erseo, Wan Lao Thai, and Lu were at home with a few children. They were worried about Wan Lao. They kept stretching their necks to look at the door from time to time. When Wan Lao knocked on the door, Wan Erseo heard the sound. Mom, it seems someone is knocking on the door. I go and see. Wan Erseo quickly put on her cotton shoes and ran out. Ah! Child's father. What's wrong? Wan Erseo opened the door and saw Wan Lao's appearance. In front of him, Xiaolan was crying weakly, like a cat's cry, and Erguzi was still on his back. But Erguzi was obviously unconscious. It was all thanks to Wan Lao's one hand that he didn't slide off Wan Lao's back. Wife! Help quickly! Take this girl home to warm her up. Erguzi is frozen and needs to be treated quickly. Wan Erseo took Xiaolan in a panic, stepped aside to let Wan Lao go in quickly, and quickly took Erguzi into the house. When old lady Wan saw Erguzi's appearance, she immediately made room. Quick! Put the person here. Take off his clothes. Old fourth wife. Go outside and get a snowball in quickly. The frostbitten person can't be immediately treated with hot water. You need to wipe the body with snow. Otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Old lady Wan also heard from others. She herself had never encountered such a situation. After all, it's not as cold inside the pass as outside the pass. There are cases of people freezing to death, but not many. Lu responded, and hurried out to make a snowball. Wan Erseo also quickly put Xiaolan in her arms on the Kong, and Xiao Fubao crawled over when he saw Xiaolan and held Xiaolan's hand. Sister Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Why are your hands so cold? Are you sick again? I'd be fine if Fubao hugs you. After saying that, little Fubao stretched out her two short arms and hugged the thin Xiaolan into her small arms. Fubao's body was warm and soon warmed Xiaolan up. Xiaolan's face gradually returned to its normal color, no longer purple. Sister Fubao, thank you. I'm much better. Your home is so warm. If my home was so warm, my mother wouldn't die. I don't have a mother anymore. Woo woo. Xiaolan didn't know about Yu's situation. Seeing you being pressed by the house, she thought she was dead and cried very sadly. While Mrs. Wan was busy, she listened to the conversation between the two little girls. At this time, she looked up at Wan Lao with confusion in her eyes. Second brother? What happened? Didn't you just go back? How did this happen? Mom, when I was seeing the village chief off, Erguzi came running and said his house had collapsed and hit his mother. We rushed over to rescue them. But the two children were already in a bad condition because they were wearing too thin clothes and had been frozen in the snow for too long. The village chief quickly asked me to get the children back first. You doesn't know what's going on yet. But the neighbors have all gone to help, and they should be rescued soon. After hearing this, old lady Wan sighed heavily. You is such a miserable person. Where can we save her? Their family only has 2 broken huts, and now they have collapsed. They must be. There is no place to live. Many people left the village this time. The empty houses are not very good. The old houses we lived in before have also been bought by someone. More importantly, even if you is rescued, it is not certain how she will be. She must need someone to take care of her. Erguzi can't take care of his mother now. In my opinion, let you live in General Wan's house temporarily. This way, it will be convenient for our 2 families to take care of her. Moreover, General Wan gave us the title deed of the house. We also have the right to dispose of the house. We can't just stand by and watch her die. After listening to what Grandma Wan said, Wan Lao also had some thoughts in his mind. He looked at Erguzi again and saw that although his breathing was weak, he was finally out of danger. Chapter 253. He was rescued. Mother, I will go to the village chief and tell him to send a person directly to General Wan's house. The child's mother can also help take care of him. I think the snow will continue to blow for a while. Okay. You go quickly. I think Erguzi is fine. I will give him some warm water later. As long as his body warms up slowly, it will be fine. Wan Lao nodded and was about to run out, but was grabbed by Wan Er's wife. Wait. When Yujia went back, she was not wearing thick clothes. If you dig her out, she will still be frozen to death. I will get her one of my cotton-padded clothes. You take it, and put it on her when she is rescued. After saying this, Wan Er's wife turned around and went back to her room. Not long after, she took out a gray cotton-padded coat, although it was made of fine cotton cloth. Wan Er's wife used the ugliest color to resist dirt. Wan Lauer took it, turned around and strode away without saying anything. At this time, Yu's house was in a mess. Yu had been half exposed, but her eyes were closed. Her face was as pale as the snow outside, and her breathing was already very weak. At this time, the shabby thatched house next door also collapsed with a loud bang, scaring the villagers, who were busy working, and making them break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the direction of the collapse was towards the back of the house. It should be that the adobe wall behind the house had been in disrepair for a long time. After being soaked by snow water, it could not withstand the pressure of the snow on top and collapsed directly. Yu was in a coma and had no idea what was happening outside. When Wan Lauer rushed over, Yu was just dug out of the snow nest. Wan Lauer immediately stepped forward and covered Yu with Wan Erseo's clothes. Because of the difference between men and women, Wan Lauer just covered Yu with clothes and pulled away. But if Yu was not taken back for treatment quickly, she would die soon. What's more, her legs seemed to be broken and the bones were exposed. The blood flowing from the wound had already frozen into blood clots. Village chief, my mother said that you should be sent to General Wan's house. When they left, they handed the house over to our family. The house is empty anyway, and it's still brand new. It would be a pity if no one lives there. My mother said that if you is settled next door to my house, we can take better care of her. Jinyo was worried. Even if he was rescued, she would have no house to live in. Now there are more than a dozen houses vacant in the village. But those houses are not new. Just better than Yu's house. But now the snow has been falling non-stop. Jinyo is afraid that if Yu is settled there casually, she may suffer secondary injuries again. So it must be handled properly. Really? Auntie, are you really willing to let Yu live in General Wan's house? This really solves a big problem for the village. I will thank you later. Jinyo finally felt relieved and immediately asked people to carry Yu to Wan Jinshu's house. Old Lady Wan had already settled Erguzi and gave him a bowl of ginger sugar water. Seeing Erguzi's face turn redder, she told second sister Wan, second sister-in-law, you and your fourth brother and sister-in-law quickly take the key to Imor's house next door and heat up the Kong. They will carry you over later. And it will definitely be a hassle. It's so cold. And it must be bad to dig someone out of the snow. You two go and prepare everything first. And I go there later. Old Lady One was worried about her family. But she was also worried about Yu's. After all, it was a group of men who rescued you. Due to the strict rules between men and women, they probably just rescued her and found a place to settle her. And they couldn't do too much. Second sister Wan and Lu's sisters-in-law were young, and they had no experience in some things. So old lady Wan decided to go there in person. Second sister Wan and Lu hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of lunch. Then each wrapped in a big cotton jacket and went to Wan Jinshu's house next door. Wan Jinshu was called back by the imperial edict, and he left in a hurry. Besides, there was everything in the capital, so they only took some personal belongings with them, and left many large pieces of furniture behind. Wan Erseo and Lu Shi entered Wan Jinshu's house, and they didn't need to clean up much. Zhao Shi was usually a clean person, and the house was tidy every day. She didn't mess up the things in the house when she left. Second sister-in-law, I don't think there's much need to clean up here. I go make ginger soup first, and you heat up the Kong first. I guess sister you will be sent here soon. I think there's nothing missing in this house, so there's no need to buy anything else. Wan Erseo nodded, and the two sisters-in-law divided the work and cooperated. There was a shed of dry firewood in the shed in the yard, which was chopped by Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingchen when he was free, and it was neatly stacked. A pile of dry firewood was taller than Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo reached out and picked up a few chopped dry firewood next to the pile of firewood and went into the kitchen. Since the Zhao family had left, the house was empty and it was snowing heavily, so the house was deserted. Wan Erseo couldn't help shivering and quickly rubbed her hands to light the firewood. The Kangs in the house are connected through the flue in the kitchen. As long as there is a fire in the kitchen, the Kangs in the house will slowly heat up. There is also a faster way to heat the Kong directly. However, because Lu was going to make ginger soup. Juan Urseo did not bother to heat the Kong directly in the kitchen, and the two of them could talk and relieve their boredom. When the Kong here was a little warm, the gate of the yard was slapped. Lu quickly put down the work in her hands, wiped her hands on her apron, and ran out to open the door. Is the room ready? Hurry. The person is dying. Jinyo was in the front and asked anxiously when he saw Lu. Lu glanced at Yu, who was carried by several men. There was no blood on her face, and she seemed to be stiff. There was a piece of white bone on her leg, and there was a layer of ice blood on the tattered clothes on her leg. It looked extremely scary. Lu was frightened and stood there for a while. It was still Wan Lauer who called out again, fourth brother's wife. Is the room ready? Oh. Ready. Ready. Come with me. Lu came to her senses and quickly led a group of people to the west wing. The west wing was next to the kitchen, and the Kong was the fastest to heat up. Moreover, the west wing was 1 year's room, and the things inside were all for the daughters, so you could also use them. Several people hurriedly carried you onto the Kong, which was covered with a Kong mat and a mattress. Lu took off her shoes and went to the Kong to help. She took a new quilt from the head of the Kong and covered Yu's body. Lu accidentally touched Yu's body and made her shiver with cold. Mother! Is this person still alive? This body is so cold. Can it be saved? Lu couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her heart. But she didn't say it out loud. But her face looked a little bad. After sending the person away, the men left immediately. Only Jinyo hadn't left yet. He and Wan Lauer went into the main room of the upper room. Chapter 254. Erguzi is grateful. Jin Ju. I trouble your family here. I go to the home of Doctor Hu in our village first. Although his medical skills are not very good, he is pretty good at setting bones. I think Yu's leg must be treated quickly. We border guards have a set of methods to treat frostbite. Go to my house and invite my mother. She may be able to help a little. Wan Lauer dared not say no. At this critical moment, all he had to do was save the person. After sitting in the hall for a while, the two went their separate ways. Jin Yo went to invite Doctor Hu. Doctor Hu was not young anymore, so he might have to be carried on his back. Wan Lauer went to the village chief's house to invite the village chief's mother, Wu, to help you treat frostbite. Old lady one had been paying attention to the outside. Those people carrying you would definitely pass by her house. When she saw the crowd passing by, she quickly said to Wan Shi, you stay at home to look after the brothers and sisters. I go next door. I know. Grandma. Don't worry. Old lady one put on her big clothes and went out. When she came to the next door, she saw Lu and Wan Urseo were wiping Yu's body with snow. Old lady one observed for a while, and saw that they were doing it well. So she didn't intervene. After Yu's breath finally eased a little, old lady one said to Lu, fourth daughter-in-law, you hurry back to look after the children. I'm worried. Although Erguzi is fine, there are still a few little ones at home. I'm afraid they don't know the consequences and run out to play in the snow. Okay. Mother. I go back first. Lu was also worried about her son being looked after by a few little ones. If he got cold, she would be heartbroken. Old lady one nodded, and Lu hurried back. There were only Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Wan's second wife in the room. Second wife. Hurry up and give her the ginger soup. Hey. Mrs. Wan's second wife responded, and picked up the bowl on the table, and scooped a spoonful of soup to Yu's lips. But Mrs. Wan's second wife fed 2 spoonfuls, but not a drop went in. And she was a little anxious. Mother. This can't be fed in. Is this person hopeless? Mrs. Wan's second wife clearly felt Yu's weak breathing, but she just didn't open her mouth, which made Mrs. Wan's second wife anxious. Give it to me. Mrs. Wan sat on the Kong with one leg hanging down, and reached out to take the porcelain bowl from Mrs. Wan's second wife. Mrs. Wan scooped a spoonful of soup and put it on Yu's lips, and said to Mrs. Wan's second wife, open her mouth. Mrs. Wan's second wife quickly supported Yu's neck with one hand, pinched Yu's 2 cheeks with the other hand, and squeezed her mouth open a crack. Old lady one saw the right moment, and immediately poured the soup into her mouth. That's enough. Close it quickly. Lift her chin up, and let her swallow it. Sister one followed old lady one's instructions, and saw Yu's throat rolling. She was overjoyed. Mother. She swallowed it. Let's do it again. Sister one squeezed Yu's mouth open again, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together to quickly pour a bowl of ginger soup into Yu's mouth. That's enough. Get a few more quilts to cover her, and heat up the Kong. When she sweats, she will be almost saved. Sister Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Old Lady Wan and Jinyo carried Wu and Doctor Hu over at the same time. Seeing that Yu was treated well, Wu felt relieved. Sister, your method works. It's better than our old method. It can make you sweat and prevent you from getting a cold. But poor families don't have such good conditions. This quilt looks warm. Wu touched the quilt that Yu was wearing with envy. The quilt in her family was not warm at all, and was hard. It should have been replaced with a new one. It had been used for decades, and the cotton inside had turned black. Old Mrs. Wan smiled, and said a few humble words. And the two looked at Doctor Hu at the same time. Doctor Hu was lifting the quilt to look at Yu's leg. TSK. How did this leg get injured like this? This will take some time. When Doctor Hu came, Jinyo told him about Yu's situation. And Doctor Hu was well prepared. He asked Wan Erseo to help from time to time. And old Mrs. Wan occasionally lent a hand. It took nearly an hour to treat Yu's leg injury. A thin layer of sweat had already appeared on Doctor Hu's forehead. Okay. It depends on her luck. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If it is well cared for, it may recover. If it is not well cared for, it will become a cripple in the future. Just as Doctor Hu finished speaking, a figure rushed in. Mother! What's wrong with you? Mother? Erguzi was not well yet. He heard about Yu's situation from Lu and rushed over. Erguzi, why are you here? Why are you disobedient? Kid? Your mother is fine. She just hurt her leg. I will count on you to take care of your mother in the future. If you don't take care of yourself, who will your mother and your sister rely on in the future? Grandma Wan wanted to reprimand Erguzi, but she thought that the boy was also very filial and couldn't let go of his mother. So she just said a few words. Erguzi knelt down directly in front of Grandma Wan, and then kowtowed. Grandma, thank you. I know it was your family who saved me and my mother. I, Erguzi, will repay your kindness in my whole life. Don't worry. I'm fine now. I will take good care of my mother. This house is considered as our family's rental. Please don't chase us away. When the spring comes next year, I will go out to earn money to build a house. Grandma Wan hurried to pull Erguzi. The child was only wearing a single piece of clothing, and was frighteningly thin. He was 13 years old. But he didn't look as tall as Wan. Child, get up quickly. The ground is cold. This house was originally transferred to my family by your uncle Jin Shu and his family. They went back to the capital and will never come back. This house is empty anyway. You can live here, no matter what rent you pay. You should take good care of the things and take good care of your mother and your sister. Erguzi was pulled up by Grandma Wan. He was already in tears. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red. And he sobbed softly. Grandma, thank you. Your family are all good people. I will definitely repay you. Grandma Wan touched Erguzi's dry and yellow hair, feeling a little sad. Children from poor families have to take care of themselves early. The Yu family will rely on Erguzi alone in the future. It's a pity that this child has not yet grown up and has to bear the burden of supporting the family. Okay. Grandma knows. You can stay here without worry. We will go back first. Grandma will pay your mother's medical expenses. We will talk about it after your mother wakes up. Yes. Thank you, Grandma. Erguzi sent the person out crying, and then returned to the house to look after you. Chapter 255. A man returns on a snowy night. Mother, do you think you can survive? Wan Erseo asked with some concern. Yes. She won't be defeated easily. A poor person who can survive must have a strong will. Besides, Yu has 2 children. How can she bear to die? Send Xiaolan to her later, and let Xiaolan talk to her mother more. You will also be strong when she hears the voices of the 2 children. Okay. I take Xiaolan over later. But it's freezing cold. Their food must have been buried by the house. What will they eat? Don't worry about that. General Wan's food is still there. Lend it to them first and wait until next spring. As long as people are alive, there is hope. I think Erguzi is a good child. He is filial and grateful. He will definitely have a bright future. Let's help him if we can. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law talked and returned to their home. Wan Erseo wanted to send Xiaolan over, but was stopped by her daughter. Mother, can you let Xiaolan live with me? She is so pitiful. You see, she doesn't even have thick clothes to wear. She is so cold. I don't want Xiaolan to leave. She will freeze to death. Juan Urseo glanced at Xiaolin and saw that her big eyes were full of fear. It was obvious that the girl had not recovered from the fear just now. If she was sent to Yushur now, Erguzi would have to take care of Yushur and Xiaolin alone. And he would definitely not be able to take care of them. Juan Urseo thought for a while and said, "Okay. Then let Xiaolin stay in our house, and keep my daughter company. Then are you willing to give one of your clothes to Xiaolin?" "Yes. Yes." Xiao Fubao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, with a trace of anxiety on his face, wishing he could run back to the house to get the clothes. Juan Urseo touched the tops of the two little girls' heads and went to her room. She not only found a set of Xiao Fubao clothes, but also a set of old clothes from Wan Wen's past. Although they were old clothes, they were hundreds of times better than the clothes on Erguzi. At least, they were cotton clothes that could resist the cold. For people at the border, if they had a set of cotton clothes and trousers, they were considered rich. In those days, cloth was a luxury for poor families, not to mention cotton clothes and trousers. Juan Urseo came out with clothes and gave one to Lu, fourth sister-in-law. Help Xiaolin change into this set of clothes. I give this set of Wanwen's old clothes to Erguzi. Wanwen has been away for several years. He can't wear these clothes when he comes back. It's a pity to leave them. It's better to give them to Erguzi to save his life. Second sister-in-law is right. Go quickly. Leave the family to me. Second sister-in-law Wan came to the next door again and saw Erguzi heating the Kong. The room was much warmer than before. She glanced at you again and saw that her forehead had begun to sweat. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Erguzi, this is your brother Wanwen's clothes. If you don't mind, take it and wear it. I think your body should be just right. Erguzi quickly wiped his hands on his clothes, with a grateful look on his face, and a hint of envy and desire. He carefully took the clothes with both hands, looked at them again, and then looked up at second sister-in-law Wan with tears in his eyes. Auntie, thank you. I have never worn such nice clothes. I will always remember your kindness to our family. Okay. You are too polite. By the way, your sister is too young. I am afraid you can't take good care of her. She will stay at my house to accompany Xiao Fubao for a few days. It happens that there is no place to go out to play on this snowy day. Let them play at home. How can I do this? I can't always trouble my aunt's family. I'd better take my sister back. She is young and can't help much. She also needs to eat. This? Well, don't worry about it. It's winter now. Who would go out to work? Who needs a little girl to help? How much food can she eat? As for you and your mother, your house collapsed, and you didn't get any food out. Even if you get it out now, it will probably be soaked. I have discussed with your grandmother that General Wan didn't take any food with him when he left. You should eat it first and find a way to pay it back next spring. Although they left in a hurry and left everything to our family, we can't take advantage of them. Right? No matter how much the food is worth, how much the house is worth, we will turn it into silver and send it to them. Juan Urseo said everything in advance so that she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly later. She still understood the principle of helping in emergencies, but not helping the poor. Auntie, don't worry. I know everything. I will find a job in the spring and try to make more money. Okay. Then you should close the doors and windows at night. Although the border is better than before, there are still many people who can't eat, and they will inevitably have other thoughts. If you encounter anything, just shout loudly. We live next door, and there is a wall between us, so we can hear you. Oh, okay. After returning home from next door, Juan Urseo repeated what she had just said to Old Lady Wan. Old Lady Wan nodded, thinking that what Juan Urseo said was right, and that everything should be made clear first. As the saying goes, a little kindness is a big resentment. If you meet someone who doesn't know how to be grateful, it is really easy to become an ungrateful person. However, Old Lady Wan felt that Ergo's family was not that kind of people. After all, the two families had dealt with each other more than once or twice. After lunch, the whole family crowded in the upper room. Juan Urseo took the two little girls and Wan Lao Er back to her room, while Old Lady Wan and Lu took a few grandchildren to rest on the Kong in Old Lady Wan's room. Due to the sudden heavy snow, the village, which was not very lively to begin with, became even quieter. At this time, Jinyo was organizing patrol teams to patrol the whole village. If they saw someone's roof with too much snow, they would help to sweep the snow together. However, there was no news of the collapse of someone's house. The wind and snow of the day gradually weakened until the evening. At this time, a figure appeared outside the village. The boy led a horse and walked with some difficulty, mainly because the horse refused to move. Wan Qingmo walked very slowly, but he finally saw the entrance of Shitsi village before dark. He rode a horse this morning and finally arrived at the border of Jinwu town. But the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and he had no choice but to lead the horse and walk slowly. Fortunately, he could reach the village before dark, seeing that the village was also covered with white snow, and people came out to sweep the snow from time to time. Wan Qingmo couldn't help but smile. It seems that this year's border is another year of good weather and good harvests. The people should not be hungry next year, no matter how much he pays. He will keep Xiao Fubao and Daki, and he has sent people to inquire about the situation in Yu State. He must know himself and the enemy to keep Xiao Fubao. Chapter 256 Little Fubao, Who Loves Meat. The Wan family had already eaten dinner, but they hadn't rested yet. Wan Erseo and Lu had just returned from the next yard. They went to see you again. You had woken up, but the pain from her wound made her look very bad. In addition, she was weak to begin with. It was conceivable that she would need to rest for a long time if she wanted to walk. Dong dong. Dong dong. The door of the Wan family was knocked. The wind and snow had stopped suddenly. At this time, every household in Shitsi village was staying at home to keep warm. The whole village was quiet, and the knocking sound was particularly clear. Mom, someone is knocking on the door. I go check. Wan Lauer put on his shoes and ran out. Amour? Why is it you? Come in quickly. You must be frozen. Wan Lauer was overjoyed to see Wan Qingmo. Originally, Wan Jinshu didn't say goodbye in person when he left, and he felt a little lost and reluctant. Now that he saw Wan Qingmo, that feeling in his heart suddenly dissipated. Mom, it's Amour. Amour is back. Wan Lauer shouted happily to the upper room. The people in the house were also looking out, and when they heard Wan Lauer's voice, several women came out happily to greet him. Wan Qingmo was wearing a straw raincoat, a fur hat on his head, and a pair of leather boots on his feet. But he was only wearing a padded jacket, and his palms were sweaty at this time. Amour, why are you back? Have you eaten? Grandma asked your aunt to cook for you. Come in and warm up, Old Lady Wan said, pulling Wan Qingmo's arm and walked into the house. She saw that Wan Qingmo was much calmer than Wan Lauer, but the excitement in her heart made the old lady's hands tremble a little. Now that the familiar people are gone, she suddenly saw a young man she always liked coming back, and all her thoughts about her hometown and her heart were transferred to Wan Qingmo. This is the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Wan Qingmo's raincoat was hung up by Wan Erseo, who also carefully used a dry cloth to help wipe the water stains on it and dry the fur hat that Wan Qingmo had taken off. Wan Qingmo was dragged to sit on the Kong by Old Lady Wan. When little Fubao saw Wan Qingmo, he rushed over like a small cannonball and threw himself into Wan Qingmo's arms, giggling. Big brother, Fubao has not seen you all the time. Where have you been? Fubao misses Big brother so much. Wan Qingmo lifted little Fubao up, with a smile on his face and eyes. Seeing little Fubao blinking his big eyes and giggling because of being lifted up, Wan Qingmo was also infected by the little girl's joy and laughed heartily. My little Fubao has grown up a little bit. When you grow up a little bit more, I will take you to Beijing to play. Okay? Wan Qingmo knew that little Fubao was a little heavier than before when he lifted her up. Looking at her chubby face, he knew that this girl had eaten a lot of meat recently. She has grown a little taller, and is much taller than her peers. Okay, big brother. What is there in Beijing? Are there to buy and shout to? Of course. There are everything in Beijing. As long as our Fubao wants, Big brother can buy it for you. There are also many fun things that Fubao has never seen. Delicious food, beautiful clothes, and hair flowers. Wan Qingmo talked about all the things that the little girl was interested in. But little Fubao's focus was on food. Wow, there are delicious things. Is there any delicious braised pork like the one made by third aunt? Fubao likes the braised pork made by third aunt the most. Fubao can eat such a big bowl. The little girl exaggeratedly made a big circle with her arms. Her little face was puffy, and her eyes were watery, which made everyone laugh. This greedy girl is not interested in anything, but likes to eat. She can't live without meat. As long as there is meat on the table, you don't need to call her. She will sit at the table when she smells the smell, holding her small wooden bowl and waiting for the meal. Although Mrs. Wan was teasing little Fubao, her eyes were full of love and affection. Wan Qingmo scratched the tip of Xiao Fubao's nose, lowered his head, and smiled, of course. But it may not be as delicious as your third aunt's. Your third aunt's cooking skills are not comparable to those of ordinary people. You little greedy cat. When the time comes, bring your third aunt and your family to the capital. Okay? Yes. Big brother must remember it. Wan Qingmo interacted with Xiao Fubao for a few more words. And Xiao Fubao ran to play with Xiaolan. And more. Do you know about the court's amnesty? Well, I have heard about it. But I have been busy and have not come back. I heard that many people in our village have found connections to leave. Right? Isn't it? Now everyone is free. And those who are used to a good life are going back to the capital in a hurry. Right? If you stay here, you can only wait to starve to death. Old Lady One had seen those people. They were truly pampered. Like Xiao. They could not lift anything. Those who survived starvation had experienced some unknown things. Old Lady One was too lazy to care about their affairs. And more. Have you gone home? I did. But I didn't see my parents. I saw a child and a woman. They looked familiar. They should be from our village. I came to ask Grandma if my parents also went back to the capital. Wan Qingmo just went back home. But he didn't see Wan Jinshu and Zhao. Nor did he see his brothers and sisters. Only he was lying sickly on the Kong in the wing room. And there was a half-grown child taking care of her. He felt that she looked familiar. So he came to ask Old Lady One. Speaking of this, Grandma still feels a little regretful. On the day your third aunt gave birth, we went to the cheetah sect for a banquet. As soon as we left, the imperial edict came. I heard from the village chief that your father was reinstated, and the house and confiscated property in the capital were returned to your family. Those people took your family back to the capital at that time. I heard that there was a war in the north, and there was no general. I guess your father was asked to lead the troops. After saying this, Grandma Wan hurriedly said to the second son of Wan, Second son, hurry up and take out the letter left by General Wan and show it to Imor. The second son of Wan hurriedly went to the house to find the letter. And Grandma Wan told him about you's matter. I thought there was no one living in your house. So I settled you in your house. Now that you are back, why don't I take you to my house first? Wan Qingmo immediately shook his head and said, It's okay, Grandma. I may also set off to return to Beijing. But before I leave, I may have to stay in the village for a while. I will stay at your house first. After the snow is over, I will go to catch up with my parents. Grandma Wan smiled and said, That's good. We can stay together for a while. And it also makes up for my regret that I didn't have time to send your parents off. Wan Lauer took the letter and handed it to Wan Qingmo. Wan Qingmo opened the letter, glanced at it for a few times, and folded it again. My father told me to leave as soon as I got the news, and they would wait for me on the road. However, it is snowing heavily at the border now, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to travel. So there is no need to rush. Wan Qingmo would definitely travel much faster than their large group. Wan Qingmo still has some things to do before leaving, so he may have to stay for a few more days before leaving. Chapter 257 Snow Sweeping. Originally, Wan Qingmo did not plan to serve the court again. But now, he heard that the new emperor was not a member of the crown prince's party. And it seemed that the fourth prince had ascended the throne. The fourth prince had always been Wan Qingmo's favorite successor. But it was a pity that he had not seen the fourth prince ascend the throne before his family was exiled. Fortunately, God did not destroy the Qi, and still let the fourth prince, a man of both virtue and talent, ascend the throne. Now Wan Qingmo's thoughts are still a little confused. He knows that this time he returns to Beijing. He may never return to the border, but he still has very important things to do. He can't help but look at Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao is playing a small wooden horse with Xiaolan at this time. It was carved by Wan Laos and for Xiao Fubao. And it is lifelike. And more. I asked your aunt to get you some food. After you eat, take a rest. It's so cold. Everyone is hibernating. And business is probably not going well. Can you stay at home and accompany Grandma for a few days? Grandma Wan was reluctant to let Wan Qingmo leave. After all, it was Wan Qingmo who protected their family all the way, whether in Grandma Wan's heart or in the hearts of the Wan family. Wan Qingmo has become everyone's psychological support. As long as Wan Qingmo is there, whether at home or not, as long as he is still at the border, the Wan family will have a sense of psychological security. Now that even Wan Qingmo is leaving, Grandma Wan's mood is a bit complicated. Thank you, Grandma. Don't worry, I will stay at home to accompany you these days. It's not suitable to travel on snowy days. I'm not in a hurry. The smile on Grandma Wan's face finally became a little relaxed. Wan Xingmo had dinner, talked with Grandma Wan and others for a while, and then went to sleep in the room of Wan Laoda. Now that Wan Laoda has separated from his family, Wan Laoda's house is gone and has become a guest room. Wan Xingmo was lying on the warm kong, but he was not sleepy at all. He had been training the team these days and had not closed his eyes for 2 days and 1 night. But at this moment, he was not sleepy at all. Thinking of leaving the border, he felt a little reluctant. He felt the affection from the Wan family, which was different from the affection from his parents, which made him feel very comfortable and moved. What Wan Xingmo couldn't let go of the most now was that after he left, if someone came to trouble the Wan old lady's family, he would not be able to protect them. So before leaving, he had to make good arrangements. This might be the last thing he could do for the Wan family. The next morning, Wan Xingmo woke up. The old lady Wan was old and less sleepy, so she woke up early, but it was too cold outside. She sat on the kong with her clothes on, looking at the sky outside with her eyes open because of the white snow. Old lady Wan was reminiscing about her life in Yonglu village, and she was thinking about going back. At this time, she heard a noise coming from the yard, as if someone was shoveling snow. Old lady Wan thought it was old man Wan who got up to work, so she didn't care. She fumbled to put on her clothes and got off the kong. Amor? Why is it you? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Don't work. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Let your second uncle sweep the yard later. Don't get involved. As soon as old lady Wan opened the door, she saw Wan Xingmo shoveling snow, and quickly stopped him. Wan Xingmo had just shoveled a few times when he was discovered by Grandma Wan. He looked up at Grandma Wan and smiled. Grandma, I can't sleep. I'm used to getting up early. I'm not cold. I get up early every morning to practice swordsmanship. Today I treat it as practicing kung fu. You should go in and rest. It's cold outside. I go up to the roof and shovel the snow from both our houses. Although our 2 houses are new, they can't withstand the snow. Grandma Wan felt that what Wan Xingmo said was right, but she felt sorry for the child from the bottom of her heart. He went to the battlefield at a young age and took his own life. He was born to defend the people of Dachi, but was exiled by the tyrant and suffered a lot. Now there is no one in the court. Another imperial edict came down, asking this child to continue to fight on the battlefield. Old lady Wan was angry with the court. But how could she, a rural old lady, say anything? You can't do it alone. I ask your second uncle to help you. This requires a ladder. It was icy last night, and the roof must be very slippery. You have to be careful. As soon as old lady Wan finished speaking, she heard the door of the next room open, and Wan Lauer came out. Oh, Amor, you got up so early? I said I heard someone sweeping snow in the yard. It was you. Your aunt said I heard it wrong. Wan Lauer walked into the yard with a smile, and took the shovel from Wan Xingmo. Okay. Leave this to me. Go and have a rest. You finally come back. Have a good chat with your grandma. Your aunt will prepare breakfast later. Let's have a hot breakfast together. Uncle Wan Air, the yard is in your hands. I cleaned the snow off the roof. Wan Xingmo glanced at the tools in the yard, picked up a broom, and before Grandma Wan and Second Wan could speak, he had already jumped into the air. When Grandma Wan and Second Wan reacted, Wan Xingmo was already standing on the roof, swinging the broom tightly in his hand. Large pieces of snow fell from the roof, and soon the snow on the roof of the main room was cleaned up. Grandma Wan and Second Wan were stunned. Although they had seen Wan Xingmo's skills many times, they were always amazing every time. However, Grandma Wan was still worried, afraid that Wan Xingmo would fall off the roof. For ordinary people, it was very cautious and difficult to go up the roof. But Wan Xingmo seemed to be walking on flat ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the snow on the roofs of the Wan family was swept away, revealing the dark brown thatch inside. Wan Xingmo flew to the roof of his house next door and started to clean the snow. He accidentally saw a small figure in the yard, which was Erguzi, who was cleaning the snow. Erguzi, like his sister Xiaoan, looked 2 years younger than his peers due to long-term malnutrition and was very thin. At this time, Erguzi was bending over and cleaning the snow with great effort. He was still wearing his old clothes from yesterday, because cleaning the snow required a lot of effort and would definitely make him sweat. Erguzi was reluctant to part with the clothes that Wan Erseo gave him. so he planned to wear them after finishing the work, so that they would not get dirty. Erguzi also saw Wan Qingmo on the roof at this time. Erguzi was startled and ran back with a shout. But he soon realized that it seemed to be the big brother who came yesterday. The little general. His idol that Wan Quan often talked about. It turned out that this little general was so powerful that he could fly over the eaves and walls. Erguzi was no longer afraid. He walked out with excitement and admiration in his eyes, and enviously watched Wan Qingmo on the roof picking up snow with his hands. Erguzi looked at Wan Qingmo as if he were a god. At this moment, a surge of blood rose from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Wan Quan always said how powerful General Wan was, and how invincible he was. He didn't believe it at first, but now he believes it. He thinks what Wan Quan said is not exaggerated enough. The weak have the psychology of admiring the strong, let alone people like Erguzi, who have lived in the mud since childhood. The appearance of Wan Qingmo seems to have injected a ray of light into his life, which suddenly gave him a direction to move forward. Erguzi knelt down in front of Wan Qingmo in a daze. His thin body knelt in the snow nest, looking so thin and helpless. After Wan Qingmo swept the snow on the roof, he saw a figure kneeling in the yard. He thought something happened to Erguzi, so he quickly flew down and landed directly in front of Erguzi. Erguzi looked up and saw the movements of Wan Qingmo when he flew down. In his little heart, Wan Qingmo's figure and the scene of the gods descending to the earth completely overlapped. He couldn't tell for a moment whether the person standing in front of him was a man or a god. Chapter 258. Wan Qingmo delivers a letter. Kid, are you feeling unwell? Wan Qingmo looked at Erguzi, whose face was red from the cold, and asked him condescendingly. Then he bent down and pulled Erguzi up from the ground. The moment he touched Erguzi, Wan Qingmo was shocked. This kid is really cold. Could he be frozen? When he was guarding the border in the northeast, some of his soldiers were frozen to death. He knew how lethal extremely bad weather was to people. Erguzi was pulled up from the ground by Wan Qingmo, with an excited smile on his face, and kept looking at Wan Qingmo. Just like a believer who saw the real God, he burned incense and worshipped every day. Are you General Wan? Erguzi finally mustered up the courage to ask. Wan Qingmo lowered his eyes and looked at Erguzi in front of him, but he didn't have any impression in his mind. He just felt that he looked familiar. He was probably a child from the same village, who often played with the children of the Wan family. But he still nodded. Yes, my name is Wan Qingmo. They all call me Brother Imo. You can also call me Brother Imo. You can answer my question now. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Erguzi shook his head quickly and said excitedly, No, I am not feeling uncomfortable. I am just too happy. I finally saw the god of war. Wan Quan said you are the god of war of Ardachi. Can I also call you Brother Imo like Wan Quan? Wan Qingmo saw the long-lost admiration in Erguzi's eyes, although it was the admiration in the eyes of an underage child. But Wan Qingmo, who was far away from the battlefield, was still a little moved. This was the purest admiration from the heart. Of course, but you need to go back and put on more clothes to keep warm. Otherwise you will be frozen to death. Wan Qingmo raised his foot to leave after speaking, but heard a puff behind him. He turned his head quickly to see, but found that it was Erguzi who knelt in the snow again. Brother Imo, I heard that General Wan has been called back by the Emperor to fight. I know you will definitely go back too. Can you take me with you? Wan Quan has joined the army. I want to go too. I want to find him. Wan Qingmo knew about Wan Quan, but he was not nearby at the time, and did not stop him in time. However, he should not have arrived at the northeast battlefield yet. If he rode faster, he might be able to catch up and keep Wan Quan under his command as a soldier to teach him first. Wan Qingmo picked up Erguzi from the ground again and helped him knock off the snow foam on his body. You are still too young to go to the battlefield. Wait 2 years later. If the enemy army invades Dachi again, it will not be too late for you to join the army. Besides, your mother and your sister still need someone to take care of them. Right? Once you go to the battlefield, your life will not be decided by you. Do you think your mother will let you go? Wan Qingmo seemed to have some impression. This half-grown boy seemed to live in the family at the end of the village. He often played with Wan Quan. His sister was Xiaolan. Wan Qingmo was more patient with Erguzi and persuaded him a few words. But Erguzi didn't appreciate it. He was determined to go to the battlefield. Brother Imo, don't worry. I will convince my mother to agree. I hope Brother Imo will take me to find Wan Quan. I also want to be a powerful person like Brother Imo. and become a respected person. Erguzi already had a plan in his mind. He knew that he would be paid when he joined the army. When the time comes, he will send all the military pay back to his mother for medical treatment. You go ask your mother first. Wan Xingmo left after leaving a word. Erguzi stared blankly at Wan Xingmo's back as he left. He was stunned for a moment. And then, he was ecstatic. Did Brother Mo agree to me? Brother Mo must have agreed to me. He also asked me to call him Brother Mo. He is the god of war. Erguzi couldn't care about being dazed anymore, and turned around and ran to the wing room. When Wan Xingmo returned to the Wan family's yard, old lady Wan quickly took him around. Emor, are you okay? Did you fall? I just saw you enter your yard. Is there something wrong? Old lady Wan watched Wan Xingmo jump down from the roof. She didn't know what happened and was a little worried. After all, you and Erguzi were still living in that room. Grandma, it's nothing. I just saw a child shoveling snow. I went down to ask about the situation. Don't worry. Old lady Wan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked at Wan Lauer and said, help Erguzi clean up the snow in the yard next door. He was frozen yesterday, and his frostbite must not have healed yet. Such a young child doesn't know how to take care of himself. His mother is still sick. Let's help if we can. I know. Mother, I go after dinner. Wan Erseo had already prepared breakfast, because Lu had to take care of the child. Wan Erseo didn't let her get up to help in the morning. She just asked her to take care of the child. The children had not gotten up yet, so the adults ate breakfast first and kept the rest warm on the stove, waiting for the children to get up later before eating. Wan Xingmo had breakfast and was about to help Wan Lauer shovel snow, but was stopped by Grandma Wan. Wan Xingmo had no choice but to say to Grandma Wan, Grandma, I may have to go out today. If I don't come back in the evening, don't leave me dinner. I will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. I have to deal with my business before I leave. Grandma Wan knew that Wan Xingmo was very busy, so she didn't say anything and just told him a few words before letting him go. Wan Xingmo left Shitzi village and went directly to the town. He found a shop selling pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Bought some paper, and wrote 2 letters with the ink and pen. One was to Wang Jiawei, the leader of the Cheetah sect, and the other was to Shen Qinghan, the leader of the Golden Axe gang. After writing the letter, he didn't stop for a moment and went to the nearest Golden Axe gang first. The Golden Axe gang was organizing everyone to shovel snow at this time. The yard was full of bustling scenes and very lively. Moreover, the Golden Axe gang will soon welcome the biggest happy event in history. That is, Shen Qinghan's wife is pregnant and will give birth in 2 months. The doctor said that it is likely to be a son, which makes Shen Qinghan very happy. His wife is already in her 30s this year, and she will become a grandmother in the border area. He did not expect that his wife could still give birth to a pearl, because Shen Qinghan's wife is about to give birth. The doctor asked her to walk more in the past 2 months. Now it is snowing heavily, and the yard is full of snow. How can Shen Qinghan let his wife walk in the yard? If she falls, he may really have no successor in this life. Wan Xingmo stood on the roof of the Golden Axe gang, looking at the people below, and the letter in his hand was like a dart piercing straight into the snow. It happened that someone was shoveling snow, and he saw it clearly. When he looked up at the roof in confusion, he found that there was no figure. However, he knew that this must be a way for someone to send a letter without revealing their identity. However, this person came and went without a trace, and sent the letter in without alerting anyone in the Golden Axe gang. It can be seen that this person should not be underestimated. He quickly lowered his head to pick up the letter in front of him and ran to the backyard. Wan Xingmo also sent a letter to the Cheetah sect in the same way. After that, he went to the only inn in the town, opened a room, asked the waiter to decorate the room slightly, and left a message for the waiter, saying that if anyone came to see him, he should take the person up directly. After Wan Xingmo finished his instructions, he went straight into the guest room and waited. Chapter 259 Meeting. At the same time, the 2 leaders of the Cheetah sect and the Golden Axe gang had received the letter sent by Wan Xingmo. The letter stated the location. If the 2 did not arrive at the agreed location at 3 p.m., their gangs would disappear from the border like other gangs. After reading the letter, Wang Jiawei and Shen Qinghan both thought of the gangs that had gradually disappeared from the border in the past 6 months. Could this person be the boss behind the scenes? Although the 2 lived in different locations, they both had the same reaction at this time and immediately got up and went. Shin Qinghan was close. So he went to the inn first, said the code left in the letter, and was taken to Wan Xingma's room by the waiter. Shin Qinghan stood at the door of the room and knocked a few times. A young man's cold voice came from inside. Come in. Shin Qinghan was a little surprised. In his cognition, if someone could do something behind the scenes, then this person must be a ruthless person. A middle-aged man? And it is impossible to be a young man. Could he have guessed wrong? Shin Qinghan had a lot of questions, but there was no answer. He couldn't wait to see who the other party was. So he pushed the door open immediately. But after the door was opened, there was a screen across the middle facing the main door. From the reflection on it, it can be seen that there is a figure behind the screen, sitting upright on the armchair behind. But from the figure, it can be felt that this person is not very old, and is indeed a teenager. Shin Qinghan is the leader of the Golden Axe gang after all. He is not afraid of these fake things. He walked to the screen and stood still, narrowing his eyes slightly. Before he knows the details of the other party, he will not act rashly. May I ask who you are? Why did you invite me here today? But there was no answer from behind the screen, and the room fell into silence for a while. Since Shin Qinghan became the leader of the Golden Axe gang, where has he ever been treated like this? He was a little annoyed. So he was ready to go around the screen to see the true face of the person behind him. But as soon as he raised his foot, a dagger flew past his cheek and nailed to the door panel behind him, almost cutting his cheek. Shin Qinghan was shocked. There shouldn't be many people with such skills in the border area. Right? Who is this guy? Boss Shin, I invite you to be my guest. I hope you have the consciousness of a guest. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. I will tell you when the leader of the cheetah sect comes. Please be patient. Shin Qinghan was surprised. This man even invited Wang Jiawei? Is he trying to wipe out our two gangs at once? Shin Qinghan felt a little aggrieved. He barely suppressed his anger and suspicion and walked to a table nearby and sat down. He was not afraid that the other party would attack him. The people he brought were waiting outside the inn, and this town was his territory now. What was he afraid of? Neither of them spoke again. The room was so quiet that the northwest wind whistling outside could be clearly heard. The two waited for a long time before they heard another person coming outside and talking. It was so cold that few people stayed in the inn. No one wanted to go out. Even pedestrians on the street could not be seen. The heavy snow blocked the door, and the business of the shops on the street was greatly affected. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Wan Xingma also said, "Come in." Wang Jiawei was stunned for a moment, then pushed the door in. The first thing he saw when he entered the door was a large screen. And then he saw Shin Qinghan. "Boss Shin? Why are you here too?" "Same as you." The two looked at the young man behind the screen at the same time. "Since both the clan leaders and the gang leaders are here, please sit down and have a cup of tea first." At this time, the waiter brought a pot of hot tea, put it on the small stove in the room to warm it, and then left. Shin Qinghan and Wang Jiawei gave way to each other and sat down opposite each other. "I invited you two here because I want to discuss something with you." Wang Jiawei felt that the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment, as if he had heard it somewhere before, while Shin Qinghan didn't remember it at all. "Please go ahead." Shin Qinghan looked at the screen and said calmly, "I think you two also know about the recent changes at the border, not to mention the various sects. Even the wolf is gone. Right? Could it be you who did it?" Wang Jiawei was shocked and suddenly looked at the figure behind the screen. "That's right. I originally wanted to unify the border and eliminate all the sects. But you are old friends of my friend. For my friend's sake, I plan to let you go. But my requirement is that you must change your career. Give up your current gang, and do business seriously. I know that your two gangs have not done many things that harm the world, and the source of your wealth is relatively clean. This is also one of the reasons why I keep you." After Wan Xingma finished speaking, Shin Qinghan was directly angry. He was originally a native of the border, with a tough personality and flamboyant behavior. He believed in fighting if he didn't obey. So far, no one dared to ask him what to do. "Fuck you. I worked so hard to win this territory, but you let me give it up with just one sentence. Do you really think you are the emperor? Even if you conquer those small sects, do you think you can subdue me? I think you are a dung beetle that has climbed into a stock plate, and you don't know your own weight." Shin Qinghan was so angry that he completely forgot about the thrilling knife that almost took his life. He was like an angry lion and almost overturned the table. Wang Jiawei was still rational and quickly grabbed Shin Qinghan. "Boss Shin, Calm down and see what he says. Wang also disagrees with disbanding the Cheetah sect. We have hundreds of brothers who rely on the Cheetah sect for their livelihood. If the Cheetah sect is disbanded, won't they be forced into a dead end? It is the coldest time of the year now. Our brothers don't have any land. You want them to starve? In summer, the wind can bring some dirt. But now there is nothing. Wang Qingmao had already thought of the other party's reaction, and knew that it would be difficult to convince them this time. Wang Qingmao's figure did not move at all. And his voice was calm, as if everything was under his control. Don't rush to reply. Sit down and listen to me first. If you think it is feasible, then do as I say. If you think it is not feasible, I guarantee that 50 of your people will disappear every day. I will do what I say. Shen Qinghan and Wang Jiawei also felt that this man was indeed bragging. There were at least thousands of people in their two gangs. If the two of them joined forces, they would be invincible in this border. They didn't believe that this arrogant boy was still so arrogant. Humph. You're not afraid of your tongue being blown away by the wind. And you little brat dares to brandish a knife and a stick in front of your elders. Shen Qinghan snorted coldly and sat down. He was willing to listen to what Wang Qingmao had to say. He was about to have a son, so it was better not to kill. The doctor said that he must have committed too many sins of killing, and that was why he had no descendants. Wang Jiawei also sat down slowly. He no longer had the mind to think about where he had seen this man before. He was wondering what the other party was going to do. Chapter 260 Missing People. Wang Qingmao continued to speak slowly, now that the new emperor has ascended the throne. He will not allow these forces on the border to survive. Within half a year, there will be earth-shaking changes here. Do you think the mayor hired by the Liu family is a vegetarian? At present, you are in a relationship of checks and balances. But are you sure you can fight against the court? I do this for your own good. If you were not my old friend, I would not have reminded you and let you make plans early. Now that I have said this, I will give you some suggestions. If you don't listen, I'm sorry for you. First, after you go back, you should dismiss your subordinates in batches. Give them money or work. In short, help them get through this winter. And in the spring of next year, the mayor will set aside a piece of land to build a new village for them to cultivate the land. Second, after you disband, don't go underground from the open. I tell you the truth. There are eyes watching you, and all your actions are under surveillance. Third, you can continue to expand your business. The mayor is willing to help you. Whether the business can be developed and the border economy can be strong depends on whether your plate is big enough. To put it bluntly, everyone is out for money. Without power, you can get more money. Isn't this what you want? After saying this, Wang Qingmao took a sip of tea and continued, Oh, I forgot to tell you that I was the one who set the fire in the Qingniu gang. If there was no fire, you would not be able to beat the Qingniu gang. I can come and go freely in the Qingniu gang. Do you think your gang is more unstoppable than the Qingniu gang? If so, then just fight me. I keep my word. I will make you disappear from this land. Even the king of hell dare not say no. Good boy. You are so arrogant. I will fight you today. What can you do to me? The Qingniu gang is not my opponent. You can destroy the Qingniu gang. Can you destroy me? I am waiting for you to destroy it. You want me to disband? Dream on. You bastard. You dare not even show your face. What cruel words do you say to others? Wait until you dare to show your face. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying this, Shen Qinghan slammed the table and left. When he opened the door, Wang Qingmao's voice came from behind again. Still calm, like a cold pond for thousands of years. It is really hard to tell the depth. 3 days later. At this time, if you think it over, come to me again. I will not send you away. Shen Qinghan didn't even look back, and walked out cursing. Wang Jiawei couldn't stay any longer at this time. He bowed and said, I don't know who you are, but our Cheetah sect has never done anything that harms the world. We just raise some brothers as thugs. After all, we often trade with barbarians. If we don't bring some thugs, some business may be robbed by the thugs. Thank you for your kindness. Wang will take his leave. Wang Jiawei turned around and left after he finished speaking. After no one was in the room, Wang Qingmao came out from behind the screen. There was no joy or anger on his face, and his eyes were as clear and calm as if the incident just now had never happened. He walked to the table, picked up the cup that Shen Qinghan had just drunk water from, held it in his hand, and said softly, Then I'm sorry. Considering that you saved Xiaofuba family, I promise to be gentle. The sky gradually darkened, and a black shadow flashed across the town, and a fast person could not see it in a blink of an eye. Wan Qingmo was still wearing his tight black jacket, leather boots, no hat on his head, no scarf on his face, but a long sword on his waist. The direction he was heading was Xinqinghan's Golden Axe Gang. The night was not so dark under the reflection of the snow, but the temperature outside was already more than 10 degrees below zero. There was no pedestrian on the street, and even no one in the Golden Axe Gang patrolled the night. They were all hiding on the Kong, drinking and playing finger-guessing games, and telling dirty jokes. These people were so happy, but they didn't know that danger was approaching. Wan Qingmo's shadow fell in the front yard of the Golden Axe Gang. Silently, he listened to the loud laughter coming from each room, and a cold smile flashed across his face. Then he moved and rushed towards the nearest room. Bang! With a noise, the door was kicked open. The people inside were still drinking. When they heard the noise, they all turned around and saw a black shadow flashing in front of them. Before they could scream, they felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, a pain in their necks, and then they fell unconscious. The next morning, Xinqinghan's bedroom door was slammed, accompanied by panic. Boss, it's bad. Something has happened. It's a big deal. Xinqinghan came back last night in a bad mood and drank a lot of wine. He was dizzy at this time. How could he get up? Xinqinghan was woken up by the shouting, and he was in a bad mood. He ran out with an axe. He wanted to chop the person who disturbed his sweet dream. Who the hell is crying at the door so early in the morning? It's really unlucky. I won't chop you to death. Xinqinghan was so angry that he opened the door and was about to chop down. But the other party dodged. Boss, it's bad. Something happened, and 50 of our brothers are missing. Xinqinghan's raised hand froze in the air, and the whole person couldn't help shivering. He thought he was cold because he came out without clothes, but he was extremely sensitive to this number. If he remembered correctly, the arrogant kid yesterday also mentioned this number, asking him to disappear 50 people every day. He couldn't help shivering again. Could it be that guy who did it? Impossible. No matter how good his kung fu is, he can't take away 50 people on the Golden Axe Gang's territory. How is this possible? Xinqinghan slowly put down the axe in his hand and talked to himself for a while. Then he quickly raised his head and stared at the person who came to report the news and asked, "Didn't you have people patrolling last night? Did anyone find anything unusual?" The person who came to report the news was the patrol. They were lazy last night. They were supposed to patrol once every half an hour. Because it was too cold last night, they only came out for an hour and a half to check. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, they quickly went back to the house. They didn't expect that someone would really make trouble for the Golden Axe Gang. After all, since the Green Ox Gang was destroyed, their Golden Axe Gang became the local emperor of the border. No one dared to confront them, so they relaxed their vigilance. In addition, after drinking, the house was warm as spring, and everyone fell asleep unconsciously. Chapter 261. A deal is made. Boss, it was too cold last night. The brothers drank a little and relaxed their vigilance. Besides, who would dare to attack our Golden Axe Gang within 100 miles? There is something strange about the disappearance of these 50 people. Fuck your mother's stinky feet. What can be strange? Come here. Tie up all the people who patrolled last night and teach them a lesson. You are embarrassed today. You may not even know that the boss has been kidnapped tomorrow. What do we need to feed you in the Golden Axe Gang? Xinqinghan kicked the person who reported the news into the snow. Immediately, someone came and pulled the person away. At the same time, the people of the Cheetah sect also found that 50 people were missing from the sect. They all disappeared last night without knowing it. After hearing this, Wang Jiwei spent the whole day thinking about the night patrol. Both gangs arranged 12-hour patrols. But even so, 50 people were still missing on the third morning. Xinqinghan and Wang Jiwei immediately communicated with each other, and found that each of them had lost 50 people. Now they had no choice but to take it seriously. On the fourth day, the two came to the inn at the same time to look for Wan Qingmo. Wan Qingmo was still sitting behind the screen and drinking tea slowly, just like the first time he met the two. When he saw the two people coming, he asked lightly, "Two gang leaders, have you figured it out or not? I don't have much time, and I don't have patience. If we can't come to a conclusion today, I can only level your two gangs. Although Shen Qinghan's face was ugly, as if he had swallowed a bunch of dead flies. The words he said made Wan Qingmo's mouth curl up slightly. I agree with your solution, but I have some conditions and some questions. If you answer them, I will go back and disband the Golden Axe gang immediately. Please tell me. Gang leader Shen. I will tell you everything I know. Shen Qinghan snorted coldly, sat down, and took a gulp of warm water. Then he looked at the shadow on the screen and asked, "Why do you want to flatten all the gangs? Are you from the court?" "I am from the Qi. Only the court has the right to control the power of the Qi. You can't. If you really like power, I have a good one. Suggestion: now that the country is being invaded by foreign enemies, you can join the army and show your skills on the battlefield. If you perform well, you may even become a general. Wouldn't that be more impressive? Isn't it better than your current nameless and scattered existence?" "Bah! The court is not worthy of me fighting for it. I have lived in the border for many years, and have seen many prisoners who were wrongly exiled. They all shouted that they were wronged and innocent. It can be seen that the court is not necessarily a good place to be. It is not as good as my freedom." Shen Bang's statement is not unreasonable. Since Shen, gang leader, you have no intention of seeking power, so just be a rich and idle person. I promise that no black-on-black business will happen in the trade market at the border in the future. This is my promise to you. And it is also a thank you gift for cooperating with me to disband your gang. What do you think?" Wang Jiawei has been silent, but after hearing this, he was somewhat tempted. The business they do is a business that is on the edge of a knife. If there is no black-on-black business, everyone trades fairly, and they don't have to keep so many thugs. But I can disband my brothers. But I want to keep. Some of them are guarding the house. Do you have any objection to this? Of course, every Fugue family is guarding the house. But if your servants are still the same as before, don't blame the county jail for taking your servants. The reason why Wan Qingmo wanted to pacify the Cheetah sect and the Golden Axe gang before leaving was to do the final cleanup work to eliminate the mixed forces at the border. After that, people from the court would move in, and the life and public security at the border would be greatly improved. This was also the last thing he did for the Wan family. After the two major gangs of the Cheetah sect and the Golden Axe gang were gone, other small gangs were conquered by Wan Qingmo, and no one would follow suit to make trouble. In fact, Wan Qingmo also let these two gangs suffer less losses for the sake of the Wan family. After all, even if he didn't do this in advance, the people from the court would not be as gentle as him when they came, and they would definitely suppress them strongly. At that time, it would not be these people who would suffer losses. It is very likely that they would be slaughtered overnight, and all the money would go into the hands of those warlords. I give you 3 more days. If you still don't make any moves, don't blame me for being rude. My 5,000 cavalry will definitely crush your two gangs." Hearing Wan Qingmo's trump card, the two turned pale with fear. "What? You have 5,000 cavalry? It's impossible. Your 5,000 cavalry at the border can't possibly not be discovered. But I didn't hear any movement. You're not lying to us, are you?" "Humph. Only 5,000. What kind of noise can it make? But it is more than enough to destroy you. Okay. You don't have much time. Go back and settle down quickly." After Wang Jiawei and Shen Qinghan left, a man came out. This man was the Mayor Qiushi. "Little General, you really kept your promise and dealt with these two gangs without any soldiers. Qiu admires you. Let Qiu take care of the next things. The little general can go back to the capital with peace of mind." Qiushi bowed respectfully to Wan Qingmo. Wan Qingmo stood up, put his hands behind his back, without a trace of expression on his face, looked at Qiushi coldly and said, "I know you are from the Lu family, but the Lu family is just a scholarly family, and they think highly of themselves. If you want to climb up, they should not help much. But if you agree to my conditions, I will let you have a prosperous career in the future. After all, you are indeed talented and knowledgeable. Little General, please speak." Qiu is all ears. The reason why Qiushi was able to join forces with Wan Qingmo was that he knew that his future depended on his own efforts. He was an ambitious man, and would never put his fate in the hands of one person. "I have only 2 requirements for you. First, within 2 years, you must boost the economy of the border, which is also your achievement. The other is to reclaim a large amount of wasteland. You can find the county magistrate and come up with some policies that are beneficial to the people to encourage everyone to reclaim wasteland and cultivate the land. I received a message from the Imperial Astronomical Observatory that the border will have good weather and good harvests in the next 10 years. This is an opportunity for the people, and also an opportunity for you. Second, I want you to protect the safety of the one family at any time. If they are bullied by anyone at the border, I will get the news, and I will definitely make sure that you, the mayor, will no longer have the opportunity to climb up. Xiaoshu quickly bowed and said, "Don't worry, little general. I will definitely protect the one family, and will not let anyone bully them." After Wan Xingmo and Xiaoshu reached an agreement, they left directly. When Wan Xingmo returned to Shitsi village, he saw a figure standing at the entrance of the village, looking up at the road outside the village from time to time. "Erguzi? What are you doing here?" Wan Xingmo saw that the figure was Erguzi, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Erguzi was wearing Wan Wen's old clothes. Although he was still shivering from the cold, it was much better than his previous tattered clothes with holes. At least it was a cotton coat. When Erguzi saw Wan Xingmo coming, his red face was filled with a happy smile, and he immediately ran up to him. "Brother Imo, you haven't come back for a few days. I thought you left? I have already told my mother that she agrees that I can join the army, as long as I follow you." Wan Xingmo was a little surprised. According to his understanding, you had only this one son, and her husband died early. How could she be willing to send her son to the military camp? "I have to ask your mother in person. Let's go back first." Erguzi's face flashed with panic for a moment. He didn't expect Wan Xingmo to be so serious. Chapter 262 Skiing. Erguzi followed Wan Xingmo into the village. He was feeling guilty, and racked his brains to think of ways to prevent Wan Xingmo and his mother from confronting each other. Although the village entrance was not close to the Wan family, the two still arrived at the Wan family's door. "Erguzi, go back first. I go see Grandma Wan. I haven't been back for a few days. I'm afraid they worry. Go and tell her I'm safe first. I come back to see you later." Erguzi nodded in panic, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Brother Imo didn't go to confront his mother right away. He still had some time, and could find a way. Wan Xingmo didn't expose Erguzi's lies, but touched his head and turned to go next door. It was almost evening, and the smell of rice was wafting from the Wan family's kitchen. Wan Xingmo smelled it, and his stomach began to growl. He hadn't eaten properly all day, and his stomach began to protest. "Amor is back. I thought you left without saying anything. You scared me to death. Come in quickly. It's just in time for dinner. I asked your second aunt to add some meat dishes." Grandma Wan was watching Xiao Fubao and Xiao Lan rolling snowballs under the eaves. When she looked up, she saw Wan Xingmo's figure. She couldn't help but curl up her happy mouth, and her worried mood instantly dissipated. Grandma Wan pulled Wan Xingmo's sleeve and told the kitchen second daughter-in-law, "Amor is back. Add some meat dishes tonight." "I know, Mother." Second sister-in-law Wan smiled and stretched her head out, wiped her hands on her apron, and watched Wan Xingmo's back enter the upper room. Wan Xingmo walked to the door and heard Xiao Fubao shouting crisply, "Big brother, come and play in the snow." Wan Xingmo had just seen Xiao Fubao and Xiaolan rolling snowballs, but they were pulled away by Grandma Wan. When he heard Xiao Fubao shout, Wan Xingmo just broke free from Grandma Wan's hand and turned around and walked over. Before Wan Xingmo arrived, Xiao Fubao threw a small snowball at him. Xiao Fubao saw that he had hit the target, and he giggled happily, pulling Xiaolan together and said, "Sister Xiaolan, come on. Hit big brother. Let's see who hits more accurately." Xiao Fubao no longer had a snowball in his hand, so he quickly grabbed Xiaolan next to him and asked her to throw it too. She had seen children in the village playing snowball fights, but her grandmother didn't let her go out. She thought snowball fights were fun. Xiaolan looked at Wan Xingmo timidly, not daring to move at all. Her big eyes only watched Wan Xingmo getting closer and closer, but she hid behind Xiao Fubao. Xiaolan was a little timid, especially after her arm was broken by the Jinhua brothers and sisters last time. She had some psychological trauma, and always stayed away from fights, and never dared to get close again. Seeing Xiaolan was afraid, Xia Fubo did not force her, but quickly spread her two short legs, and tried hard to stick out her little butt, and tried to catch the snowball again. Because it was cold, Wan Urseo dressed Xia Fubo almost like a ball. She was originally a chubby little girl, and it was even more difficult for her to bend down. She grunted for a long time before the fingertips of her two little hands could reach the snow. Because she used too much force, she almost fell over. Wan Qingma grabbed the back of the little girl's collar from behind and lifted her up. Little Fubao was not prepared for someone to mention her like this. She was so scared that her 2 short legs kicked randomly in the air. And her 2 little hands also danced with screams, squeaking and screaming. Seeing this, old lady Wan leaned against the door frame and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. This little devil was finally dealt with today. Usually, the geese and rabbits in the family were chased by her all over the yard. As long as little Fubao was at home, the yard of the Wan family was never quiet. Every day, there were geese flying and rabbits jumping. But those geese and rabbits were like little Fubao playmates, running not far from her, as if they were coaxing little Fubao to play. Old lady Wan let her do whatever she wanted. But second sister Wan had to sweep the yard twice a day. Do you want to hit me with a snowball? Big brother, can you play something more fun? When little Fubao heard that the voice behind him was Wan Qingma, he immediately stopped struggling and fell into a warm embrace. Little Fubao quickly twisted his body awkwardly and faced Wan Qingma, with excitement in his eyes and a happy smile on his face. Okay. Fubao likes fun things the most. Big brother, come on and tell me. Wan Qingma glanced at a wooden board in the yard, put little Fubao on the ground, walked over to pick up the board, found a rope, and after some tinkering, a simple version of the sled was ready. He also tied a small stool to the sled, then carried little Fubao up and put him down, and then carried Xiaolan up and put him behind little Fubao. The 2 of them were close together, one in front and one behind. Little Fubao's face was obviously curious, but Xiaolan's face was full of fear, nervously grasping little Fubao's clothes, not daring to look around. She didn't know what this big brother wanted to do. Wan Qingma said to Grandma Wan, Grandma, I take the 2 girls out to play for a while. It's not dark yet, so let them go out for some fresh air. It's uncomfortable to stay at home all day, with Wan Qingma around. Grandma Wan was willing to do it. She smiled and said, Okay, take them out to play for a while. But don't play for too long. It's almost time for dinner. Okay. Wan Qingma agreed and walked out, pulling the rope. The simple sled behind him also slid on the ground. Little Fubao thought it was very fun, and was very happy all the way. They all giggled and kept shouting, Big brother, go faster. Fubao is going to fly. Xiaolan was the opposite of Xia Fubo. She was very timid. When the sled ran a little faster, she screamed in fear. Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. She was afraid that she would fall off accidentally. She had to hold Xiao Fubao closed tightly with her hands. She didn't dare to relax at all. Her little heart was beating non-stop. She didn't dare to look around, for fear that if she looked around, she would really fly out. Ordinary people can't run in the snow, but Wan Qingma can. He even used kung fu. His toes lightly touched the snow, and he moved far away in an instant. The sled behind him was carried by him like a speedboat in the snow, flying forward. Xia Fubo screamed excitedly, and Xiaolan cried in fear. For a while, the strange voices of 2 little girls were heard in the quiet village, which soon alarmed the neighbors. At this time, everyone was cooking dinner or lying on the lawn to rest. There was almost no one walking outside. The village was covered with white snow everywhere. Only the dark brown thatched houses and the earthy yellow adobe walls were somewhat eye-catching in the snow. Curious villagers and half-grown children would stick their heads out to take a look when they found such fun things. The children were so surprised that their jaws dropped. They never knew that they could play like this in the snow. They looked at the 2 little girls sitting on the sled with envy, and for a moment, they even forgot the cold. Chapter 263 The Girl Who Fell into a Slump. At the extreme speed, Xiao Fubao didn't know whether it was because of the cold or because he was too excited. His 2 chubby little faces were red at this time, and his voice was a little hoarse. Xiaolan was already crying with fear, and the tears on her face turned into ice. When Wan Qingma accelerated again, the sled of the 2 little girls flew up directly. At the same time, because Xiao Fubao's hands were frozen, and he couldn't hold the rope in front of him, the 2 people fell directly from the sled into the snow pit below. Wan Qingma was startled and immediately threw away the rope in his hand and flew to catch the 2 people. But he was still a step too late. The 2 little bean buns were face down, with their limbs spread out in the snow pit, leaving a little human shape. There were 2 human-shaped holes in the snow that were not above their knees. Wan Qingma felt distressed and wanted to laugh. He took the 2 girls out of the snow pit with one hand each, and the faces of the 2 little girls were also printed in the snow. Xiaolan was so frightened that she didn't know how to cry. After the fright, Xiao Fubao saw his masterpiece and suddenly giggled again. Big brother. Look! There is also a Fubao on the ground. Hee. Xiao Fubao was held in Wan Qingmo's arms, pointing to the little man he had printed in the snow on the ground, and said to Wan Qingmo with a smile. Xiaolan came to her senses at this time and finally burst into tears. Xiao Fubao quickly held Xiaolan's hand and wiped Xiaolan's tears. Sister Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? You've fallen into the snow just like Fubao. There are 2 of us in the snow. Isn't it fun? Let's go print another one. Wan Qingmo was holding a little girl, and he didn't dare to let Fubao move around. He quickly stopped her and said, Grandma should have prepared the meal. Let's go home. Wait until we have a full meal and then go out to play tomorrow. Okay? Seeing that Xiaolan was scared, Fubao nodded immediately. Okay, big brother. Let's go home. Sister Xiaolan must be hungry. That's why she's crying. Let's go home and eat meat. Okay, Sister Xiaolan. Don't cry. When Xiaolan heard that they were going home, she gradually stopped crying and turned into low sobs. She and Fubao were carried home by Wan Qingmo. The sled they left behind was immediately snatched away by the children in the village. After dinner, Wan Qingmo did not go to rest immediately, but said to Grandma Wan, Grandma, Erguzi wants to join the army with me. I know a little about his family situation. His mother will not agree to let him go. I trouble you to tell Aunt Yu later. I can see that Erguzi is lying. Let them solve this matter by themselves. Besides, I'm leaving tomorrow. I come back to see you after I finish the war. Grandma Wan's heart suddenly became heavy. She knew that Wan Qingmo would definitely leave. But when this day really came, she was very reluctant in her heart. But she also knew that Wan Qingmo had ambitions in his heart. And more. Have you decided? Be careful in the future. Don't fall into the villain's trick again. Grandma doesn't want you to come back. This is not a good place. You wait for Grandma to see you in Beijing. As long as you finish the war. Write to Grandma. If Grandma's old bones are still there, I will go to Beijing to see you. Wan Qingmo's heart was a little wet. He hummed softly and nodded. Okay, Grandma. I go to rest first. I leave early tomorrow morning. Don't get up to see me off. By the way, if you have any questions, just go to the town mayor. He will protect your safety. The border will probably change a lot in the future. Take care of yourself. Wan Qingmo said nothing more, and he couldn't say anything else. He stood up and bowed deeply to Grandma Wan and left. Grandma Wan stared at the door in a daze, her eyes moist. She remembered what Wan Qingmo said about Erguzi, so she quickly put on her clothes and went to the next yard with Wan Erseo. Erguzi, are you asleep? I'm your Grandma Wan. I'm here to see your mother. Open the door quickly. Erguzi had just fed you dinner, and when he heard someone knocking on the door, he quickly put down the bowl in his hand and ran out. Grandma Wan? Aunt? Come in quickly. Erguzi opened the door, let the 2 elders in, and turned around to close the door. Erguzi, how is your mother today? Is she feeling better? Have you had dinner? Grandma Wan walked in and asked from time to time. Grandma Wan, my mother is still the same, but she looks better. But she can't move. I just fed her. Thank goodness you are here. Otherwise your mother would have no one to take care of her. As the saying goes, a boy should not eat idle food for 10 years. You can be used by adults now. Your mother has not raised you in vain. Your mother and your sister will rely on you in the future. You must work hard. Erguzi listened to Grandma Wan's words, which seemed to have hidden meanings. But he felt that he was overthinking. Grandma Wan's words were all words of praise for him. And they were also the truth. In the future, he would indeed be the support of his mother and sister. But he wanted to make himself stronger and become a more reliable support for them. Grandma Wan, please come in. Don't worry. I will take good care of my mother. It's just that my sister has been at your house these days, which is really troublesome for you. What's the trouble? Fortunately, your sister is at my house. Xiao Fubao has a playmate and won't harm my geese and rabbits. The few people went into the house with laughter. You heard the conversation between Grandma Wan and Erguzi from a distance. When she saw Grandma Wan coming in, she struggled for a while, and immediately felt a piercing pain in her legs. She gritted her teeth and gasped in pain. When Grandma Wan saw it, she quickly took 2 steps and pressed Yu's shoulder. Okay, you're injured like this. Why are you still moving? Recover well, and try to get out of bed, and walk as soon as possible. You're lucky to have a good son who can take good care of you. We're all acquaintances. So let's not talk about those empty formalities. I just thought I hadn't been here for 2 days. So I came to see you today. How are you feeling? Grandma once said, as she tucked in the corner of Yu's quilt and touched the Kong. It felt a little cold. Probably to save firewood. The mother and daughter didn't heat the Kong. Aunt, thank you for thinking about me. I'm still the same. But the frostbite on my body has healed a lot. So it's not that uncomfortable. I can only take care of this leg slowly. My Xiaolan has caused you trouble. When I get better, I will definitely repay the great kindness of your family. Yu started crying as she spoke. She was a miserable woman. Grandma Wan also patted Yu's shoulder sympathetically and sighed softly. Oh, stop crying. Hard times will always pass. Back then, our family suffered an unexpected disaster and was sentenced to exile to the border. We thought we would starve to death on the road. But who would have thought that we could survive and meet Amor and his family? Along the way, our whole family came to the border and lived a good life. This life is much better than before. So, people should look forward. Maybe there will be great blessings waiting for you in the future. Yu wiped the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Thank you for your comfort. Auntie, I don't know if I'm blessed or not. And I don't dare to think about it. I just want to raise my 2 children and watch them get married. I'd be satisfied. I don't dare to hope for anything else. I'm a widow and my life is harder than others. I know that. So I never complain. That's great. You will definitely be able to live well in the future. After this, maybe you can move to a new home and start over. Old Lady One glanced at Guzi standing next to her and said to him, Guzi, your mother can't be frozen. Did you stop burning firewood again? Hurry up and heat up the Kong. Don't save that little firewood deliberately. Your mother's health is important. After being told by Old Lady One, Guzi blushed and went to the kitchen next door to light the fire. After seeing Guzi leave, Old Lady One said to Yu, did you know that Guzi wanted to join the army? What? How did Auntie know? Yu was shocked and her whole upper body was stiff, showing how nervous she was. Mower said that Guzi blocked Mower at the entrance of the village at dusk today and asked Mower to take him to join the army. He also said that you had agreed. Mower was worried and asked me to come and tell you. I have recently selected someone. The court will come to recruit soldiers in 2 days. But Guzi is not old enough, and there are no adult men in your family. Logically, you will not be recruited. But Guzi wants to go. So it's hard to say. Yu's face was not very good to begin with. And after hearing what Old Lady One said, her face turned even more pale. Thank you for coming to tell me. I don't know that we were not originally from this village. We moved here later. My husband went to the battlefield and never came back. I don't want my son to go to the battlefield again. You really saved our family's lives. Now that my leg is healed, I will kowtow to you to thank you for your reminder. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Mrs. Wan did not stay any longer. She said a few more words to Yu and left. Chapter 264 Farewell to Wan Qingmo. The next morning, Wan Qingmo had just gotten up and was about to leave quietly. When he opened the door, he saw Grandma Wan, Second Aunt Wan, and Second Aunt Wan standing in the yard. Lu was taking care of the children, so she didn't get up so early in the morning. Second Aunt Wan was still carrying a large bundle in her hand, and there was a basket in front of Grandma Wan, which was full of dried meat. Grandma, what are you doing? Amor, I know that if you leave this time, it is very likely that we will not be able to meet in the future. I don't know if Grandma's body can support seeing you again. So Grandma wants to see you off. Here is the dried meat smoked by your second aunt. You can eat it on the road. There are chicken, mutton, pork, and rabbit meat. It is enough for you to eat all the way to the capital. Second Aunt One also quickly put down the bundle in her hand. Amor, here are the steamed buns and dumplings that Second Aunt prepared overnight, including meat buns and vegetable buns. If you're hungry, just bake one. It's cold now, so it won't go bad if you have too many. The ones in this paper bag were made this morning, so they're still hot. You can eat them on the way. Wan Qingmo walked slowly in front of the people. He was usually aloof, but his eyes were wet. He looked at the flour on the hands of Old Lady Wan and Second Sister Wan, the frost on their heads because their breath condensed into cold air, and the simple wrinkles and deep concern on their faces. All of this made him feel warm. Grandma, Second aunt. Thank you. I will definitely eat all of these. I like the buns made by second aunt the most. They smell delicious. Wan Xingma took the bag from second sister Wan and put it on his shoulder. He looked at Grandma Wan and said, Grandma, you will live a long life. With Xiao Fubao. You will definitely wait until the day I come back to see you. Okay. Grandma. Wait. The road is long and the mountains are high. There are wolves everywhere. You must be careful when you are alone. Well, I know. Grandma. It's getting late. I leave first. Don't see you off. After sending you thousands of miles. You must say goodbye. Take care of yourself. I will definitely find Wan Quan and bring him under my command. Don't worry. I will let him write to you as soon as I have time. Oh. Good boy. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma Wan and others sent Wan Xingma out. Looking at Wan Xingma's back getting farther and farther away. Grandma Wan couldn't help but shed tears. Mom. It's cold outside. Let's go back. Emor will be fine. Don't worry. Wan Erseo and Wan Lauer helped Wan Lao slowly return to the upper room. At this time, Wan Xingma met Erguzi, who was waiting at the entrance of the village. Wan Xingmo frowned slightly and walked directly towards Erguzi without stopping. Brother Mo. Erguzi saw Wan Xingmo running over nervously. Didn't your mother tell you? Or did you run away secretly? Wan Xingmo looked down at Erguzi with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Brother Mo. I am not following you to the battlefield. I am here to say goodbye to you. I know that my current responsibility is my mother and sister. But I still want to say. Wait. I will stand by your side and fight the enemy with you one day. Okay. I wait for that day. You should go back and take care of your mother. Taking care of your own family is also a responsibility. You are the backbone of your family now. Erguzi watched Wan Xingmo walk away. And the unwillingness in his eyes turned into a firm belief. Brother Imo. You must wait for me. I will definitely find you. The first snow came and went quietly. In the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. And the snow at the border had melted. The cabbages buried by the snow were all exposed. Every household took advantage of the clear weather to collect the vegetables in the field and put them in the cellar. After Wan Lauer and Wan Erseo collected the vegetables, Wan Lauer drove the ox cart to the county town to buy potatoes. You had given the recipe to Wan Lauer. But Wan Lauer could not understand the characters on it at all. The characters on it were not quite the same as the characters he had learned. But they seemed familiar. Like incomplete characters. Some characters were only half written. And some characters were only half the same as the characters he had learned. Wan Lauer had never seen this kind of font before. But he guessed the general meaning while reading. When little Fubao heard that Wan Lauer was going to the county town, he insisted on going with him. Daddy. Daddy. Fubao wants to go too. Fubao wants to go too. To buy delicious food. Wan Lauer was reluctant to see his daughter's disappointed eyes. So he said, okay. Daddy will take my daughter with him. Little Fubao cried happily and ran around the ox cart twice. Which made the other children envious. Everyone wanted to go to the county town. Especially Wan Hu, whose father was in the county town. Mrs. Wan thought for a moment and said, Second son, since we are going to the county town, take the children with you. The teacher has left, and there is no teacher at home. There is no private school in our village. We cannot delay the children's studies. When we get to the town, ask the third and fourth sons to ask if there is a good private school in the town. One who hasn't seen his father for a while. So take him to see him this time. The old lady had spoken. So how could Wan Lauer say no? Okay. Listen to me. I go get some hay, and put a quilt on the bed so that the children won't get cold. Old lady Wan said to Wan Erseo, Old Lauer's wife. You and Old Lauer's wife stay at home to look after the house. I'm a little worried about Old Lauer taking so many children to the county town alone. I go with you to see them. It's a good opportunity to go see Old Lauer's wife. After the couple gets married, we come back. I asked them if they come back for the new year so that we can make some preparations. Okay. Mother. Go ahead. I feel more at ease if you go. I'm really worried about the child's father taking care of the child alone. Especially since Xiao Fubao is so naughty. I'm afraid he'll lose the child. When Wan Erseo heard that old lady Wan was going, she felt relieved and quickly prepared some snacks for the few people and put them in the car. It would take most of the day to get to the county town. It was freezing cold, and there was no place to buy food on the road. Don't let the children go hungry. The ox cart slowly drove out of the house. And Xiao Fubao saw Guzi holding Xiaolan sitting on the threshold of the house to bask in the sun. Sister Xiaolan, I'm going to the county town to play. I bring you delicious food when I come back. Xiao Fubao never forgets her best friend no matter what good things happen. At this time, she was sitting in the arms of Grandma Wan. And only her two eyes were exposed by Grandma Wan. She was trying to say hello to Xiaolan, but was pushed back by Grandma Wan. Xiaolan looked at the ox cart driven by Wan Lao Air with envy. She also wanted to go to the county town, but she knew that her family didn't have the conditions, so she couldn't go. Sister Fubao, you have to have fun. I wait for you to come back. Xiaolan broke free from Guzi's arms and chased the ox cart, waving her little arms. Guzi came over and picked her up. Xiaolan whispered, Brother, I wish we could take a bus to the county town someday. Don't worry. I take you to the county town next year. Along with you. Mom. The three of us will go to the county town to eat at a restaurant and order the best food. I buy you a head flower. The same one as Fubao. And beautiful clothes. My sister will look very beautiful when she dresses up. Xiaolan's big eyes were filled with anticipation at her brother's words. She couldn't wait to ask. Brother, how many days are left until next year's New Year? I wish tomorrow was the new year. Guzi smiled and patted Xiaolan's head, then carried her back home. Chapter 265 Arrival at the County. When Wan Lao arrived at the county with Wan Lao Tai and a few children, it was almost dark. Because this time they did not take a carriage, but drove directly to the county by ox cart. The ox cart was slow and took a long time. Fortunately, Wan Air's wife put an extra quilt on the ox cart. Otherwise the children would have been frozen to death. At this time, several little heads were sleeping in the quilt one by one, and each head was wearing a small fur hat. The ox cart squeaked into the county, and drove all the way into the alley where Wan Lao lived. Wan Lao parked the ox cart, went forward and called the door. And soon the door was opened. It's the second master. You have worked hard all the way. Please come in. Wan Lao was respectfully invited in by the doorman. My mother and several children are still on the ox cart. The children are all asleep. We need to carry them inside. Please help me. The servant quickly stuck his head out and saw an ox cart parked not far away. On the ox cart sat Grandma Wan. The servant quickly ran out. Oh! It turns out that the old lady is here. Give the child to me. I will carry it inside for you. Grandma Wan was bumped all the way. Her legs were a little numb at this time. Moreover, she was holding little Fubao all the way. Her arms were sore and numb that she could not lift them. Little Fubao was sleeping soundly in her arms and drooling. However, Grandma Wan did not let the servant touch little Fubao, but asked him to carry the grandchildren inside. Second brother, hurry up and carry your daughter. Mother needs to take it slowly. I can't even lift my arms. Second brother Wan quickly stepped forward to take little Fubao from Grandma Wan's arms, and then stretched out a hand to help Grandma Wan. It happened that at this time, Grandma Wan was going home from the government office and saw his own ox cart from a distance. Mom, second brother, why are you here? Big brother Wan was very surprised and ran over with an excited smile on his face. Old lady Wan saw her son in the uniform of a constable, which was very impressive. She was also happy and reached out to touch Big brother Wan's clothes, her eyes full of smiles. Big brother, with this body, looks really like a constable in this constable's uniform. He has a bit of the aura of a police officer. Big brother Wan was praised by old lady Wan, but he felt a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and laughed twice. And then he saw a few boys on the ox cart, still sleeping soundly. These boys can still sleep after entering the city. It's cold outside. Let's go in quickly. Big brother Wan picked up the two little ones in one hand. As soon as the few people passed the gate, Shin came over after hearing the news. Mother! Second brother, you are here. Come in quickly. It's cold outside. How come the child is asleep? Mrs. Shin quickly ordered the maids to spread the kong and heat the kong, and ordered the kitchen to cook more food at night. After the children were settled, Mrs. Wan also recovered. But she was a little old, and after walking for such a long time, her bones were about to fall apart. She looked a little tired and had no energy. Mrs. Shin prepared a large table of dishes for dinner, including chicken, duck, mutton, and rare small green vegetables. Mrs. Wan was very fond of the green vegetables and asked, It's rare to have small green vegetables at this time of year. Mother, you don't know? This plate of green vegetables is worth 1 or 2 silvers. Someone gave it to adults. And adults asked me to bring some back. Otherwise we can't afford it. When Mrs. One heard that a plate of green vegetables cost 1 or 2 silvers, she was frightened and almost dropped her chopsticks on the ground. Mom, this is not eating vegetables. This is eating silver. I ate 100 coins with 1 bite. Right? There weren't many vegetables in a plate. And they were gone in a few chopsticks. Seeing that she liked it, no one moved their chopsticks. Mrs. One ate half a plate by herself. So she spent half a tael of silver. Didn't she? Mom, it's okay. We didn't spend any money. People gave it to Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan can't eat so much by himself. These vegetables are not very good. It would be a pity if they are not eaten up, Shin explained with a smile. And Mrs. One felt that this was true. She picked up the chopsticks again and took a chopstick, but silently thought in her heart that another 100 coins were gone. Everyone looked at Mrs. One's painful face and smiled secretly without saying anything. Wan Lao also thought that the dish was expensive, but he thought it was open-minded. After all, things are expensive because they are rare. Rich people eat rare food, so they don't care how much money they spend. Little Fubao sat on a stool next to Wan Lao, and from time to time, he pointed at the roast duck and braised pork on the plate with his little finger. Daddy, I want to eat braised pork, roast duck, and lamb skewers. Lots of meat. Shin loved little Fubao very much. She loved little Fubao when she was in Shitsi village. Now little Fubao looks more lovable than half a year ago. His eyes are bigger and brighter, and he looks more mature and more spiritual. Auntie, can you pick some meat for Fubao? Shin looked at little Fubao and asked with a smile. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Fubao's voice was so sweet that Shin's eyes narrowed into slits. The small bowls in front of Xiao Fubao were soon piled up like a small mountain. Old wife, don't spoil her. She loves meat and doesn't want to eat any vegetables. If she eats too much, she will not be able to digest it. When she gets food stagnation, we will be the ones who feel sorry for her. Grandma One watched her granddaughter eat so much that her mouth was full of oil. She even threw away her chopsticks and directly held a roast duck leg with her chubby little hands. She ate it with relish like a little squirrel, which made people's appetite grow. Mom, don't worry. I know Xiao Fubao likes to eat meat, so I prepared hawthorn water. After dinner, take a walk and drink some hawthorn water. I guarantee that she won't get food stagnation, Shin said with a warm smile on her face. Looking at Xiao Fubao, Grandma One nodded secretly, thinking that Shin was thoughtful, so she didn't care about Xiao Fubao anymore. After dinner, Xiao Fubao was taken to the next room by his brothers to play. There were 2 maids watching him, so nothing would happen. Old Lady One, Shin, and the eldest and second eldest brothers stayed in the living room to talk. Old Lady One was a little sleepy, but since she had just eaten, it was not good for her health to go to bed directly. So she thought about talking about the problems of the children. And the second eldest brother could leave directly tomorrow after buying something. Mrs. One looked at Mr. Wan and said, Mr. Wan, the imperial court has issued a decree of amnesty. You should know that Mr. He in our village is the president of Lushan Academy. He has returned to Lushan. The children are now without a teacher and are playing at home. I think this is not a solution. So I came to discuss with you. Do you think you should bring Huzi to the county town or study in the town with the other children? I will not interfere. Mr. One glanced at Shin, who smiled and took over the conversation. Mother, Huzi is your husband's child, which means he is my child. There are only 2 of us in and out of the house, and he is lonely. Why not bring the child to live with us? Mr. Wan, seeing that Shin had spoken, the old lady nodded. Okay, as long as you have discussed it. The second son came to the county town to buy potatoes this time. Let's go around early tomorrow morning to see where they are sold. After buying, we will return to the village and will not come back tomorrow. Mother, you finally came once. Why don't you stay a few more days? Now everyone is hibernating. There is not much work in the fields, and we haven't lived together for a long time. You can stay in the county town for a few more days, and I will accompany you to have a good look. Okay? Shin said sincerely. But old lady Wan was worried about her family, and she was not used to living in the city. Even in her son's house, she felt like an outsider and not at ease in her own home. Big brother's wife, I appreciate your kindness. There are still many things to do at home. Even if we stay at home for the winter, we can't stay idle. I can go back to take care of Xiao Fubao And your fourth brother's wife's baby. She can't take care of them alone. So I have to help. When the children grow up, I can come to live here. Shin didn't persuade her much. We are all family. If she said too much, it would be out of place. At this time, Big Brother One said to Second Brother One, Second Brother, it's not easy to buy potatoes at this time. Why did you buy this? It's a little useful. I won't buy much. Just 10 pounds is enough. If there is more, I will buy more. Big Brother One saw that Second Brother One didn't say anything, and he probably had something to hide. So he didn't ask again, but continued, okay. Then I take half a day off tomorrow and go shopping with you. It just so happens that I haven't seen the children for a long time. Take them to the street to buy some delicious food. After the family agreed, they went to bed. The next morning, Wan Lauer was about to drive the ox cart with the children. But Shinsher persuaded him, brother, leave the ox cart here first. And let's walk. Your ox cart can't move on the street. And it's not as convenient as walking. Okay. The couple walked to the street with a group of children. The county town is much more prosperous than the town. And the houses are no longer thatched houses, but buildings. The children are so excited that they chatter all the way. But no one noticed that two men with shifty eyes were staring at the little Fubao in Wan Lauer's arms from a distance. Chapter 266. Wan Laude is excluded in the government office. The streets of the county town are full of colorful things, and people are coming and going, which is very lively. Despite the cold weather, people are strolling happily with their hands in their pockets and their necks hunched. The vendors at the stalls are frozen black and red, but they are still trying to attract customers to stop and look at their goods. Little Fubao's eyes were quickly attracted by the colorful goods. He couldn't walk and twisted in Wan Lauer's arms to get down. Daddy, Fubao wants to see that hairpin. That hairpin is beautiful. I want to buy it for Sister Xiaolan. When Xiao Fubao sees something beautiful, he will think of his little sisters. Wan Lauer glanced at the stall that Xiao Fubao pointed to. It was selling jewelry. He also saw a hairpin that was very suitable for Wan Er's wife to wear. So he brought Xiao Fubao to the stall. Hey, big brother. What do you want to buy? Buy for your wife or daughter? The things on our stall are the most complete and economical in the whole county. You will definitely want to come again after buying them. The stall owner was a young man. His mouth was frozen purple. But he could not stop his enthusiasm for selling. He introduced various accessories to Wan Lauer. Little Fubao brought a pair of red velvet flowers to Wan Lauer. Daddy, this is beautiful. Fubao wants it. Wan Lauer always responded to his daughter's request. He bought 2 pairs with a wave of his hand. Little Fubao was so happy that she wanted to jump up immediately. But she was wearing too thick clothes and could not move at all. The soles of her feet just patted the dust on the ground. Daddy is so nice. Fubao can wear the same flower as Xiaolan. Xiaolan will definitely be very happy. Wan Lauer pinched his daughter's chubby face and smiled. Okay. As long as my daughter is happy. Let's buy one for your mother. Okay? Fuba. Pick one for your mother. And we go back and give it to your mother. Well? Okay. Fubao thinks that one looks good. And mother will look beautiful wearing it. Wan Lauer looked at the silver hairpin that little Fubao was pointing at. There was a peach blossom on the top of the hairpin, which was lifelike and very beautiful. When the stall owner saw it, he quickly took it and handed it to Wan Lauer, and praised it enthusiastically. This little girl has a good taste. This is the most exquisite jewelry on our stall. The workmanship is also from a famous master. I just got the goods last night. When Wan Lauer heard others praising his daughter, he felt even happier and asked, how much is this hairpin? Brother, I just told you that this hairpin is the best on my stall. The price must be more expensive. 5 taels of silver. Wan Lauer was so scared that his hands trembled, and he almost threw the hairpin away. He looked painful, and carefully handed the hairpin to the stall owner. It's too expensive. Let's look at something else. Can you help me get that hairpin? Wan Lauer pointed to a hairpin carved from wood, but was stopped by Xiao Fubao. Dad, Mom wants to wear the best. Let's buy that one. Okay. Grandma Wan was also attracted by the father and daughter at this time. She happened to hear their conversation. Grandma Wan stretched her head to take a look at the hairpin. It was indeed beautiful. But the price was really expensive. 5 taels of silver was enough for their family to use for 2 years, and for the children to pay half a year's tuition. Shin also came over to take a look. Grandma Wan happened to see that Shin's head was full of pearls and jade. Grandma Wan thought about her other daughters-in-law, especially Wan Erseo. She was the mother of Xiao Fubao, and a great contributor to the Wan family. If it weren't for Wan Exile, Xiao Fubao wouldn't have been picked up, and there wouldn't be the current Wan family. The second daughter-in-law of the Wan family deserved to wear gold and silver the most. Grandma Wan compared it in her mind, and immediately felt that this hairpin had to be bought. If it weren't for Xiao Fubao guidance, Shen wouldn't have been able to live until now. All this was because Wan Exile saved Xiao Fubao. Old second. Buy it. Xiao Fubao is right. Your wife should wear something beautiful. She is Xiao Fubao mother. She can't be too shabby. One old second felt bitter. All their family savings were given to Wan. The family only had 2 taels of silver. He just spent 100 coins on Xiao Fubao hair flour. He would have to buy potatoes later. How could he afford a hairpin? Mother! One old second was embarrassed. One old lady knew that one old second was short of money. So she took out a purse from her body and handed it to one old second. Buy it for your wife. Just give me the money when you go back. One old lady couldn't do too much in front of Shen. Although the 2 families had separated, one old lady didn't want Shen to see that she was partial to the second wife. So as to avoid her feeling uncomfortable, Wan Lauer seemed to have come to his senses and quickly took the purse. He thought that after a while, the shop would give him dividends, and he would have money again. And then, he could return it to old lady Wan. After several people paid the silver, Wan Lauer happily put the hairpin into his arms, touched it several times like a treasure, and his face no longer had any worry. Let's go to the grocery store. Maybe they sell potatoes there. The eldest brother Wan is now very familiar with the county town. Okay. The second brother Wan followed behind holding Xiao Fubao. And the old lady Wan and Shen followed behind with 2 children each. At this time, 2 constables came over. Seeing Boss Wan, they were stunned for a moment, then greeted him with a smile. Hey, Brother Wan. Are you on leave today? I was wondering why I didn't see you. We have been working here for half a year and haven't had a day off. Brother Wan has connections, so it's different. He has only been here for a month, and he has a day off. The brothers are so envious. Boss Wan was embarrassed by what the 2 said. He casually greeted them and walked forward. The 2 constables whispered, Bah. A peasant took Brother Li's position as a constable by relying on nepotism. What's so great about that? If I were to say, he is just a gigolo. If you don't have the ability, don't come out to mix. How can you be a man if you rely on women? Although their voices were not loud, they were heard by Old Lady Wan and Shen behind them. Old Lady Wan was in a very complicated mood. She glanced at the backs of the 2 constables leaving, and then glanced at Shen beside her. Seeing that Shen's face was not very good, she knew that Shen might not know about this matter. Mother, don't take these 2 people's words to heart. I will go back tomorrow and ask Jin Yuan what's going on. My husband is always happy every time he comes back. I don't know that he is being excluded in the county government. It's all my fault. My husband has been wronged. Shen took the initiative to apologize and took all the responsibility on herself, which made Old Lady Wan speechless. She sighed in her heart. This is all fate. You can eat the food of the government, but you can't eat the food of the government. Mother doesn't mean to blame you. You don't have to blame yourself. This is the path he chose. You need real skills in any industry to convince people. But I still have confidence in my eldest son. It's just that he just came and has no room to display. When he was in his hometown, he was the best hunter in our village. Shen felt sorry for old Master Wan being excluded, and was angry that he didn't tell her the truth. At this moment, she didn't bother to pay attention to him, so she deliberately didn't go forward to comfort him, but followed Old Lady Wan. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law talked to each other, but didn't notice that the children had been attracted by the candied haws. Chapter 267. The child was robbed. Xiao Fubao was held by Wan Lauer. She saw the candied haws early in the morning. She insisted on getting down. Wan Lauer couldn't hold her. Besides, there was a grocery store in front of her. Wan Lauda had already walked in. Lauer, there are really potatoes in this store. Come and have a look. Wan Lauda's surprised voice came from the grocery store. Daddy, I want to find my brothers. Put me down. I want to buy candied haws over there. Xiao Fubao saw that her brothers were all around the candied haws, and Wan who was already paying for them. When they came out, Shen gave each child a few coins to let them buy delicious food by themselves. Wan Lauer saw that they were not far away, so he put Xiao Fubao down and said to Wan Lao, Mom, the children are going to buy candied haws. You and the eldest sister-in-law watch them. I go in and take a look. The eldest brother said that this store sells potatoes. Okay. You go and do your work. I watched them outside. It's okay. Wan Lao Tai greeted Wan Lauer and walked toward Xiao Fubao. Only then did Wan Lauer feel relieved to enter the grocery store. Seeing that Grandma Wan always patted her back from time to time. Shin thought that she was too bumpy in the car yesterday. So she went forward to support her. Mom, do you feel a little sore in your back? Shin gently helped Grandma Wan pat her back and asked with concern. Yes. I am old and can't ride a bullock cart. I feel back and waist pain from the bumps. I didn't rest last night. So I still feel a little pain today. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. I will be fine after a few days of rest when I go back. Shin certainly knew what it felt like. The land at the border was all yellow lumps. Especially after a rain and snow. The originally muddy road was dried by the sun. And there were many uneven yellow mud blocks on the ground. The wheels of the car running over them could damage people's internal organs. It was really not easy for Grandma Wan to come out at such an old age. Mom, I help you massage when you go back later. Don't take the ox cart when you go back. I ask Uncle Hu to take you in a horse cart. The carriage is soft for you. So you be more comfortable. Our family has the conditions now. So you don't have to suffer. Shin really felt sorry for Mrs. Wan. After all, when she was recuperating in the Wan family, Mrs. Wan was sincere to her. She treated Mrs. Wan as her mother from the bottom of her heart. Why bother with that? I'm not that precious. I'm strong. I just have some minor problems that will be fine in a few days. Let's go and see what the children bought. Mrs. Wan looked at Xiao Fubao surrounded by several brothers. She raised her head and pointed at a bunch of red hawthorns. Eager to eat. This girl is a glutton. She can't move her feet wherever she sees food. Children are like this. Fubao likes to eat. I buy a few more strings to take back later. They won't melt in cold weather and can be kept for several days. Shin supported Grandma Wan and approached slowly. Suddenly, two figures flashed in front of them and ran towards little Fubao. One man was holding Wanhu, and the other was holding little Fubao. They disappeared in the crowd in a blink of an eye. Grandma Wan was stunned for a moment and shouted, Fubao! Lauer! Lauda! Hurry up! Fubao has been taken away. Grandma Wan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted after shouting. Fortunately, Shin didn't let go of her hand and caught Grandma Wan. Grandma Wan's shout was very loud. And Wan Lauer and Wan Lauda immediately came out of the grocery store. Mom! What happened? Wan Lauer looked for little Fubao in a panic. But he didn't see him. He only saw a few children left. And he didn't see Wanhu. Uncle, the traffickers took my sister away and ran in that direction. When she was the oldest and reacted the fastest. So he quickly pointed in a direction and said to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauda also followed Wan Lauer and chased out. Seeing that Wan Lao Ma had fainted, and not seeing Xiao Fubao and Wanhu, he was also panicked. Wife, where are Hu Zi and Xiao Fubao? They were taken away by traffickers and ran in that direction. You should chase them. They can't run fast with the children in their arms. Shin supported Wan Lao Ma, feeling anxious. But she couldn't chase them. So she asked Wan Lao to go quickly. Wan Lauer had already chased out. And Wan Lauda hurriedly said, Hurry up and take my mother and the children home. I chased them. Hey. After saying that, Wan Lauda also got into the crowd. Madam, your child just took a string of candied haws and hasn't paid yet. Please settle the bill. The candied haws seller looked at Shin a little embarrassed. But after all, he was a small business. And he earned 2 cents for a string of candied haws, which was just a reward for his hard work. Once she handed over the money in his hand without waiting for Shin to speak. The candied haws seller took the money and ran away quickly. He didn't want to cause trouble. At this time, Xiao Fubao was held by a man, and Wanhu behind him was also held. Both of their mouths were covered tightly. Wanhu kept twisting. After he came to the border, his life had been greatly improved. In addition, he could eat, and now he was very strong. The man couldn't hold him for a while. The man narrowed his eyes and chopped Wanhu's neck with a knife. Wanhu felt a pain in his neck, and then he fell into a coma. Xiao Fubao felt uncomfortable being covered, and the other person's hand smelled so bad. She frowned unhappily, and looked at the person holding her with a pair of big eyes with doubt. At this time, the two men just arrived in an alley, where a blue cloth carriage was parked, and they got on the carriage quickly. Hey San, you look after the child. I go and drive the carriage. The family seems to be chasing us. We can't stay in the county for long. We have to send people to the prefecture city quickly. The master is short of this beautiful little girl. This time we came out, and we were really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl. The master will definitely be satisfied this time. Okay. Hey C. Stop talking nonsense. Go and drive the carriage quickly. It will be difficult for us to leave in a while. Hey San kicked Wan who was lying on the floor of the carriage. Again, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Although the child looked a little bad, he was in good shape and could be sold at a good price. After Hey San went out, Hey Si finally let go of Xiao Fu Bao's mouth. But he took out a bundle of ropes and a handkerchief. Uncle, do you know me? Why did you carry me and run away? I haven't told my father yet. He will be anxious. Seeing that the little girl didn't cry or make a fuss, and didn't shy away from strangers, Hey Si threw the rope in his hand on the ground and coaxed her with a smile. Little girl, of course Uncle knows you. And I have told your father that Uncle will take you to Fuchu to live for 2 days. When the time comes, your father will come to find us and take you back. Really? What is Fuching? Can it be eaten? Xiao Fu Bao tilted his head and looked at Hey Si, blinking his big eyes, and asked crisply. Xiao Fu Bao's words made Hey Si laugh. And then he found that the little girl was a foodie. Fuching is a place where you can't eat. But there are many delicious foods in Fuching. Much better than this county town. Do you have delicious braised pork? Is it as good as my third aunt's? Yes. Of course. It's much better than your third aunt's. Hey Si felt that this little girl was too easy to deceive. So he didn't want to tie her up anymore. Unlike other girls, if you tie them up, you have to knock them unconscious. Otherwise they will cry so hard that your ears will hurt. Wow. That's great. But I still have to say goodbye to Daddy. Otherwise what if he can't find us? Can you let me say goodbye to Daddy? After saying this, Xiao Fu Bao glanced at Wan Hu lying on the ground. Uncle, what happened to my brother Huzi? Why did he fall asleep? Your brother Huzi fell asleep because he was too sleepy. He will wake up when we get to the capital. Hey Si was already thinking that this mission was going so smoothly. He was finally able to complete the mission and get a large bonus. He had already planned to go to Wanhulu to have a good time for a few days. He wanted to keep the courtesan for a month. Hey Si's saliva was about to flow down. The carriage moved forward slowly, not attracting people's attention, and just passed by Wan Lauer and his friends. Xiao Fubo, where are you? Wan Lauer was so anxious that he cried. His heart was like being fried in a hot oil pan. He wished he had the ability to go to heaven and earth. But at this time, looking at the unfamiliar streets, a sense of powerlessness gradually swallowed him. Daddy? It's Daddy. Daddy is calling me. Xiao Fubao suddenly climbed up the window and shouted outside. Daddy? I'm here. I'm going to Fuching to eat delicious food. Hey Si was shocked. He didn't expect that the chubby little girl was so agile. When he was distracted, she had already stuck her head out of the window. Wan Lauer seemed to hear Xiao Fubao's voice. When he looked around again, he didn't see Xiao Fubao's shadow. Hey Si pulled Xiao Fubao back the moment Wan Lauer looked back. And he pinched Xiao Fubao's fleshy face hard, making Xiao Fubao's face red and a little purple. Xiao Fubao cried loudly in pain. Chapter 268 Fubao Strikes Back. Bad guy. You are a bad guy. I won't go with you. I won't go to Fuching. I want to find my daddy. You big bad guy. I will let Dabai bite you to death. Little Fubao cried and scratched Hey Si with his little hand. Hey San's voice came from outside at this time. Hey Si, what do you think of the child? Don't let her cry all the time. People outside are watching. Be careful not to be exposed. We can't go back to Fuching. We are both finished. Hey Si quickly reached out to cover little Fubao's mouth. This time little Fubao was prepared. Bit Hey Si's palm. Little Fubao's millet teeth immediately left a row of teeth marks on Hey Si's palm. And Hey Si gasped in pain. Hey Si's face was no longer as good as before. He stared at little Fubao fiercely, stretched out his hand to pull little Fubao over, raised his right hand high, and prepared to hit little Fubao in the face. Little Fubao was only 2 years old. How could he withstand such a slap? If he was slapped, 2 of his teeth would definitely be knocked out. At this moment, a fist-sized piece of soil rolled out from nowhere, and was just run over by the wheels. The carriage was bumped, and the people inside were not prepared and were shaken left and right. Hey Si's slap did not hit little Fubao's face, but directly hit the wall of the carriage. Hey Si immediately grimaced in pain. holding his hand and shouting that it hurt. He didn't spare any strength in this slap. And his purpose was to teach little Fubao a lesson. So he used all his strength in this slap. And slapped the wall of the carriage, where there was a needle-like barb that pierced into Hei's palm. At this time, his palm had begun to bleed, and the blood flowed down his wrist into his sleeve. Little Fubao was scared and hid back timidly. Hei didn't look at Xiao Fubao, but turned around and cursed outside, "Damn, Hei-san! How can you drive the car? You made my hand broken." "Hei, be quiet. Just block the little girl's mouth and tie her up. We can get away with this last order. Don't make any more trouble." Hei was scolded by Hei-san, and he felt choked up in his heart, and his palms were aching. He turned his head and saw Xiao Fubao huddled in the corner, with his hands behind his back, and his big eyes looking at him timidly. "Little bitch. You dare to bite me? If you make trouble again, I will cut off your tongue. You better be honest. If you dare to shout again, I will feed you to the wolves." Xiao Fubao was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth tightly with her little hands. But Hei threatened her that if she dared to cry, he would seal her mouth. Little Fubao's big eyes were full of tears, and they fell down in a blink. The two beautiful buns that old lady one had tied for her in the morning were also loose, half of them hanging down and scattered on her cheeks, looking very pitiful. Hei felt relieved when he saw that little Fubao was no longer crying. But the carriage suddenly braked. Hei was sitting near the door of the carriage, and he was not prepared for the sudden brake, and he fell out of the carriage. Little Fubao quickly got up from the ground and shook Wan Hu hard. "Brother Hu? Brother Hu? Wake up! Brother Hu?" Fubao is so scared. Fubao misses his parents. Little Fubao finally cried loudly. She looked at the carriage and saw that there were only her and Wan Hu in the carriage. She quickly climbed onto the long bench in the carriage with great effort. She stepped on the bench and could lean on the window. She lifted the curtain and shouted outside, and the hair flower on her head fell to the ground. "Daddy! Daddy! Fubao is here! Daddy!" Wan Lauer had already found another street at this time, and did not hear his daughter calling him at all. Little Fubao saw that there were many people gathered outside, and quickly shouted to a woman, "Auntie! Save me! The bad guys are catching Fubao." The woman looked at the pitiful appearance of little Fubao and felt distressed. But she looked at Hei who got up from the ground, and her heart was also beating. She was also afraid. So she turned around and left. After being helped up by Hei-san, Hei cursed at Hei-san, "How can you drive a carriage? You can still throw me out on such a wide road. Do you know how to drive a carriage?" Hei-san also felt wronged at this time. He obviously did nothing. But the horse suddenly ran and stopped. Hei returned to the carriage, pulled Xiao Fubao down from the window, and gave him another lesson. Poor Xiao Fubao had been psychologically traumatized by Hei at this time. She lay beside Wan Hu, her small body twitching, and she felt that she would only be safe with her brother. The carriage continued to move forward and stopped in an alley. "Hei, take care of the children. I go get those children up. We must leave the county today. Today's commotion must be known to everyone. I heard that the county magistrate is a tough guy. We'd better not confront him head-on." "I know. Stop talking nonsense. If you hadn't driven the car properly, I wouldn't have fallen out. My arm still hurts now." Hei complained and urged Hei-san to stop talking and get to work. Hei walked into the gate of a dilapidated courtyard and knocked on the door. Soon, a gray-haired old man opened the door. "The third master is here." "Old man, have you checked the goods? Has anyone discovered it?" "Don't worry, third master. No one will come to the old man's house, and no one will suspect it." "That's fine. This is your reward. I take the goods away. You keep your mouth shut. If people know about it, you won't have a good ending." "I understand. Thank you, third master." The old man quickly took a bag of silver and counted it with his head down. Hei-san took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed the old man in the heart while he was not paying attention. The old man fell to the ground and died without even a scream. Hei-san pulled out his dagger, wiped the blood off the old man, and spat at the old man's body. "Bah! Old thing. You can earn grandpa's money? You don't know what's good for you." Hei-san took his purse from the old man's hand and tied it around his waist again, then strode into the house. When he opened the door, he saw several girls as big as Xiao Fubao tied to the Kong inside, and several boys, a total of 5 or 6. Hei-san picked them up one by one and dragged them to the carriage outside. Soon all the children were taken to the carriage by Hassan. And he turned around and closed the door again, as if no one had ever been here. On the other side, the woman who was called Aunt by Xiao Fubao just now, carrying a basket of vegetables, happened to meet Wan Lauer, who was looking for Xiao Fubao on her way home. Brother, are you looking for a little girl? She's fat, white and clean, and looks very cute. Wan Lauer was pulled by the woman and asked anxiously. Yes, sister-in-law. Did you see her? Wan Lauer was almost going crazy at this time. He asked everyone on the street, but everyone said they had never seen her. Quick! I saw her. Two strong men took her away in a blue cloth carriage on the next street and ran towards the gate of the county town. Wan Lauda was also listening nearby. Hearing this, he quickly ran towards the next street. Wan Lao ran closely behind Wan Lauda. As soon as the two brothers arrived on the street, they heard people talking. Poor girl. It's obvious that the little girl was kidnapped by a trafficker. But we didn't dare to stop her. I saw the knife on the trafficker's body. If he hit us, she would be dead. I saw it too. Who dares to intervene? Go back quickly. The world is in chaos. Wan Lauer grabbed the two people who were talking. His eyes were red. He was like a madman at this time, anxiously asking, Sister-in-law, where did the carriage go just now? The woman was frightened by Wan Lauer's appearance and quickly pointed in the direction where the carriage left. Wan Lauer knew the direction and immediately let go of the woman and chased in the direction of the carriage. Wan Lauda was chasing while looking at the wheel tracks on the ground, because it had been dry for another half a month without rain. The dust on the ground had risen again. Although the wheel tracks were not clear, the general direction could be seen. He followed the wheel tracks to the entrance of the alley just now. But Wan Lauer saw a velvet flower on the ground. He recognized that it was Xiao Fubao. Chapter 269, Asking Beggars for Help. Wan Lauer also followed Wan Lauda to the entrance of the alley. Wan Lauda looked at the footprints on the ground. They were all from the same person. But they went back and forth so many times. And they all stopped at the door of the same house. He was puzzled. So he followed the direction of the footprints to the door of the somewhat shabby courtyard. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Wan Lauda shouted twice. But no one answered. But his nose was extremely sensitive, and he smelled a faint smell of blood. He pushed the door hard, and it opened. What came into view was the body of an old man. As a constable, Wan Lauda wanted to seal off the scene as soon as possible. Lauer, go to the government office and report the case. Just say that a murder has occurred here, and a child is missing. The county must be sealed off immediately. Wan Lauer gradually calmed down after the madness. He couldn't look around like a headless fly. He listened to Wan Lauda and ran to the government office immediately. Wan Lauda sealed off the scene and immediately followed the wheel tracks to chase out. He carefully observed the wheel tracks on the ground, which were actually deeper than before. This meant that after the carriage stopped here, it must have loaded something. What was it? Boss Wan thought of the people who came to the county government recently to report that their children were missing. There were about 10 people. Could this broken house be the place where they hid their children? Boss Wan felt that he seemed to have guessed right. If he could solve this case, he would no longer have to think that he relied on nepotism to get to the top. Although he was repeatedly excluded in the government during this period, the county magistrate always took him with him when handling cases. He also learned a lot of knowledge. Now is the time to put it into practice. Boss Wan immediately ran after the wheel tracks. Although there were many people on the street today, there were not many people going to the border at this time of year. So there were fewer carriages. Moreover, once Boss Wan locked the wheel tracks, the other party could not run away even if they wanted to. This was also Boss Wan's unique skill. When he was hunting before, he chased the prey for a long time without losing the prey. He relied on the traces and smell left by the prey. It was impossible for Boss Wan to catch up with the carriage on his own two legs. He turned his head and saw a businessman leading a horse and asking if there was a big inn nearby. Boss Wan strode forward and took out his constable's token from his waist, because he only asked for half a day off. Boss Wan hung the constable's badge on his waist and prepared to go directly to the government office in the afternoon. Constable, I borrow your horse for a while. Please come to the county government office to pick it up at noon. After Boss Wan finished speaking, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he directly grabbed the other party's horse and turned over, chasing in the direction of the wheel tracks. The wheel tracks were heading towards the county gate. Boss Wan estimated that this group of human traffickers should be running away. He must intercept the people before they leave the county. Otherwise it will be difficult for him to find them after leaving the county. And the roads outside are connected in all directions. At this time, Hey-san and Hey-si also encountered problems. They had been in the county for several days, and had not left the county. They did not know that the county was now under martial law. Those entering the city only needed to see the pass. But those leaving the city had to be strictly searched. This was also because there were too many people who reported the case in the past few days. Shinjin Yuan had already listed this case as an important case. Hey-si, we can't go out today. We have to find another way. The city gate is under martial law. Check one by one. After hearing this, Hey-si hurriedly lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. Sure enough, he saw that the soldiers at the city gate were divided into 2 rows, checking people leaving the city one by one, especially the drivers. The search was even more thorough, and even the wheels of the carts were not spared. Hey-si looked back at the 8 children in the carriage. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old, and the younger ones were more than 2 years old. They were all tied up with ropes and gagged. Hey-san, go to the abandoned house in the west of the city. It's close to the city wall. I remember there's a hole there. You go out first and wait outside. I send the child out of the hole, and you wait outside. Okay. The 2 of them turned the carriage and headed west of the city. When Boss One rode to catch up, he saw only a mess of wheel tracks on the ground. And there were more carriages at the city gate than on the street. There were 3 carriages in front of him being inspected. Boss One got off the horse neatly, strode forward, and showed his badge. I'm a detective. I just found the traces of the human traffickers. I've been chasing them all the way. Have you found any suspicious carriages? The officers and soldiers shook their heads. No. For now. There are only a few carriages. Oh. And it seems that one of them turned around and went to the west of the city. The officer was checking the carriages just now. He seemed to see a carriage going to the west of the city. He didn't think much about it at the time, thinking that someone was passing by here for something. Now that Boss One provided a clue, he immediately told Boss One what he had just found. Boss One knew it was that carriage without thinking. He thanked him and said to the officers and soldiers, Brother, if someone comes to ask later, you can say that I chased them to the west of the city and let them follow immediately. The officer nodded, and Wan Lauda immediately rode after him. After this delay, the carriage that Wan Lauda had almost caught up with disappeared again. The west of the city is a residential area, where there are many traces of life. The wheel tracks could be tracked at first, but later they were flattened by many people's footprints, making it difficult for Wan Lauda to catch up. At this point, Wan Lauda lost the man. Wan Lauda was very upset. If he had been faster, he could have saved Xiao Fubao. He punched the wall in the alley, but heard a voice saying, Master, please be kind and give me some food. I haven't eaten for several days. Wan Lauda looked down and saw that it was a beggar. He was dirty and unkempt, and his age could not be seen. He was holding a half-broken bowl in his hand, and the bowl was full of dirt. Boss One suddenly had an idea. Why didn't he think of this? Although Xiqing district is a living area, there are not many rich people there. There should not be many people who can afford a carriage. Moreover, there are the most beggars in the whole county, because the rich area in Dongcheng district always asks servants to drive away beggars. Over time, there are very few beggars there, and the beggars all run to Xiqing district. Boss One took out a few copper coins from his waist and said to the beggar in front of him, Help me do something. If you can do it well, I will give you a reward of 1 or 2 taels of silver. When the beggar heard this, there is such a good thing as pie in the sky? He looked at the copper coins in Boss Wan's hand with shining eyes. These copper coins are enough for him to buy several steamed buns, so that he can have a full meal. And he can also buy a meat bun to satisfy his cravings. Moreover, he can get a bonus of 1 or 2 taels of silver for doing good things. When will such a good thing happen to him? The beggar agreed without hesitation. No matter what he was asked to do, as long as he could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver, he would do it. Master, tell me what you want me to do, and I will do it for you. Wan Lauda squatted down and put the copper coin in the beggar's broken bowl. The beggar heard the crisp ding-dong sound of the copper coin hitting the broken bowl, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In his eyes, these were all white and plump buns. I'm looking for a carriage. The carriage is loaded with children. It looks like a blue cloth carriage. It's not very big. There are 2 men. That's about all the information. They are in Xiqing district now. If you can mobilize the beggars to find this person, report the information to me immediately. This tael of silver is the errand fee you give to your brothers. And this tael of silver is your own. How about it? The beggar smiled and showed his big yellow teeth. Isn't it easy to get the news? They stay in Xiqing district all day long. What gossip in Xiqing district don't they know? From whose family passed the imperial examination and became successful? To whose wife and man did several things in one night? There is nothing they don't know. Such a deal is simply giving the money. Don't worry, sir. I promise to catch this person for you in less than half an hour. Okay. I wait for you here. Report to me as soon as you get the news. The beggar stuffed the copper coins in the broken bowl into his arms, and ran away with the broken bowl. They, the beggars, have their own ways of spreading information. And Boss One doesn't want to interfere. But today's incident made him realize that he can use all the people and things that can be used in handling cases, such as these beggars who usually look annoying, which can be of great use at this time. Chapter 270. The beggar sent a message. Wan Lao waited at the entrance of the alley for less than half an hour. And Wan Lao came with his men. Brother, how is it? Any clues? I heard the soldiers at the gate of the county town say that you were chasing this way. Lord Shen asked me to come over first. He took the coroner to that house, and seemed to be doing an autopsy. Brother Wan, if you can catch these damn human traffickers this time, you will have made a great contribution. I didn't realize that you have some skills to chase these people here. Captain Lu Qing patted Wan Lao's shoulder, and said with a smile. Wan Lao greeted Lu Qing, and told him what happened just now. I have mobilized the beggars to find clues. No one here is more familiar than these beggars. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the rats here. That's right. But you are not the first one to use beggars to solve cases. However, you just came to the government office, and you know how to use beggars to solve cases. It shows that you, Brother Wan, are indeed the material for our business. My neighbor's child also disappeared yesterday, and begged me to come. I am still very sad. If you can solve this case this time, I can also give an explanation to my neighbor. After all, we have been neighbors for decades. We are childhood friends and grew up together naked. Lu Qing said with hatred for those human traffickers in his eyes, wishing to skin them alive. Don't worry. This time we will work together to take down the human trafficker, and let your childhood friends see that the people in our government office are not freeloaders. Lu Qing opened his eyes wide in shock at this moment. And he looked at Boss Wan with a complicated mood. Brother Wan, you just said that we should work together. But this achievement is yours alone. I just came here to help. And I also said bad things about you with them before. Why are you still? Boss Wan patted Lu Qing on the shoulder and smiled heartily. I know that because of my arrival, one of your good brothers was squeezed out. And I was indeed able to get this job as a constable because I am the brother-in-law of the county magistrate. You are right. Although I feel sad for you. What you said is the fact. And I can't refute it. I can only use my actions to prove that I am not bad. Brother Wan, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Don't worry. From now on, if they don't recognize you, I, Lu Qing, will recognize you too. You will be one of us in the future. And there is something you don't know yet. The constable was not squeezed out because of you, but because he committed a crime, delayed the adults' investigation, and accepted bribes, which was discovered by the adults. So he was expelled. However, that person was a relative of the head of the constable. And the head of the constable was unhappy. So he joined everyone to squeeze you out. Boss One didn't know there was such a thing in the middle. It seems that it is not easy to hold a job in the government. There are intrigues and schemes. It seems that it is impossible to live freely and at ease in the village as before, and to get along with the family in a heart-to-heart way. Then he can only keep learning how to avoid being bullied by others. Lu Qing, I understand. That's it. Don't challenge them for me in the future. I will make everyone accept me sincerely. Don't be implicated and excluded because of your friendship with me. Wan Lao's words moved Lu Qing deeply. In the past, he just blindly followed the crowd to exclude him, and never knew Brother Wan. Today, he realized that Brother Wan was such a good person. He was not only straightforward, but also considerate of others. He was determined to make friends with him. Brother Wan, don't worry. I know what's going on. Wan Lao was very anxious at this time. It had been an hour since Xiao Fubao was taken away. He didn't dare to imagine how those human traffickers would treat his daughter. His heart was like being fried in a frying pan. And he was also tortured with needles. The other constable brought by Lu Qing was called Chen Yunkai. He was on good terms with Lu Qing. At this time, he also felt that Wan Laoda was righteous and had the demeanor of a big brother. He secretly changed his view of Wan Laoda in his heart. Brother Wan, I am also narrow-minded. If you encounter anything you don't understand in the future, just ask me and Lu Qing. I, Chen Yunkai, have been in the Yamen for more than 10 years. I have followed the former county magistrate since I was a teenager. I am also an old man in the Yamen. Boss Wan heard from Shinjin Yuan that this person is very young and has great potential. He is likely to be the next head of the police. However, he doesn't seem to exclude him in the Yamen. This person doesn't seem to stand on anyone's side. It may be because he has been in the Yamen for a long time and knows the relationship of interests. He doesn't stand on the side easily. Boss Wan smiled and nodded. Okay. Then thank you first. As the few people were talking, they saw the beggar just now running back quickly. Master! Master! Found it. An old beggar said that he saw a blue cloth carriage entering an abandoned house. He also heard the crying of a child in the carriage. The driver was a big man with small eyes. He was born big and strong, with a scar at the corner of his eye. I don't know if he is the person you are looking for. After listening to this, Boss Wan looked at the other two constables. Brother Wan, do you think he is the person we are looking for? Lu Qing was not at the scene at that time. He was able to come because Shinjin Yuan was afraid that something might happen to Boss Wan. So he asked two veterans from the Yamen to come and help. Moreover, Shinjin Yuan knew that these two people were not so averse to Boss Wan, and were not the chief constable's men. Before Boss Wan spoke, Second One pulled the beggar over. Where is the abandoned house you mentioned? Take me there quickly. Second One's face was very ugly at this time. He could not imagine how helpless and scared Xiao Fubao would be at this time. She must have been scared. She was still so young. Since she came to the Wan family, although the family conditions were not very good, they also protected her like a pearl and a treasure, and never let her suffer any grievances. She was the happy fruit of the whole family, and the baby of the whole family. Everyone spoiled her. She had never experienced such a dark moment. But the beggar only looked at Boss Wan, and had no intention of moving at all. Wan Lao Er quickly turned his head to look at Wan Laoda, and said nervously, Brother, let's go and have a look. Anyway, there are no other clues now. Xiao Fubao will be in danger if he stays in their hands for another quarter of an hour. Instead of waiting here, we might as well try it. And my consciousness tells me that the carriage is most likely the one. Otherwise, who would go to an abandoned house? Wan Laoda nodded and looked at the other two constables. I think it's right. Let's go and have a look. Lu Qing and Chen Yunkai were originally here to assist Wan Laoda. They knew a little about the purpose of Shinjin Yuan sending them here. Otherwise, he would have sent the head constable directly. Okay. Let's go quickly. They must have no way to escape. The adults have put all the exits of the county under martial law these days. They must be trying to find a way out of the city at this time. But they have a child in their hands. So it must be difficult to leave the city. That's why they are preparing to hide and slowly think of a way. Lu Qing spoke his mind frankly. The few people did not hesitate and immediately let the beggar lead the way. At this time, in the abandoned house, Hei San and Hei Si were cleaning the entrance of the cave. The entrance here was very hidden, and it was a place the two of them accidentally discovered when they came to kidnap children last year. Chapter 271 Heaven is struck by lightning. Xiao Fubao and several other children were put in a carriage, which was driven directly into the yard. Several children were also put on the ground in the yard. Some of them were shivering with cold and huddled together. The fear in their eyes made people feel pity. Hei San and Hei Si locked the gate tightly. Hei San said to Hei Si, Hei Si, you stay here to watch the children. I will go to the back to clean up the hole. You'd better not let these little brats make any noise. They almost got exposed in the carriage just now. I know. Don't talk too much. Go quickly. I guarantee they won't make a sound. Hei Si dragged out the little boy who was crying in the carriage just now. The little boy was only about 3 years old. He had a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes on his round, fair face. He looked very beautiful. In fact, not only the little boy was beautiful, but also the other children, except one who were good-looking, especially Xiao Fubao, who was the most outstanding among them. Therefore, Hei Si did not tie up Xiao Fubao. fearing that he would break his skin and affect the plan of the superiors. But at this moment, the little boy's eyes were full of fear. His mouth was blocked by Haysi with a rag, and he could not make any sound. Just now, the rag of the little boy was loose in the carriage, so the little boy could only shout. But it was quickly tied up by Haysi. Now Haysi was going to take revenge. He was bitten by Xiao Fubao in the carriage, and was thrown out of the carriage. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. The crying of the little boy happened to hit the muzzle of his gun. "You little brat. You almost ruined my plan. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you don't know how powerful I am." Haysi was about to slap the boy in the face. But at this moment, Xiao Fubao rushed towards Haysi like a small cannonball, holding Haysi's thigh and biting it hard. Because of the cold weather, Haysi had already put on cotton pants, and Xiao Fubao's small teeth could not cause any harm to Haysi. However, Xiao Fubao's sudden impact still made Haysi slap pass by the boy's face, and his fingertips left a red mark on the boy's face. The boy was so scared that he kept kicking his two short legs in the air, tears falling like beans, and his small body was struggling constantly, looking very pitiful. All the anger in Haysi's heart was concentrated on this palm, but it was disturbed by Xiao Fubao. He angrily threw the little boy to the ground. Although the little boy was wearing a cotton coat and cotton pants, he was still dizzy after being thrown to the ground by Haysi, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Haysi lowered his head and grabbed Xiao Fubao. Although Xiao Fubao was afraid, she still looked at Haysi bravely. "My father said that adults can't bully children. Uncle, it's wrong for you to do this. You will be struck by lightning." Haysi was so angry at Xiao Fubao's words that he laughed. He stretched out his hand and pulled Xiao Fubao's chubby face hard. "If God is so effective, there will be no bad people in this world. You don't let me vent my anger on him. It seems that you want to punish him. Then I will help you. Anyway, when you are sent to the capital, you will be killed. Even if your face is broken, it shouldn't affect anything. I will tell you today whether adults will be struck by lightning if they bully children." Wanhu finally woke up slowly. He just saw Xiao Fubao being caught by the bad guy, and the other party was going to beat him up. Wanhu had been brainwashed by the old lady wanted home and must protect his sister. So Wanhu got up from the ground without thinking, picked up a stone, and threw it at Haysi, because Wanhu had been in a state of fainting. Haysi was careless and didn't tie him up with a rope. Wanhu had learned slingshot from Wan Xingmo for a while, and inherited Wan Lao Da's accuracy. This throw directly hit Haysi's forehead. The sharp edge of the stone instantly cut a hole in Haysi's forehead, and blood flowed directly into the corner of his eye. Haysi subconsciously let go of his hand in pain, and Xiao Fubao was lifted up by him. Because Xiao Fubao was strong, Haysi did not lift her too high. At this time, Xiao Fubao was released by Haysi and naturally fell to the ground. Seeing that Xiao Fubao was about to fall to the ground, at the critical moment, Wanhu flew over and barely cushioned Xiao Fubao's body. Wanhu was almost spitting out blood under the weight of Xiao Fubao, and his face changed. "Sister, are you okay?" Wanhu squeezed out a word from his teeth. Xiao Fubao's closed eyes slowly opened. She thought she was going to fall on her, but like the little brother just now. But she didn't expect that she fell on a soft thing, and this thing could talk and call her sister. As soon as Xiao Fubao opened her eyes, she saw the back of Wanhu's head. She immediately shouted in surprise, "Brother Huzi, you finally woke up." Fubao is so scared. Xiao Fubao rolled off Wanhu, got up quickly, and went to pull Wanhu. The brother and sister were immersed in the joy of reunion, and heard a cold voice from above, "You two are dead now." Xiao Fubao and Wanhu looked up at the same time, and saw that Haysi had a dagger in his hand. At this time, the dagger was flashing coldly in the sun, and was slowly approaching the two. Wanhu quickly got up from the ground, quickly pulled up Xiao Fubao, and blocked his sister behind him. He was still a child. How could he not be afraid? But Wanhu remembered his grandmother's words firmly. As long as he protected his sister, he would be fine. Wanhu had timidity in his eyes, and a look of fear on his face. But he did not move his body in front of Xiao Fubao. Haysi looked at Wanhu, and felt ruthless. Wanhu was not the child that the master wanted. He had just snatched Wanhu away for the sake of selling him for money. He had not expected that he would shoot himself in the foot and let this kid break his head. Even if he did not sell him for money today, he would kill this little bastard. Haysi thrust the dagger in Wanhu's head. At this time, the originally clear sky suddenly, click, with a loud noise, Dark clouds rolled, covering the sky and the sun. The originally bright sky was like being splashed with ink. And a bolt of lightning directly hit the small courtyard and landed on Haysee's dagger. The lightning on the dagger immediately spread throughout Haysee's body. Haysee seemed to have a seizure. Black smoke kept coming out of his body, and his face kept twitching. It was the first time that Xiao Fubao saw someone being struck by lightning. After being shocked, she suddenly clapped her hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. Daddy is right. People who bully children will be struck by lightning. You have been struck by lightning, haven't you? It's so fun. Little Fubao sniffed hard and asked Wanhu curiously, Brother Huzi, do you smell the smell of barbecue? Why do I smell the smell of barbecue? It's like the barbecue skewers made by Aunt San. So fragrant. Wanhu was originally scared by Haysee and closed his eyes. At this time, a huge change occurred. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. For a while, he opened his mouth and didn't know how to react. He finally closed his mouth after hearing what his sister said. Sister, run quickly. This person was struck by lightning, and we won't be able to leave in a while. This is an opportunity. After Wanhu reacted, the first thing he did was to run away. This kid is the best at running, the youngest and the smartest. But Xiao Fubao glanced at the children behind him, and a touch of sympathy flashed in her eyes. She felt that she shouldn't leave like this. Otherwise these little brothers and sisters would definitely not have a good end. She broke free from Wanhu's hand. Brother Huzi, run quickly. I can't run. Go find my dad and ask him to save me. Wanhu was unwilling to walk alone, and went to pull Xiao Fubao. But at this time Hei-san ran out from behind. Where are you guys running to? Hei-san glanced at the children in the yard, and there was no one missing. But Haysee fell straight to the ground. His face was burnt black. Black smoke was still coming out of his hair, and black air was coming out of his mouth, as if he had been fished out of a coal mine, and he couldn't move at all. The yard was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Wanhu immediately protected his sister behind him, and huddled together with several other children, looking at Hei-san warily. Chapter 272, Battle of Wisdom with Hei-san. Hei-san ran over and gently shook Haysee, but he didn't respond, and his eyes were closed. He gently touched his nose, and found that he was still breathing weakly. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But he soon realized the seriousness of the problem. Haysee must be unable to walk. How could he send the child out by himself? Hei-san kicked Haysee lying on the ground angrily. Do you think you have sworn too much? This guy can strike you with thunder. If I hadn't seen something strange in this guy, I would have let these little brats run away. Although Haysee was unconscious, he was still conscious. He snorted after being kicked by Hei-san, but his body couldn't move. At the same time, people in the county were already restless. As the saying goes, thunder in winter. 9 out of 10 fences are empty. This thunder struck without any signs, and the sound was so loud, and the sky was very abnormal. In the past, even if there was thunder, it would definitely be accompanied by rain and snow. It has never been like this time. When the sky was clear, it was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the lightning obviously fell in one place. After a few strikes, the clouds immediately cleared and the sun came out. It is not a good sign to see strange phenomena in the sky today. An elderly man walked out of the door with a cane and talked to his neighbors. I have never seen such a situation. Is there any explanation for this? Aunt? Another woman was younger and had an incredible look on her face at this time. I also saw thunder in winter when I was a child. That year, the cattle at our border were almost extinct. There was cattle plague. There were cattle dying every day. They were not allowed to be eaten. They were burned on the spot. I still remember that there were 2 cows in our village at that time. The smell of the roasted meat made me cry. The old woman leaned on her crutches and fell into deep memories. Aunt, you don't mean that there will be another outbreak of rinderpest, do you? The woman looked horrified. Her family had just bought a cow. If it got rinderpest, wouldn't it be a waste of 10 taels of silver? The old woman shook her head. It's hard to say. I remember that there was no snow in the whole winter that year. When it thundered that day, it rained heavily, followed by lightning and thunder, as if God was angry. After the rain stopped, rinderpest began to break out. The old people said that the rain must have brought the plague from somewhere else. The young woman looked up at the sky and saw that the weather was still clear and there was no sign of rain. Aunt, do you think this thunder will strike the bad guys? those who swear to be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Do you think this time is a special punishment for them? The old woman smiled and waved her hands. It would be great if it were true. God has punished the bad guys without bringing plague. No matter what the situation was. This strange phenomenon attracted the discussion and attention of the people in the whole county. Those who were curious had already run to the abandoned house to watch the fun. Wan Lauer also saw the direction of the thunderbolt. He felt that this strange phenomenon must be related to Xiao Fubao. And he could not help but speed up his pace. Maybe his daughter was locked up there. At this time, the beggar pointed to the direction of the thunderbolt in fear and said, "The place where the thunderbolt just struck is the direction of the abandoned house. Hurry. The human trafficker must be exposed now. Hurry up and block him before they change places." The beggar also quickly quickened his pace and led a few people to run to the abandoned house in a roundabout way. At this time, He-sen also realized the seriousness of the problem. If he didn't move quickly, this place would soon be surrounded by people, and he wouldn't be able to run away. When He-san thought of this, he didn't care about He-si anymore. He walked a few steps to a group of children, wanting to load all the children into the carriage and prepare to return to the previous house. Anyway, the old man was killed, and he had no relatives. No one should find the place for a while. As long as he didn't expose himself, He-si would be safe. After he settled these little cubs, he would come to pick up He-si. Thinking of this, He-san no longer hesitated and directly prepared to cross Wan-hu to catch the little boy behind him. The little boy had already found that Wan-hu seemed to be the biggest here, and Wan-hu was also protecting them at this time. The little boy was thrown to the ground just now, and he hadn't recovered yet. He quickly shrank behind Wan-hu. Wan-hu also subconsciously protected the little boy. He spread his arms and blocked the front. But he kept muttering in his heart. Grandma said that if he protected his sister well, he would be fine. Grandma said that if he protected his sister well, he would be fine. Wan-hu recited it several times, as if he was brainwashing himself. But it did have a great effect. At least he was not so scared psychologically. As if the person in front of him was not invincible. Just now he thought he was going to die. But he didn't expect that the bad guy who wanted to kill them would be struck by lightning. At this time, Wan-hu felt that this bad guy would definitely not have a good end. He raised his head firmly and looked at He-san. He-san grabbed Wan-hu and threw him to the ground. Wan-hu's hands were immediately covered with blood. "You little brat. Don't you know how much you weigh? You are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Do you know that?" Seeing Wan-hu trying to get up from the ground, He-san turned around and kicked Wan-hu's butt hard, and Wan-hu screamed in pain. Xiao Fubao rushed over again, like a small cannonball. With the experience of the last time, this time Xiao Fubao directly held He-san's hand hanging by his side and bit it. Xiao Fubao used all his strength this time, treating He-san's hand as braised pork, biting and tearing it, and actually biting He-san's hand and bleeding. He-san wanted to get rid of Xiao Fubao, but Xiao Fubao had learned his lesson this time. He was like an octopus, holding on to one of He-san's legs tightly. He also used a heavy weight to support his small body, and his small buttocks fell down hard. He-san didn't get rid of him at once. Wan-hu also got up from the ground with difficulty at this time. Seeing his sister trying so hard to save him, he bent down and picked up the dagger in He-si's hand that was struck by lightning. He ran over with gritted teeth and stabbed He-san's other leg. Wan-hu immediately pulled out the dagger, and blood splashed on his face. He was also shocked, and tears rolled in his eyes. He-san screamed in pain, and Wan-hu hurriedly took Xiao Fubao and ran to the side in panic. Several children huddled together again. Everyone was a little afraid of He-san at this time. They knew that their strength would definitely not be able to beat He-san. Everyone, run quickly. Spread out. Run all over the yard. Don't let him catch you. I open the door in a while. Everyone run out if you can. Wan-hu took advantage of the gap when He-san limped over here, and quickly used a dagger to help the children untie the ropes. The dagger struck by lightning seemed to be sharper, and Wan-hu just cut hard and the rope broke. Soon, the children scattered and ran wildly in the yard. Although they were young, there were 2 older children, about the same age as Wan-hu, who could reach the bolt of the gate. He-san's current goal was to catch Wan-hu and Xiao Fubao, brother and sister, so the other children had a chance to escape. Xiao Fubao was too young, and he was chubby and thickly dressed, so he couldn't move his short legs at all. He didn't run a few steps before He-san grabbed his collar from behind, and his feet were suspended in the air. One who was so anxious that he rushed forward with a dagger in his hand. He-san immediately put his hand on Xiao Fubao's neck and threatened One Who, "Give me the dagger immediately, and I will let your sister live. Otherwise I will strangle her to death." One Who hesitated for a moment, and saw that He-san's hand had begun to exert force, and Xiao Fubao's face had begun to turn red, and her 2 feet in a pair of tiger head shoes were kicking randomly in the air. One Who was so scared that he dared not breathe, and quickly threw the dagger far away. "I'm throwing away the dagger now. You quickly let my sister go." One Who was still quite smart. He did not give the dagger to He-san, but threw the dagger far away, so that the other party could not use the dagger to hurt people. Chapter 273. The Trial of He-san. He-san's face suddenly darkened. "You little brat. You're playing tricks on me. Right? Do you believe I kill your sister? Don't. I pick it up for you. Don't hurt my sister." One Who saw that He-san had indeed gained some weight, and Xiao Fubao's face had turned purple. Just as One Who bent down to pick up the dagger, the door was suddenly opened by a child. There were several people outside who were preparing to look in through the crack of the door. The door was suddenly opened from the inside, and they were startled. They came to this abandoned house, first, because they lived nearby, and ran over when they saw something strange. "Uncle and aunt, help me." A slightly older child grabbed a man and shouted. Just at this time, Wan Lao De arrived with Lu Qing and Chen Yunkai. Wan Lao Er ran the fastest, and was still ahead of the 3. He saw Xiao Fubao being held high by He-san in the yard through the crowd. Wan Lao was so frightened that his heart trembled a few times, and he shouted, "Fubao!" Then he rushed towards He-san, One Who had already picked up the dagger at this time. Seeing his second uncle coming, He-san's attention was immediately distracted by Wan Lao. He-san subconsciously turned his head and saw that there were people outside the door. Even the constables had come, and the whole yard was tightly surrounded by a group of people. One Whose eyes were only on Xiao Fubao, and he could already see that his sister's breathing was getting weaker and weaker. One Who did not hesitate at all, and took advantage of He-san's distraction, holding the dagger, and ran over suddenly, and directly inserted the dagger into He-san's stomach. He-san felt a huge pain, and his hand pinching Xiao Fubao loosened a little. One Who took the opportunity to pull his sister's 2 calves down, and Xiao Fubao was pulled down. Wan Lao Er was already flying towards He-san, and at this moment, his whole body was pressing on He-san's back, knocking He-san to the ground. One Who held Xiao Fubao and rolled to the side, barely avoiding He-san's falling body. One Who was young, and the dagger was not inserted deep, but after Wan Lao Er's flying, the dagger went directly into He-san's stomach, and He-san screamed in pain, and the scream resounded throughout the courtyard. At this time, Wan Lao De also took 2 constables forward to arrest He-san and He-si. The matter came to an end here, and Xiao Fubao and other children were all rescued. Wan Lao De took the 2 human traffickers back to the county government. Shen Jinyuan tried 2 cases in court. One was a case of child trafficking, and the other was a case of killing an elderly person. He-san was stabbed in the stomach, in order to prevent excessive blood loss. Shen Jinyuan asked the doctor to help him stop the bleeding simply, but the other party's internal organs were damaged, and he was definitely not going to live long. "Who is here? Tell me your name." He-san's head was covered with cold sweat. He was in so much pain that he could no longer kneel. He was held by 2 constables and barely knelt. "Hey-san," He-san said weakly. "He-san, you kidnapped children and killed the elderly. Do you know your crime?" Shen Jinyuan slammed the gavel with dignity. Desperados like He-san were not afraid of being tried in court. He just felt that he was going to die, and he had not yet received a sum of money. "I did not kidnap children. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed someone?" He-san argued. He had long hidden the dagger that killed the elderly in the carriage. The other party could not convict him without evidence. At this time, Boss One came in with a dagger. "Sir, this dagger was found in their carriage." The courter examined it, and found that it matched the wound on the elderly. "This is the murder weapon. Show it." Boss One respectfully presented the murder weapon to Shen Jinyuan. Shen Jinyuan looked intimidating without getting angry. He looked at He-san, who was bowing his head in the hall, and asked sternly, "He-san, what else do you have to say? The murder weapon was found in your carriage, and the evidence is solid. How can you deny it?" He-san laughed softly. Hee hee. We went there together. How can you prove that I killed him?" At this time, Boss One stood up and said to Shen Jinyuan, "Sir, The coroner said that the murderer was a left-handed person. The person who was familiar with the testimony was left-handed. He had thick calluses on his left hand. When we went there, we saw him committing the crime with his left hand. His other companion was right-handed and had thick calluses on his right hand. Shin Jinyuan nodded approvingly and motioned Boss 1 to leave. Boss 1 retreated respectfully and received the smiling faces of appreciation from Lu Qing and Chen Yunkai. At the same time, he also saw the disdain of the people on the opposite side, led by the head of the police, Hu Yong. Boss 1 ignored him, but stood still, watching his nose and his heart, which made the constables on the opposite side fall backwards in anger. Even so, He-san still refused to admit that he had killed someone. You judge me for murder based on a dagger and a left-handed hand. I don't accept it. I don't know any old man at all. Don't slander me. You said I kidnapped children, but I kidnapped them at most. And I didn't sell them. It seems that you will not cry until you see the coffin. Come. Take him to the crime scene. Compare the footprints and shoe prints. And let the painter draw the evidence. He-san was carried to the crime scene. Fortunately, when Wan Lao found out that there was a murder case, he immediately sealed the scene and asked Wan Lao heir to report the case. The crime scene was not destroyed and was preserved intact. There were not only He-san's footprints, but also the footprints of the children. Now He-san couldn't deny it. He-san was taken back to the lobby again. He no longer had the dead pig's face that was not afraid of boiling water. The evidence was conclusive. He had no way to defend himself and could only plead guilty. According to He-san's account, he received a big order. The other party needed 49 boys and 49 girls. And they had to be good-looking and blessed children. He had collected 91 children and was still short of 7 children. He thought of getting a few nearby outside the customs. The man was willing to give him 10,000 taels of silver. He-san didn't know what the other party wanted the child for. But they were about to succeed, but ended up failing. Seeing that they were about to get 10,000 taels of silver, but now they were going to lose their lives. He-san was very angry. He didn't want those who got the advantage for free to have an easy life. After all, they paid a lot of price to get these children, and lost 2 brothers. He-san's words reminded Boss 1 of the day when they were just exiled and encountered Lu Jingyu being kidnapped. Could this be a gang? Boss 1 immediately stood up and saluted to Shin Jinyuan and said, Sir, I have something to ask. Shin Jinyuan nodded slightly. Boss 1 immediately turned to He-san and asked, A year ago, did 2 of you come to Jinwu town on the border to abduct children? Those 2 people didn't go back and died. Right? He-san was shocked when he heard what Boss 1 said. He suddenly looked up at Boss 1, but pulled a wound on his stomach, and he gasped in pain. Suck. How do you know? We had a special order last year. The other party gave us 1,000 taels of silver and asked us to catch a child. But the child was too difficult to catch. We followed him to several places before we finally caught him. But something unexpected happened on the way, and he ran away. And our 2 brothers were gone. After He-san finished speaking, Shin Jinyuan looked at Boss 1 in confusion. What's going on? My lord. The child is Lu Jingyu, the eldest grandson of the Lu family. When our family was exiled to the border last year, we happened to meet this group of human traffickers who kidnapped a child. Later, the human traffickers' carriage overturned. We rescued the child and found out that it was Lu Chongxin, the son of the Lu family, who brought his nephew to the border to travel. Shin Jinyuan was a little surprised. He was no longer in the capital at that time and was on his way to the border. No wonder he had never heard of the Lu family. There was even this part. However, Shin Jinyuan thought more deeply than Boss 1. The Lu family's children were named and taken, which must be the work of the Lu family's political enemies. If he could catch this group of people in one fell swoop this time, could he also get close to the Lu family? And the man He-san said wanted so many children, which sounded a bit like he was not doing his job properly, as if it was related to some religious sacrifices. Maybe he had uncovered a shocking case this time. After thinking about it in his heart, Shin Jinyuan attached much more importance to this matter than before. He immediately ordered someone to treat He-san. This man was now the key to finding the person behind the scenes. There could be no mistakes. And he had to be secretly detained to prevent someone from killing him to silence him. Chapter 274 Fubao comes back. The grandparents and grandchildren cry bitterly. After Fubao was rescued, Wan Lao did not stop, and immediately carried her and Wan Hu back to the Wan Lao family. It was already late at this time, and Grandma Wan woke up anxiously and fainted again until little Fubao was brought back by Wan Lauer. Little Fubao lay beside Grandma Wan, gently stroking her wrinkled cheeks with his little hands, and gently called, "Grandma, Fubao is back. Grandma, open your eyes and look at Fubao. Grandma." Grandma Wan seemed to hear Fubao call, and really opened her eyes slowly. But she still thought she was dreaming. In this half-day, Grandma Wan had such a dream for no less than dozens of times. And every time she dreamed that little Fubao was smiling and calling Grandma. Now Grandma Wan could no longer tell whether it was a dream or reality. But she still held little Fubao's hand and burst into tears. "My dear, if you are in my dream, stay a little longer and don't let me worry. Where have you been? Where did those hateful human traffickers take you? Tell me. I will fight those beasts even if I have to sacrifice my life." Little Fubao also cried loudly while holding Grandma Wan. She had been holding back her tears for most of the day. But now that she saw her relatives, she couldn't hold back anymore. She opened her mouth and cried loudly, waking Grandma Wan up completely. "Mom, are you really my little Fubao? Are you really back?" Grandma Wan hugged little Fubao into her arms, and the two of them cried sadly. Wan Lauer and Shen couldn't help crying after seeing this. Wan Hu also cried while holding Grandma Wan. His butt was still hurting. The other children also came around after seeing this, holding little Fubao and coaxing him softly. "Sister, don't cry. When I grow up, I will help you get revenge. I will practice martial arts well and be as powerful as Brother Mo. Those bad guys will never dare to bully you again. Sister, I will study hard and become a high-ranking official. If those bad guys bully you again, I will send people to beat them all to death." Grandma Wan and Xiao Fubao stopped crying. Xiao Fubao looked at his brothers, who were all very nervous. Xiao Fubao burst into laughter and looked at his brothers, saying softly, "Brother, I have remembered your words. You must remember what you said. If someone bullies Fubao again in the future, you must help Fubao get revenge." "Yes, I will," several brothers said in unison. So far, the hijacking incident was over. But how would she tell Wan Erseo when she returned to the village? Looking at Xiao Fubao's messy hair, dirty body, swollen face and hands, Wan Laoai couldn't help but redden her eyes again. Although their family was not rich, the whole family paid great attention to Xiao Fubao's food and clothing. Xiao Fubao was the cleanest and tittiest in the family. Wan Laotai and Wan Erseo had a high degree of tacit understanding in this regard, because they both felt that they owed Xiao Fubao something. After all, she was originally destined to be a princess, but because of their selfishness, she secretly changed her. So the two said nothing, but they were never stingy with Xiao Fubao. Ordinary families in the whole village could only eat snacks during festivals, but the Wan family prepared snacks all year round. And even if there was no meat dish on the table, they would prepare a meat dish specifically for Xiao Fubao. Specifically for Xiao Fubao. Originally, the family was worried that this would ruin Xiao Fubao, but later they found that after doing so, Xiao Fubao actually learned to share and be filial. She would share a little of her meat with everyone, and even if it was not enough, she would give everyone a bite, so that she would eat happily. Xiao Fubao came back, and everyone was very happy. Shen saw that Grandma Wan was in much better spirits, so she stepped forward and asked softly, "Mom, I will take Fubao downstairs to wash her and change her into clean clothes." Grandma Wan nodded, "Okay. I feel bad seeing her like this. Damn human traffickers. They must be skinned." Shen also hated human traffickers, and she took Xiao Fubao and Wanhu to the yard next door. Shen touched Wanhu's little head lovingly again, and saw that he was dirtier than Xiao Fubao, and her heart was also hurt. These two must have suffered a lot. Shen had been married for some time, but there was still no sign of pregnancy. She secretly consulted a doctor, who said that she had suffered too much loss before, and that she was old, so it would be unlikely for her to get pregnant again. Shen was very disappointed at the time, but later she thought it through. If she could get pregnant, that would be better, but if she couldn't, she still had several sons. She now took Wanhu to live with her. The child was smart, and might be able to achieve something in the future, so she would have a backer. Shen was originally nice to Wan Laoda's children, but she was not their biological mother after all. No matter how nice she was, there was always a gap between them, not to mention how she felt. Even the children might not really treat her as their mother. It seemed that she had to make the children accept her sincerely. Wan Quan and Wan Shuang were already grown up, and she did not think about deliberately pleasing them. But Wan Hu was still young. As long as she treated him well, the child would definitely recognize her in the future. Shin felt that as long as she used sincerity in exchange for sincerity, it would be right. After the children washed up, it was already dark. Shin changed Xiao Fubao into a pink cotton jacket and trousers, a pair of yellow tiger head shoes, and 2 buns with 2 pink head flowers on them. The little girl looked like a Fua from a New Year picture, with 2 big sparkling eyes and 2 deep dimples on her chubby face when she smiled. Cute and adorable. Fubao. Huzi. Are you hungry? I asked the kitchen to make your favorite braised pork tonight to calm you down. Little Fubao raised his head and asked curiously, Auntie, what does calm down mean? Calm down means that you have been abducted by human traffickers and have suffered. Auntie will make some delicious food to make you return to your usual lively and cheerful self. Little Fubao said oh, as if she understood. Then Fubao needs a lot of braised pork to calm down. Otherwise Fubao may not be able to calm down. Although little Fubao doesn't know much when it comes to food, she can react quickly and bargain with the other party. Shin laughed, okay. As long as our Fubao can suppress his fright, you can eat as much as you want. And Auntie will ask the cook to make as much as you want. Okay? You can eat as much as you want here. Don't worry about indigestion. Auntie has prepared hawthorn water for you to drink. Wow! Is it the sour and sweet hawthorn water you drank last time? Shin didn't expect that this girl still remembered it after such a long time, and could still say it clearly. She had never seen such a smart child, and she liked her more and more. So she nodded with a smile. Yes. It's the one Fubao drank last time. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Fubao wants to drink such a big bowl this time. Little Fubao exaggeratedly opened his arms and gestured, which made Wan Hu and Shin laugh. The 3 of them talked and laughed all the way to the dining room. Little Fubao and Wan Hu were in much better condition, and recovered a lot more than when they just came back. Obviously, they were slowly regaining their former liveliness. Chapter 275. Feast to calm down. As soon as the family sat down at the dinner table, Wan Lao returned with a tired body. But from the look on his face, it can be seen that he was in a good mood today. As soon as Wan Lao saw Xiao Fubao, he strode over and lifted Xiao Fubao up directly from her small stool. Xiao Fubao liked to be lifted up high the most, and Wan Lao was wearing the clothes of a constable. Xiao Fubao immediately felt that he was majestic, being held up high by his uncle. Xiao Fubao's crisp giggles immediately filled the entire dining room, and Mrs. Wan's depression in her heart also dissipated a lot after hearing it. Xiao Fubao's laughter was like a potion that could heal people. Wan Lao's originally gloomy face gradually brightened up at this time, and the other brothers also grinned along with Xiao Fubao's laughter. When Shin came back from the street today, she was worried about the robbery of little Fubao and the health of old lady Wan. She had no time to think about the exclusion of Boss Wan. When she saw Boss Wan coming back, she looked much more cheerful than before. She was no longer depressed and forced to smile, but happy from the bottom of her heart. Shin went forward and gently pulled Boss Wan. Boss Wan lowered his head and glanced at his wife, put little Fubao back on the stool, and said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. And today because of this human trafficker." Another thing was brought up. Boss Wan said, and took Shin to sit at the table, without even changing his clothes. He looked at Grandma Wan and second brother Wan and said, "Mother, second brother, do you remember when we were first exiled to the border? We happened to see young Master Lu being kidnapped by human traffickers? Why don't you remember? If it weren't for our family saving young Master Lu, how could we have safely gone to Shitsi village and spent a comfortable winter in Shitsi village? It was because of saving young Master Lu that our family was able to gain a foothold in Shitsi village. Young Master Lu's help to our family was not small." In Grandma Wan's mind, apart from Wan Qingma, there were the things that Lu Chongxun sent. If they didn't have those daily necessities and food, even if they arrived in the village, they would probably freeze to death due to the cold weather. When the Lord was trying the case today, I suddenly remembered that young Master Lu was kidnapped. So I asked about it. I didn't expect that I could really find out that the people who kidnapped young Master Lu were these people. Not only did Boss Wan capture the human traffickers today, he also helped Shen Jingyuan find a way to get close to the Lu family. Readers know that the Lu family is a family of scholars. Although there are not many people in the family who have become officials, the Lu family has produced 3 imperial tutors. Those who saw the Liu family was about to fall did not expect that the Liu family would stand up again this time. This time when the new emperor ascended the throne. The Liu family had another imperial tutor. No one expected that the one who ascended the throne was not the prince. This made the Liu family, which was originally controversial and suppressed, stand at the forefront of the court again. In addition, the Liu family has produced a genius like Liu Jingyu, who is rare in a century. The next imperial tutor is very likely to be Liu Jingyu. And the Liu family has also placed all the focus of education on Liu Jingyu. Old Lady One didn't understand the officialdom. But when she heard that these people were the same group that kidnapped young Master Liu, she quickly said, "So this time, their boss was caught directly. I just don't know if these people can be arrested at once, so that they won't harm others again. If young Master Liu knew that these people were caught, he would definitely not let them go." Boss One nodded in agreement. And he didn't say much else. Shen Jinyuan told him some things alone after leaving the court. But Boss One knew that these words could not be said casually. It's not that he didn't trust his family, but because there are some things they don't understand, and are easily tricked. Shen watched Boss One talking freely. And he was completely different from before. She knew that this incident must have given him an opportunity to turn things around. And his government office would no longer be looked down upon. However, she did not dare to show too much joy. After all, this opportunity was gained by the two children being robbed. She was afraid that Mrs. One would have some ideas. And she did not want to use this method to get Boss One to gain a foothold in the government office. But God wanted to play tricks on people like this. However, Shen didn't mention it. But Old Lady One asked, "Big brother, don't take to heart what we heard the constables from your yamen saying on the street today. You are my son, and I know your ability best. I believe you will become a head constable in the future and beat those people. Back then, you and a few other young men learned hunting from an old hunter in our village. And in the end, you were the best. I knew you were not an ordinary person." Big Brother One was already happy today. And he was even happier when he heard the encouragement and praise from his mother. He smiled and said, "Mom, although this case was solved by chance because Xiao Fubao and one who were involved in our family, but Mr. Shen praised me in front of everyone today. And some people no longer excluded me, and even asked me to go out for a drink in 2 days. I believe these are all good starts. Don't worry, Mother. We were born as peasants, and it's okay if we are excluded again. We have been exiled all the way, and I have long been accustomed to those looks. But I will change other people's views of us in the future. We peasants are the most tenacious people. Without us farming, they will eat shit." Grandma One smiled and nodded. Little Fubao listened to the adults chatting, her eyes shining as she stared at the braised pork on the table, swallowing her saliva. But she kept holding back her saliva until her grandma said to pick up her chopsticks. Now she saw that the adults had nothing to say. So she quickly said to Grandma One softly, "Grandma, Fubao is so hungry. When can we eat meat?" Little Fubao looked aggrieved. And Grandma One cried out, "Oh, it's all Grandma's fault. You kept asking your uncle questions, and made our little Fubao hungry. Alright, don't say anything. The world is big. Eating is the most important. Eat quickly. It will get cold soon." The children cheered and picked up the chopsticks in front of them and started to eat. Xiao Fubao was not very skilled in using chopsticks, and she was very hungry. Wan Lauer put a piece of braised pork in her bowl, and she started to grab it. Shen wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Wan Lao's eye. "Don't worry about her. Eldest daughter-in-law. She can eat whatever she wants. This child must be very hungry and doesn't like to be fed. Just wash her hands later, and everyone should eat quickly." Shen smiled and looked at Xiao Fubao eating habits. She felt that if she watched Xiao Fubao eat every day, she could eat 2 more bowls. Wan Lauer didn't eat much, and kept picking up dishes for his daughter. Xiao Fubao's small wooden bowl was already full of various meats. She was now gnawing on a pigeon leg. This was Xiao Fubao's first time eating pigeon, and her mouth was full of oil. And this meat smells so good. How come Fubao has never eaten such delicious meat? Xiao Fubao's mouth was full, but he didn't forget to ask Shen. He looked at Shen with a pair of bright eyes, and his 2 bulging little faces were rhythmically moving. "The squirming is very cute," Shen said with a smile. "This is called pigeon meat. If Fubao likes it, can Auntie make it for you?" "Okay. Thank you, Auntie. But Fubao will go home tomorrow. What should I do?" When little Fubao thought of this, she frowned slightly. She only had troubles when it came to eating. Shen took out a handkerchief and wiped the grease off the little Fubao face. then said, "It's okay. Auntie will pack it for you to take back. Now the weather is cold, and it can be stored. It's okay to eat it for a few days. When you want to eat it again, Auntie will send someone to deliver it to you." Little Fubao finally became happy, tried hard to swallow the pigeon meat in his mouth, and said with a smile, "Okay? Okay. Fubao will have endless pigeon meat in the future." Old Lady One had already kept this in mind. When she was ready to go back, she asked Sister One San to cook a pigeon every few days for Xiao Fubao to satisfy his craving. The family had dinner and went to bed early. But in the middle of the night, Xiao Fubao suddenly started talking nonsense, which frightened Old Lady One so much that she quickly woke everyone up and called the doctor. Chapter 276 Learn to Say Goodbye. Wan Lao and Wan Lao hurried to find a doctor together. Wan Lao and Shen Shi both wore clothes and accompanied Xiao Fubao. Wan Lao even held Xiao Fubao in her arms. "Mom, Xiao Fubao is not scared, right? After all, such a young child was kidnapped, and saw others being struck by lightning, knives and blood. I am scared. Not to mention that Xiao Fubao is only 2 years old." Shen Shi touched Xiao Fubao's forehead, which was hot. His cheeks were red, and his breathing was heavy. Old Lady One nodded. "It's possible. I call her. Don't let her lose her soul. If someone in our hometown loses their soul, we call them back and they be fine." Shen quickly whispered, "Then mother, please try to call her." Seeing Xiao Fubao so upset, "I feel bad too. It's all my fault that I didn't take good care of the child. So she and Huzi were robbed." Since the child was robbed, Shen has been feeling guilty, thinking that it was her negligence that led to Xiao Fubao being robbed. Old Lady One waved her hands, with a worried look on her face, and comforted Shen. "How can this matter be blamed on you? This human trafficker wants to rob people. Even if you hold them in his arms, he can still rob them. Don't take it on yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you." Shen's guilty heart finally got a little comfort, and at the same time, a warm current slowly seeped into her heart. She felt that she really did not make a mistake in marrying into the One family. She had such a good mother-in-law and several such good sisters-in-law. The most important thing was that the One family separated their big house separately before marriage, which Shen did not expect. Shen's life after marriage was so comfortable that she remembered what Old Lady One said when she first met her. "You might be a lucky person." Isn't Shen a lucky person now? There are people serving her when she goes in and out. And there are people serving her when she eats and dresses. Her mother-in-law is sensible. Her husband is considerate. And her stepson is obedient. She feels that the suffering she suffered before is now a light boat over thousands of mountains. Grandma One called Fubao Soul in a low voice. Shen looked at Fubao lovingly. After Grandma One called him more than 10 times in a row, Fubao breathing gradually became more stable. Shen hurried to touch Fubao's forehead and found that it was not as hot as before. "Mother, Fubao doesn't seem to be as hot as before. Is he getting better?" Grandma One was very surprised. She immediately hugged her granddaughter and lowered her head to touch Fubao's forehead. It was not as hot as before. Although the blush on her cheeks had not dissipated, her body temperature was no longer hot. "Eldest daughter-in-law, hurry up and get some water for my granddaughter to drink. She has been feverish for so long that her lips are chapped." Grandma One looked at the little girl's originally rosy mouth in her arms. At this time, the skin was dry because of the fever. She felt distressed. Shen did not ask the maid to help, but got up to pour a glass of water herself and fed it into Fubao's mouth little by little with a small spoon. Little Fubao felt the moisture and immediately opened his mouth to drink. Seeing this, Shen was overjoyed and quickly accelerated the action of her hands. Little Fubao drank a glass of water in a short time and then fell into a deep sleep. When the doctor came, little Fubao was no longer feverish. But Shen did not let the doctor down. After all, it was so late at night that she couldn't let the doctor run for nothing. It would be difficult to invite him again in the future. Shen asked the maid to take half a tael of silver to give to the doctor as a reward for his hard work. The doctor was originally full of anger, thinking that this family was playing a trick on him. Although the child was sick, he could get better by himself. But which child could get better so quickly? But now, he saw the silver and his anger immediately dissipated. He just ran a trip and got half a tael of silver for nothing. This was the first time he had seen such a good thing. After sending the doctor away, Wan Lauer still didn't dare to relax. He just sat there and watched little Fubao sleep until dawn. He fell asleep at some point in the middle of the night. and his long arms were still tightly hugging his daughter. When it was bright, Mrs. Wan woke up, because they had been busy all night. The whole family got up late in the morning. The eldest son of the Wan family had already gone to the government office. After having breakfast in the county, the second son of the Wan family said goodbye and took the children and the old lady of the Wan family to Sheetsi village. However, when they were about to leave, Wan-Hu suddenly rushed out and hugged the old lady of the Wan family. Since the eldest sister-in-law of the Wan family left, Wan-Hu was basically taken care of by the old lady of the Wan family and the second sister-in-law of the Wan family. Wan-Hu also relied on the old lady of the Wan family and the second sister-in-law of the Wan family the most. Now they suddenly had to separate, and he was very reluctant. Mrs. Wan also hugged Wan-Hu and felt that the boy was crying. Mrs. Wan gently touched the top of Wan-Hu's hat and comforted him. "Hu-Zi, you must listen to your mother in the county in the future. Don't be naughty and study hard. Do you understand?" "Grandma, I want to go back to Sheetsi village. I want to play with my sister. I can protect my sister. This time, I listened to Grandma's words and protected my sister, so I was not beaten to death by the bad guys. My sister is Fua, and I want to be with my sister." Wan-Hu tilted his head up, with 2 lines of tears on his face. But his expression was serious, and his hands were tightly holding the corner of Wan Lao Ma's clothes. Shin was afraid that Wan Lao Ma would really soften her heart and agree. So she hurried forward. "Hu-Zi, Mother promised you that we will go to see your sister in a while. Okay? As long as you study hard, you will be able to better protect your sister when you grow up. There will be more bad guys in the future, and your sister needs you to be stronger. As long as you study hard, you will become stronger." Shin's words undoubtedly hit Wan-Hu's heart scar. He hesitated for a long time before letting go of Wan Lao Ma's clothes. Old Lady Wan's eyes were also moist. At this time, little Fubao crawled over from the side, stretched out his short arms, waved his chubby white hands, and said in a baby voice, "Brother Hu-Zi, Fubao will come to the city to see you and bring you delicious food. You must study hard. If you are as good as the big brother, you can protect Fubao." Wan-Hu nodded solemnly and ran forward to hold his sister's hand. It was soft and warm, and Wan-Hu's heart was also warm. "Sister, don't worry. I will study hard and will be as good as Brother Mo." People who are familiar with Fubao know that the big brother Fubao is talking about is Wan Qingmo. After several brothers also said goodbye to Wan-Hu, Wan-Hu looked at the back of the ox cart slowly leaving and couldn't help crying again. Shin gently stroked Wan-Hu's back from behind, without saying anything, but let him learn to face the separation alone. Today's separation is just a small growth in his life. There will be more separations in the future. Shin hopes that Wan-Hu can face it optimistically. When Wan Lauer drove the ox cart back to Sheetsi village, it was already dark. Mrs. Wan and the children were almost asleep. Because Shin was careful, she put an extra layer of straw and 2 mattresses on the ox cart, so Mrs. Wan didn't suffer as much as when she left. Mrs. Wan heard the noise coming from the door, and hurried out to see that it was Wan Lauer, who came back with a cart of children. Her worries finally dissipated. "You are finally back. I didn't wait for you yesterday. I thought something happened to you. I didn't sleep well for half a night, and had nightmares all the time." After Mrs. Wan helped Mrs. Wan get off the cart, she quickly hugged Xiao Fubao in her arms, kissed her daughter on the face again, and then walked into the house. Chapter 277. Wan Erseo learned that Xiao Fubao was kidnapped. At this time, Wan Shi, who was following Wan Erseo, whispered, "Second aunt, my sister was kidnapped in the county yesterday. Otherwise we would have returned yesterday." Wan Erseo looked like a snake whose tail was stepped on. She turned back suddenly, her face full of fear and trepidation. She looked at Wan Shi and couldn't help but trembled and said, "What did you say? Your sister was kidnapped yesterday?" Wan Shi had never seen Wan Erseo like this. Wan Erseo was always kind and gentle in front of the children. This was the first time Wan Shi had seen such a look. He was a little scared by Wan Erseo's appearance. He shrank his neck and took a step back, because Wan Erseo looked at him as if he had kidnapped his sister. Seeing that she had frightened the child, Wan Erseo immediately adjusted her mentality, and her expression eased a little. She said softly, "Sir, I'm sorry. It was second aunt who was too anxious and frightened you. Are you okay?" Wan Shi shook her head and whispered, "Second aunt, I'm fine." Wan Erseo did not embarrass the child anymore, but immediately took Xiao Fubao back to the house and put him on the Kong of Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wan was leaning on the Kong cabinet and squinting her eyes to come back to her senses. When she saw Juan Urseo coming in, her expression was not very happy. "Yes?" he asked, Second Lao's wife. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you look good?" "Mom, I'm fine. I almost tripped just now. I was afraid that Xiao Fubao would be scared. Please help me watch Xiao Fubao. I go to help the child's father move things." "Okay." Xiao Fubao. Come to Grandma." Xiao Fubao looked at the back of Juan Urseo in confusion. She was obviously not going to fall just now. Why did her mother lie? However, she was young and quickly put this matter behind her, and played with toys with her brothers. Juan Urseo walked towards the door with a breeze. Juan Lauer was unloading things under the car. There were 100 kilograms of potatoes that he'd bought himself. He originally planned to buy only a few kilograms. Later, he thought that if he failed, wouldn't he have to go to the county again? So he simply bought everything in the store. And they were much cheaper. There were also delicious food brought by Shin for Xiao Fubao. And gifts brought to Grandma Wan and several sisters-in-law. All kinds of things also took up half of the car. Seeing Juan Urseo running over eagerly, Juan Lauer thought that Xiao Fubao had told her about buying a gift for her mother. Juan Lauer just stood up with a smile, and was about to tell Juan Urseo about buying her a hairpin, but was stunned by Juan Urseo's low shout. "Juan Lauer, what do you think of your daughter? What happened to your daughter being robbed in the county? Tell me about it." Juan Lauer's face turned pale, but he was muttering in his heart. He didn't know who was so quick to spread the news. Juan Lauer hurriedly flattered, "Wife, this is not the place to talk. And this matter is a long story. Let's transport all the things back first. And I will tell you slowly." Juan Urseo glanced at the pile of things on the ground. And it was already dark. So they really couldn't be placed at the door. Juan Urseo didn't say anything. Bent down and carried several bundles into the house in one breath. Juan Lauer carried a bag of potatoes behind him and entered the kitchen. After the ox cart was settled, Juan Urseo directly pulled Juan Lauer into the room, and was seen by Lu, who came out with the child. Lu grinned and smiled softly, saying softly, "It's just getting dark today. And the second sister-in-law is so impatient. It's only been 2 days since we last met." After Lu finished speaking, she walked briskly to the upper room. When Juan Lao came back just now, she was feeding the child and didn't have time to come out. Now that the child was fed, she took the child to the upper room to check. When Juan Urseo and Juan Lauer entered the house, Juan Urseo pushed Juan Lauer away and sat on the edge of the Kong angrily, asking with fear and crying in her voice, "You'd better tell me everything. What happened in the county yesterday? Why was the child robbed when we went to buy something? We are just a family of peasants. How can we be targeted by others?" While talking, Juan Urseo seemed to suddenly remember something. Without waiting for Juan Lauer to reply, she jumped off the Kong, stood on the ground, stared with horror and said, "Could they have bypassed the royal family? Are they here to rob Xiao Fubao?" Juan Lauer looked at his wife in shock, and he lost his temper. He stepped forward and pressed Juan Urseo to sit on the Kong, and quickly told her everything that happened in the county to prevent her from having wild thoughts. He knew his wife must have been frightened. Otherwise she wouldn't be incapable of thinking. If they had stolen Xiao Fubao by escaping the royal family, how could they have saved Xiao Fubao? Sister Wan's heart was in her throat when she listened to what Lao Erwan said. If she had gone a little later, wouldn't her Xiao Fubao have been taken out of the city by the human traffickers? She might never see her daughter again. It's good that the thunder struck. Why didn't it kill the black-hearted human trafficker? If such a person stayed in the world, I wonder how many children would be harmed. After listening to Juan Lauer's story, Juan Er's wife was furious. "Don't worry. Lord Shen said that the human trafficker is dead. Even if the thunder didn't kill him, he would be executed. But now this case seems to involve a lot of people. They are also witnesses. They can't die at this time. They seem to have to be protected." Juan Lauer also heard what Juan Lauda said. He didn't know much about the details, but he was angry for a long time when he heard that the two people couldn't die now. Why don't you kill such people and keep them for the new year? Lord Shen is really a fool. Can the one who was struck by thunder still talk? If it were me, I would kill the one who was struck by thunder first to set an example, and see if the human traffickers dare to make trouble in our county. Juan Lauer coaxed Juan Er's wife for a long time before coaxing her. Seeing that his wife finally calmed down, Juan Lauer stepped forward and hugged Juan Er's wife's shoulders and quickly kissed her on the face. Juan Urseo blushed and punched Juan Lauer's chest. "Bah! Shameless. It's dark today. What are you doing? Are you still angry? Look what I bought for you. This is picked by your daughter herself. After Wan Lauer finished speaking, a silver hairpin suddenly appeared in his hand like a magic trick, which was bought at the county market. Wan Erseo also had his silver jewelry, but it was not as beautiful as this silver hairpin, nor as thick as this hairpin. Which woman doesn't like jewelry? But Wan Erseo said distressfully, "Why are you spending money again? When winter left, I took all the money in the family to him. How did you have the money to buy a hairpin? This hairpin doesn't look cheap at first glance. Don't worry. This money is paid by Mother. Mother said that you have worked hard. This is a gift from her. Don't make it public. Because you picked up our daughter and brought such a good life to our family. You are a great contributor." This was what Mrs. Wan said to Wan Erseo alone last night. Just let him know it himself. A warm current suddenly surged in Wan Erseo's heart. It seems that mother-in-law still favors their second room. Although she picked up Xiao Fubao, Mrs. Wan has given their second room a lot of money. However, she is happier than receiving a gold or silver hairpin because of her mother-in-law's kindness. Wan Erseo took the silver hairpin and weighed it in her hand, and was surprised. How much does it cost? It feels heavy. Wan Lauer showed 5 fingers, and Wan Erseo covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god! 5 taels of silver? This is enough for our family to eat for a year. I can't take it. Take it back quickly. Wan Lauer was unwilling to return it. He took it directly from Wan Erseo's hand and put it on her head. He smiled and said, "It looks good. It looks really good. My wife is getting more and more beautiful." Wan Erseo lowered her head in shame and scolded with a smile. "Okay. Don't be so frivolous. The child is so big, and I am old. How can I be beautiful? The hairpin is beautiful, and the person is more beautiful. It must be. My daughter knows how to choose." In fact, what Wan Lauer didn't know was that this hairpin was not only beautiful, but also solid, and its value was far more than 5 taels. The owner of this small stall sold silver-plated ones, and only this one was pure silver. The owner took the wrong goods that day. He did buy a very popular silver hairpin, and wanted to take it back to find someone to imitate the style. As a result, the fake one was worn on his wife's head. He thought this one was fake, so he put it on the stall directly. This hairpin can be sold for more than 10 taels of silver. Xiao Fubao fell in love with this silver hairpin at first sight. And fortunately, Mrs. Wan paid for it. The two lingered in the house for a while before coming out and going to the upper room. Lu saw the couple coming in and noticed the new hairpin on Wan Erseo's head. She said enviously, "Sister-in-law, brother is so good to you. I have never seen such a hairpin in our town. It is so beautiful." Wan Erseo touched the hairpin on her head with a smile on her face and glared at Wan Lauer. It was all because of this eye bag that she had to wear it out for her mother-in-law at this time. Old Mrs. Wan also boasted, "It is beautiful. Or our little Fubao has a good eye. And he liked this hairpin at first sight." The family ate a bite of dinner and went to bed, because they didn't rest well last night and rushed all day today. Old Mrs. Wan fell asleep quickly. After Wan Erseo coaxed little Fubao to sleep, Wan Lauer immediately came over. The two hadn't been intimate for a long time, and he hugged Wan Erseo. The two were intimate for a while, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Wan Lao got up early and moved the potatoes out of the kitchen. From today on, he would prepare the food according to the recipe given by you. Chapter 278, Unlocking New Uses for Residues. Wan Lauer moved the potatoes out of the kitchen and piled them all in the yard. Wan Erseo got up soon after and saw that Wan Lauer had taken out all the potatoes. Knowing that he was about to start, Wan Erseo was not idle either, and immediately went into the kitchen, washed up briefly, and started to make breakfast. When the sun rose, Wan Erseo had already fed all the livestock in the family and cooked the meal. Wan Erseo brought breakfast to the Kong table, and the family ate cornmeal cakes with grain porridge and a bowl of pickles, which was delicious. Xiao Fubao had a bowl of egg custard. "Lauer, I see you have made the potatoes. What are you going to do with it?" After eating, Mrs. Wan sat cross-legged on the Kong and asked Wan Lauer, "Mother, according to the recipe you gave me, the first step seems to be to peel the skin first, then wash it, cut the potatoes into small pieces, and wash them in water to get the pulp." Wan Lauer recited the steps in the recipe according to his memory. But the recipe says potatoes and potatoes at the same time. I guess these two should be the same thing. Right? Wan Lauer said to Wan Laotai uncertainly. Wan Lao I also pondered for a while. This potato is like a bean growing in the soil. Is there another name? Forget about that for now. Let's do it according to the recipe. Don't keep it for too long. Otherwise it will release poison again. Wan Lao I and her family used to grow potatoes when they were in the interior. But they stopped growing them later. The yield of that thing is high. But it will go bad easily if it is not eaten up. And it is not easy to store for a long time. So later, people often heard that people were poisoned. And the court did not allow it to be grown. Because if everyone grows potatoes, there may be no one to grow food in the fields, delaying tax payment. Now, sometimes people still grow some in the vegetable garden, which is rare. They are really lucky to be able to buy potatoes in the county town. Moreover, the potatoes in this county town are not from Daki, but are brought here by foreigners for trading. After listening to what Wan Lao said, Wan Lao nodded, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said, "Mom, I will do it right away." After washing the starch water, it needs to be left to stand for an hour. And it needs to be changed several times in the middle. It is troublesome. I don't know what I can get after all this trouble. I think this recipe is not good. Otherwise, why didn't Yu's husband's lineage develop? And the potatoes didn't develop either. I think it's a pity that our 100 kilograms of potatoes may be wasted. Wan Lao regretted it very much now. He shouldn't have been greedy and bought so many potatoes at once. It was also his fault that he was hot-headed at the time and didn't think carefully. Now he thought that what you said was not credible. But since he had bought it back, he couldn't waste it. It was also delicious to eat potatoes stewed with meat at noon. Anyway, it can't be wasted. He spent 300 coins on this 100 caddies, which can buy more than 100 caddies of rice and flour. Wan Lao said, put on his shoes, got off the Kong, and walked out. Now he is the only adult man in the room. And there are a few boys, none of whom can help. Wan Erseo also quickly packed up and prepared to help. Lu directly stopped Wan Erseo's busy movements. Second sister-in-law, you go to help the second brother. Let me clean up here. And when I finish the work on the stove, I will also help cut potatoes. Cutting vegetables is not a piece of cake for us. How can he be as fast as us as a man? Let the second brother peel the potato skin first. Wan Erseo felt that what Lu said was right, and did not compete with Lu to wash the dishes, but put Xiao Fubao on the Kong and went downstairs. Seeing that his parents were busy, Xiao Fubao was also very well behaved and did not make trouble, but played with Wan Yu, who was lying on the Kong and playing with his fingers. Wan Yu is already 5 months old. The little guy is chubby. Lu's milk is good for giving birth, and she has made her son very strong. The little guy never makes a fuss. He eats and sleeps. But when he sees his little sister, he grins and laughs non-stop. His bare gums are shining with saliva, and his eyes are narrowed into a slit, which makes people want to kiss him on the face. Xiao Fubao also likes this younger brother the most. He sees him countless times every day. The two of them talk and babbling, and the adults can't understand a word. But Wan Yu seems to understand what his sister says. He waves his arms and legs happily. The two short legs often bounce on the Kong, and the crisp laughter constantly echoes in the room, touching the hearts of the adults. The room is always full of laughter because of the two little babies. Lu listened to her son's giggles and smiled happily. She cleaned up the dishes and said to old lady Wan, "Mom, I see you must be tired after taking the bus yesterday. Take a good rest today. If Wan Yu is hungry, call me. I go help my second brother and his wife. Don't worry. You guys are busy with your own things. I take care of the children. Don't worry." Mrs. Wan was very happy now. Life at home was getting better and better. The children were filial, and the daughters-in-law were harmonious, and there was no quarrel. The whole Shitsi village envied their family. Lu quickly put away the work on the stove and came to the yard to work with Wan Lauer and his wife. Wan Lauer peeled the potatoes by himself, while Wan Er's wife and Lu chopped the potatoes for later use. Wan Lauer weighed the kilograms in advance. According to the recipe, 6 kilograms of potatoes can produce 1 kilogram of flour. Wan Lauer wanted to try if this was the standard, so he only weighed 6 kilograms. 6 kilograms of potatoes were not much, and they were done soon. And the sun had just hung in the sky. Okay. The next step is to wash the starch water. Just wrap it with cotton cloth and rub it until there is no starch water in the washed potato pieces. The 3 people divided the 6 pounds of potato pieces into 3 parts and rubbed them quickly, because it was the first time and they had no experience. They were very careful and rubbed very hard and carefully until they saw that the water was no longer turbid. Then they thought it should be okay. One Lauer poured all the starch water into a large wooden barrel and covered it with a wooden lid. Then he said to the two people, "Okay, let's do it this way for now. Let's see what happens tomorrow morning. Anyway, we are all doing it for the first time. We are crossing the river by feeling the stones. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. There are still more than 90 pounds of potatoes." Juan Urseo was also a little uneasy. She didn't feel sorry for the money, but felt that if it failed, you sure would lose a source of income. But their family would not be affected much. Lou looked at the potato residue piled in the wooden basin on the ground in the yard, and asked Juan Lauer, second brother, "How do we deal with these scraps?" Juan Lauer turned his head to take a look, then strode over, picked up the wooden basin on the ground, and walked towards the livestock shed. "Let me see if these can be fed to chickens and geese. If they eat them, we may be able to raise more chickens and geese, which is also a good income." Lou and Juan Urseo's eyes lit up. Why didn't they think of it? These things can be eaten by people, but so many are produced at once. People will definitely not be able to eat them all, and it would be a pity to throw them away. If they can be used, it would be a good idea. Juan Lauer grabbed a handful of potato scraps and threw them into the chicken coop. The livestock that had eaten early in the morning jumped in the chicken coop for half a morning. At this time, they were also a little hungry. When they heard the noise, they immediately surrounded them. Lou and Juan Urseo followed closely behind Juan Lauer and looked into the chicken coop. They saw the chickens and geese scrambling to eat. "Yeah, it really works. But I don't know if it will be poisonous if I eat too much." Juan Urseo began to worry. After all, if this thing is left for a long time, it will produce toxins. People can't stand it, and poultry should not be able to stand it either. Juan Lauer, however, already had a plan in mind. "I have another idea. I think we can dry these remaining residues, so it shouldn't be poisonous. After all, damp things are more likely to mold. If they become dry, can they be kept longer? This should be the same as storing food." Juan Urseo and Lou had strong expectations in their eyes after hearing what Juan Lauer said. "I think it's possible. Just like the bran we have at home. When the time comes, we can put these residues together with the bran, add some wild grass or something, and add some water. These animals will definitely like to eat it. There is nothing to feed these animals in winter. If we have these dry residues, won't we solve a big problem? We can raise chickens and ducks on a large scale in the future." Juan Urseo's IQ was online at this time, and she clapped her hands and laughed happily. Lou was also excited when she heard it. Chapter 279 Future Vision. Second brother, second sister-in-law, are you all telling the truth? If so, we can raise chickens in large quantities in the spring? I think we can also raise pigs, which are not picky eaters and grow fast. The three of them stood at the door of the chicken coop, looking at the chickens and 3 geese inside and imagining the future. Especially Lou, who originally thought she was the most useless. But now she suddenly felt that she could make a fortune with this advantage. Lou had already started planning to use all the family's capital to buy chickens and pigs at the beginning of the year, and to build a pig pen. Juan Lauer was thinking, but his mind was still relatively clear. He turned his head to look at the big wooden barrel at the door of the kitchen, and said to the two women, "As for whether our idea can be successful, it depends on whether this thing can be successful tomorrow. If it can be successful, we have to test how many potatoes the land here can produce." Juan Lauer had hope in his heart, but at the same time, he was mentally prepared for failure. Farmers rely on the weather for their livelihood. If God gives them food, they can live well. If God doesn't give them food, they can only work hard to survive and don't think about anything. However, Juan Lauer looked at the direction of the upper room. With his daughter, he felt like he had a magic needle in his heart. He knew that the future would definitely be good weather. The daughter brought them blessings and provided them with convenience. But some things still depended on them. How to make good use of the good years to grow more high-yield crops was a problem they had to think about themselves. And the daughter couldn't help them. He had already calculated in his mind that the average yield of wheat per moo this year was 280 gene. And 2.5 gene of wheat could produce 1 gene of flour. So 1 moo of land could produce 110 gene of flour. But when potatoes were planted in the past, he remembered that 1 moo of land could produce 1,500 gene of potatoes, even if the land outside the pass was barren and dry, and the yield was reduced. He was confident that it would not be less than 1,000 gene. If it is really possible to produce 1 gene of flour from 6 gene as stated in the recipe, then 1000 gene can produce 166 gene of flour. More importantly, the remaining residue can be used as feed to feed livestock, which is also a considerable income. Moreover, if more livestock are fed, there will be fertilizer, and the land can increase production. This is a cycle. The more Wan Lauer thought about it, the more excited he became. He was in a completely different mood when looking at the wooden barrel at this time. He washed it several times in the middle, looking at the gradually clear water and the thin layer of white powder at the bottom of the barrel. Several people's breathing became nervous. Now they just had to see if the powder weighed 1 gene. After the last cleaning, it was almost midnight. Seeing that Xiao Fubao was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes, Wan Erseo said to Wan Lauer, "Boss, let's do this last sedimentation tomorrow morning. Even if we wait to get it out now, we have to dry it. It's impossible to dry it in the middle of the night. It's better to do it tomorrow morning. The children are sleepy. Okay, you take your daughter to bed first. I wait a little longer." Wan Erseo saw that Wan Lauer was about to go crazy, sighed helplessly, and left. In the excited and long wait, Wan Lauer didn't fall asleep for half a night. When it was almost dawn, he just squinted, and when the rooster crowed for the first time, he woke up. He didn't take off his clothes when he slept last night. When he woke up, he lifted the quilt and got off the con, and ran out in his shoes. It was still a little dark outside at this time, and he could only see vague shadows. He groped his way to the kitchen, lit the oil lamp, and moved the wooden barrel at the door of the kitchen into the kitchen. With the light of the oil lamp, he poured out the water in the wooden barrel and saw a layer of white, like flour, at the bottom of the wooden barrel. Wan Lauer's hands were shaking with excitement. It really worked. Wan Lauer quickly found a basin, covered it with a layer of clean white cloth, and scooped out the starch bit by bit. He was very careful, afraid of missing a little starch, until the layer of light powder at the bottom of the barrel was all in the basin. He then let go of the wooden barrel and put the basin on a wooden table in the middle of the kitchen. At this time, the sky was already a little light, and he sat there looking at the wooden basin, as if he was afraid that someone would steal it. He waited until the sky was bright. Looking at the red clouds in the east, he knew that today was another sunny day, and the starch would definitely be dried. But according to the recipe, this thing needs to be exposed to the sun for a few more days. Just like wheat, it must be completely dry to be preserved for a longer time. Wan Lauer quickly put the ladder from the firewood shed next to the kitchen. He held the wooden basin under one arm and held the ladder with the other hand, climbing up to the roof. When he was almost at the roof, he carefully placed the wooden basin on the roof so that it could be exposed to sunlight all day. He believed that the starch should be able to dry in 2 or 3 days. After Wan Lauer came down from the ladder, Wan Er's wife just came out of the bedroom and was shocked to see Wan Lauer climbing so high. "Dad, why did you climb so high?" Wan Er's wife hurried over while gathering her hair. "It's okay. I put the starch that was precipitated last night up to dry, so it should dry faster." Wan Er's wife was relieved when she saw that there was nothing else. Thinking of the results of several people yesterday, she asked happily, "How is it? Did it work?" Wan Lauer smiled as if he had eaten a pistachio. "It worked. But I was too excited and forgot to show you. But it's the same as our flour. Snow White. But I don't know what it does. And I don't know how to use it. I don't know if it can be made into noodles like flour. The recipe only writes the production process, and nothing else is written." Wan Lauer started to worry again. Wan Er's wife turned around and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. But the sound floated out of the kitchen. "The flour is already made. Are you still worried about not knowing how to use it? As long as it's edible, there's nothing you can't make. Don't worry about it. Since it's successful, there are still more than 90 kilograms. Taking advantage of the good weather these 2 days, we might as well make it all today, and dry the residue and pack it up." Wan Lauer felt that his wife was right, so he didn't bother about it anymore. He put away the wooden ladder, washed his hands, and moved all the potatoes left over from yesterday into the yard. He prepared to start cooking after breakfast. Wan Erseo thought of you and said to Wan Lauer, "Dad, since we have done it, should we tell Sister Yu? To save her from worrying." Wan Lauer nodded. "Indeed. After breakfast, you should go next door and tell her about it, so that she can relax. We will decide whether to plant potatoes on a large scale next year in 2 days. I want to see if the flour yield is so high. Okay. I know. I will only tell her the results of our experiment later. And I won't say anything else. Juan Urseo smiled and said while busying herself. After dinner, Juan Urseo took Xiao Fubao to see Yu next door. After these days of recuperation, Yu has gotten much better. Although her leg was injured, she is still young and recovered quickly. Now she can move slowly on the ground with the help of her son. But her leg still cannot move. And she relies on the other leg to move. Sister Yu, you look good. Have you recovered well recently? Juan Urseo came forward and held Yu's hand. Yu remembered that she was pressed on the Kong by her. It's much better. Thanks to Erguzi's good care. This child has not been very talkative since the last time when the little general left. It's all me and his sister who dragged him down. Alas. Yu found that Erguzi seemed to have grown up overnight since the last time. And he was more like the head of the family. He managed everything in the house. Yu was relieved. But also a little panic. She didn't know how to communicate with her son. The mother and son had always been in a subtle and tense relationship. But Erguzi's actions made Yu speechless. After all, Erguzi took good care of you and this family. Sister Yu, Ergo has grown up and has his own thoughts. Sometimes we need to listen to the child's thoughts. If you talk to him more, maybe he will figure it out. But I came here today to tell you a happy news. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Juan Urseo quickly changed the subject. Happy news? What happy news? Yu was a little confused. After all, she hadn't heard of happy news for many years. It's your recipe. We made it. We really made starch. Juan Urseo said to Yu excitedly. Yu was even more excited after hearing this. After all, this recipe was the only chance for their family of 3 to turn things around. She also had a gamble in it. She didn't expect that she won the gamble. Yu's eyes were red with excitement. Sister, it really worked? You didn't lie to me? Yu asked uncertainly. It's done. It's really done. But it still needs to be dried for a few days. I show it to you when it's dry. I didn't expect that the yellow stuff could be made into a white powder like flour. It's amazing. Mrs. Juan Air still can't believe how this thing came out. What can this thing be used for? Have you tried it? This is what Mrs. Yu cares about. Even if the thing is made, it's useless. I don't know yet. But since it's like flour, I think it should be edible. Right? Try making noodles when the time comes. Mrs. Yu quickly took out the recipe and handed it to Mrs. Juan Air. Sister, take a look at this recipe. Does it say how to use this powder? I can't read either. I heard that you can read. Take a closer look. Mrs. Yu was a little anxious. Mrs. Juan Air could read a few words. But they were all related to medicinal materials. She was not much better than others. If you are assured, I will take it back to my husband. I am not much better than you. Sister Yu, Mrs. Juan said self-deprecatingly. Why should I be worried? You can take it back to show it to Brother Jinju. Maybe he didn't look carefully last time and missed it? Mrs. Juan stood up and said. Okay. Then I will take it to him and send it back to you after he has read it. Oh! Thank you for your hard work. Mrs. Yu watched Mrs. Juan and Xiao Fubao prepare to leave. Xiao Fubao had just played with Xiaolan for a while, and he was reluctant to leave. He insisted on taking Xiaolan to his home to play. Chapter 280 Hidden Secret Recipe. Sister Xiaolan, I bought you a head flower in the county town. I want to give it to you. Can you come to my house to play? I put a flower on you. Xiao Fubao held Xiaolan's hand tightly and shook it. Pouting and acting coquettishly, Xiaolan glanced at her mother. You? With a strong desire in her eyes. She also wanted to wear flowers. Which little girl doesn't love beauty? And Xiaolan had long envied Xiao Fubao for having all kinds of head flowers. Although the two were good sisters and good girlfriends, children would also be envious. Not to mention that the good friend who played with her every day dressed so beautifully every day. Yu saw her daughter looking at her eagerly, and her heart softened and said, Okay. You go and play for a while. But remember not to cause trouble for your aunt. And don't run around. Understand? Yes. I know. Thank you, mother. Xiaolan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. And she happily took Xiao Fubao's hand. And the two little girls ran out excitedly. Sister, if Xiaolan is not sensible, you can beat her. Don't worry about my face. This girl will go crazy when she goes out. Yu's face has a hint of pampering and helplessness. Sister Yu, your Xiaolan is still crazy? That's because you haven't seen my crazy girl. Don't worry. Xiaolan is very well behaved. I like her very much. You don't have to worry. Take good care of yourself. Wan Erseo followed the two little girls home. As soon as Xiao Fubao entered the yard, he shouted into the house, "Grandma, Xiaolin is here. Where's the hair flower I bought for Sister Xiaolin?" Xiao Fubao's voice is very penetrating. Hearing her shouting, the big white geese in the chicken coop and the little white rabbits in the cage couldn't help but shrink their necks to reduce their presence. Every time Xiao Fubao went out and came home, the first thing she did was to love her pets. Her way of loving them was also very special. She hugged the necks of these animals tightly and rubbed their fur with her little face until Wan Erseo pulled these animals out of Xiao Fubao's hands. Only then did she free a life. Xiao Fubao pulled Xiaolin into the upper room and saw that Grandma Wan had taken out two beautiful velvet flowers from the Kong cabinet. "Xiaolin is here? Come on. Grandma will carry you to the Kong and put flowers on you." Xiaolin saw the pair of beautiful velvet flowers in Grandma Wan's hand at a glance, and her eyes seemed to be glued and could not move away. It was the first time for the little girl to wear flowers. She used to be malnourished and her hair was dry and yellow. She used two rags to tie two small tufts all day long. Xiao Fubao quickly took off her shoes and opened her hands to ask Grandma Wan to carry her to the Kong. Grandma Wan quickly carried Xiao Fubao up, and as soon as he got on the Kong, he rolled inside, leaving the outside space for Xiaolin. Xiaolin also took off her shoes and was carried up by Grandma Wan. The two sisters sat shoulder to shoulder in front of Grandma Wan, waiting for Grandma Wan to put flowers on them. Xiao Fubao bought the same velvet flower just to wear the same one as her little sister. Grandma Wan helped the two to comb their hair again and put on the same flower. The two little girls looked at each other and giggled. "Sister Xiaolin, you are so beautiful. Sister Fubao, you are also beautiful." Looking at the two little girls covering their mouths and looking up and giggling, Grandma Wan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and narrow her eyes. This moment of playing with grandchildren is the happiest time for every old person. "Grandma, I want to take Xiaolin to see Daddy and Mommy making that flower." "Okay. Okay. Go slowly and don't make trouble." Grandma Wan told the two little girls a few words and put them down from the Kong. The two walked out hand in hand. As soon as they went out, they saw Wan Lauer studying a yellowed paper in his hand. Little Fubao smiled at Xiaolin and pulled her to Wan Lauer. "Daddy, Fubao is here to help." Little Fubao let go of Xiaolin and ran directly to Wan Lauer. But there was a piece of bluestone in the yard that was accidentally lifted up when they were working yesterday. Little Fubao was only concerned with watching Wan Lauer and didn't pay attention to his feet at all. Wan Lauer had studied the recipe more than a dozen times at this time, and he didn't see any other extra words. It seemed that this recipe should only record the process of making starch, and did not tell how to use the flour. Wan Lauer couldn't help but sigh. And then he heard his daughter's excited shout. As soon as he turned his head, he saw his daughter trip by the upturned stone and flew out. He was so scared that he immediately dropped the prescription in his hand and rushed to catch Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao was also scared. The excitement of calling Daddy just now turned into complete fear, seeing that her face was about to make close contact with the ground. A strong hand directly grabbed her collar from behind and pulled her up at the moment she touched the ground. "Daughter, did you fall? Does your foot hurt?" Wan Lauer's face was pale. Wan Er's wife, who was cutting potatoes, was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She cut her nail with a knife and cut off a part of it. But fortunately, there was no bleeding. Xiao Fubao was also scared, but she recovered quickly. As long as she didn't get hurt, she usually wouldn't cry. "Daddy, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Xiao Fubao hugged Wan Lauer's neck and stuffed her little face into Wan Lauer's neck. Feeling a little embarrassed. She felt a little embarrassed. After all, she came to help, but she did more harm than good. Wan Lauer gently comforted Xiao Fubao. "It's good that you're fine. You almost scared Daddy to death. When Daddy smooths the yard, you can run as much as you want." Wan Er's wife came from behind and slapped Wan Lauer hard, catching him off guard. "Is that how you teach your child? No wonder your daughter is so lawless. She's almost a mad girl. You've spoiled her to no end. What if she runs away like this when she goes out? Have you made the land outside look like our yard?" Wan Erseo took Xiao Fubao from Wan Lauer's arms and rolled his eyes at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer laughed innocently, scratched the back of his head, and muttered in a low voice, "What's the big deal? Isn't it just a village? As long as my daughter is willing, I level it wherever she runs." Unexpectedly, This sentence directly received a ruthless roll of the eyes from Wan Erseo, who took her daughter away directly. Wan Lauer made a smiling face to Xiao Fubao, who lay on Wan Erseo's shoulder, covering his mouth and laughing secretly. Wan Lauer then remembered his prescription and quickly turned back to look for it, but found that he had thrown the prescription into the basin in a hurry just now. Oh! It's bad. The prescription is wet. What should I do now? How can I explain to Sister Yu? Wan Lauer's voice also attracted the attention of Wan Er's wife. She quickly put down Xiao Fubao and ran over to see. Wan Lauer was holding a completely soaked paper in his hand, with a sad face. Although Wan Er's wife was also worried, she did not forget to teach Wan Lauer a lesson. You deserve it. You still spoil your daughter so much? Now it's good. You directly destroyed Sister Yu's prescription. How can I explain to Sister Yu? I don't regret it. I will save my daughter again. What does this have to do with my daughter? It's all because we broke the stone yesterday. How wrong is my daughter? Don't blame others. Wan Lauer just didn't want others to say anything about his daughter. Wan Er's wife didn't really blame Wan Lauer. She just said it casually. And now she realized that she had said it. So she didn't refute it again. Suddenly, Wan Lauer frowned while holding the paper, turned the recipe over and looked at it again, and found that the words on it seemed different. Huh? How come these words are different from before? Wan Lauer was a little confused, thinking that he was dazzled, and quickly looked at it again carefully, and found that it was really different. This was a completely different recipe, but it only described the usage of the powders made. Wan Er's wife also hurried over to take a closer look, but she couldn't recognize a few words, so it was the same as not reading it. I know. This recipe is actually two recipes. One is hidden, and it will only appear when it encounters water. If it weren't for my daughter's fall just now, I would have thrown the recipe into the basin in a hurry. We would never have thought that there was another recipe hidden in this recipe. My daughter is really the lucky star of our family. Wan Lauer handed the recipe to Wan Er's wife, turned around and ran over, picked up little Fubao, and threw it high into the air. This is little Fubao's favorite game. Xiao Fubao's laughter soon resounded throughout the Wan family's yard. And Xiaolan was envious. She had no father since she was a child, and had never enjoyed the treatment that Xiao Fubao had. After playing with the high toss for a while, Xiao Fubao's face turned red, and he was put down by Wan Lauer. Okay. You and Xiaolan have fun, and let your mother make you delicious food at noon. Yeah. There are delicious foods. I want to eat meat. A lot of meat. Xiao Fubao's eyes lit up when she heard that there were delicious foods. Although her meals were not bad, she still had a special liking for delicious foods. Wan Lauer touched the little girl's chubby face lovingly and smiled. Okay. Daddy will ask your mother to make you a lot of meat to eat, to entertain your little sister. Okay. Xiao Fubao turned around and pulled Xiaolan to the chicken coop, opened the chicken coop with ease, and went in to grab Dabai and drag him out. Dabai. Bai. Xiao Bai. Let's go out and play. Dabai had no choice but to move his two goose paws very fast on the ground. If he was a step slower, he would be grabbed by the little devil and his neck would be broken. Chapter 281 Little Fubao Fights. Several brothers are reviewing their lessons at home. They will be sent to the town to study in a private school next month. Wan Laosi has already made arrangements in the town. The best private school in the town is Siming School opened by Wen Xiaocai. Except for the infant Wan Yu. All the other boys in the Wan family will probably be sent to school. Little Fubao will not have a brother to protect her at home in the future. However, she will not feel lonely. She can play with everything. Little Fubao held Dabai in one hand and Xiaolan in the other and left the chicken coop. Dad? Mom? Xiaolan and I are going out to play. Wan Erseo and Wan Lauer were studying the recipe. They looked up and saw that Xiao Fubao had brought 3 bodyguards with him. And then they told him, don't run too far. It's almost time for lunch. If you come back late, the delicious meat will be gone. Wan Erseo knew that nothing she said would work on this girl. She would just listen to her and not listen to her. But she would definitely control her when it came to eating. Sure enough, when Xiao Fubao heard what Wan Erseo said casually, her originally indifferent face immediately changed to a serious expression. Well, okay. Fubao knows. Fubao won't go far. Xiao Fubao promised with a serious face. Wan Erseo was already laughing in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She watched her daughter run out with 3 big white geese that were almost as tall as her and Xiaolan. And then she lowered her head to study the recipe again. There were several recipes written on this recipe. It turned out that this thing could actually be used to cook dishes. This really surprised Juan Urseo and Juan Lauer. They originally thought that this thing was pasta, but they didn't expect that it could actually be used to cook dishes. It can be used as both a dish and a meal. If they really make such a good thing, wouldn't it be like waiting for money to come to them? Juan Lauer and Juan Urseo took advantage of the time when the words had not disappeared and quickly wrote down 2 recipes each. After they all memorized them, the words on the recipe disappeared again. Juan Lauer quickly folded the recipe again and handed it to Juan Urseo. Hurry up and return this recipe to Sister Yu. Tell her the secret we just discovered, and ask her to protect this recipe well. Now I really believe it. There must be a master in her man's ancestor. Otherwise ordinary people would not think of this method. It seems that even no one in our duchy knows this method. Juan Lauer may also be short-sighted and not know whether this thing has appeared in the world. But in his cognition, this secret method should not be easily passed on. Juan Urseo also knew it. So she quickly took it and went to the next door with the recipe. Soon, she came back. At this time, Lu had also fed the child and came out to help. The 3 of them finally chopped up all the remaining potatoes before noon. Because of yesterday's experience, the 3 of them became faster and skipped the peeling step. Juan Lauer directly used a brush to clean the potato skin and chopped it directly, which saved a lot of effort and also kept the skin, so that more residue could be used to feed livestock. After the 3 of them were done, a pile of wooden basins and barrels were placed in the yard, and even the jar that Wan Xingma didn't take away was moved. Juan Urseo was going to make lunch. Lu helped to light the fire, and Juan Lauer also sat under the eaves to rest his waist. Although his body was resting, his mind never stopped for a moment. Seeing that there were not enough tools in the yard, Juan Lauer thought that he would go to the town to bring Lao San back to work for a few days. At least he had to make a few large wooden barrels, a few small wooden barrels, and the tube for making vermicelli mentioned in the recipe. In fact, he could do it himself. But he was not as skilled as Juan Lao San, especially the barrel hooping skill. Thinking of the many things to do, Juan Lauer thought about how many trees he needed, and he should cut down the trees first. Thinking of this, Juan Lauer immediately couldn't sit still, because when he came to the border, he found that there were really few trees at the border. Although there is no lack of green in spring, it is mostly yellow, and trees are not as common as those in the border, and they are inexhaustible. Here, there is no wood that is suitable for cutting trees to make furniture. Juan Lauer needs to slowly save wood first. Anyway, this matter is not so urgent. After all, it will take more than half a year for the potatoes to be planted next year. And this half a year is enough to make these things. Half an hour later, Juan Urseo stood at the door of the kitchen and asked Juan Lauer, "Daddy, has our daughter come back? The meal is ready. Why hasn't she come back yet? Usually, she is very active as long as you say there is something delicious. What happened today? Go and find her quickly. Don't tell me she ran away again, or played crazy." Juan Urseo is not afraid of her daughter being bullied now. In the past 6 months, because the status of the one family in the village has been getting higher and higher, Xiao Fubao has never been bullied. But this time, Juan Urseo miscalculated. Her daughter was fighting with someone. At first, Xiao Fubao still remembered what his mother said, that there would be delicious food at noon. So he just took Xiaolan to play on the earth slope not far from the door. But after a while, Xiao Fubao saw a wild cat running past him. Xiao Fubao rarely saw cats, and for a moment, he forgot what Juan Urseo told him not to go far. She immediately took Xiaolan to chase the wild cat. "Sister Fubao," and said not to go far. "Let's not chase it." Right? Xiaolan was very sensible, and was afraid that Xiao Fubao would run far away, and Juan Urseo would not be able to find him. But Xiao Fubao was a child with a strong will, so he would not listen to Xiaolan's dissuasion, and directly took Xiaolan to run. "Sister Xiaolan, I didn't forget it. You see, the sun is still very big. It must be early for dinner. Let's come back before dinner." "Okay." Xiaolan couldn't stand Xiao Fubao coquetry, and finally nodded in agreement. The 2 little ones held hands and chased in the direction where the night cat ran. After chasing for a long time, the night cat couldn't even see its shadow, and Xiao Fubao was very upset. "This kitten runs really fast. Don't let me catch it next time." Sister Fubao, let's go back quickly." Xiaolan was very nervous because she saw a group of children older than the 2 of them walking towards them with a big dog. Although these children usually didn't have much interaction with them, the way they looked at the two of them didn't seem to be kind. Xiaolan's arm was dislocated because of the fight with them last time, which left her with a deep psychological trauma. Now when she saw children older than them, she was very scared. Xiao Fubao seemed to be able to feel Xiaolan's fear, and quickly grabbed Xiaolan's little hand, patted her little chest and said, "Sister Xiaolan, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Let's go home." Xiao Fubao didn't take the group of half-grown children, who were a few years older than them, seriously. There were 6 of them, all of similar age, about 5 or 6 years old. And it was also the time for naughty. The children in the village are all free-range, especially in the winter, when adults don't care about them at all and let them run wild outside. These children don't go to school, and as long as they don't make a fuss about eating, adults usually don't ask about it, as long as they know to go home at night. Xiao Fubao was pulling Xiaolan to leave when she heard a burst of laughter from behind. "Hey, is this Xiaolan? Is she your Guzi's sister? Are you stealing someone else's flowers and wearing them on your head?" The person who spoke was a little girl named Hohot, with dark cheeks, a pair of squinting eyes, a flat nose, and snot all over her face and hands. The snot on her sleeves has scabs, especially after being frozen in such cold weather. The sleeves are also stiff. Xiao Fubao turned her head and looked at a little girl who looked like black charcoal, with 2 snot hanging from her nose, sniffing, which made Xiao Fubao sick, although she didn't deal with the children in the village much. It was the first time she saw such a sloppy girl. "Doesn't your mother give you a handkerchief to wipe your nose? Your snot has flowed into your mouth, and everything you say smells like snot. It's so disgusting." "Ugh." Xiao Fubao covered his mouth and pretended to be disgusted, which made Xiaolan laugh. When Hohot heard Xiao Fubao say that she was disgusting, she was immediately unhappy. She was 7 years old this year, and she was actually bullied by a little kid who was more than 2 years old. How could she face people if she told others about it? Hohot was not far from Xiao Fubao, and she rushed over and pushed Xiao Fubao to sit on the ground. The ground had been dry for more than half a month, and Xiao Fubao but was a little painful from the dirt. Xiao Fubao was not a person who would suffer a loss. She didn't cry, but got up from the ground and rushed towards Hohot. Although she was small, she was chubby and had a lot of strength in her body. She actually knocked Hohot down. Xiao Fubao didn't give the other party a chance to fight back. He pounced on Hohot, holding Hohot's face and scratching it. Soon Hohot's face was covered with scratches. Hohot wanted to resist, but Xiao Fubao weighed more than 30 kilograms. Hohot was too thin to turn over, and was tickled by Xiao Fubao and cried. Hohot's friends couldn't stand it anymore, so they went up to pull Xiao Fubao away. But they didn't hit him. The parents had told them to stay away from the little girl from the Wan family, and not to cause trouble. Hohot was blind. Actually, it was not Hohot's fault. It was just that Hohot's mother was a stepmother, and didn't care much about her. Chapter 282, Taking Sides and Being Punished. How could Xiao Fubao be willing to do that? His 2 short legs were flapping vigorously, and his 2 arms were still scratching in the air. Hohot saw that the heavy object on his body was suddenly gone, and immediately rolled over and climbed up from the ground. It happened that Xiao Fubao was being pulled by someone and couldn't get away for a while. Hohot went up and grabbed Xiao Fubao 2 little tuggings and pulled hard. Xiao Fubao's scalp tightened, and she was in pain and tears were rolling in her eyes. The people beside her were also scared and quickly let go of Xiao Fubao and went to pull Hohot. But Hohot was angry and didn't let go at all. Xiaolan also rushed over to hit Hohot. Seeing that they couldn't pull them apart, Hohot's friends simply stood far away and watched the 2 fight. Anyway, their parents only told them not to hit the little girl, but didn't say they would save her. Xiao Fubao's 2 little tufts were quickly torn apart by Hohot, but she couldn't do anything to Hohot for a while, because her height only reached Hohot's chest, and her hair was held in her hands. So how could she fight back? The more this happened, the more Xiao Fubao refused to admit defeat. Although the opponent had pulled out a lot of her hair and tears were hanging on her face, she just didn't cry out, "To bye," or "Bye, Xiao bye." "Come on!" Xiao Fubao finally remembered her bodyguards, and ordered loudly with a crying voice. Dabai moved at the sound, spread his 2 wings, stretched his neck, got ready for battle, and fluttered towards Hohot. Erbai and Xiaobai followed closely behind. 3 big white geese. One pulled Hohot's thigh with its mouth. One held Hohot's arm with its mouth. and one tore Hohat's other thigh with its mouth. Ah! Get out of here! A scream instantly rang out among the crowd. Hohat immediately let go of Xiao Fubao's hair in pain, and Xiao Fubao finally got rid of Hohat's clutches. But the beautiful hairstyle that Wan Erseo had given her in the morning was completely gone at this time. Her black hair was scattered, and the newly bought velvet flower was also scratched by Hohat and thrown on the ground. Xiao Fubao squatted on the ground crying and picked up the velvet flower, turned around and handed it to Xiaolan, choking and saying, "Sister Xiaolan, please help me collect this flower first." Xiaolan quickly took it and wiped Xiao Fubao's tears by the way. "Sister Fubao, are you in pain? Sister will help you get revenge." Xiaolan was about to pull Hohat, but was stopped by Xiao Fubao. "Sister Xiaolan, you should take revenge on your own. You just need to stand aside and watch." After saying this, Xiao Fubao wiped her tears with her little hand and turned to look at the little girl who was watching the excitement. She randomly brushed her loose hair back, revealing her little face and her big eyes. Then I saw her chubby little hands, one of which was unconsciously placed on her waist, with her little fingers slightly bent, making a little adult look, which was both cute and childish. The other little hand was raised high, with her chubby fingers pointing straight at the girl's opposite. Her little mouth pouted slightly, and she said angrily, "Who have you pulled my collar just now? Stand up." As soon as Xiao Fubao finished speaking, the little girls opposite laughed together. Among them, the girl who just lifted Xiao Fubao's collar. Xiaodi pointed at Xiao Fubao and said to a little girl beside her, "Look at her. She is not big, but she has a bad temper. She seems to be able to do anything to us. She relies on her family being rich in the village and thinks everyone is afraid of her. In fact, everyone just doesn't want to give her anything." Xiao Fubao was pointed at and laughed at. Although she was young, she could hear good and bad words. She immediately stared at Xiaodi with two big eyes, with two clusters of burning flames in her eyes, and said with anger, "Is it you?" Xiaodi didn't do anything to Xiao Fubao, so she wasn't afraid to admit it, even if she had just deliberately taken sides. As long as she didn't admit it, what could the one family do to her? "What's wrong with me? I was doing it for your own good. Why don't you appreciate it?" Xiaodi's chin was almost raised to the sky. Her nose was up. Her eyes were slanted at Xiao Fubao. Her hands were around her chest, and she was obviously saying, "What can you do to me?" After hearing this, Xiao Fubao looked at the girls for a while. Then her face was serious, and then she turned around without hesitation and used her head to hit Hohat's belly. Hohat was busy dealing with 3 big white geese at this time, so she didn't have time to pay attention to Xiao Fubao. Moreover, she didn't expect a little girl over 2 years old to be so powerful. She usually bullied those little kids, but those kids cried loudly before they even moved. Although the little girl of the one family would cry, she resisted while crying. What Hohat didn't expect was that Xiao Fubao thinking was so strange. She was arguing with Xiaodi and others the moment before, but he attacked her the next moment. Hohat was knocked to the ground by Xiao Fubao again. Xiao Fubao was very smart. With a lesson from the last time, Xiao Fubao directly ordered the 3 big white geese to buy. Xiao Bai. Go teach that group of people a lesson. Xiao Fubao pointed at Xiaodi and others who had just taken sides and said angrily. Although Xiao Fubao didn't know what taking sides meant, she knew that if they hadn't intervened just now, she wouldn't have been caught by the braids of this stinky kid. Xiao Fubao was very angry and was not polite to these people at all. And that person had already admitted that it was she who pulled her collar. The 3 big white geese heard Xiao Fubao order and immediately turned their fat buttocks and ran towards the little girls with their necks stretched out. The big white geese of Xiao Fubao family were famous in the village. The children would take a detour when they saw them. Now that the big white geese took the initiative to attack them, they were already scared and screamed, "Sister Fubao, we were wrong. Don't let the big white goose bite me. I didn't do anything. Sister Fubao, please let your big white goose go away." "Ah! Mom! I want Mom! Woo woo!" The big white goose had already started to attack indiscriminately. The older children wanted to scatter and leave the younger children behind. But the big white goose was very smart. It went directly over the children and grabbed the clothes of the older children. The girls were scared and cried. When Xiaolan saw it, she clapped her hands on the side. Her little face was flushed. She looked at the big white goose and praised it. "Big white goose. Good job. Keep it up." Little Fubao had already started fighting with Hohat again. Wan Erseo came to find it at this time. She searched half of the village. It was noon. Many families did not have the habit of eating lunch. During the winter, everyone had 2 meals a day. There was almost no one in the village at noon. Except for the one family, which always smelled of rice. Chapter 283. Hohat kneels down to beg. Wan Erseo asked as she walked, and finally found out the direction that Xiao Fubao and Xiaolan ran. When Wan Erseo arrived, she saw Xiao Fubao with his hair loose, fighting with someone. Although Hohat was knocked to the ground by Xiao Fubao without any preparation, she used her arms to protect her face first because of the experience of being scratched on the face last time, and then reached out to grab Xiao Fubao hair. Xiao Fubao hair was grabbed by her again, and Hohat seized the opportunity to grab Xiao Fubao face. If Hohat succeeded this time, Xiao Fubao face would definitely be scarred. Although Xiao Fubao scratched Hohat many times just now, there were only red marks. No bleeding, because Wan Erseo often cut Xiao Fubao nails. So Xiao Fubao nails were very short. Basically no blood marks were scratched. At most there were red marks that looked more serious. But Hohat was different. Her stepmother never cared about her. Her nails were trimmed like the nails of the 9 white bone claws. They were always shortened by her own breaking. If Xiao Fubao was scratched by such nails, a blood mark would immediately appear on his face. Stop! At the critical moment, Wan Erseo hurried over, grabbed Hohat's hand, and pulled Hohat's hand from Xiao Fubao hair with the other hand. Wan Erseo's heart was throbbing with fear. She looked at Hohat's nails, then looked at her daughter's face. Seeing that her daughter's face was not injured, she was relieved. Wan Erseo nervously picked up Xiao Fubao from Hohat. She didn't care why her daughter was riding on a child who was a few years older than her. She only cared whether her daughter was bullied. Without Xiao Fubao's suppression, Hohat quickly got up from the ground and looked at Wan Erseo timidly. Although Hohat was very arrogant just now, she didn't have her mother and father to back her up. Even if she was right, no one would stand on her side. Moreover, the fight between her and Xiao Fubao was just a fight between children. Now that the parents were here, it was normal for her to be timid. Whose child are you? Why are you fighting with my daughter here? Wan Erseo checked Xiao Fubao and found a trace of blood on his head, which should be caused by his hair being pulled. Wan Erseo was distressed and felt very distressed. Therefore, Wan Erseo spoke with anger and looked at Hohat with a sharp look. In addition, after Wan Erseo came to this village, she didn't often interact with the villagers. She used to be an exile and was often looked down upon. She was pardoned this year and became a good citizen. However, because her family was busy building a house and Wan Lada got married, she had no time to interact with the villagers. Wan Erseo couldn't even recognize all the adults, let alone so many children. Hohat was frightened by Wan Erseo's sharp eyes and couldn't help but move back a few steps, shrinking her neck and staring at the ground timidly. Usually when she ate something secretly at home, her stepmother would ask her about it. She was like this. She had developed the habit of shrinking her hands and feet and was always cautious with people. Wan Erseo saw Hohat like this, although she was angry. But as a mother, she couldn't help but soften her heart. The voice softened a bit, and she looked at Hohat and taught her, "You are not young anymore. Several years older than my Fubao. I can't tell you to give in to her, but at least you can't pull her hair off. Right? Look, there are bloodshot on the top of the child's head. Do you usually bully your brothers and sisters like this at home?" Hohat thought of her stepmother's brothers and sisters, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She was usually a little transparent at home. If she dared to do something to her brothers and sisters, she would be beaten half to death by her stepmother and starved for 3 days. How dare she do it? The more Wan Erseo talked, the angrier she felt. She stretched out her hand and pulled Hohat's collar and said, "Lead the way quickly. I go to your house to ask your parents how she usually teaches children." When Hohat heard this, she was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately struggled to break free from Wan Erseo's grip and dodged to the side. Wan Erseo didn't use much force to begin with, and Hohat broke free when she was not prepared. After running a few steps, Hohat knelt on the ground and cried, "Aunt, I beg you, please don't go to my house and tell my mother. Okay? I apologize to my sister Fubao. I will never bully her again. Please don't tell my mother. My mother will beat me to death." Wan Erseo was a little confused. What was going on? She walked over a few steps and wanted to bend down to pull Hohat up from the ground. But Hohat obviously misunderstood Wan Urseo's intention, thinking that Wan Urseo was going to catch her and take her home. So she was scared and cowered on the ground. "Aunt, please don't let my mother know. I will work for your family every day in the future. I can do a lot. I can wash clothes, cook, feed chickens and pigs. Please don't tell my mother." Wan Urseo was a little at a loss for what to do with Hohat's behavior. It was like she was an adult bullying a child. "Okay, I won't tell your mother. Get up first." Osmanthus heard what Wan Urseo said, and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. She quickly looked up at Wan Urseo, with crystal tears still hanging on her face. But the tears washed out 2 winding traces on her dirty little face, which was obviously because she didn't wash her face often, and her face was stained with black ash. Looking at Hohat like this, Wan Urseo gradually felt a little bit of pity in her heart. She saw a trace of helplessness and panic in Hohat's eyes, which showed that this child was not liked by her mother at home. Osmanthus was pulled up by Wan Urseo, and Wan Urseo patted the dust off her body for her. "Okay, you go back. I see that your face has also been scratched by Xiao Fubao. Even if you two are even, you are not allowed to bully my Xiao Fubao again in the future. If you dare to do it again, I will definitely go to your house and ask your mother for an explanation." Seeing that Wan Urseo let her go, Hohat nodded happily immediately. "Aunt, I know," Osmanthus said, and ran away. But Wan Urseo still kept a watchful eye. She didn't make trouble for the child, but it didn't mean that the child's mother wouldn't make trouble for her. Looking at the child's temperament and the behavior just now, it was clear that this family was not easy to get along with. She had to find out the family background of the child so that she could be prepared. Wan Urseo looked at Hohat, who ran away, and then looked at Xiaolin behind her and asked, "Xiaolin, do you know who that sister was just now?" Xiaolin nodded and replied in a crisp voice, "It was Sister Hohat. Her family has a stepmother. My brother said that her stepmother beat her every day and asked me not to anger my mother. Otherwise I would be motherless." Which is more pitiful than Sister Hohat. When Wan Urseo heard this, she had a plan in her heart. She looked at the little Fubao in her arms, with tears on her face, and her little hand kept touching the top of her head, which was obviously the reason for the injury just now. Wan Urseo didn't have the heart to catch up with Hohat to argue with her home. She wanted to take her daughter back to apply medicine quickly. Wan Urseo glanced at the other girls next to her, ignored them, and led Xiaolin away. Several big white geese also lined up behind Wan Urseo. Along the way, people greeted Wan Urseo from time to time, but Wan Urseo just responded hurriedly and left. When they returned home, the whole family was waiting for Xiao Fubao to come back. They hadn't started eating yet, because Wan Urseo said that she would make delicious food for Xiao Fubao at noon today. She really made braised pork. Everyone knew that this was Xiao Fubao's favorite, so they didn't move their chopsticks and waited for Xiao Fubao to come back and eat together. Mrs. Wan and Lu sat in the yard to bask in the sun. Several children were also let out by Mrs. Wan to stroll in the yard. Wan Lauer was still fiddling with the potato flour. Everyone heard the sound of the door opening, and looked towards the door at the same time, and saw Xiao Fubao, who was held by Wan Urseo, with his hair loose, his body dirty, and aggrieved on his face. Mrs. Wan and Wan Lauer immediately stood up and ran towards Wan Urseo at the same time. "What happened? Who bullied my daughter?" Wan Lauer quickly took Xiao Fubao from Wan Er's wife. Wan Er's wife said angrily, "She had a fight with a kid in the village, but she didn't win. Someone pulled her hair and her scalp was covered with blood. I hurried back to apply medicine to her." Wan Lauer heard this, and hurriedly parted Xiao Fubao's hair. Sure enough, he saw scars and red blood on her white scalp. "Who is it? I go find her now." Wan Lauer couldn't stand any loss, especially when his daughter was bullied like this. His heart ached. It was Hohat. Xiaolin stood aside, tilting her head, and said anxiously. She was also worried about Xiao Fubao, and she also hoped that Antwan would go to find Hohat's mother, because every time Hohat fought with someone, Hohat's mother would go to find someone first, which was rude in her brother's words. Mrs. Wan listened anxiously, and then she took the arm of Wan Lauer and walked out with Xiao Fubao. "Let's go and ask her parents how they educate their children. How much hatred and resentment can they have to tear the scalp of such a young child?" Mrs. Wan turned to Mrs. Wan Er and said, "Go into the house and get the medicine for the wound. You can apply the medicine to Xiao Fubao later, and I will talk to her family." Mrs. Wan Er thought of Hohat's appearance and hesitated to persuade her. but was interrupted by Xiaolan's anxious voice. Aunt, go quickly. Otherwise Hohat's mother will come to make trouble. My brother said that her mother is rude and disturbing. Mrs. Wan Air's face turned pale when she heard it. Without hesitation, she ran into the house, like a gust of wind to get the medicine. After telling Lu, she followed Mrs. Wan and Wan Lauer, asking all the way, and ran towards Hohat's house. Chapter 284 Confrontation between the two families. I didn't expect that Wan's second wife would only go home for a while. And Hohat's mother was already rushing to her home with Hohat. The two met on the road to the village. Hohat's mother was bought by Hohat's father for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Her surname is Chin. The Chin family didn't make lunch at noon. And the family couldn't eat 2 meals a day. They drank porridge in the morning. And they were already starving. When they saw Hohat coming back with scratches on her face, they immediately realized that this stepdaughter was making trouble outside again. But Chin was very hungry. And she was just going to use this incident to blackmail others for a meal. Even a steamed bun would be fine. Chin immediately grabbed Hohat and asked her about it, only to find out that Hohat was actually bullied by the little girl of the Wan family. Chin's heart was full of joy. Others were afraid of the Wan family. But their family didn't care about that. After all, their family didn't rely on the Wan family for food and drink. The Wan family is the richest family in the surrounding villages. Maybe they can extort a few taels of silver this time. Chin immediately pulled Hohat to the Wan family. But Hohat did not follow Chin to the Wan family obediently as usual, but tried to escape. But she was small and weak. How could she run faster than Chin? Chin pressed her to the ground. You dead girl. Why are you running? Mother took you to eat delicious food. And you ran away. What should I say? Hohat cried in resistance, and Wan is a good person. I also beat Sister Fubao. We are even. Don't extort money from others. I will never fight again. Chin was furious when she heard this. Picked up a branch and hit Hohat. And soon blood oozed out of Hohat's body. Hohat's father would go out to work in winter, doing odd jobs for others, and was not at home. So he had no idea that his daughter was bullied by her stepmother. Even if he knew, he would not care. After all, in Hohat's father's mind, he would not provoke his daughter-in-law for a money-losing thing. Hohat was soon beaten by Chin, and could not move. After Chin vented her anger, she threw away the branch in her hand, pulling Hohat's yellow hair. She pulled her up from the ground and slapped her in the face. Hohat's face soon swelled up, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Hohat's tears had dried up and her voice was hoarse. And at this time Chin's biological children were still making trouble on the side. Mother! Let this money loser go to blackmail people. I want to eat meat, rice, and white flour buns. Chin immediately changed her face to her children, smiling and coaxing them patiently. Be good. Wait at home. Mother will definitely bring you delicious food today. Enough for us to eat for a whole winter. Chin's 2 sons and a little daughter shouted happily, Mother! Mother! Silly girl. Hurry up. If you dare to talk nonsense later, I will beat you to death. Chin dragged Hohat out. Every step Hohat took, the wound on her body was as painful as being torn again. She endured the cold and stinging pain and was dragged by Chin to the Wan family. Because Chin was in a hurry, she could only trot behind her. Every step she took was like being tortured. But in order not to fall, she still tried her best to endure the pain and tried to keep up with Chin's pace. Mother! That seems to be the little girl who bullied Xiao Fubao. But I think this situation is not right. When we found him in the village just now, the girl was not so badly injured. Her face seemed to be swollen from being beaten. Wan Erseo saw Chin's mother and daughter coming towards her at a glance. Old Lady Wan also looked over. She didn't know Hohat and Chin. She went out less than Wan Erseo. She stayed at home all day to look after her grandchildren and occasionally helped with housework. She had no chance to go out and chat with the old ladies. But the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't know Chin. But Chin knew the Wan family. There was no one in the whole village who didn't know the Wan family. Chin had also seen a group of people from the Wan family a long time ago. The 2 parties stood on the road in the middle of the village. Are you Hohat's mother? Old Lady Wan asked first. Chin let go of Hohat's hand, put her hands on her waist, and looked at Old Lady Wan angrily. Yes, I am Hohat's mother. Chin, your daughter hurt my daughter. I was about to go to your house to ask for an explanation. You took the initiative to fall into my trap. Are you going to give me money? Chen didn't even look at Xiao Fubao. She looked at Old Lady Wan with her triangular eyes. Bullshit. I'm giving you money. There is no mirror at home. Do you have a pee? Take a piss and look at your own virtue. See how much silver you are worth. Old Lady One cursed at Chin. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Chin's face with one hand. Her eyes were full of anger and her words were not polite at all. Old Lady One now had an idea in her mind. It seemed that she had become lazy after coming to the border. She didn't walk around like this. If her fierce temper was not spread out, all kinds of people would come to step on their faces. As soon as Chin met the Wan family, she was scolded by Old Lady Wan. She was embarrassed. Moreover, she always scolded others. This was the first time she was scolded by someone. And the old lady was buried in the dirt. Chin couldn't swallow this breath, and directly pulled Hohat out from behind. You still want to cheat? Look at your shitty Fubao. What did he do to my daughter? You won't pay the money? Even if I sue you in the capital, you won't listen. Chin pushed Hohat's face in front of Old Lady Wan. Chin's hand just grabbed a wound on Hohat's back. Hohat screamed in pain, and her voice was trembling. Mom, it hurts? It hurts. Chin took the opportunity to immediately say to Old Lady Wan, did you hear it? My daughter is crying in pain. Tell me, how much money are you going to pay? Old Lady Wan sneered, stepped forward, and directly grabbed Chin's right hand. Chen was startled and tried to break free. But she didn't expect that although Mrs. Wan's hand was thin, it was like a pair of iron clamps, tightly holding Chin's wrist. Chin was also anxious and asked sternly, you old woman, what are you going to do? If you don't let go, I'm going to fight. Chen was a little smart. Every time she went to someone's house to find trouble, she never took the initiative to fight, but only talked. Because once she did it, she would leave evidence that was not favorable to her. She just talked and scolded the other party to the point of being completely defeated. This time, she met Mrs. Wan, who didn't play by the rules, which made her panic for a while. Normally, at this time, the two should have argued with each other. But this old lady came up and fought directly. Humph. What am I doing? Put your hand on your daughter's face to compare. Is such a big handprint my little Fubao hand? Old Lady One finally pulled Chin's hand out. But Chin knew that she would be exposed if she compared it. So she quickly pulled back. But Old Lady One was not willing to let her go. What? Are you scared? Don't dare to confront. Wu Daoan jumped into the well. I think you are a coward to the end. And you dare to come out to blackmail? Old Lady One shook Chin's hand away with all her strength, causing Chin to stagger and step back a few steps. Old Lady One looked at Hohat's face for a long time. Because Chin slapped her several times, the red marks on Hohat's face scratched by little Fubao were no longer visible. And the marks left by little Fubao on Hohat's face could not be used as evidence. But the blood on the top of little Fubao's head was real. Chapter 285 Chin covets the silver hairpin. Grandma One reached out and held Hohat's hand again. Her voice was not as fierce as when she spoke to Chin just now. Instead, she looked at Hohat with the kindness of an old lady and asked patiently, good child. Grandma knows that your injury must have been caused by your mother. Tell the truth. Did you beat my little Fubao? Hohat was originally beaten and scolded by Chin, and she felt a lot of grievances in her heart. At this time, facing the kind face of Grandma Wan and the warmth from her hands, Hohat's tears kept rolling down. Grandma, Hohat had only said a few words when she was pulled behind by Chin, who reacted. You little girl. Dare you say something nonsense? You've been beaten like this, and you still don't know how to fight back. You're as useless as your dead mother. If I didn't pity you, you would have been sold by your father. Now I'm backing you up, and you want to tear me down. What's wrong? Don't you want to live anymore? Chen's words were insults and threats, which frightened Hohat so much that she couldn't help but hide far away, fearing that she would be caught by Chin's poisonous claws again. At this time, the quarrel between the two families also attracted the attention of the villagers. There is not much work in the fields in winter, and many families can't afford to eat at noon. There is no entertainment at this time. Every day, people gossip about the family. How can it be more exciting than watching people quarreling in person? So soon, the quarrel between Chin and the Wan family spread to the surrounding residents. Everyone ran over in groups of 3 or 2 to watch the fun. Some people who lived close to home squatted directly on the top of their own adobe walls to watch. There were also naughty boys who climbed up the crooked tree nearby and stretched their necks to watch. Today's protagonists are different from the past ones, because there is the Wan family, which has been in the limelight in recent years. Since coming to the border, The Wan family has also dealt with several families one after another. But some of them were dealt with when Wan Qingma was there. This time, the quarrel with others was after Wan Qingma left, and the Wan family dealt with it alone. Old Lady Wan had never lost in quarrels with people in the village before. Not to mention that they were right this time. Based on the injuries on her granddaughter, and the wounds on Hohat's body caused by Chen, she concluded that she would not lose this time. And she would also ask Chen for an explanation. At this time, a woman who was watching the scene put her hands in her sleeves and said to Chen, with a look of watching the fun on her face, "Chen, what is the situation in your family? The Wan family who just came doesn't know. But we old villagers, who have been here for many years know it. I advise you to treat Hohat well. When she grows up, you can receive the bride price. Look at how you beat her. If she is left with scars, she will not be able to get married, and cannot be sold at a good price. You will regret it." As soon as the woman finished speaking, she was attacked by Chen. "You gossipy woman. Your daughter can't get married. Your whole family has scars on their faces. Your whole family can't be sold at a good price. You are shameless. You are the only one who sells your daughter. Our Hohat is going to be kept to marry well. I am not like you. You are obsessed with money, and plan to sell your daughter. What's the difference between you and an animal?" Although Chen's words were against the woman, they caused laughter from the surrounding villagers. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Chen would come to her senses today? Not selling her daughter anymore? Bah. Chen's mouth is a lie. If you believe her, God will rain red hair. I don't know who said it when he blackmailed my family. My daughter scratched her daughter's face, and she won't be able to sell it for a good price in the future. Chen's face should be feverish now. Right? Humph. Her face is thicker than the city wall. Can we see her fever? It's a pity that Hohat's mother died early. This daughter is really blessed by God to live until now." Chen listened to the discussions of the people around her, and her chest heaved with anger. It was also her fault that she had offended most of the villagers. Now no one stood on her side, and all helped the Wan family. Chen pointed at the group of people and cursed, "You are really meddling in other people's business. I am going to argue with the Wan family. What does it have to do with you? I think you are just a hen hatching ducklings. Meddling in other people's business. Get out of here." The onlookers saw that Chen was very angry, and they felt relieved. After all, everyone had been blackmailed by Chen. Not because of their daughter, but also because of other trivial matters. Some fierce ones even fought with Chen. But in the end, nothing happened. This time, Chen and the Wan family confronted each other on the road in the village, and they were watched by everyone. Those women who had been disgusted by Chen would not miss such a good opportunity. They would criticize Chen a few times. There was strength in numbers, and Chen was very angry. Chen knew that she had a bad start today, but she looked at the Wan family members across from her. They had no patches on their clothes, and their hair was combed neatly. In particular, Chen saw the hairpin on Wan Erseo's head. It was a silver hairpin. She couldn't help but touch the torn headscarf on her head, which made her look even more shabby. Chen's eyes rolled around, and she had her eyes on Wan Erseo's hairpin. Chen pulled Hohat out from behind her again, and this time pushed her directly in front of Wan Erseo. "Look carefully. When our Hohat came out in the morning, her face was fine. Look at the red marks your maid scratched my Hohat's face. I won't cheat you. Just 8 taels of silver. It sounds good. 88 is auspicious for both of our families. If you don't have cash, you can use silver jewelry to pay off the debt. I don't mind." Chen's words made the people around laugh. "Mrs. Chen, what are you dreaming about in broad daylight? 8 taels of silver. Hohat's father only spent 1 tael of silver to buy you. How old is Hohat? Even if you weigh her by the pound, you can't buy her for so much silver. Right? She is obsessed with money. If you ask me, she is attracted by the silver hairpin on her head. Right? We are all women. Who doesn't like jewelry? All the women in the village wear wooden hairpins. And suddenly Wan Erseo comes out wearing a silver hairpin, and everyone's attention is naturally attracted. Some people have noticed the silver hairpin on Wan Erseo's head. Not to mention the material. The style is also the latest. Although the women watching are envious, they also know that their family background cannot be compared with that of the Wan family. The gap was too big, and these people's jealousy turned into envy. Because even if they were jealous, they couldn't beat the Wan family. What's more, everyone in the village knew that the eldest of the Wan family married the county magistrate's sister, which was one of the reasons why everyone was afraid of the Wan family. But there were some people who were always careless and didn't recognize the reality. At this time, Chin was blinded and only had eyes for the Wan family's money. Wan Erseo also regretted wearing this hairpin at this time. She originally wanted to be happy, wear it for a day, and put it away, and didn't plan to walk around the village. Who knew that Xiao Fubao incident made others notice the silver hairpin on her head? Wan Erseo has always known the truth that wealth should not be exposed. But she didn't expect that one day she would make such a mistake. Wan Erseo wanted to pull off the silver hairpin on her head at this time, but it seemed unnecessary. Old Lady Wan had the opposite idea from Wan Erseo. She directly blocked between Wan Erseo and Chen, with a mocking look on her face. What's the matter? Are you attracted to the silver hairpin on my daughter-in-law's head? That was given by my son. Do you want your head of the family to give it to you? Just now I heard from everyone that you like to sell children. Right? You have more than one hohat in your family. Right? Selling one or two of your own children may be enough to raise the money for a silver hairpin. This is better than your current reputation. Selling children to buy hairpins and blackmailing people for silver hairpins are not the same thing. Blackmailing me can be reported to the government office. Selling children to buy hairpins will not cause trouble for you. You should think it over clearly. This is one of the things. The second thing is that you were blackmailing my family just now. Now it's my turn to talk about my granddaughter's injury. Grandma Wan asked the second son of Wan to bring Xiao Fubao over. She parted Xiao Fubao hair in front of everyone. Everyone could clearly see the scars on Xiao Fubao's scalp and gasped. Oh my god! Who did this to such a young child? Even the scalp was torn off. How can hair grow in the future? Hair is also a part of a woman's appearance. This is equivalent to disfigurement. Right? Just now Chen said that her daughter Hohat was disfigured. But I don't think it's as serious as the injury of the little girl from the Wan family. If there is any compensation, it should be Chen who pays. Old Mrs. Wan looked at the women who spoke for the Wan family calmly, and remembered them all in her heart. If the family really needs help in the future, she will ask these people first. These women did not expect that a few unintentional words would change the fate of their family. Chapter 286 Chen's Nemesis Old Lady Wan. After hearing what the women said, Chen was furious. She had originally intended to blackmail them. But now the Wan family had only said a few words, and the situation became one-sided, with everyone speaking in their favor. You guys are really good at flattering. Dogs drink water, and only lick it. When the Wan family poops, you kneel on the ground and smell it, and shout, "It smells so good." Chen sneered at the women, and made the faces of the women, who had just spoken in favor of the Wan family, turn red and white. What she said was too embarrassing. Old Lady Wan couldn't listen anymore. She interrupted Chen and said, "Chen, don't say anything nonsense. I won't blackmail you for my Fubao head injury. Just pay me for a box of medicine. We bought this medicine in the pharmacy before. One box costs 1 tael of silver. Which is the worst? The good ones cost more than 10 taels of silver. Just pay me 1 tael of silver." Chen immediately jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. "You old woman. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue sprained by the wind? What kind of medicine costs 1 tael of silver? You still say you're not blackmailing?" Old Lady Wan ignored Chen's reaction and said calmly, "I didn't set the price. The name of the pharmacy is on the medicine box. I won't argue with you. If you don't believe me, go to the pharmacy and ask. I, Old Lady Wan, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. This tael of silver is paid to my granddaughter by you on behalf of your daughter. If you don't pay it back today, I will take you to the town to ask the mayor for justice. Don't bother the village chief. I guess the village chief doesn't want to see you either." How could Chen dare to see the mayor? Although she was usually arrogant and overbearing in the village and blackmail people everywhere, she would start to get cocky if she really had to see the mayor. But Chen was forced to this point by Old Lady Wan's words. If she said she didn't go, wouldn't she be a coward? Chen's eyes turned. She slapped her thigh and sat on the ground, crying loudly. "Oh! Is there any justice in the world? The whole Wan family bullied us when my husband was not at home. And bullied us, mother and daughter. They beat us and asked us to pay money. What kind of reason is this? Who doesn't know that the mayor is on the side of the Wan family? This is to force us to death. Hohat, let's go to see your mother directly. This is not a way to live." Chen saw the move and sat on the ground and threw a tantrum. This trick works for other people, but it doesn't work for Old Lady Wan. She turned around and saw that there was a family next to her. Without saying a word, She went directly to the back of the family's house. The toilets in Sheetsy village are all built behind the houses. There is usually a long ladle next to the toilet for scooping manure. Old Lady One picked up the long ladle and reached into the manure pit to scoop a ladle of manure. She ran back with her little feet. Chin was only concerned with mourning and didn't notice Old Lady One's actions at all. Old Lady One poured a ladle of manure on Chin's head. Chin was crying with her mouth wide open when someone suddenly splashed her with feces. Her head, face, mouth, and even her nostrils were filled with feces. Chin was stunned for a moment, and the surroundings seemed to have been paused. The scene was terrifyingly quiet for a while. Then, there was Chin's pig-killing scream, and the surrounding people applauded. Good. Finally someone has dealt with this shrew. And one did a good job. Oh my god. Chin finally has her nemesis. Think about it. Chin threw a tantrum at my door for 3 days, disturbing my family. In the end, she blackmailed me for 2 white steamed buns. Old Lady One handed the dung scoop to Wan Lauer and told him, send some food to this family later. Dung is precious. It is not easy for farmers to save some dung. I threw a scoop and didn't tell them. You should tell the owner later. Wan Lauer nodded, took the dung scoop and whispered a few words to the owner. The owner waved his hand quickly. Brother Jinju. A scoop of dung can subdue Chin. This scoop of dung is considered my fault. I will ask my family to drink more water and urinate more and come back later. Wan Lauer smiled and patted the other's shoulder. The two smiled at each other, and silence was more powerful than words. Chin got up from the ground and rushed towards Grandma Wan. The smell on Chin's body could be smelled for 2 miles, and the people around her quickly dispersed. Grandma Wan and Wan Urseo also protected Xiao Fubao and stayed far away. But Chun was a person who would never let Grandma Wan go. In addition, she was young and strong, while Grandma Wan was old and was definitely not Chin's opponent. Seeing that Chin was about to pounce on Grandma Wan, Xiao Fubao screamed in fear, Grandma! Run! Chin only had Grandma Wan in her eyes. She only wanted to pounce on her and tear her apart. She didn't pay attention to her feet and was tripped by a raised dirt. She had just eaten some liquid food, and now she had some dry soil. Chin's mouth was full of the smell of mud mixed with manure. The people around burst into laughter again. Chin's original appearance could no longer be seen at this time, and her face was covered with yellow dirt. Chin fell for a long time and did not get up. Seeing that the danger was over, Wan Urseo continued to apply medicine to Xiao Fubao, while Old Lady One looked at Chin lying on the ground calmly. Chun, I will give you 2 choices. You can give me 1 or 2 silver coins to compensate for Xiao Fubao injury, or give me a bag of wheat to pay off the debt. You can choose. Old Lady Wan's voice was like a tight hoop curse to Chin, and her head was buzzing. Chin got up from the ground with difficulty, pointed at Old Lady Wan and said a few words. Perhaps because there was a taste in her mouth just now, she couldn't speak clearly, and no one could hear what Chin said clearly. Mrs. Wan thought Chin agreed and said to Wan Lauer, okay. Ho-Hot agreed to pay the debt with a bag of grain. Lauer, in order to avoid more trouble, you should go to her house and bring back a bag of wheat. Wan Lauer immediately responded, okay. Mother, I go right away. But I don't know where her house is. Jinju, I know. I go with you. An enthusiastic man immediately responded in the crowd. After the two finished talking, they walked towards Chin's house together. Chin immediately became anxious and stretched out her arms to block the two people's way. Chin couldn't speak clearly and kept waving her arms anxiously. The 2 men covered their noses and retreated. Seeing that it worked, Chin went all out and pounced on the 2 people, scaring Wan Lauer and the man back one after another. Old Lady One picked up a stick from the ground and held it against Chin's chest. Chin wanted to move forward, but Old Lady One pushed her back with the stick. Soon, Chin's advantageous tactics lost their effect. Old Lady Wan and the man quickly bypassed Chin and ran forward. Chin turned around and chased after him in a hurry, and one of her shoes slipped away. Stop! I pay you. Chin spitted while running, and finally managed to straighten her tongue. Old Lady One heard this, and quickly grabbed the man next to him, and the 2 of them stood up. Chin quickly turned around and walked back, pulling Ho-Hot towards Old Lady One. Don't you want silver? I didn't hurt your granddaughter. If you want compensation, you should ask this dead girl of mine. Her father bought me for 1 or 2 taels of silver. I will give you 1 or 2 taels of silver today. If you agree, you can take her away. If you don't agree, You can walk over my dead body. Everyone around thought that Chin was really shameless. Who has extra food to feed another mouth these days? Chapter 287 Selling Osmanthus. Mrs. Chen, you are making a big plan. Your family has no food to feed the child. So you plan to sell Osmanthus for money. It will take several years for your Osmanthus to grow up. Now she can't do anything. So why should she do anything for others? Otherwise, she is a stepmother. Since Osmanthus's father married this Miss Chen, Osmanthus has not had a good day. I think even if Osmanthus's father was at home, he would listen to Ms. Chen and sell Osmanthus to pay off the debt. Just when everyone was talking about it, Osmanthus suddenly broke free from Ms. Chen's hand and knelt directly in front of old lady Wan. Grandma, just by me. If I stay in that house, I will die. I can do everything. Can I be a maid for Sister Fubao? I can raise chickens and pigs, cook and wash clothes. I don't eat much. Just give me porridge. I will work hard and I don't like to get sick. Don't look at me thin. I am very strong. Grandma, I know your family is good. Just by me. Right? I will protect Sister Fubao in the future. No one will bully Sister Fubao. I am very good at fighting. Hohat kowtowed to Grandma Wan while crying. Grandma Wan was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Chen to do this and sell Hohat in front of everyone. This girl is not worth 1 or 2 silver coins if sold outside. But the calculation of rural people is different from that outside. Most people in the village can't eat. One more mouth means one more pair of chopsticks. But these are not a big deal for their family. Grandma Wan was a little undecided about this matter. Seeing that old lady Wan hesitated, Hohat looked up at the little Fubao held by Wan Urseo. She quickly knelt down and moved in front of Wan Urseo and kowtowed to little Fubao. Sister Fubao, I was wrong to hit you. Please forgive me. Okay? Please buy me. I will be your maid. Ride on your horse. Be your guard. And don't let anyone bully you. Okay? I eat very little. I can help your mother with work. Help you raise little white rabbits and big white geese. Little Fubao looked at Hohat crying miserably. And she seemed to be bleeding. Little Fubao didn't hold grudges. And usually took revenge on the spot. Now seeing Hohat so miserable, her little heart was also moved. And she just saw that Chen didn't treat Hohat as a human being at all. She was also a child. But her mother and grandmother didn't treat her like that. Fubao felt a little sympathetic to Hohat. Little Fubao turned around and hugged Wan Urseo's neck, whispering in Wan Urseo's ear, Mom, I don't want her to be beaten by that person again. She seems a little pitiful. Fubao also beat her. Fubao didn't suffer any loss. Let's forgive her. Wan Urseo was so soft-hearted by her daughter's words. Her Fubao was really a kind and loving baby. Wan Urseo glanced at old lady Wan and nodded gently. Old lady Wan was relieved. Her family also came from a poor family. She knew it was not easy to be hungry. Moreover, she hated the scene of selling children and daughters. When their family was so difficult, she never sold her children. Old lady Wan pulled up Hohat and patted the dirt off her body. Okay, I agree to this. But we have to sign a contract to sell our bodies and go to the government to get a clear pass. In the future, Hohat's life or death will have nothing to do with your family. And her wealth will have nothing to do with you. Old lady Wan was afraid that according to Chen's unreasonable temper, there would be trouble in the future. So she quickly added another sentence. Because she felt that the person Xiao Fubao agreed to accept must be related to their family. And would definitely not be bad in the future. She also wanted to completely get Hohat out of Chen's clutches. Chen originally had her own plans. She didn't plan to raise Hohat for many years. At most, in 2 years, she was going to sell Hohat far away and never contact her again. While saving food for the family, she could also make money for the family. Although it was a little lost now. It was just right to save food. So it was okay to lose some. After Chen figured it out, she nodded readily. But I have to go back and wash up first. You go find the village chief to sign the indenture contract first. I go and press my fingerprints later. Wan Lauer was a little worried. So he came to old lady Wan and whispered to her. Mom, Hohat is not Chen's biological daughter after all. We sold Hohat today. What if Hohat's father disagrees when we come back? Don't blackmail us then? Old lady Wan looked calm. It doesn't matter. I heard that Chen is the boss of their family. Hohat's father won't say anything if she is sold. And once the indenture contract is signed, it's useless for them to regret it. Let your eldest brother give us the seal of the government tomorrow. Don't worry about Hohat's father making a fuss. Wan Lauer thought this was feasible, and didn't bother any more. So far, the issue of the two children has been perfectly resolved. Those girls, who were not welcomed at home, envied Hohat. After all, everyone knew that the Wan family had 3 meals a day. Although Hohat was sold to the Wan family, it was just to do more work. Who doesn't work like a slave at home? Even if working like a cow or a horse still doesn't get enough food. At least Hohat will be able to eat enough in the future. Old Lady Wan took Hohat and Wan Urseo home, and left the rest to Wan Urseo. When they got home, the family hadn't eaten yet, and they were still waiting for Old Lady Wan and others to come back for lunch. Lu suddenly saw a little girl, who looked unfamiliar to her. So she held Wan Yu and asked, "Mother, second sister-in-law, whose girl is this? How did she get beaten like this?" The first thing Lu saw was Hohat's face full of scars, and blood on her arms, and legs seeping through her clothes. She looked pitiful and hateful. Mrs. Wan didn't say anything, and Mrs. Wan replied, "It's the girl who beat up Xiao Fubao. Let's ask them to pay compensation. If they don't have money, they can just sell this girl to us. It just so happens that the older ones will go to the town to study in a few days, and Xiao Fubao has no playmates. I think this girl is hardworking. Come to our house and teach her well. Maybe she can be a good helper." Lu has just become a mother, and she can't bear to see her children being abused. When she saw Hohat at this time, she couldn't help but think that if her own child became like this, she would be heartbroken. So Lu held Wan Yu in one hand and Hohat's neck in the other hand, and took her into the house. "Good child. You won't have to suffer this when you come to our house in the future. Although you are bought. We are all rural people, and don't have so many rules. Hurry up and wash your hands. Let's prepare for dinner." Grandma Wan followed behind and sighed in her heart. She did a good thing today. But there are so many poor people in the world, and they can't pity them. Hohat is also a lucky one. Fighting with Xiao Fubao is a relief. Although Grandma Wan bought the person, she didn't treat her as a maid from the bottom of her heart. She thought the same as Wan Urseo, that she would be a playmate for Xiao Fubao in the future. Hohat was taken in by Lu. Lu put Wan Yu on the Kong and poured some warm water from the pot on the stove for Hohat. "Come and wash. It's time to eat." Hohat was timid and didn't dare to step forward. Since she stepped into the gate of the Wan family's yard, she was shocked by the Wan family's yard. This was her first time entering the Wan family. She found that the Wan family's yard was larger than any other yard in the village, and there were many houses, each of which was new. After entering the house, Hohat's eyes were wide open when she saw the vermilion furniture in the house. In her impression, there seemed to be few families in the village who could afford painted furniture, and only a few clan elders seemed to have such furniture. But it was not as grand as the Wan family. The furniture was also carved with some patterns that she had never seen before. Most importantly, the house was spacious and warm. She didn't feel cold even when wearing a single piece of clothing, which meant that the family had already heated the Kong in the house. In winter, her family could only rely on staying in bed to keep warm, not to mention heating the Kong. There was no hot water. The visual impact and physical feeling gave Hohat a deeper understanding of the Wan family's wealth and strengthened her determination to stay. Chapter 288 Hohat's Shock. Hohat was enthusiastically pulled to the wooden basin by Lu. Looking at the steaming hot water, Hohat's eyes couldn't help but moisten. She pinched the corner of her tattered clothes and stood on the ground at a loss. Hot water was a luxury for her. She always used cold water to wash clothes and face at home. In winter, she never used hot water. Her little hands were all covered with chilblains. They itched and scratched her heart and liver in spring. Seeing that Hohat was reluctant to stretch out her hand, Lu reached out to pull Hohat's little hand, but accidentally touched the chilblain on Hohat's hand. Hohat shuddered in pain and shrank back. Lu glanced at the chilblain on Hohat's hand. She pulled Hohat's hand out regardless of Hohat's resistance. Hohat's hand was instantly exposed to everyone's sight, and even Wan Urseo and Wan Lao couldn't help but look at her sideways. The hands that should have been white and tender were now covered with cracks, and the backs of the hands were covered with frostbite. The hands were swollen like steamed buns, and the long nails were full of dirt. The hands were covered with calluses because of years of hard work. This was not a little girl's hand. Lu's hands looked more delicate than Hohat's. Little Fubao also saw Hohat's hand. She ran over with her short legs and held Hohat's other hand with her own little fleshy hand. Her big eyes were full of heartache. She lowered her head and blew on Hohat's hand. Sister Hohot, Grandma said that we were destined to be together. In the future, Fubao will protect you. No one will dare to hit you anymore. And your hands will not rot in the future. Fubao has snow frog cream. Apply it to you, and it will be fine tomorrow. After saying this, little Fubao ran out. Wan Erseo knew what her daughter was going to do. But Wan Erseo had placed the snow cream on the Kong cabinet. And little Fubao was definitely out of reach. She quickly followed little Fubao to the bedroom. As expected, the little one was picking up a small stool and preparing to climb onto the Kong. Wan Erseo was so amused that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really heartwarming. Wan Erseo leaned over and took the box of snow cream from the Kong cabinet. And then picked up Xiao Fubao directly. Daughter, come here. Mother got it for you. Wan Erseo stuffed half a jar of snow cream into Xiao Fubao's hand. Xiao Fubao looked like he was holding a big baby. With a happy face. And said to Wan Erseo in a crisp voice, "Thank you, Mother. You're welcome." Wan Erseo smiled and sipped on Xiao Fubao's face. When the two came to the main room, they saw Hohot had bent down to wash her hands. She washed very carefully. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her expression was a little painful. Maybe the cracks stimulated by the hot water were a little painful, which made her a little uncomfortable. Lu also brought her own fragrant soap for Hohot to use. And Hohot was a little flattered. "Aunt, I don't need it. My hands are dirty. Don't dirty this precious thing for you." Hohot quickly refused. Although she had never seen the fragrant soap, she had heard from her father when he came back from working outside that only rich people could afford it. No one in their village could afford such a luxury. Moreover, it was heard that it was not sold in the town and could only be bought in the county. Things are bought for people to use. You need to take good care of your hands so that they can recover quickly. This fragrant soap will make your hands slippery after washing them. Try it. Hohot then took it carefully, only lightly touched the palm of her hand, and quickly returned it to Lu. Lu did not force Hohot. Seeing Hohot wash her hands several times, the water turned black, and then she took a towel to wipe her hands. Xiao Fubao quickly handed over his own vanishing cream jar like offering a treasure. "Sister Hohot, here. This is what my mother bought for me. It smells so good. I give it to you." Xiao Fubao generously gave the jar of vanishing cream to Hohot. Wan Erseo's eyelids jumped when she saw it. This prodigal girl. This jar of vanishing cream is one tael of silver. The family was reluctant to use it, so they bought her a jar, and she just gave it away. Luckily, Hohot knew that this thing was a good thing, so she didn't accept it, but hurriedly declined. "Miss, I don't deserve this. You should keep it and apply it to yourself to make yourself white and tender. I'm used to being rough, so I can't use this." Hohot has already adapted to the environment of the Wan family. Thinking of what her father said, the maids outside call the master Miss. She changed the name casually. But Grandma once said, "Hohot, although you were bought by our family, you don't need to change your name in the future. We don't like that. Even if you have a lot of servants in the future, you can all call her Xiao Fubao by her name, not Mississippi. This way, she will be easier to raise." Hohot quickly bowed her head and agreed. "Okay, listen to Grandma. Since you listened to me, Fubao asked you to wipe it. So you can wipe it. Once your hands are healed, you can work. We don't keep idle people in our family, but we won't abuse you either. You should heal your hands quickly. Help your aunt feed the chickens and rabbits. And learn from your aunt. In the future, you will be able to do these things. Can you do it?" Hohot was relieved when she heard that she was finally assigned a job. Working was the only thing she could do. Otherwise, she would always feel uneasy. As long as there was work to do, she felt like she had found her backbone and was a part of the family. Hohot assured Grandma Wan in a very loud voice, "Grandma, don't worry. I can do everything. I'm very smart, especially good at raising things. Leave these things at home to me. I guarantee that there will be more eggs than you can eat next year." Grandma Wan also smiled and touched Hohot's head. "Okay, good kid. You are my family member from now on. What you say and do outside also represents the face of my family. Grandma has only one request for you. Don't take the initiative to fight when you go out. And don't ask about other people's affairs. If someone really bullies you, don't be timid. Just fight back. And Grandma will take care of it for you. As long as you are right. Do you hear what Grandma said?" Hohot opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Grandma Wan in disbelief. "Is it possible?" "Generally, Adults teach children not to fight or cause trouble. This is the first time she heard that she could fight back, and Grandma could take care of it for her. Hohat felt that selling herself to the Wan family was the right decision. A warm current gradually warmed Hohat's heart. She vowed to repay the people of the Wan family in the future. Although Hohat was not good-looking, she was indeed clever and could do anything at a glance. She just couldn't read. Otherwise she would definitely not lose to men. After a few people talked for a while, Wan Lauer came back with a contract of sale in his hand. "Mom, I'm back. The indenture is ready. Chen has put her handprint on it. The village chief is the notary. Tomorrow I will go to the county town to ask my eldest brother to file a case with the government. Hohat will be ours from now on, and she will have nothing to do with her family." "Okay, let's eat. I'm hungry." After all this time, everyone was starving. Lu put the food on the stove to heat it up, and now she and Wan Urseo served the food to the table. Hohat also wanted to help, but was stopped by Lu. "Take a rest first. After your hand is healed, you can do some housework. There is no rush now." Otherwise, Hohat was quite perceptive. Seeing Lu and Wan Urseo were busy, she quickly took the initiative to play with Wan Yu with Xiao Fubao. She raised all the brothers and sisters in the family, so she was also very good at taking care of children. Soon Wan Yu and Xiao Fubao were both amused by the clown played by Hohat. This laughter also infected Osmanthus, and an unprecedented sense of happiness nourished Osmanthus's every limb. Chapter 289. Hohat finally eats meat. The dishes were served quickly, and a unique aroma of braised pork immediately spread throughout the room. Hohat, who had never smelled such a fragrant meat, stared at it. She stared at the dishes on the table without moving her eyes, her mouth slightly open, and her expression was very shocked. In addition to the braised pork on the side, there was also a stir-fried Chinese cabbage, egg custard, half a bowl of mincemeat fried with dried vegetables, and half a bowl of multi-grain cakes. Is this what the Wan family usually eats? It's more sumptuous than what they eat during the Chinese New Year. When Mrs. Wan saw that Hohat's eyes were straight, she knew that this girl had never eaten anything good. But Mrs. Wan intended to teach Hohat the rules, so she didn't immediately call her to the table to eat, but sat down at the main seat herself. Wan Lauer sat next to Mrs. Wan. Wan Urseo sat next to Wan Lauer with Xiao Fubao in her arms. Lu sat opposite Wan Urseo, and the other children also found a seat by themselves. Only Hohat stood aside awkwardly with her head down, holding the corner of her clothes, and did not sit at the table. Her feet were about to dig a hole in the ground. Mrs. Wan saw that Hohat was not so unruly, but this might be because she had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place. So she was a little awkward. She would have to see how Hohat performed in a few days. The child was still young and had some bad points. She would teach her patiently. This girl was still good. When Xiao Fubao saw that everyone had sat at the table and only Hohat was standing aside, he quickly shouted to Hohat, "Sister Hohat, eat." Xiao Fubao climbed down from Wan Urseo's body and ran to Hohat's side. He took Hohat's big hand with his little hands and walked to the table. There was another seat next to Wan Urseo, and Xiao Fubao asked Hohat to sit with her. Hohat did not dare to sit down, but glanced at Mrs. Wan Urseo, and Lu around the table. "Okay, sit down and eat quickly. The food will get cold in a while." Only after Mrs. Wan spoke did Hohat dare to sit down. "Hey, thank you, Grandma." Hohat sat down awkwardly, but she didn't dare to pick up the chopsticks. She kept watching everyone's actions. She was learning. Grandma Wan nodded gently in her heart. This girl is not bad. Little Fubao turned into a little warm treasure today. He kept picking up food for Hohat. Although it was a bit messy, he could at least pick up the food into Hohat's bowl. "Sister Hohat, eat the food. My mother's braised pork is delicious. And there is also egg custard." Where has Hohat eaten these good things? The eggs at home are either sold or given to the younger brothers and sisters. It is never her turn. Hohat carefully picked up a piece of braised pork and slowly put it to her mouth. A meaty aroma with a sweet breath entered her nostrils, making her stomach growl even more happily. Hohat looked around awkwardly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she ate the braised pork in small bites. The unique aroma of braised pork immediately exploded in the mouth, and Hohat's eyes lit up. Is this something that gods eat? There is such delicious meat in the world. Hohat was reluctant to swallow it, and tasted it in small bites, which made Xiao Fubao anxious. "Sister Hohat, eat faster. It will be unpalatable if it gets cold." And there is more, Xiao Fubao said, picking up another piece of braised pork and putting it in the bowl in front of Hohat. Hohat was frightened and quickly stopped him. Sister Fubao. That's enough. I just eat a piece to taste it. You eat more. You are growing up. Meat is a precious thing. She dare not eat too much. Especially for the first meal. She is so tactless. If Grandma doesn't like it and sends her back, she really won't have time to cry. Old Lady One knew that Hohat had never eaten anything good, and she wanted the girl to recover quickly. The family didn't lack this bite of food. So she smiled and said to Hohat, Girl, eat quickly. Don't be so cautious. Eat more. The body will grow well. Our family can have enough food. You don't need this bite. Hohat then ate boldly. But she also carefully observed the other people at the table. Everyone ate very politely. Although the food was delicious, no one was wolfing down. Hohat also learned to eat like everyone else. The meal took more than half an hour to finish. After the meal, it was already mid-afternoon. Xiao Fubao was a little sleepy at this point because of the fight with Hohat. Just after the meal, his little head was nodding, and his big eyes were full of water vapor, and he could hardly open his eyes. Mom, you and Xiao Fubao should take a rest together. I will go and help the child's father filter. He can't handle it alone. Okay. You guys go and do it. The fourth daughter-in-law should also take you back to sleep. This little guy hasn't closed his eyes all day. He is very energetic. But I think he is sleepy now. Lu quickly cleaned up the pots and pans, agreed, and took her son back to her room. Hohat followed behind Juan Urseo to help. Aunt, what can I do? When Juan Urseo saw Hohat following her, she knew that the child was still a little nervous, and perhaps doing some work could ease her anxiety. Juan Urseo pointed to the potato residues that were piled up in the yard and had not yet been dried and said, Go and spread out those residues. While the sun is good these few days, dry them, then mix them with wheat bran and feed the chickens and geese. When Hohat heard this, a smile immediately appeared on her little face. She agreed happily and trotted over to work. Juan Urseo watched for a while and saw that Hohat worked very quickly and skillfully. She was no longer angry with Hohat and turned around to work on her own work. Juan Lauer and Juan Urseo worked until midnight before they finished making all the potato starch. The biggest problem during this period was that the water consumption was too high. Juan Lauer used a bullock cart to pull water several times before it was enough. If they plant potatoes on a large scale next year, their family will need more water, and it will be a waste of time to go to the public well in the village to fetch water. Juan Lauer lay on the con, thinking over and over for a long time. The water supply in the village was already tight. But this year, the weather was good, and the water in the well was not dry. The well water was also sufficient. Every time the villagers fetched water during the day, the well was full at night. This was undoubtedly a great thing for the people in Shitsi village. Because of the difficulty in getting water, many people in the village did not take a bath all year round. And at most, they would just wash themselves with water. Needless to say, in winter, people in the village would not take a bath throughout the winter. I don't know about adults, but Juan Lauer saw that the children in the village were all covered with layers of black ash on their necks and wrists, and all the visible places. When building the house, Juan Lauer originally wanted to dig a well in the yard, but the village chief said that the water source in the village was at that well, and there was no water anywhere else. Juan Lauer gave up. But now the family uses so much water. If we don't dig a well, it's hard to say whether this thing can last long. Juan Lauer was already thinking in his mind. Why not give it a try? What if it succeeds? Chapter 291. Lauer wants to dig a well. The next morning, Juan Lauer rushed to find the village chief. Village chief, are you home? Juan Lauer stretched his neck and shouted through the fence of the village chief's house. Yes. The village chief's voice soon came from the yard. Then, there was a creaking sound of the door opening. Jinyo opened the door and saw that it was Juan Lauer, and was a little surprised. Jinju, you come to my house so early. Is there something? Is it about Hohat? The village chief thought that Hohat's mother regretted it after selling Hohat to the one family yesterday. There were many people who sold their children in the village before, but they were all sold outside. It was also the first time for him to sell a child to a fellow villager. When the two came to sell their bodies yesterday, he reminded Juan Lauer that buying people from the same village was prone to accidents. Sure enough, after just one night, Chin might come to the door. Jinyo thought so in his heart, with a trace of worry on his face. Wan Lauer smiled, and waved his hand quickly. Village chief. No. You're worrying too much. I came to you for something else. I want to ask you. Among the people in our 10 miles or so villages, do you know anyone who is good at digging wells? I want to dig a well in my yard. When Jinyo heard this, he was relieved and hurried to welcome the person into the house. Come in and talk. It's still quite cold outside. The two of them went into the house together. After Wan Lauer greeted the two old people, he sat down on a small stool on the ground. Jinyo also moved a small stool and sat aside. Jinju. It's not that I won't tell you who has the best craftsmanship. But you know why our Shitsi village got its name. There are stones under our village. Although there are no big stones. Half of the small gravel you dig is stones. So people who dig wells are generally unwilling to take jobs in our Shitsi village. This is the first reason. The second reason is that I also told you that the well in our village took a long time to find the spring. And they also determined that there was only one place in our village that could produce water. I advise you not to waste your money. The third reason is that this is the time when the well in our village is. Winter is not the season for digging wells. Our border is already short of water. There is less rain in winter. And it is drier. So the chance of getting water is even slimmer. So Jinju, you should listen to my advice, and don't waste the money. With the money for digging a well, you can hire someone to fetch water for you for several years. Wan Lauer knew that the village chief said all the words from the heart. And he said them clearly to him. He was also very moved. However, there will be more places for water at home next year. If there is no well at home, nothing can be done. Thinking that this is very likely to benefit everyone, Wan Lauer thought that he must succeed. He himself had been hungry. And in the nearly 1 year since he came to the border, he had seen many people starving to death. He was moved with compassion. If he could really grow something that could solve everyone's survival problems, he would be willing to try it. He could save more people, and also accumulate blessings for his children. But now everything is still unknown. And Wan Lauer did not plan to talk about this matter now. He insisted in his heart, Village chief, I still want to try. Although it is cold now. It has not rained or snowed these days. The chance of getting water in winter is low. I will dig again in the spring next year. I don't believe that there is only one water source in our Shitsi village. Wan Lauer was thinking that the well had been used in the village for hundreds of years. What if the underground water has become more in these hundreds of years? But the people in the village kept in mind what their ancestors said, that there was only one water source in the village. And they never tried to dig more wells. Jinyo saw that Wan Lauer was so persistent, and knew that the Wan family had money in their hands. He sighed heavily, and did not continue to persuade. Okay. Since you insist on digging a well, I tell you about a man who has the best craftsmanship here. The wells in the surrounding villages were dug by his ancestors. But he is old now. It seems that his son has taken over. He lives in Jujia village, which is 30 miles away from us. Their ancestors have lived in that village for generations. I heard from the older generation that the well in our village was dug by their ancestors. Jinyo paused and continued, when you go to Jujia village, just ask everyone you meet. Everyone knows that man. As for his name now, I really don't know. Because our village hasn't hired anyone to dig a well for hundreds of years. Wan Lauer was a little nervous. It has been hundreds of years. It's hard to say whether the Zhu family still has descendants. What if it is passed down to a certain generation, and they are all daughters? Wouldn't that mean the family will be extinct? However, Wan Lauer did not say what he was thinking. Instead, he thanked Jinyo and left. When he returned home, he saw Hohat helping Wan Urseo with housework. Uncle is back. Osmanthus greeted him timidly, and lowered her head to continue sweeping the yard. The little girl was so thin and weak that she was not even as tall as a broom. It was very difficult for her to sweep with a big broom. Wan Lauer couldn't stand it. He had nothing to do anyway. So he was ready to take over Hohat's work. For him, sweeping the yard was an easy task. But for Hohat, it was not so easy. Hohat, Uncle will sweep it. You can do other work or go play. Born as a farmer, Wan Lauer had no concept of ordering people around. Now there was suddenly one more person in the family. A little girl, who was very sensible, which made people feel a little distressed. So Wan Lauer wanted to sweep the yard for Hohat. Anyway, doing these small jobs was just a piece of cake for him. Uncle, I can do it. I do it at home. Please let me do it. And he didn't let me work just now. I was nervous. I want to stay. I like your family and you. Ho-Hot was frightened by Wan Lao's actions. She felt insecure. She always wanted to let the Wan family see her value, so that she could stay at ease. But early in the morning, she didn't do anything. She finally got the broom to sweep the floor, but it was taken away again. She got up earlier than Wan Lao in the morning, and wanted to go to the kitchen to boil hot water for the family. But as soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw Wan Er's wife was already busy. She wanted to light the fire, but was driven out by Wan Er's wife and asked her to go back to sleep, saying that the children needed more rest. Ho-Hot didn't know for a moment whether she was sold to the Wan family by her stepmother to be a slave or a daughter. Wan Lao looked at the wary eyes of Ho-Hot and felt a little sad. He didn't have the experience of being sold and couldn't understand the pain of being sold. But he could understand the anxiety of a little girl without relatives around. Ho-Hot blurted out those words just now. And then she realized that she had said too much. She lowered her head again and stared at her toes with her little eyes. Wan Lao touched the top of Ho-Hot's yellow head and laughed loudly. Okay. If you like it, do it. If you want to do anything else in the future, just tell your aunt and let her have a good rest. Ho-Hot heard the words, and her face was full of joy. She nodded happily, holding the broom handle tightly with her little hands, obviously very excited. Ho-Hot watched Wan Lao enter the upper room, and she lowered her head and began to sweep the floor seriously. In the past, she was forced to sweep the yard at home by Chun, but now she sweeps it on her own initiative. She suddenly found that the two moods were completely different. Although her whole body was covered with a thin layer of sweat while working, she felt as light as a swallow, and her mood was high. Chapter 291. The Support of Old Lady Wan. When Old Lady Wan entered the upper room, he saw Old Lady Wan sitting on the com collecting quilts. Mom, you're up. I have something to tell you. Old Lady Wan looked excited. Old Lady Wan glanced at her son and asked in confusion, It's early in the morning, and I haven't heard the magpies chirping. Does it look like you have good news? Old Lady Wan rubbed his hands and sat on the edge of the Kong. He turned his head and said to Old Lady Wan, Mom, I just went to the village chief's house and asked him about the well diggers. I plan to dig a well in our yard. The potato flour has been made. After I dry it, I will weigh it. If it is really as the recipe says, I plan to try to grow potatoes first. I will put a few wooden boxes in our house to see how many kilograms of potatoes can be grown per mu of soil in this border area. If it works, I will wait until the opening. After the potatoes are planted, they must be made into flour and stored. When the time comes, we can harvest them all. The villagers can use the money to buy food for the winter. And our flour can be made into food and sold according to the recipe. We can make money and help the villagers fill their stomachs. But there is one bad thing. There is a shortage of water at the border. And we need a lot of water here. I thought of digging a well first. If our family can dig a well, it means that there is more than one water source outside the village in this village. Old Lady Wan has been listening carefully to what Wan Lao said. And she thinks what Wan Lao said makes sense. If it really succeeds, it will benefit the people and accumulate blessings for Xiao Fubao. In the future, Xiao Fubao blessings will become more and more heavy, blessing the whole family and even the whole Dachi. Since you want to do it, just do it. The money will be paid by Mother. I know you two are not well off. This well is for the whole family. You can't let your second wife pay alone. Even if you can't get water, Mother will accept it. If you can really get water, our family will be rich. Old Lady Wan felt that with Xiao Fubao around, there was little chance that water would not be found. The second son of the Wan family was so happy to get the support of his mother. Thank you, Mother. I take the flour I made yesterday out to dry. The sun is strong now, so it will probably be ready in 3 to 5 days. Okay, go ahead and let Ho-Hot help. I see that this little girl has just come to our house, and she is still a little shy. She is hesitant when eating and talking. Letting her help you with more work will make her feel more comfortable, but it will take some time for her to fully adapt. After yesterday's observation and Ho-Hot's performance this morning, Mrs. Wan felt that if this child was taught well, she would be a good seedling. Although her facial features have not yet grown, and she is not very good looking, as long as she is capable, it will be fine. Their family does not really want to buy a servant back. Mrs. Wan's plan is to keep her first. And as for what good fortune she will have in the future, it depends on Ho-Hot herself. Wan Lao also glanced out the window and listened to the sound of sweeping the floor outside. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. If his little Fubao became like this, he would fight to the death. Seeing that Wan Lao Er didn't say anything, Mrs. Wan continued. Also, although Hohat and Xiao Fubao had a fight, I saw that Xiao Fubao also scratched her face. But there was no bleeding. Although the blood on Xiao Fubao's head was obvious, the injury was not serious. We did that because we were afraid that the other party would blackmail us. We must be more exaggerated than what the other party said, so that we can control Chen. Now that Hohat has been sold to our family, the matter of the 2 children has been written off. You and your wife must also look at Hohat again. After hearing this, Wan Lao Er knew that Mrs. Wan had misunderstood them, and hurried away. She quickly explained, Mom, I know everything. And you know her well. She is not a petty person who loves to hold grudges, let alone holding grudges against a child. Besides, it is not the first time that Xiao Fubao has fought. Although Xiao Fubao is very important to us, we must teach her right from wrong. Otherwise, if she becomes a bad person in the future, it will harm her for the rest of her life. Old Lady One nodded secretly. Okay, you go and get busy. Hey. Wan Lauer happily agreed and left the house. As soon as he came out, he saw Hohat cleaning up the dust swept together in the yard. Wan Lauer stood under the eaves and shouted to Hohat, Hohat, after sweeping the dust, help uncle to dry the flour. Hohat was working seriously, and suddenly heard Wan Lauer's voice. She looked up and saw Wan Lauer standing under the eaves. When Hohat understood what Wan Lauer said, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. She moved her hands faster, sweeping the dust while saying, Uncle, I be there soon. Wait for me to send the dust out. No hurry. Take your time. I still need to move the powder out. Okay. That's all. Hohat's cheerful voice floated out as she ran out of the yard. Wan Lauer looked at Hohat's back and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Wan Erseo happened to come out of the kitchen and looked out to see the smile on Wan Lauer's face. Wan Erseo also showed a relieved smile, wiped her hands on her apron, and shouted to the yard, It's time to eat. Hohat came back with the ash bucket, and her steps were much lighter than before. Wan Lauer smiled kindly and said to Hohat, Hohat, wash your hands. Eat first, and then we will work after dinner. Okay. At this time, Xiao Fubao ran out from the bedroom on the west side of the upper house. Wan Erseo was shocked. This little girl was so cold, with a pair of white feet bare. Her hair was fluffy on her shoulders, and she was only wearing a floral jacket. My dear, why did you run out like this? If you catch a cold, it will be terrible. Mrs. Wan didn't bother to take off her apron. She ran over and picked up little Fubao, and hurried into the house. Little Fubao was still lying on Mrs. Wan's shoulder, facing Hohat, laughing. Hohat saw it and smiled at little Fubao. The 2 little girls had the joy of smiling at each other for the first time in the first ray of sunshine in the morning. Many years later, when Hohat recalled this scene again, she couldn't help but tell her personal maid that she was so happy that she almost jumped up. Little Fubao was carried back to the house by Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo quickly stuffed the little girl into the quilt. She was a little angry that the little girl woke up and ran out barefoot without calling her. But when she saw her daughter holding one of her hands and giggling and acting coquettishly, she couldn't help getting angry again. She gently patted little Fubao little but through the quilt twice, and smiled and told little Fubao, Don't run around like this in the future. Understand? Okay. Fubao is obedient. Mother, Fubao wants to pee. Wan Erseo then realized that her daughter was woken up by the urge to pee, and she couldn't help laughing. Chapter 292, Breakfast. The breakfast of the Wan family is different from other families. Wan Erseo quickly picked up Xiao Fubao from the Kong and saw the urgent need to urinate in the urinal in the room. Wan Erseo was afraid that Xiao Fubao would urinate urgently every day, and it was cold outside, so she prepared a urinal in the room. But Xiao Fubao was too small and always urinated on the ground easily. She was embarrassed, and she always asked Wan Erseo to help her. This time, she must have been unable to hold it, so she ran out to find someone. After Wan Erseo finished with Xiao Fubao, she put on clean clothes for her. The clothes she wore yesterday could not be worn again, because she had a fight with Hohat, and the clothes on both of them were unsightly, especially the clothes on Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao loves cleanliness. I don't know what's wrong with this child. She is born different from other children and loves cleanliness. Unless she plays crazy and forgets that her clothes are dirty, she will definitely ask Wan Erseo to change her clothes for her. After Wan Erseo dressed up Xiao Fubao, she suddenly thought of the clothes Hoha wore in the morning. It was a thick outer coat that she wore in early autumn. Compared with the cotton clothes of the Wan family, it was too thin. Wan Erseo thought about it, and seemed to have an old cotton jacket that she was reluctant to throw away. Wan Erseo quickly took out the patched cotton coat from the bottom of the box, and also took out a piece of blue-gray cloth. Although the color of this cloth was not good-looking, the fabric was fine cotton, and it was also stain-resistant. She planned to use the cotton she took out of her cotton coat to make a cotton coat and trousers for Hohat. After Wan Erseo had an idea. She was not in a hurry. Although Hohat was 6 or 7 years old, she looked about the same age as a 5-year-old child. It didn't cost much material to wear clothes. Moreover, Wan Erseo planned to make this set of clothes a little bigger. Children with good nutrition will grow fast. When Hohat grows taller, she can make the clothes looser. The same was done for Xiao Fubao clothes. Because Xiao Fubao grew too fast, her clothes were still new and were already a little small, which was too much fabric. Wan Erseo made Xiao Fubao clothes a few centimeters larger, so that they could be altered more easily. Wan Erseo wiped Xiao Fubao face with hot water and applied some vanishing cream, which made Xiao Fubao fair face even more delicate. Mother, did Sister Hohat apply it? Xiao Fubao looked at Wan Erseo taking the jar of vanishing cream back and putting it on the con cabinet, and her little head was a little confused. She remembered that she gave this jar to Sister Hohat last night. Why is it back again? Did the jar grow legs by itself? Xiao Fubao thought so, and her little head immediately leaned over to look under the jar. Daughter, what are you looking at? Did you see the jar grow legs? Why did it come back again? Wan Erseo's face was slightly red when she heard it. Hohat took the initiative to return the jar to her yesterday, and Xiao Fubao didn't know. Okay, let's apply some to your sister Hohat later. Okay, let's go eat quickly. The food will be cold soon. Mom made your favorite rice balls this morning. When little Fubao heard about food, his eyes lit up, and he immediately forgot about the vanishing cream. Great! Fubao loves rice balls the most. Mom, let's go! Fubao is so hungry. Little Fubao patted his belly with his little hands and raised his head to act coquettishly towards Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo looked at the soft little girl and couldn't help but pick her up and kissed her fair face before carrying her to the main room. Hohat and Lu had already served all the rice in the kitchen. Hohat was still busy setting the dishes and chopsticks. Although she was dirty, her hands and face finally showed their original skin color. Not as dark as yesterday. Sister Hohat, why did you get up so early? My mother said that children need to sleep more to grow taller. Little Fubao thinks that he is taller than others because he sleeps more than others. This is also the secret of Wan Erseo, to coax little Fubao to sleep every day. Hohat saw little Fubao rushing towards her like a small cannonball, and subconsciously reached out to catch her, fearing that she would get hurt again. Sister Fubao, I slept well. I like to work, and I can grow taller by working. Little Fubao was a little confused. Can working also make you taller? Then why are my parents still so tall even though they work every day? Okay, sit down and eat quickly. At the command of Mrs. Wan, the Wan family members found their seats and sat down. In the end, only Hohat stood aside, with a somewhat uneasy look in her eyes and a somewhat cramped body. She didn't know what to do. Should she go out to work or stay for dinner? Hohat, I told you yesterday that you will be a member of our family from now on. Sit down and eat together when you eat. You will have the strength to work only when you are full. Old Lady One glanced at the little girl, her face timid and uneasy, and she solemnly said something. Hohat's nervous heart finally relaxed a little. Sister Hohat, you can sit next to me from now on. Little Fubao patted a stool beside him and smiled at Hohat. Hohat smiled at Fubao gratefully, walked quickly to Fubao, and sat down. After watching a circle of people pick up chopsticks and start eating, she carefully picked up the chopsticks in front of her. But she didn't dare to reach out to pick up the dishes, because when Hohat was at home, she had to look at Chin's face when eating, and the family's meals were distributed by Chin. Hohat could only get half a bowl of very thin rice porridge, which only had a few grains of brown rice. Not only did it hurt her throat, but it was also not enough to satisfy her hunger. Her stomach would be deflated after peeing. But in the Wan family, it seemed completely different. Everything in the Wan family kept refreshing Hohat's cognition, especially eating. The Wan family ate and took their own food. No one distributed food, which was different from the people in the village. as far as Hohat knew. When they ate in their village, the most powerful woman in the family held the rice spoon. And there was a fixed number of people who got how much. Seeing that Hohat only lowered her head to drink the noodle soup in front of her, and did not eat the multigrain noodle cake or pick up any vegetables, Juan Urseo knew that this girl must be unable to let go. She picked up a piece of multigrain noodle cake herself, handed it to Hohat, and said softly, "Hohat, your grandmother just said that you should eat enough. Although our family is not well off, we will not let you go hungry. You should eat as much as you can and try to keep your body healthy. Understand?" Hohat stared blankly at the multigrain noodle cake in front of her. Her family could only eat 1 or 2 meals in half a year, and it was not her turn. It was her brothers and sisters who ate it. She could only drink porridge. Happiness came too suddenly, and she didn't know what to do for a while. She looked up timidly at the people around her. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Hohat immediately lowered her head again in panic, and never dared to look up again. "Girl, take it and eat it quickly. After eating, you still have to help Uncle to dry the powder. Otherwise you will have no strength in a while," Wan Lauer, who was also sitting opposite, said lovingly. Hohat then slowly took it over. As soon as she got the pancake, she saw Xiao Fubao standing on his little stool, stretching his arm, and using his spoon to scoop a spoonful of egg custard for Hohat. Hohat was so scared that she stood up. Eggs are such a rare thing. Even Chen was reluctant to give such a precious thing to her own children, let alone Hohat. Since Hohat could remember, she had never tasted eggs since she stole raw eggs a few times and was beaten by Chen. Chapter 293, War is Coming. Sister Hohat, eat egg custard. This egg custard is so delicious. My mother added lard and salt. It is tender, smooth and fragrant. We all love it. What's wrong with Sister Hohat? Don't you like it? Little Fubao looked at Hohat standing beside her with red eyes. She was a little puzzled. Why did Sister Hohat cry for such a delicious food? Don't you like it? How could Hohat not like it? She wanted to eat it in her dreams, but her family's conditions were not enough to eat it whenever she wanted. Hohat hurriedly waved her hands. No, Sister Fubao. I like it, but I have never eaten it before, and I am a little excited. Little Fubao opened his mouth in surprise. Have you never eaten this egg custard? Hohat shook her head, and Little Fubao quickly scooped another large spoonful for Hohat and put it in her bowl. Sister Hohat, Fubao eats it every day and is tired of it. I give you all today. Try it. My mother's cooking is delicious. Guifa was flattered. How could she dare to ask for Fubao portion? She sat back and ate it with big mouthfuls. She also took a big bite of the pancake, which almost made her roll her eyes. Fortunately, the noodle soup was already warm, so she quickly took a mouthful of the noodle soup and ate the pancake. After finishing the food in front of her in no time, she immediately stood up and said to Fubao, Sister Fubao, I'm full. You should eat it quickly. The egg custard is really delicious. What you said is true. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious food. Thank you. Fubao was affirmed, and a little pride appeared on his face. He scooped a spoonful and put it in his own small bowl, eating it in small mouthfuls. In fact, Hohat didn't taste anything. She was afraid that Xiao Fubao would really give her all the egg custard. She couldn't refuse, so she had to eat it all up in a hurry, just like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, which was gone before he could taste it. But she had never been so full before, although she was only 7/10 full at the moment. It was a world of difference compared to eating at home before. Hohat carefully helped Xiao Fubao wipe his mouth and carefully picked up dishes for her. In addition to a bowl of egg custard, there was also a plate of cabbage fried with bacon on the table. Unfortunately, Hohat said she was full before she tasted it. Juan Urseo saw that Hohat was very careful in everything and took good care of Xiao Fubao, so she didn't care about the two of them and let them go by themselves. After a meal, the two boys of the Wan family were urged by the old lady Wan to read books. Guifa helped Juan Urseo clean up the dishes neatly. The little girl was not only fast, but also clean. Lu and old lady Wan whispered secretly, Mom, this girl is good. Look how quick she works. Our family only has Fubao as a daughter, and we have never raised such a big girl. This girl really came from hardship. Otherwise, whose child can do everything at this age, and can take care of younger brothers and sisters, and coaxed Wan Yu into a happy mood yesterday. Old lady Wan also nodded with satisfaction. It's a pity that Shin didn't treat this girl well. Look at the scars on her body. If it were her own mother, she would definitely not do such a thing. How old is this child? Then the scars on her body will probably be scarred in the future. Old Lady One knew the sadness of a woman getting married. And Hohat might be troubled by her husband's family after she got married. Old Lady One sighed secretly and said nothing. Wan Lauer had already moved the noodles made yesterday from the side room out. Hohat was driven out of the kitchen by Wan Urseo. She wanted to help wash the dishes. But Wan Urseo thought she was not as tall as the stove. So she drove her out. Hohat hurried to help Wan Lauer to work. Uncle, can I help you? Little Fubao happened to run out of the house. And when she saw Hohat helping, she also came forward to join in the fun. Daddy, Fubao is here to help too. Wan Lauer was surrounded by two little girls. And he was very happy. The yard was also more lively than before. Okay. You all come to help. And you can do the same as Daddy later. Okay. After the two answered in unison, they stood next to each other and watched Wan Lauer spread things. The wind at the border was too strong. And the flour that Wan Lauer dried on the roof yesterday was blown into mud and could not be eaten. Wan Lauer planned to dry it on the bluestone slab in the yard today. He put a wooden board on the ground, covered it with a clean cloth bag, and put the flour on the bag to dry. Hohat quickly followed suit and scooped out the flour from the wooden barrel. Xiao Fubao was too small to reach it. So Hohat handed it to Xiao Fubao and asked her to put the flour on the wooden board by herself. Xiao Fubao was very motivated. Her face was rosy. And she looked very cute. Originally, 100 kilograms of potatoes only produced a few dozen kilograms of flour, which was quickly dried. Xiao Fubao was still a little reluctant to leave. It turned out that helping her father with work was so fun. She would help her father with work often in the future. After drying the things, Wan Lauer took the two little girls into the house. It was too cold outside. Although there was sunshine, the temperature was not high. However, the wind at the border is strong and dry, so it doesn't affect the drying of things. Wan Lauer plans to go to the county town today to get Hohat's indenture done, so as to avoid more trouble. After the village chief's reminder yesterday, he knew that Chen was a scoundrel. If she did something else, their family would be in trouble. He simply went to the government to get the seal, so that she would have nothing to say. Mom, I happened to go to the county town to get Hohat's indenture done today. How about sending Wan Qi and Wan Jiang to the town? They can go to school in the next 2 days. Sending them there earlier will also allow them to get familiar with the environment in the town. Okay. I told your third brother before. Send them there in the next 2 days. I guess your third brother is still waiting for you. Old Lady One didn't object. But she felt a little uncomfortable watching these grandchildren, who grew up around her, leave one by one. The two children of the third family of Wan Laos and have been living with Grandma Wan since they came to the border. And Grandma Wan doesn't feel lonely. Grandma Wan is still a little reluctant to send them away suddenly. She just sent one who away a few days ago. And now she has to send 2 grandchildren away, which makes Grandma Wan a little lonely. Fortunately, little Fubao climbed up from the ground with a grunt, and Hohat helped her take off her shoes on the ground. And the little girl threw herself directly into Grandma Wan's arms. Grandma Wan hugged her tightly, and the lonely look on her face disappeared instantly because of the arrival of little Fubao. Oh! Grandma's good boy. How can you be so energetic? Grandma almost didn't catch you. Grandma. Fubao has grown up and can be filial to Grandma. Fubao just helped Daddy with work. Fubao is so energetic. Little Fubao immediately showed off, and the expression on his little face couldn't be hidden, which made Grandma Wan laugh. Oh! Our little Fubao can help? He has really grown up. That's great. When Wan Lauer saw that Grandma Wan had no more instructions for him, he turned around and left. When Wan Lauer drove the ox cart to the town, he heard people in the town talking. The fighting has started. It's terrible. We don't know if we can hold on here. My mother's family is already fleeing. Wan Lauer's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't feel like listening anymore. So he drove the ox cart to the shop. Chapter 294, Wan Lauer enters the county town. When Wan Lauer drove the ox cart to the Wan family shop, it was not yet noon, but the shop was already full of people. The weather has been cold recently, and everyone wants to eat something hot. I don't know what happened to the town recently, and many foreign merchants came. The merchants who poured in were used to eating food inside the pass, and they were not used to the food outside the pass. I don't know who spread the news that the food in the Wan family shop was good, and as a result, all these merchants swarmed into the Wan family shop. Juan Sansaw has been very busy these 2 days. Because you sure quit. Juan Sansaw directly hired a woman in the town to help. The woman was honest and simple, and everyone called her Sue Saw. After trying her for 2 days, Juan Sansaw felt that Sue Saw was really good. So she directly hired Sue Saw, and the monthly salary was 501. Although the salary was high, there was indeed a lot of work. The other one is the village chief's wife. With 2 people helping, Juan Sansaw is still a little overwhelmed. However, if she hires more workers, the kitchen will be too busy. Now Juan Sansaw just hopes that the shop next door will be completed quickly so that they can renovate the shop, connect the 2 rooms, and make the kitchen bigger, so that they can hire more people to help. It's not dinner time yet, but the tables in the front are already full. There are still people queuing up in the back. Some people want to share the table, but there is no place. The side rooms in the backyard have been vacated. Juan Lauer was a little surprised about the sudden boom in business. He remembered that when he came a few days ago, the business in the shop didn't seem to be so hot. Juan Lauer parked the ox cart at the back door and took Wan Shi and Wan Jian off the ox cart. Wan Jian ran to the back door. "Mom, open the door. Mom." Although Wan Jian was not very happy when he knew he was going to study in the town, he was still very happy when he thought about living with his parents in the future. Wan Jian knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came to open the door. "Jian, stop knocking. They are probably busy. You saw it just now. The shop in front is full of people. Your father, your twin brother, and your 4th uncle must be busy now. We can't help them much. Don't make things worse. I take you to the front door later. You can go in directly from the front door." Juan Lauer pulled Wan Jiang away. They were about to leave, but the door opened from the inside. "Second uncle? Why are you guys here? I thought someone was knocking on the door. Come in quickly." It was Wan Shuang who opened the door. He happened to be serving tea to the guests in the backyard wing room when he heard someone knocking on the door. "Shuang, why are there so many people in the store? Business has been good these days." Juan Lauer had an excited smile on his face. Although he couldn't help much, he knew that if the store did well, he would get more dividends. Now that all the money in the family was given to Wan Wen to go to school, he wanted to buy something for his wife and daughter, but he didn't have much money. There were quite a few jewelry in the house, but Wan Er's wife wouldn't let him move them, saying that they were all dowries accumulated for Xiao Fubao. After Wan Shuang let a few people in, the back door was wide open. There were ox carts outside. Wan Lauer didn't dare to go too far, and he had to rush to the county town. If he left too late, he was afraid that the city gates would be closed. It was freezing cold, and if he was really locked outside, he would definitely die. "Second uncle, these people are merchants from the interior of the country who come to do business. They heard that we have built a new trade center and want to interact with neighboring countries, so they came here. But you know, people from the interior of the country can't stand the weather at the border, and they must be very particular about food. In the whole town, only my third aunt's cooking skills are the same as those of the chefs from the interior of the country. They all crowded into our shop. In the past 2 days, every day, it is like this. Before noon, the shop is full of customers, and there are still people coming to eat in the middle of the night." Wan Shuang talked about the recent situation in the shop. His little face was full of excitement. He felt what it meant to have customers like clouds coming, and it really lived up to the name of their shop. After hearing the reason, Wan Lauer suddenly remembered the discussion of those people at the entrance of the town. There was a vague worry in my heart, and I thought of Wan Quan, who secretly signed up to join the army. I don't know where that boy is now. "Shuang, I sent these 2 boys to your third uncle. Didn't your third uncle say last time that they can enter the private school in the next 2 days? I was delayed by something at home these 2 days. I'm 2 days late. I don't know if it's too late. Second uncle, third uncle will go to see the teacher tomorrow. It's just right for you to send people here today. But I heard that there seems to be a war going on in the frontier 300 miles away from us. I don't know if it will. The war is coming to us." Wan Shuang's words made Wan Lauer's face pale. He quickly grabbed Wan Shuang's arm and whispered, "Shuanger, you said we are also fighting? I heard that it is true. Recently, I have met many people from the north who have fled here. What they said should be true." Wan Lauer no longer had the heart to stay here. He knew that he would not be able to find out any news here. He had to go to the county town quickly. Maybe he could find out some useful information from the county town. so that they could prepare earlier. After Wan Lauer handed the brothers Wan Shi and Wan Jiang to Wan Shuang, he left in a hurry. Shuang, tell your uncle that I've been here, and now I'm going to the county town to do some work. I come back to see you when I come back. Wan Lauer sat on the ox cart, raised his whip and drove the ox's tail, and the ox cart slowly moved. His voice came from outside, but he had already gone far away. Wan Shuang stretched his head and saw that Wan Lauer had gone far away, so he quickly locked the back door, led Wan Jiang and Wan Shi into the kitchen, told Wan San's wife, and continued to do his own things. Wan Lauer entered the county town when the city gate was closed. He went straight to the Wan Lao family. Knock knock. Who is it? The servant opened the door a crack, stuck out half of his head, and took a look outside. With the light of the 2 wind lanterns hanging at the gate, he saw the appearance of the visitor clearly, and quickly opened the door. So it's the second master who's here? Second master. Please come in. Wan Lauer smiled and nodded at the servant, and was about to drive the ox cart. The servant was very considerate, and quickly snatched the whip from Wan Lauer's hand. Second master, just leave the ox cart to me. Go ahead, and I promise to feed the ox well. Wan Lauer thanked him, and walked into the yard. The servants on duty in the yard saw Wan Lauer coming, and hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Some servants hurriedly informed Wan Lauer. Second brother? Why are you here? Did something happen at home? Wan Lauer quickly put his arm around Wan Lauer's shoulder, and went into the house. It was dinner time at this time. Wan Lauer, Shinshur and Wan Hu were having dinner. When they heard Wan Lauer coming, Wan Lauer immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and ran out. Chapter 295. Second one inquires for information. Second one followed the eldest one into the dining room, and Shin and Wan Hu had already stood up to greet them. Second brother, come in and wash up first. You've been traveling all day. It must be cold. Right? When Shin heard that second one was coming, she had already ordered the servants to prepare hot water, add bowls and chopsticks, and ordered the kitchen to add 2 more dishes. Although Shin's status is different now, and the family's wealth is in her hands, she has lived a hard life, and now lives very frugally. The servants in the family were all given to her as dowry by Shin Jin Yuan. She originally wanted to sell them and do everything herself, but it was Nanny Feng who reminded her. She said that she was now the sister of Lord Shin and should not be too shabby. Otherwise it would be easy for others to look down on Lord Shin and say that Lord Shin only cared about his own pleasure and did not care about his sister's life. In order to save her brother's reputation, Shin finally accepted these servants, but she still sold some of them secretly. Now there are only a dozen servants in the family, which is enough. Even so, Shin is very frugal when she eats and dresses for formal occasions. For example, tonight, there are only 3 of them eating, so there are only 4 dishes and 1 soup. 3 of the 4 dishes are vegetarian, and the staple food is also a multigrain cake. The clothes Shin is wearing are still the ones that Grandma Wan made for her when she was in Shitsi village, because Wan Lauer came without prior notice. Shin did not have time to change clothes, and saw Wan Lauer coming in. Wan Lauer was stunned for a moment, and saw that the clothes Shin was wearing were made of the same fabric as his own clothes. And he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He remembered that every time she came, the eldest sister-in-law was wearing silk and satin, which was dazzling and made their family look like dust. Why was she wearing so plain today? In fact, Shin didn't dress like that on purpose. But Aunt Feng said that she had to give face to her husband's family and couldn't lose face for them. So she wore silk and satin every time. In fact, she didn't like it, and she felt that it was not good. But she felt that Aunt Feng would not harm her. In fact, Aunt Feng did not harm her, but just wanted her to give her husband's family a warning, so that the people in her husband's family would feel that they were marrying up, so that the eldest brother one would listen to Shin in everything at home. However, Shin grew up in the countryside, so there would not be so many twists and turns. She did whatever Aunt Feng said. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. It's not very cold. You don't have to work hard. Wan Lauer wanted to stop her, but saw that the maid had prepared hot water and fragrant soap waiting on the side. Wan Lauer had never been served like this before, and he felt a little awkward. But since he was here, he should follow the host's wishes. He twisted his nose, washed his hands, and quickly sat down behind Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer looked at the food on the table, and his stomach couldn't help but growl, because he was in a hurry. He didn't have time to bring dry food, and he didn't eat lunch. He was hungry all day. At this moment, when he smelled the fragrance of the food, his stomach began to sing the empty city plan. Wan Lauer lowered his head and touched his stomach embarrassedly. He didn't think the food on the table was simple, because no matter how frugal the Shen family was, their life was much better than that of the Wan family. After all, there was no shortage of food and drink at home. She just tried not to eat too much fish and meat. But these foods were already very rich for Wan Lao. Second brother, you must be hungry after all this journey. I didn't know you were coming today, and I didn't prepare any dishes. You can just eat something first. I've asked the kitchen to add more dishes. You and your elder brother can have a couple of drinks first. After Shen said that, she quickly asked the servants to bring up the wine. Wan Lauer didn't stop him. It was cold, and drinking some wine to warm up the body was also good. Second brother, why did you come alone? Did something happen at home? Wan Lauda was very anxious. Brother, everything is fine at home. I came here to ask you for help with a small matter. Wan Lauda was relieved after hearing what Wan Lauer said. What's the matter? You tell me, and I will definitely help you with it. Since Wan Lauda became a constable, he was very happy. After all, he was doing things for the government, and he was also eating the food of the government. But no one shared this joy. Don't men want to return home in glory? Now that his family finally came to him to do things, he was very happy. Brother, this is what happened. Xiao Fubao got into a fight with someone. The other party injured Xiao Fubao, but had no money to pay compensation. So he pawned his daughter to our family and signed a contract to sell her. The mother of the daughter is my stepmother, and she is also a badass. I was afraid that she would regret it and come to ask for her daughter back. So I wanted to get the official seal on the contract, so that her stepmother would have no choice. When Wan Lauda heard this, it was easy. Okay, leave this to me. I will take you to the government office tomorrow morning to ask the adults to stamp the seal. After hearing this, Shen asked anxiously, Second brother, how is Fubao now? Is the injury serious? Why didn't you bring him to the county town to have a look? Wan Lauer smiled and shook his head, not serious. Just some hair was pulled out by Hohot. But it was bleeding. It looked a little scary, and scared my mother. I applied medicine when I got home, and it was healed the next day. Shen was relieved. But Wan Hu was a little unhappy. He looked at Wan Lauda and whispered, Dad, I want to go back to Shitzi village with my second uncle to see my sister. Okay? How can that be? You just entered the private school now. How can you skip classes casually? The teacher should be happier. When the new year comes, our family will go back, and you can stay at your grandmother's house for a few more days. Wan Hu was a little unhappy at first, but when he heard that he could stay a few more days, a smile immediately appeared on his face again, and he sat on the stool happily to eat. Wan Lauda quickly filled both his and Wan Lauer's glasses. He was happy today, so he drank a few more cups. Wan Lauda had a good alcohol tolerance, but Wan Lauer felt a little dizzy after a few drinks. But he still did not forget that there was another important thing he came for today. Brother, when I came here, I passed by the town and heard some news. I wonder if it is true. What news? Wan Lauda's face was a little Hong, looking at Wan Lauer, asked, I heard that there is a war 300 miles away. Is this true? When Wan Lauda heard this, he was silent for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, Lauer, this is the secret of our yamen. It should not be leaked. But since it has spread outside, I might as well tell you that there is indeed a war. And it has not started recently. It has been a month. Our Dichi has lost 2 cities in a row. But I don't know why Dichi suddenly turned defeat into victory, and took back the 2 cities captured by the enemy. Wan Lauda looked around and saw that the servants were not in the house to serve. So he whispered again, I heard that it seems that a cavalry of several thousand people suddenly appeared from nowhere. They are very fierce. They don't even have armor. They are dressed in black and masked with black scars. Wherever they go, the enemies flee. The sharp weapons in their hands are not swords or something, but farm tools. Some use rakes, some use hoes, and some use sickles. In short, the weapons are all kinds of strange. Wan Lauer was stunned. What kind of army is this? I have never heard of this before. Chapter 296 Refugees Go South. After saying this, Wan Lauda sighed for a long time. Even when Lord Shen told him about this, he was shocked for a while. Second brother, go back and do your own things. Once the war changes, I will send you a message immediately. I will ask the Lord to get all our travel permits ready. If the war really breaks out, we will run away quickly without delay." After hearing this, Wan Lao Er felt relieved. It is easier to get things done with someone in the government. No wonder so many people are trying their best to take the imperial examination. "Brother, I feel relieved when you say that. I will tell my mother when I go back so that she can be mentally prepared. Otherwise, if that day really comes, I am afraid she will be frightened." "That's fine. But you must not spread it out. These news were told to me by adults in private. They are confidential and cannot be spread out." "Brother, don't worry. Our family is not a gossipy woman. We know the importance of it. I will do what I should do when I go back. I will not tell anyone except my family. I will also tell them." After the two brothers drank a few more cups, the servant served 2 more meat dishes. Wan Lao was a little dizzy, but he was still a little hungry. He ate a big bowl of noodles before putting down his bowl and chopsticks. No one talked all night. Wan Lao got up early the next morning. He was used to getting up early. After breakfast, Wan Lao took him to the yamen. Wan Lao took Wan Lao into the yamen. People kept greeting Wan Lao along the way. Wan Lao couldn't help but feel a little happy. It seemed that his elder brother was doing well in the government office. The two of them successfully completed the contract of selling their bodies. Wan Lao sent Wan Lao out of the government office, and Wan Lao quickly pulled Wan Lao aside. "Brother, you are doing well in the government office now? Those people are not giving you a cold shoulder anymore, right?" The last time he came, Wan Lao still remembered that someone said bad things about Wan Lao in the street. He was also very upset. He felt that Wan Lao must be excluded and humiliated in the government office. It would be better for him to farm in the countryside. But when he came today, he found that Wan Lao's situation was completely different from the previous few days. Boss Wan smiled with a red face and said, "Second brother, this is all thanks to Xiao Fubao and you. Last time Xiao Fubao was caught by human traffickers, we solved the case. I was the first to do so. The master asked me to tell the story of the case in public, and it was recognized by many people. Although everyone may still think that I was lucky, their faces are no longer the same as before, and they take the initiative to greet each other when they meet. The most important thing is that this case also allowed the master to get in touch with the Liu family in the capital. The Liu family is now very powerful, and they have a new imperial tutor. I heard that he is now in the court. That is a hot existence. Many people want to get close to him, but can't. Before you were assigned to our county as the county magistrate, people who wanted to meet the Liu family had to see if the Liu family was available to receive them. Now, because of this case, you wrote to the Liu family to inform them of the details. If nothing unexpected happens, you should get a reply from the Liu family before the end of the year. In this way, the Liu family owes you a favor. In the future, you will have someone in the capital, which will be beneficial to his promotion. Maybe we can also go to the capital to see the world." The more Wan Lao talked, the more excited he became, as if he was the one who was promoted. Wan Lao was not interested in these court affairs, but he would be happy if it was good for everyone. "Brother, as long as you are fine and no longer wronged in the government office, I will be relieved. I will tell my mother about it when I go back, and she will definitely be happy too." Wan Lao smiled honestly and put away the indenture contract given to him by Wan Lao. "Brother, it's nothing. I go back first. It's getting dark now. If I leave too late, I won't be able to get home before dark." "Okay. I take you there. If there's anything wrong at home, come find me." "I see. You don't have to take me there. Don't you still have to be on duty? I can go by myself. The ox cart has been driven out. There's no need to go back to get it. I drive the ox cart out of the city directly. You can go back to be on duty." Wan Lao was chased back by Wan Lao Er. Wan Lao Er was in a good mood and drove the ox cart home. He saw a lot of refugees along the way, going in the opposite direction from him. Their destination was probably the interior of the country. But if they wanted to go there, they had to pass through the county town. Therefore, as soon as Wan Lao Er left the city gate, he saw a lot of refugees queuing up. "Where's your pass? You're not allowed to enter the city without a pass. Go away." Wan Lao Er looked sideways and saw a soldier guarding the city pushing a man. "Sir, we are fleeing from the north. Our city has been destroyed. We cannot be prisoners. Can we? Please be kind and let us in. We are just passing by here. We want to enter the inner city and will never stay in this city. Stop talking nonsense. Go away. Without a pass, You can't go anywhere. Go away. If you don't leave, I will arrest you and put you in jail." The man was so scared that he ran away. Wan Lauer shook his head, sighed, and drove the ox cart away. This world is in chaos, and it is really not easy for people to live. When Wan Lauer returned to the town, he saw that the shop was still busy, so he did not go in, and drove the ox cart back to the village directly. "Uncle is back? I will unload the ox cart for you." Hohat heard the noise, and ran out first to open the door for Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer touched the top of Hohat's head and smiled. "You can't help with this. This thing is heavy, and your little girl is not as tall as my cow." Hohat stood on tiptoe and tried to take a look at the cow's back, but could only see the cow's hair. Finally, she had to give up. "Uncle, I help you feed the cows. I know how to feed livestock." "Okay, I leave this to you. I go tie up the cows." "Daddy, Fubao also wants to help. Fubao can also feed cows." Wan Lauer saw his daughter running out of the house, and quickly picked up the little girl and turned around twice. Little Fubao hugged Wan Lauer's neck and giggled. Hohat was very envious, but not jealous. She also laughed, and a warm feeling she had never had flowed in her heart. Wan Lauer put his daughter down, and little Fubao followed Hohat and ran to the cowshed. The two little girls, one feeding the cows seriously, and the other playing with a smile, looked very harmonious. Wan Lauer put the ox cart away, and gave the two girls some instructions before entering the house. "Mother, I'm back." Grandma Wan and Wan Erseo were altering Hohat's clothes on the Kong. Grandma Wan's eyesight was not very sharp, so she only helped to spread the cotton on the cloth. Wan Erseo had already cut the pattern, and she only needed to spread the cotton evenly on the cloth before she could start sewing. Lu was holding the child and teasing him. Wan Yu was 5 months old, white and plump, and looked better than other children in the Wan family when they were young. Grandma Wan also liked this little grandson very much. "I'm back. How are you? Is it done?" Grandma Wan looked up at Wan Erseo, then lowered her head and continued to do her work. "It's done. It went smoothly. With my eldest brother in the government office. My little thing is not a big deal. I went there this morning and did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back so early." Chapter 297, Old Lady One offers advice. Old Lady One was also happy to hear that she finally had her own people in the government office. In the past, she never dared to think about this. As long as she didn't go hungry, it would be fine. "Mom, there is one more thing I want to tell you." Wan Lauer took off his shoes and got on the Kong. The Kong head was still warm. Old Lady One kept working and asked casually, "What's the matter?" "My eldest brother said that there was a war in the north. When I came back today, I saw a lot of refugees who fled from the north. They probably wanted to go inside the pass, but the county guards didn't even let them in. I guess they couldn't go inside the pass." "What? We are also fighting here? Didn't they say there was a war in the northeast? Why did it start here too?" Old Lady Wan, Wan Er's wife, and Lu were all shocked. Their good days had only lasted a few days, and they didn't want to fight now. "I'm not sure about this. Big Brother said that 2 cities were lost in the north, but later a cavalry appeared and unexpectedly, bravely and skillfully fought, and took back the 2 lost cities. But I don't know what the situation is now. Big Brother, please don't talk nonsense. Our family members only need to know about this matter. Big Brother has already prepared travel permits for our family members. If something really happens, we can go to the interior at any time." Old Lady One's heart was pounding when she heard this. It hasn't been a year of peace. Why is there another war? Alas, when will this chaotic world end? With this war, the price of food will definitely rise. We have to hide our food well. And the refugees you just mentioned, they can't enter the county town or go to the interior. They might run to the village. Our family is too famous in this area, and you are the only man in the family now. You must find helpers in advance, or spend some money to hire someone. We must keep our food. After all, Mrs. Wan has experienced a lot. As soon as Mr. Wan started, she had already thought about the future. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of 1. Mom, don't worry. I find a way. It seems that we have to postpone digging the well. After this winter, if the war is stable, we will continue to dig the well. If the war really breaks out again and the refugees increase, we should escape quickly. Mrs. Wan nodded. Although it is not easy to support the family, It is not as important as human life. Someone can earn it back. If you lose your life, you will lose everything. Let's not talk about digging the well for now. For now, you have to take care of your family's safety. I give you the money, but for the safety of the whole village, I think we should discuss this with the village chief. Our village can form a self-defense team. Anyway, they are all unemployed. Each member of the self-defense team will be given half a pound of food every day as wages. And they will train every day. It would be great if there were people who knew Kung Fu to train with them. It's a pity that Amor is gone. Grandma Wan sighed as she spoke. Wan Xingmo had been gone for several months. She was always thinking about him. And she didn't know how the child was doing now. Wan Lauer admired his mother very much. Of course, this method was good. In fact, this method was not thought of by Grandma Wan herself. She saw other villages doing this when she was fleeing from famine. She formed a group of young and strong young people in the village to protect her village from the invasion of other disaster victims. In the end, only that village did not suffer many casualties. Mom, Amor is a man who does great things. How can he stay with us here and starve? Don't think too much. I go to the village chief and talk to him now. Wan Lauer said, as he was going to the village chief's house in a hurry. Wait. What's the hurry? If you go to the village chief now, and the village chief asks you how you know there's a war in the north, what will you say? Wan Lauer smiled and said, Mom, I'm not stupid. I won't say that it was my eldest brother who told me. I just say that I saw the refugees and asked them myself. Then don't go today. Go tomorrow. It's time for dinner. If you go to their house, will they invite you to dinner or not? Wan Lauer rubbed his hands awkwardly and sat back. If old lady Wan hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have felt hungry. When she said that, he didn't have lunch and his stomach started to growl. After hearing this, Wan Air's wife lowered her head and laughed. Mom, I'm going to cook. Let's do the rest tomorrow. It's getting late now. Let's keep our eyes awake. Okay. I clean up and you go cook. Wan Lauer hurried out with his wife. Wife, I help you light the fire. Brother, I help my second sister-in-law light the fire. Go and see how the flour is drying. I can't tell. Should it be ready? Lu put the child on the con to play by herself and ran out. Wan Lauer took a look at the potato flour that was dried by Wan Air's sister-in-law in the yard that morning, and his attention was immediately diverted. Okay. For sister-in-law, you go to the kitchen to get busy. I see if the flour is ready. Wan Lauer strode over, squatted down, grabbed a handful of powder, and grabbed it hard. The powder became a ball, and then scattered again. Not good yet. It needs to be dried for another day. However, it was getting late, so Wan Lauer quickly took back all the potato flour. After dinner, the family members went to rest. There was no conversation all night. Early the next morning, Wan Lauer hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food and went to the village chief's house. The village chief had no work to do in winter, so he weaved wicker baskets at home to see if he could sell them for some money during the spring plowing. Village chief, are you at home? The door of the village chief's house was wide open, and Wan Lauer knocked on the door and walked in. The village chief put down his work and stood up. Jinju, have you eaten? I have. Village chief, I came to see you for something. Don't be busy. I sit here. Today the sun was strong and the wind was light, so the village chief sat under the eaves at the door, basking in the sun while working, and it was not as cold as usual. Wan Lauer quickly moved a bench and sat next to the village chief. Jinju, what do you want to talk to me about? The village chief sat back down, lit a pipe, and took a break. Village chief, when I went to the county yesterday, I saw a lot of refugees. When I left the city this morning, I happened to see refugees in the capital. I heard the guards say that there was a war in the north, which seemed to be only 300 miles away from us, and 2 cities had been lost. But I heard that the war has been temporarily stabilized. But there seem to be more and more refugees. The guards don't let refugees enter the county. What do you think if they escape into the village? Jinyo has been at the border longer than Wan Lauer, and is more familiar with war than Wan Lauer. After all, their village has been robbed by the enemy countless times. But he has not experienced it. He just heard it from the old people. Really? Are there really refugees coming to our county? Jinyo immediately became nervous. Refugees are no small matter. If they are just a small group, they will not become a big deal. But they may increase in number after a while. Now every household has just finished the autumn harvest and has some food at home. If refugees gather together and become a big deal and sneak into the village, it will be no joke. They may massacre the whole village just for food. Chapter 298. Convening a meeting. Juan Lauer saw Genio's serious expression and knew that he had listened to him. So what he was going to say next would definitely get Genio's support. Village chief. It's absolutely true. Counting the days, these refugees are probably the first batch. I estimate that in 10 days or half a month, a large number of refugees will come. They can't enter the pass. And they can't starve to death. They must enter the village. And I see that the weather is getting colder day by day. Maybe it will snow in a few days. Just in case, we should make preparations in advance. Genio nodded, took a few puffs of cigarettes, knocked the pipe on the sole of his shoe, and said to Juan Lauer, I will call a meeting for the whole village. I think our village still needs to set up a patrol team. Not only that, but also set up defenses. Fences should be built at the entrance and end of the village. No strangers are allowed to enter the village. Juan Lauer felt that Genio's proposal complemented his mother's proposal, and secretly praised Genio in his heart. As expected, he is the village chief, and his reaction is fast. Village chief. When we form a patrol team, do we have to pay everyone? No. This time every family must contribute people. There are many strong laborers in our village, and each family can contribute 2 people. Now, in addition to those who have moved away, there are still 75 households in our village. If each family contributes 2 people, there will be 150 people. Those who can't contribute 2 people will pay to hire people. This matter must be taken seriously. This time we have time to prepare. The last time the enemy attacked, we didn't have so much time to prepare. After Genio finished speaking, he immediately stood up and left the yard with Juan Lauer one after the other. Soon the whole village held a meeting. Genio told everyone the news that Juan Lauer brought back at the meeting. When some elderly people heard it, their faces changed. Oh my God! We finally stopped starving this year. Why are there refugees again? I remember when I was a kid. There were refugees in the village. It was a lean time. There were hundreds of them. All of them were like starving ghosts reincarnated. They would grab food when they saw it, and kill people if they didn't give it to them. In one morning, the whole village was looted. Grandpa Feng. How many years have passed since your childhood? It must be at least 60 years ago. Right? Isn't it? I was only 5 years old then. And I'm almost 70 this year. So it's more than 60 years ago? Almost all the people of the same age as Grandpa Feng have passed away. He is the oldest man in the village, and he has experienced a lot. Many things in the village were passed down from his mouth. Genio also looked at Grandpa Feng. His teeth had fallen out, but he was still strong. He spoke a little erratically, and not very clearly. You had to listen carefully and guess for yourself. Grandpa Feng's words made everyone panic. After all, even if everyone had not experienced the incident of refugees looting the village in that era, everyone had experienced an enemy attack a few months ago. That enemy attack also killed and injured many people. Since there is enough time to prepare this time, what are we waiting for? But someone just sang a different tune at this time. Village head. Do you believe whatever the one family says? What if he is wrong? Will we not let the people in the neighboring villages know about our mobilization of troops? The one who spoke was Ho-Ha Nyang. Chen. When Chen opened her mouth, everyone rolled their eyes at her. Although she deliberately fanned the flames, no one paid attention to her. Everyone knew that she had a grudge against the one family. Even if Chen had no grudge against the one family, such an important matter was better to believe it than not. If refugees really came to attack, it would be a matter of life and death. Chen, shut up. Whether it's true or not, we can find out by asking someone to go to the town and take a look. Can you fool people with this? Besides, the town is the closest to our village. When refugees come, our village will be the first to bear the brunt. When refugees come, we will lead them to your house. Do you think it's okay? The speaker was an aunt. She had no grudge against Chen. But when it came to the big issues, Chen couldn't make sense. So she was a little angry and just wanted to scold Chen. Humph. What benefit did the one family give you? You are speaking for the one family? I am worried that the one family is lying. Is that wrong? I am just reminding everyone. You can listen or not. There is no need to threaten me. You don't ask around. Who in our village have I ever been afraid of threatening? If you dare to bring refugees to my house, I will respect you as a man. Do you dare? Don't be scared to death when you see the refugees coming. Chen was annoyed by what the woman said. And she didn't care about anything and said everything. Chun, shut up. Your husband is not at home. No one can control you. Right? As a woman, how can you interrupt when the men discuss things? If you keep making trouble, I will drive your family out of the village. The village chief does not allow anyone to cause trouble at this time. At this time, everyone should be of one mind. Unite and prepare to resist the enemy together. Chen was scolded by the village chief and stared at by everyone. She was so scared that she dared not say a word. She shrank her neck, pouted her lips, put her hands in her sleeves, and squatted down by the wall. Without Chen's nonsense, the meeting went smoothly. Since everyone agrees to send people, after the meeting, each family will report the names of the people who sent people to me. If a family cannot send 2 people, they can spend money to hire others. In any case, if you want to gain a foothold in this village, you must contribute. If you don't have money, you can exchange it with food. Before noon, I will complete the statistics. If you don't sign up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Many families have not divided their families, so it is more than enough for each family to send 2 people. Some families don't have men, but their husband's family has brothers, so it is not very troublesome. After returning home, Wan Lao discussed it with Wan Lao Tai. Mom, the village chief said that each family should send 2 people. I am the only man in our family, and my 3rd and 4th brothers will not be able to come back for a while. How about we provide food to hire people? Half a pound of food a day can hire 1 person. Plus me. That's 2 people. Mom, I don't mind. I think Cha Sheng and Changfu are good. They have a large family, and we are neighbors. In my opinion, we should invite them. After lunch, go and ask them if they are willing? Okay. Mom, leave this to me. Just after the mother and son discussed it, they heard a knock on the door. Is anyone home? Hohat and Zaya Fubo were playing catching stones in the yard. Hohat heard the sound and ran over. Who is it? Hohat didn't dare to open the door casually. She also heard that refugees were coming, so she was very careful and just laid down to look out through the crack of the door. Excuse me, is this the Wan family? I am the one sent by Master Shin to deliver the invitation. My master wants to invite the old lady and all of you to join in the fun. Osmanthus did not know any Master Shin, but when she heard him mention master, she thought that this family must be rich or noble. So she did not dare to delay and quickly said to the door, "Wait a minute. I go call my uncle." Osmanthus did not wait for the other party to reply, and ran away. Chapter 299. Chio is going to the capital city. Uncle, Grandma, someone is here to see you. Hohat strode back into the house, stood at the door of Grandma Wan's room, held the door frame, and shouted to the mother and daughter who were talking inside. Wan Lauer and Grandma Wan were stunned for a moment. Who would come at noon? Lauer, go and take a look. Okay. Wan Lauer quickly put on his shoes and got off the con, and Hohat quickly followed behind Wan Lao. Uncle, the man said that their master's surname is Shin, and he wants to invite you and Grandma to go to the town to have some fun. Hohat is very smart. She can learn most of what the other person said after listening once. Wan Lao heard it, and his pace quickened a bit. Isn't Shin Qinghan the only person surnamed Shin that their family knows in the town? Why would they invite their family to the town during this non-holiday season? Wan Lao opened the courtyard door with doubts, and saw a man who looked like a servant standing at the door waiting. Hello, second master. When the servant saw Wan Lao, he quickly bowed and greeted him, which made Wan Lao flustered. He was not used to being called second master, but these rich families had many rules, so he had to bite the bullet and accept it if they wanted to call him that. Who are you? Wan Lao did not know the other person. Ah, I was a servant in the mansion of the former leader of the Golden Axe Gang, Shin. Now our leader has retired, and the Golden Axe Gang has also been disbanded. Our leader has been changed to Master Shin. Master Shin told Second Master to tell him if he has any doubts. He said, Second Master, you should know. Wan Lao was surprised. The Golden Axe Gang was disbanded? Why so suddenly? Please come in and have some hot water. Thank you, Second Master. I won't go in to disturb you. This is an invitation. Please come to our mansion tomorrow. Our master specifically asked you to bring Miss Fubao with you. Okay. I will go tomorrow. Wan Lauer was full of doubts. But the other party was obviously not going to say more. So he didn't ask any more questions. Wan Lauer nodded, sent the servant away, and turned back with the invitation. Daddy, will Fubao have something delicious tomorrow? Wan Lauer just turned around and was stopped by his daughter. Wan Lauer picked up little Fubao and walked into the house. Hohat followed behind him. Yes, we can go to the banquet tomorrow. Are you happy? Yeah. Fubao will have a good meal tomorrow. Hee hee. Wan Lauer laughed happily and scratched little Fubao's nose again. You clever little ghost. Where do you get so many words? Let's go back and tell your grandma that we will all go tomorrow. Little Fubao twisted happily in Wan Lauer's arms. Lauer, who is it? Old Lady Wan asked when she saw several people coming in. Mom, it's Boss Shen, inviting us to the banquet tomorrow. This is the invitation. Wan Lauer handed the big red invitation to Old Lady Wan to see. Old Lady Wan took it and touched it, but she didn't know what was written on it. Alas, these wealthy families care about appearances. When we country folk invite people to dinner, we just go to the door and say hello. They don't even prepare a red book to notify us. It's really particular. What a pity. I can't read a single word. Mrs. Wan handed the invitation to Mr. Wan. Mother, the servant just told us a piece of news that the Golden Axe gang of gang leader Shen was disbanded. We have been to the town so many times, but we haven't heard about it. Did it disband recently? Mr. Wan found it incredible. After the fall of the Green Ox gang, the Golden Axe gang was the largest gang. No one could threaten their status. But why did the Golden Axe gang disband? Mr. Wan was a little confused. Disbanded? I haven't heard about it either. We know when we go to dinner tomorrow. Mrs. Wan didn't have much contact with the Shen family, but Shen Qinghan liked Xiao Fubao very much, so he treated the Wan family better than others. In the afternoon, Xiao also came. Mother, second brother. Xiao was welcomed into the house by the second sister-in-law of Wan. Xiao had not been back for more than half a year. This was her first time to the Wan family since she gave birth to a child. Although she was a goddaughter, Mrs. Wan treated her as her own daughter and was very happy about Xiao's arrival. Second brother's wife, hurry up and bring all the delicious food at home. Mother, no need to bother. I don't want to eat anything. I came here to tell you something important. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you all sit down. Xiao came alone without the child this time. Seeing Xiao's serious expression, Mrs. Wan quickly came to wave to the second sister-in-law of Wan and asked her to sit down quickly. At this time, Lu also came in from outside with the child. Sister is here? Fourth brother's wife. Is everything okay with the child? The two exchanged a few words, and Lu also sat on the Kong, leaving her son aside to play with Hohat and Xiao Fubao. Xiao took a look at Xiao Fubao and saw that the little girl was becoming more and more beautiful. She was only 2 years old but already had the features of a beauty. She would definitely have a stunning beauty when she grew up. Mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, fourth brother's wife. I came here to say goodbye to you and to invite you to go to the capital city with me. If you are willing, I will arrange everything, and you don't have to worry about it. Xiao was concise and to the point, without beating around the bush, and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Old Lady Wan was surprised for a moment. Why so sudden? Why do you suddenly want to move to the capital city? Will your husband go with you? Or will you go alone? Mother, my husband is with me, and we have 2 children, and my husband has a lot of properties in the capital city, and I can help him manage it when I go. Old Lady Wan glanced at Wan Lauer and felt that they seemed to have missed some important information. Then your husband's cheetah sect doesn't want it anymore? Wan Lauer was the first to react and asked quickly. Old Lady Wan only then realized that the information she missed was this, and she vaguely felt that the cheetah sect might have disbanded like the Golden Axe gang. Brother, the cheetah clan has been disbanded for some time. Don't you know? Wan Lauer and Wan Lao looked at each other. Don't you know? When did this happen? It was during the first snow of this year. A mysterious man met with my husband, and then the mayor took action. In addition, the border is becoming more and more turbulent. My husband felt that the gang could no longer protect our family of 4, so he planned to disband and move to the capital. Originally, we didn't leave so quickly, but recently the caravan sent news that there was a war in the north, and a large number of refugees would soon come. We are afraid that we will also suffer. Xiao's face was anxious, and she patiently persuaded Wan Lao Tai. Child, It's not that I don't want to leave, but I can't just abandon this mess at home. Besides, with so many refugees coming, the government should send people to stop us. And I don't want to cause trouble for you. The city is too far away from our home. Even if we have to move, we will go to the county. Your elder brother is waiting for us in the county. Xiao saw that she couldn't persuade her, and it was very likely that Mrs. Wan would not follow her. Xiao took out a contract from her sleeve and handed it to Mrs. Wan. Mother, since you don't want to leave, this is the profit contract of our Yunkalai restaurant. I give it to you. I may not come here in the future. If you need my help, go to the city to find me. When I arrive, I will write to you and tell you the address. Xiao stuffed the contract to Mrs. Wan. I don't want the profit from the shop, even if it's just to honor you. This, Mrs. Wan didn't know whether to accept it or not. Mom, I won't stay any longer. We have to leave tonight. If we leave any later, it might snow. Old Lady Wan had no choice but to collect the contract and get up to see Qiu off. Watching Qiu's carriage going farther and farther away, Old Lady Wan sighed softly. Second brother, do you think we should go to the county town as well? This situation doesn't look good, does it? Chapter 300 The Growth of Erguzi. Wan Lauer felt that it was not safe anywhere at the moment, but it would be better to go to the county town. After all, the county town has walls and guards, which should be able to prevent the invasion of refugees. Mom, it's okay to hide in the county town, but I'm worried that it's not the safest to go to the county town, because the county town is the only way for refugees to go to the interior. If the number of refugees really increases, the county town may not be able to stop these people. On the contrary, villages like ours may be safer. And even if those refugees rob, the villages near the county town will be the first to suffer. We are so far away from the county town. It shouldn't be a big problem, as long as we actively defend ourselves. Old Lady Wan felt that what her son said made sense, so she temporarily gave up the idea of going to the county town. Mom, I used our family's food to hire someone from Chongqing's family to replace our family, but it seems that there is no one on Sister Yu's side. Wan Lauer glanced at the closed gate of the next yard and whispered to Old Lady Wan. We can't do anything about this. Let the village chief handle it. After all, there are more than one cases like you in our village. Besides, Yu's leg hasn't healed yet, so it's unlikely that she can go. At most, Erguzi will go. As for the rest, let's see what the village chief says. Let's take care of our own business first. Old Mrs. Wan also sighed. In this chaotic world, the life of an orphan and a widow is really difficult. At this time, in the wing room in the next yard, Yu and Heir Guzi were discussing. Guzi, why don't we sell the prescription to your uncle Wan Heir? The family needs money everywhere now. My mother's body is like this, and she can't go to the fields. It will also implicate you. If we sell the prescription, we can buy this house and have extra money to buy land and food. And if we sell it to your uncle Wan Heir, he will definitely not cheat us. What do you think? Since you broke her leg, Erguzi has been running the family alone. Erguzi matured overnight. Mom, I think it's better not to sell my son. Selling my son is like killing the goose to get the eggs. It's just a one-time thing. We spend the money and end up with nothing. If there is a prescription, we only need to get the dividends. At most, in 1 year, our hard days will be over. By then, we can not only buy a house and land, but also live in the county town. You looked at her son in surprise. She didn't expect that the child who could only help her with housework before has grown up quietly and has his own ideas. Okay, let's do as you say. You felt that the child she had raised with great effort finally saw a ray of light in the dark years. She should have someone to rely on soon. A woman relies on men and sons all her life. It's a pity that her man left so early, leaving them orphans and widows. Over the years, only she herself understands the loneliness of the night and the bitterness of life. But now she feels that she is going to get through it. And her son has grown up unknowingly. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. This time the village chief organized 2 people from each family to patrol. I specifically went to the village chief uncle to tell him about our family situation. The village chief uncle said that our family is the most difficult in the whole village. I am the only man, and my mother's leg is broken, so the share of another person in our family is exempted. I can go alone. Erguzi represented his family to attend the meeting this morning. As soon as the meeting ended, he went to the village chief's house. It turned out that the village chief had already made detailed arrangements for the situation in the village. Special situations should be treated specially. Everyone living in the same village should help each other and unite with each other. Mom, I'm just not sure about you. Sometimes, I may have to patrol during the day, and sometimes at night. My sister is still too young and can't cook. I think I will go to Grandma Wan's house later to borrow some money and ask Aunt Wan to help you cook a meal. Do you think it's okay? This is the best way Erguzi can think of. He can't think of any other way for a while. No. Although my mother's leg is broken. She has been recuperating for some time, and can walk slowly with crutches. I can cook by myself. So don't bother others. Besides, I don't think it's appropriate to borrow money from others to hire someone to cook for me. When you leave in the morning, cook some porridge and put it in the pot. I will just heat it up in the evening. Yu's family also eats 2 meals a day, and they still drink porridge. There is no other way. All the money you earned was spent on her legs. It was not enough. So she borrowed some silver from the Wan family. Erguzi thought it was reasonable. So he nodded and agreed. If he caught up with the night patrol, he would not have to worry about his mother and sister having no food. The next morning, the village chief began to organize all the men, women, and children in the village to build defenses. Their village is backed by the hillside and is distributed in a step manner. Once refugees come, they only need to guard the bottom and put a row of spiked wooden stakes under the hillside behind. The village chief divided the people in the village into 3 groups. One group went to cut trees. One group sharpened the cut trees to make fences for protection. And one group was dedicated to erecting these protective fences. Although this project was arduous, no one complained. Everyone was united at this time and worked together. In addition to working and eating, they ran to the toilet. Wan Lauer told the village chief early in the morning that he would go to the town to visit guests today. When the village chief heard that he was going to Xinqinghan's house, he didn't dare to say anything and urged Wan Lauer to go quickly. Wan Lauer knew that the people in the village must not know about the disbandment of the gang. In the future, the border will be completely peaceful. But there will be a war again. I really hope that the country will be truly peaceful, and the people will be safe soon. Wan Lauer drove the ox cart and carried his family to the town. Second brother, you said that the new emperor is a virtuous emperor. Right? Why are we still fighting? Old Lady Wan felt that a virtuous emperor would definitely be protected by God when he ascended the throne. Wan Lauer said in a deep voice, Mom, I heard from my eldest brother that the Hanu people in the north, who are adjacent to us, suffered a serious snowstorm this year, freezing most of their cattle and sheep to death. They heard that our Daki had a good harvest this year. So in order not to starve to death, they launched a war and wanted to rob our food. The group of people who raided our village before seemed to be Hanu people. Oh my God! This good harvest is still being robbed. And poor harvests will make people starve. Is there any way for the people to survive? No wonder people say that the border is a bitter and cold place. In my opinion, it is either God's bad luck or man-made disasters. It is really not easy for the people on this border to survive. I hope that our country can have more generals like Mower, so that the people can live better. Grandma, don't worry. It will be fine. Big brother is so powerful. Grandma will have a good life in the future. Seeing that Grandma Wan was frowning and sighing, Xiao Fubao quickly stretched his head out of Wan Erseo's arms to comfort his grandmother. Grandma Wan touched the little girl's face lovingly. Your words make me feel relieved. I hope our family will be safe and sound in the future. Yes, I will. Grandma, please smile. Grandma Wan was amused by her granddaughter's words. The depression in her heart was relieved a little, and she felt much better. Chapter 301 Little Fortune Picks Treasures. Before noon, Wan Lauer brought Wan Laotai and several others to the gate of Xinqinghan's house. This is completely different from the last time he came. Wan Lauer still remembers that when he came to the Golden Axe Gang, there was a small follower at the gate who looked down on others and was sent to feed the wolves. Now the plaque of the Golden Axe Gang has disappeared, replaced by Shen's house, and the guards at the gate who were originally aggressive have become obedient servants, all dressed in uniform. The servants saw Wan Lauer driving the ox cart and hurried to greet him. Excuse me, are you the second master of the Wan family in Shitsi village? Wan Lauer was a little flattered. After all, the other party's attitude was completely different in the 2 visits. I am Wan Jinju. This is the invitation from your master, inviting me to have dinner at your house today. Wan Lauer quickly introduced himself and took out the invitation in his arms to show the other party. The servant avoided the invitation, without even looking at it, and quickly took the whip in Wan Lauer's hand. Master Wan, my master has told me that if you come, I will take you in, and I will leave the ox cart to you. Wan Lauer was a little confused, and at this time, someone brought a stool under the ox cart. Old lady, madam, miss, please be careful when you get off the cart. Old lady Wan took a look at the bench under the ox cart. She knew what it was. It was called a dismounting stool. The placement of this stool made them feel that their status was raised. Wan Lauer jumped off the ox cart directly and helped old lady Wan step on the stool to get off. After everyone got off the car, the servant drove the ox cart in from another corner gate. Wan Lauer watched his ox cart enter the house, and then he felt relieved to go in. After bypassing a screen wall, old lady Wan saw Shen Qinghan and his wife standing at the door waiting. Old lady, you have worked hard all the way. Please come in. Shen Qinghan was still the same as before, but his behavior was more elegant and less bandit-like. Old lady Wan nodded with a smile. It's not hard to come here by ox cart, but thank you for entertaining me. After exchanging greetings, the group of people entered the hall together. This hall was also the first time for old lady Wan to come. The decoration was very luxurious. The tables, chairs and benches were covered with a thick layer of fur cushions. It looked warm and relieved a bit of the cold. There were various antique vases in the room, and calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Old lady Wan couldn't understand them, but he guessed that they must be valuable. Old lady, please sit down. After Shen Qinghan stood at the main seat, he gestured for invitation. The maid quickly brought tea, and Xiao Fubao sat with Hohot. Shen Qinghan saw Xiao Fubao at a glance, and quickly reached out to Xiao Fubao. Girl, come here. Let me see. You have grown a lot taller? Xiao Fubao quickly laid down from the chair and ran to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan picked up Xiao Fubao and put him on his lap. Mrs. Shen also liked Xiao Fubao, but she was pregnant and couldn't hold Xiao Fubao, so she quickly winked at the servant. The confidant nodded, retreated, went to the back, and came out with an exquisite box in his arms after a while. Fubao, Auntie wants to give you a gift. I don't know if you like it. Can you take a look first? When Xiao Fubao heard that there was a gift to receive, her big eyes immediately lit up. She hadn't received a gift for a while, and really missed it. Okay. Xiao Fubao was not polite at all. As long as there was something good, she would put it in her pocket. Wan Erseo quickly stood up and said a little awkwardly, Mrs. Shen, don't spoil her. This girl is still young and doesn't know the importance of it. You, sister-in-law. It's okay. They are just little things. I like this girl and feel that we are compatible. These things are not worth much. You don't have to be nervous. Wan Erseo wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mrs. Shen. Xiao Fubao had been hugged by Shen Qinghan and turned in another direction. Mrs. Shen put the small box on the table, just within reach of Xiao Fubao. She opened the lid of the box, and the contents inside were all visible to Xiao Fubao. There were several thumb-sized pearls inside, all pink and uniform in size, and Xiao Fubao fell in love with them at first sight. Wow! These pearls are so beautiful. Fubao likes them. Xiao Fubao used both hands, but his chubby little hands could not hold a few beads at all. There were a total of more than a dozen beads inside, just enough for Xiao Fubao to make 2 bracelets or a headdress, any of which would be dazzling. Mrs. Shen quickly took the purse that had been prepared in advance from the servant. Fubao, can Auntie pack them for you? Xiao Fubao saw the beautiful purse in Mrs. Shen's hand and nodded immediately. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Mrs. Shen was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Her heart melted when she heard the soft voice of little Fubao. Suddenly, the baby in her belly kicked her. She screamed, ah! Shen Qinghan immediately asked nervously, Madam, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Mrs. Shen smiled happily and shook her head, nothing. The child just kicked me. Xiao Fubao also took a look at Mrs. Shen's belly and couldn't help frowning. Why did she see a trace of black hair on her aunt's belly? But Xiao Fubao was attracted by the things in the box for a while, and her attention was quickly diverted. After Mrs. Shen helped Xiao Fubao put all the pearls in, Xiao Fubao saw a small goldfish, which was very small but very realistic. Wow! Fubao likes this fish too. Mrs. Shen quickly took out a red rope from her sleeve like a magic trick. Fubao likes it. Auntie help you wear it. Okay. Xiao Fubao's little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. and his big eyes never left the small goldfish made of pure gold. When Juan Urseo saw the pure goldfish, she was so scared that she stepped forward to stop him. Mrs. Shin, this gift is too expensive. We can't accept it. Please take it away quickly. Although the fish is small, it is made of pure gold and weighs 3 taels. Not to mention the value of the gold itself. The craftsmanship alone is worth a lot of money. Mrs. Shin bypassed Juan Urseo's hand and put the small goldfish with a red string on Xiao Fubao's neck. Sister-in-law, this is my thanks to Xiao Fubao. If it weren't for the blessing she brought, how could I have a pearl in my old age? I thought I would never have a child in my life. I didn't expect that I could still get pregnant at this age. This is what this child deserves. Mrs. Shin had heard from Shin Qinghan that their child must be related to Xiao Fubao. This child is different from ordinary children. Juan Urseo didn't want Xiao Fubao to accept it even more. She was afraid that once Xiao Fubao fame spread, their family would not be able to protect him. Mrs. Shin, you can get pregnant because you are destined to have a child. And it has nothing to do with Xiao Fubao. If Xiao Fubao really has such ability, why am I not pregnant? I only gave birth to Xiao Fubao and Wan Wan. And there was no news. This shows that this girl is just an ordinary girl, who is just better than others. Don't flatter her. Juan Urseo said she didn't want anything. Mother, Fubao likes this goldfish. Fubao wants it. Xiao Fubao knew that the family had no money. The last time Dad bought a hairpin for Mom, it was Grandma who gave money. Now someone gave money. Why didn't she want it? Look, the child said that he likes this. Mrs. Shin smiled and stuffed the little goldfish into Xiao Fubao's clothes. Juan Urseo quickly took Xiao Fubao from Shin Qinghan's hand. She glanced at the small box on the table. There were at least 5 or 6 kinds of good things. She knew that these things must be prepared for Xiao Fubao. If she didn't take her daughter away quickly, this guy would definitely take them all. Boss Shin, this girl is a bit too naughty. Don't tire you out. I take her away first. Seeing that the Wan family really didn't covet their property, Shin Qinghan looked up to the Wan family in his heart. Just as Juan Urseo was about to leave with Xiao Fubao in her arms, Xiao Fubao suddenly pointed at Mrs. Shin's belly and said, "Black air. There is black air." Chapter 302 Blocking the News. Xiao Fubao's voice was very conspicuous in the hall, because everyone's attention was on Xiao Fubao and Juan Urseo at this time, especially Mrs. Wan. This was the second time she heard the word black air from Xiao Fubao. She remembered that the last time was when the old woman next door was about to die, when she took Xiao Fubao to the door. Xiao Fubao also told the old woman that there was black air. Mrs. Wan quickly stood up, walked quickly to Juan Urseo, and took Xiao Fubao from Juan Urseo's arms. Fubao, be good. Don't say this nonsense. Hurry up and say it. Mrs. Wan's heart was so scared that her throat was in her throat. She glanced at Mrs. Shin and saw that although Mrs. Shin was pregnant, she was rosy and didn't look like a short-lived person. Thinking of Xiao Fubao just saying that there was black air, but didn't say which part of the body it was, Mrs. Wan's premonition in her heart became even worse. If it wasn't Mrs. Shin, it must be the child in Mrs. Shin's belly. She could tell from Shin Qinghan's attitude that this child was Shin Qinghan's only child. If something unexpected really happened, Old Lady One really didn't know what the former leader of the Golden Axe Gang would do. And it was said by their little Fubao, so it was hard to say whether he would be angry. But little Fubao didn't listen to Old Lady One, but pointed directly at Mrs. Shin's belly, and said in a baby voice more urgently, "Black gas. Auntie's belly is emitting black gas. My brother is in danger." Little Fubao remembered that the last time she saw black gas, the grandmother died the next day. So black gas must be bad. These premonitions of Old Lady One came true. And it was irreversible. She was always calm. But now she was a little at a loss. Shin Qinghan understood, and his face began to change. "Girl, what did you say just now? What black air? How can there be black air in Aunt's stomach? Why can't I see it?" After all, Shin Qinghan was once the leader of a gang, and the pressure on him should not be underestimated, especially since the Wan family are all peasants, who have never seen any big shots. Not to mention that Shin Qinghan used to lick blood on the edge of a knife, and he has a murderous aura on him. Wan Lauer couldn't help but take a step back while holding Xiao Fubao, and Wan Lauer quickly blocked in front of Wan Lauer. Lu and Juan Urseo protected Wan Lauer in the middle, and Hohot pulled the corner of Juan Urseo's clothes, and her heart was thumping. After all, she had never seen such a scene. Since she came in, Hohot seemed more reserved. and she had been accompanying Xiao Fubao. And she didn't even say a word, until Xiao Fubao was called away by Shen Qinghan. She quickly got down from the chair, and stood next to Wan Erseo. At this time, everyone in the Wan family looked at Shen Qinghan nervously. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan knew that his reaction was a bit extreme, and he felt that Xiao Fubao was different from ordinary children. She could see things that others could not see. Brother Jinju, don't be nervous. I have no other intentions. I just want to ask clearly. After all, this concerns my child, so I am a little cautious. Please forgive me. Shen Qinghan bowed to the Wan family, and the tense atmosphere was relieved. After a period of relaxation, Mrs. Wan had already prepared a way to deal with it. So she used her hand to push away her second son, who was blocking her. Second brother, give me little Fubao. Don't be nervous. I believe that Boss Shen will not hurt us. After all, we are his guests. Old Lady Wan's words gave Shen Qinghan a way out. He smiled and said, Yes, yes. The old lady is the calmest. I am ashamed of myself. Old Lady Wan held little Fubao in her arms, and said to Shen Qinghan, Boss Shen, since you heard and saw it just now, I won't hide some things from you. You should have heard that children's eyes are the cleanest, and sometimes they see some things that we see. Missing things. But as she gets older, she will lose this ability. So please don't spread what happened today. I'm afraid someone will hurt my Fubao. As soon as Mrs. Wan reminded him, Shen Qinghan immediately understood what Mrs. Wan meant. No matter whether Xiao Fubao will have this ability in the future, he has this ability now because he is young. Who can say what will happen in the future? And Shen Qinghan really likes Xiao Fubao. And of course, he doesn't want Xiao Fubao to be hurt. Mrs. Wan's words also reminded him. All of you retreat. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Shen Qinghan immediately dismissed all the servants in the house, which was considered to be clearing the place. Come on. Close this yard. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. Yes. Someone in the yard immediately responded and left. Shen Qinghan is not Mrs. Wan, and he has always suspected that someone deliberately did not have children for him, and deliberately asked him to cover the retreat. Since something went wrong with the child today, it means that the other party can't wait to take action again. Then he must block the news before the other party gets the news. Shen Qinghan then looked at Xiao Fubao and Old Lady Wan. Old Lady, can you ask the girl to help my wife take a closer look now? Old Lady Wan nodded and handed Xiao Fubao to Shen Qinghan. Fubao, tell uncle, where is the black gas coming out of Aunt's stomach? Mrs. Shen's face was pale with fear at this time. She looked down at her stomach and couldn't see anything. She didn't know where the girl saw the black gas. Shen Qinghan walked to Mrs. Shen with Xiao Fubao in her arms. Girl, can you point it out to uncle? Xiao Fubao pointed to the place where Mrs. Shen's belly button was, and said seriously, It's here. It's been coming out all the time. More and more. We must find a doctor quickly. Xiao Fubao knew that the younger brother in Aunt's belly was sick. Otherwise Aunt's stomach would not have black gas coming out. If you are sick, you must find a doctor. Shen Qinghan immediately stood up and shouted outside, Jianghu, go and ask the doctor to come. Don't let anyone find out. Also, arrest all the people who served today. Put the whole house under confinement. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Those who disobey the order will be killed. Yes. Although Shen Qinghan disbanded the Golden Axe Gang, he left dozens of capable subordinates, who are now his guards. These people have followed him for many years, and are friends with him. He trusts them. Mrs. Shen's heartbeat was obviously a little abnormal at this time, and she didn't know if it was a psychological reason. She felt that the child didn't move much in her stomach. Master, the child doesn't seem to move. Mrs. Shen had a layer of sweat on her back in the cold weather. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't the child move just now? Why doesn't he move? Don't scare yourself. Wait for the doctor to see what he says. Mrs. Shen wanted to drink some water quickly, but Shen Qinghan snatched it away. You still dare to drink? Mrs. Shen was so scared that she sat down on the chair, swallowed hard, and looked at the teacup in Shen Qinghan's hand with fear, as if it was some kind of demon. Chapter 303. A sudden turn of events. The waiting time seemed very long, but Jianghu's legs were about to break. So he tied the doctor back and came in through the side door. As soon as he got off the horse, Jianghu carried the doctor to the hall. Master, the person is here. Shen Qinghan glared at Jianghu and said nothing. It seems that these people need to be taught a lesson in the future. If they invite a doctor like this, What if the doctor is angry and doesn't diagnose properly? Wouldn't it hurt themselves? Jiang, who was confused by Shen Qinghan's glare, scratched his head and stood at the door to guard the door. Shen Qinghan hurriedly welcomed the doctor in. Although the doctor was forced to come by Jiang Hu, he didn't dare to show a bad face in front of Shen Qinghan. And Shen Qinghan's attitude was obviously much better than Jiang Hu's. The doctor was a little flattered and followed Shen Qinghan into the hall. Doctor, please help my wife check. The fetus in her belly seems to be a little bit wrong. The doctor quickly put down the medicine box and opened it to take out the pulse pillow from the medicine box. Madam, do you feel uncomfortable? Or do you feel any abnormal movement of the fetus? Madam Shen actually has no feeling yet. But she feels that the baby is not moving. This is a psychological feeling. How should she tell the doctor? I feel that the baby's fetal movement seems to be less. Can the doctor help me check it? The doctor comforted Madam Shen while putting the pulse pillow on the table. Madam, don't worry too much. Sometimes the baby moves less. This is normal. And you are pregnant with your first child at this age. It must be a little different from other pregnant women. This is normal. Just keep a calm mind. Madam Shen nodded. But she was not comforted. The doctor gently put his hand on Madam Shen's wrist. At first, he was calm. But after a cup of tea, his demeanor changed and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Madam, have you used anything that is not conducive to keeping the fetus safe recently? Or have you used any induced labor medicine? Madam's pulse is a sign of miscarriage. Madam Shen was so scared that she almost fell off the chair. Miscarriage? Someone wants to kill her. The fetus in her belly is now 6 months old. If she has a miscarriage at this time, what else can it be? Shen Qinghan's face turned black immediately. He asked the doctor calmly, Doctor, in your opinion, what did my wife use to induce labor? The doctor knew that this trip was definitely a muddy water. But he had to go through it at this time. Boss Shen, the wife should have used or come into contact with something that induced labor. Now we can rule out food. If it was eaten into the stomach, the fetus is probably gone. Although the fetus is not in good condition now, it can be preserved. The most urgent task is to quickly find out what things the wife has come into contact with recently that contain things that induce labor. The doctor's words made Shen Qinghan's face, which was originally as black as the bottom of a pot, change a little. Doctor, do you mean that the child in my wife's belly can still be saved? The doctor nodded. Fortunately, my wife was alert and found it early. If it was 1 day later, even the great Luo immortal could not save it. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but look at Xiao Fubao. This time, thanks to this girl. Otherwise his only child would be harmed. Doctor, can you help me find out where my wife used something inappropriate? Shen Qinghan said, and took out a 50 liang silver note from his sleeve and stuffed it into the doctor. Doctor, this is a deposit. If you can help my husband and I solve this problem today, Shen, will definitely reward you handsomely. The doctor looked at the 50 liang of silver in his hand, and his heart was already blooming with joy. He quickly put the silver note away. He was confident that he could find it out. From the pulse, Mrs. Shen should have been infected not long ago. So there are traces to follow. Boss Shen, I may have to check all of Madam's daily expenses, including her personal belongings. If I offend you, please forgive me. Shen Qinghan was not a man who cared about trivial matters. Besides, this time it was directly related to his offspring. So why would he care about these things? Doctor, from now on, you can walk around and check freely in my house. If anyone dares to stop you, you will be killed. Shen Qinghan wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to do evil under his nose. With Shen Qinghan's permission, the doctor let go and checked. The first place he checked was Madam Shen's bedroom. In order not to let a suspect go, Shen Qinghan ordered all the concubines to stay in their own courtyards, and someone was sent to guard the door of each courtyard, so that not even a fly could fly out. The doctor checked Madam Shen's bedroom and found nothing wrong. He went to the kitchen again and checked it, but he didn't find anything useful. The doctor's originally confident face gradually became covered with cold sweat. It seemed that the person who did it was very covert. The doctor checked all the courtyards of the Shen family and spent 2 hours, but found nothing. When he returned to the hall again, his face was not good. Doctor, how is it? Have you found any clues? Shen Qinghan had already heard the news from his subordinates. So when he looked at the doctor, he did not have a good face. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and lowered his head quickly, replied to Boss Shen. I am incompetent, and have not found anything useful. I will return this silver to you. At this time, 50 taels of silver was simply a hot potato for the doctor. Shin Qinghan looked at the doctor with deep eyes, and did not speak. Auntie, your nails are so beautiful. Fubao wants them too. Little Fubao was a little hungry. While eating snacks at his mouth, his big eyes rolled around, and he saw the cardamom that Mrs. Shin had just made. Little Fubao's voice was very abrupt at this time, but it attracted the doctor's attention. The doctor secretly raised his eyes to take a look at Mrs. Shin's nails, seeing that they were bright red cardamoms. They should not have been made for a long time, but they made Mrs. Shin's hands look whiter, which was indeed beautiful. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to the doctor, and before the doctor could say anything more, he immediately walked to Madame Shin and stared at her nails. Madam, can I smell your nails? How dare you? Madame Shin felt that this old man was a reckless person. Not only did he not have any real talent, but he also humiliated her in public. Madame Shin was so angry that her face turned pale, and her chest kept rising and falling. It was obvious that she was very angry. But Shin Qinghan felt that there seemed to be something fishy about this. So he immediately walked to Madame Shin's side. Doctor, what do you mean? The doctor also reacted at this time. He was a little reckless, and he quickly bowed his hands to apologize. Madam, it was me who was reckless. Please forgive me. I just thought that there might be something wrong with your nails. Maybe the key to the problem lies in your nails. Madame Shin's anger had not completely subsided. At this time, she took a look at her nails and felt that the doctor was talking nonsense. What's wrong with my nails? Sister Yun painted them for me. If you say there's something wrong with my nails, it means there's something wrong with Sister Yun. Sister Yun risked her life to save the master. How could she cause the master to lose his offspring? Shin Qinghan was going to tell Madame Shin not to be careless, but after hearing that it was his beloved concubine Yun, he felt it was impossible. Doctor, why don't you look somewhere else? Maybe there's something wrong somewhere else, and you haven't found it yet. Shin Qinghan subconsciously felt that a woman who had once blocked a knife for him would not harm him. But the doctor shook his head firmly. Boss, you two ladies don't know that there is a kind of saffron that can cause miscarriage. It can be mixed with other things to dye nails. It is not only beautiful in color, but also fragrant. People who are not familiar with the medicinal properties are easily affected. Shin Qinghan's face changed again, and a voice in his heart told him, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Yuner harm his offspring? Maybe Yuner didn't know that this was saffron? Chapter 304 Dealing with Aunt Yun. After weighing the pros and cons, Shin Qinghan said to the doctor, Doctor, please. Mrs. Shin looked at Shin Qinghan in surprise. Master, what are you doing? The child is important. Let the doctor check it out. And Yuner can be cleared of all charges. Mrs. Shin could only stretch out her hand. The doctor gently fanned it with his hand, and a unique fragrance of saffron spread out. Sure enough, there is saffron on this nail. When Madame eats cakes, she must have accidentally eaten it. So the fetus will feel uncomfortable today. This nail should have been done for a few days. The slow accumulation of toxins will slowly make pregnant women feel uncomfortable. Mrs. Shin's face turned pale with fear, and she wished she could chop off her hand at this moment. Master, can it really be Sister Yun? Shin Qinghan's face was also very bad at this time. He took out another 100 taels of silver from his body and handed it to the doctor. You know what to say and what not to say when you go out. Right? I know. Don't worry. Boss, I pretend I didn't come today after I leave this door. After Shin Qinghan asked the doctor to leave the prescription, he shouted to the outside, Jiang Hu, send the doctor back. After sending the doctor away, Old Lady One felt that she would definitely not be able to eat today's meal. And they had been watching the show for so long. It was time to go home. Today was the right time. But not the right time. Boss Shin, it's really unfortunate today. We won't eat today's meal. It's getting late. Let's go back first. But as soon as Old Lady One opened her mouth, Shin Qinghan immediately said, Old lady, you can't leave today. I still have things to do. I may have neglected you. And I originally invited you to dinner today. And I have something to tell you. Now this has happened. I'm afraid it will take a while. Let me take care of my family affairs first. I'm sorry to make fun of you. Seeing that she couldn't leave, Old Lady One had to sit back down. Oh, what's so funny? Who doesn't have troubles? Boss Shin, go ahead. We wait here. Shen Qinghan bowed apologetically and immediately told the maids and servants outside to come in. Take the guests to the dining room and serve them well. Bring out the best food and wine in our house to entertain the guests. If you dare to neglect my guests, you will all be fed to the wolves. The maids and servants were so scared that they quickly bowed their heads and agreed, and took Mrs. Wan and her group to the dining room next door. Shen Qinghan was finally able to handle family affairs without any scruples. He ordered people to send Madame Shen back to her room to rest, and he strode towards the courtyard of Aunt Yun in the backyard. 2 rows of guards were already standing at the gate of Aunt Yun's courtyard. When they saw Shen Qinghan coming, they all saluted. Meet the master. Is Aunt Yun making any noise inside? No. It's very quiet inside. Shen Qinghan put his hands behind his back and glanced at the closed courtyard door. A complex emotion flashed across his eyes, but it was soon replaced by coldness. He pushed the courtyard door open and walked in alone. The master is here. Has he found out about the saffron? Ha ha ha. Aunt Yun was wearing a bright red jacket and skirt. Sitting in the middle of the hall. The door was wide open, and she was the only one in the room. Shen Qinghan stood in the yard, looking at the woman in the room. She had a pretty face, but the only flaw was that there was a long scar from her ear to her neck. This was when she was injured by the enemy in order to save Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan slowly walked into the house, lowered his head and looked at the woman in front of him, stretched out his hand and slowly touched the scar. No emotion could be seen in his eyes, and he murmured, "Why?" Yun Yang raised her beautiful little face, but unlike her usual tenderness, her eyes were full of hatred at this time, as if she wanted to eat Shen Qinghan alive. "Why? You actually asked me why? When you killed my family of 5. Why didn't you ask why?" Shen Qinghan's hand slowly slid down from Yun Yang's cheek, looking at Yun Yang with scrutiny in his eyes. "Who do you belong to? If you hate me so much, why didn't you kill me for so many years? You had many chances to kill me, but you didn't do it. I would rather let you choose the latter, between watching you die and watching you die alone without any offspring. But your wife is pregnant again. Why? How can a person like you who kills so many people have the qualifications to have children?" Shen Qinghan's eyes, which originally had only a trace of ripples, gathered a storm at this time. He pinched Yun's slender neck with one hand. "Do you know what you are talking about? I have no offspring for so many years. Is it you who is behind it?" Shen Qinghan lifted Yun's wife into the air and threw her to the ground. Yun's wife spit out a large mouthful of blood, but there was a crazy smile on her face. "That's right. I bribed the cook to give the women in your backyard sterilization medicine every day. And of course you. I didn't expect that after drinking it for so many years, you could still get that stupid woman pregnant. I really underestimated you." Shen Qinghan felt cold all over. He thought of the comment the monk had given him before, saying that he killed many people but had little offspring. It seemed that the monk's words really came true. If he had not killed the woman he had committed, how could he be retaliated? How could he have no offspring for so many years? But Shen Qinghan still did not give up. He looked into Aunt Yun's eyes and asked with red eyes, "After so many years, don't you have any feelings for me? I've been so good to you. Even a stone should melt. You're good to me? If you're good to me, would you carry all the women to the backyard? If you're good to me, why am I still a concubine? You just enjoy our admiration and respect for you. Don't make your promiscuity sound so noble." Shen Qinghan took a last look at Aunt Yun and turned away without hesitation. Drag her to the backyard. Let her die painfully, and teach her a lesson. Shen Qinghan ordered his subordinates and left without any regrets, without even asking who Yun's family members were, because he, Shen Qinghan, had never killed anyone by mistake, and anyone he killed must have deserved to die. But these might not make sense to him. When Shen Qinghan came to the dining room, the Wan family was having a meal. After being hungry for most of the day, seeing such a rich meal, old lady Wan couldn't help but eat heartily. "I'm sorry for neglecting you all. I'm late, so I drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment." Shen Qinghan picked up the wine glass and drank 3 glasses of wine in a row. When the spicy liquid entered his mouth, he felt his blood warm up again. "Old lady, this glass of wine is for you. Thank you for coming today and letting me keep the child." Old lady Wan quickly picked up the fruit wine in front of her, watched Shen Qinghan drink it all, and she also drank a glass. "Boss Shen, please don't say that. This is just a coincidence. It means that you and this child are related. Even if we didn't come today, maybe someone else would find it." The child can always be saved. Old Lady Wan's words gave Shin Qinghan some comfort. He sat down and thanked the Wan family again. Finally, someone brought a box. Old lady, Shin, can't say anything to thank you. Only these can represent my feelings. I hope you will accept them. Old Lady Wan looked at the big box, which had been opened by Jiang Hu. She saw that it was filled with white silver ingots, each of which was 50 taels. This box had at least 1,000 taels. And there was another layer under the box, which was some jewelry and toys. Old Lady Wan's eyes were straight. It was the first time she saw so much silver, and her eyes were almost blinded. Chapter 305 Refugees Attack. Although it was the first time for Old Lady Wan to see so much money, she was not the kind of person who would be blinded by money. She knew that the money was from Shin Qinghan to express gratitude to Xiao Fubao. And it also meant that he would not let them go out and talk nonsense. Just like the doctor just now, he directly gave 100 taels of hush money. Boss Shin, this is too much. Our family is not the kind of gossipy woman who will not talk nonsense. Boss Shin. Before Old Lady Wan finished her words, she was interrupted by Shin Qinghan with a smile. Old lady, you worry too much. This is not hush money. These are my sincere wishes. This money is nothing to me, compared with my unborn child. This money is not worth mentioning. If this girl hadn't seen the clues today, Shin, would never have a child in my life. Not only that, this girl also helped me find the hidden trouble hidden in my family for many years. When I have a prosperous child, I will definitely come to thank you again. Shin Qinghan said sincerely, and said that he was thanking Xiao Fubao. Old Lady Wan couldn't refuse again, and it seemed that she couldn't refuse. Old Lady Wan looked embarrassed. But at this time Xiao Fubao said happily, Grandma, Fubao likes it. Fubao can buy a lot of meat to eat. Fubao wants it. Xiao Fubao words eased the embarrassment of the Wan family. Since the little girl can make her own decisions, you can keep this money for the little girl first. Shin Qinghan concluded with a sentence. By the way, old lady, I have invited you all here this time because I have something to discuss with you. Old Lady Wan hurriedly said, Master Shin, please speak. Shin Qinghan drank the wine in the glass and said with a serious expression, we are going to move our family south to the capital city in the near future to seek refuge with my eldest brother. I would like to ask if the old lady and her family want to go with me. I can do everything for your family. Old Lady Wan's heart skipped a beat. Why did even Shin Qinghan have to leave? Is the situation really so bad? Master Shin, I heard from the servants in the mansion that the Golden Axe Gang has disbanded. Why is that? Shin Qinghan smiled bitterly. This matter is a long story. It should be related to your neighbor. I also found out later. It seems to be called Wan Qingmo. But he is now a general. Before he left, he met with me and Wang Jiawei and threatened us to disband the gang. Otherwise, he would wipe out our sect. It is said that he seems to have a very powerful cavalry. These are all what I heard. And there is no basis. But I and the Cheetah sect did suffer a lot at his hands. Otherwise, I would not be willing to disband the gang. But now it seems that disbanding the gang is indeed the right thing to do. Otherwise, I would not be able to leave so smoothly today. Old Lady Wan was shocked. It turned out to be a more. But Old Lady Wan had her own plan in mind. Since she did not follow the Chiu family, she would definitely not follow Shin Qinghan. After all, the two families are not related. Boss Shin, why did you suddenly move to the city? I still have business to take care of in the city. And my eldest brother wrote to me saying that refugees are coming, and it might not be safe here. So he asked me to make plans early. Old Lady Wan remembered that Shin Qinghan's eldest brother seemed to be the prefect. So the information he gave must be more reliable than the county magistrate. It seems that refugees are indeed coming. Old Lady Wan was a little tempted. But what should she do with a large pile of things in her shop? Thinking of this, Old Lady Wan couldn't sit still. She had to go to the shop to discuss it with her children. After all, it's easy for rich people to move. But ordinary people like them would be hurt if they move once. They wouldn't move unless they had to. Old Lady Wan has been used to being strong all her life. And she doesn't like to owe favors to others. If it really comes to the point of moving, they still have to deal with the things at hand. And they can't just leave overnight. Boss Shin, thank you for your kindness. But we still have a lot of things to deal with. So it's not suitable to move at the moment. Our village has already formed a patrol team, and is also building defenses. There shouldn't be many refugees going to our village. And even if there are, they will be small groups. As long as we prepare properly, we should be able to resist this wave. Shen Qinghan was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect a village to have such awareness. He had a little more appreciation for the village chief of Shitzi village. After all, you patrol by yourself. Those civilians are unarmed. In this way, I, Shen Qinghan, have been killing for half my life. And I am not going to live on the edge of a knife for the rest of my life. After the Golden Axe Gang was disbanded, our axes were useless and piled up in the warehouse. Since you want to organize a patrol team, you must have weapons. I will give you those axes, which can be regarded as a virtue. Mrs. Wan and Mr. Wan were very excited after hearing this, and quickly stood up to thank them. Thank you, Boss Shen, for your generosity. We thank you on behalf of the villagers. Shen Qinghan also said Jiang Hu to personally train the patrol team, which was a huge surprise for Mrs. Wan and Mr. Wan. After the meal, Mrs. Wan and her group said goodbye. Shen Qinghan sent someone to pack up their things and sent them directly to Shitzi village by carriage. When they returned to the village, it was already dark. But the village was different from the past. There were torches everywhere, crackling in the cold wind. And the first round of patrols also began to patrol. This time, there were 140 people who signed up and were hired. Jinyo divided the 140 people into 2 shifts, one during the day and one at night. Each shift was divided into 7 teams, each with 10 people, shuttling back and forth in the village. If there was any situation, the gong would be struck immediately. Other teams could quickly come to support. Jiang Hu's arrival made the patrol team excited. More importantly, everyone was given an axe, which was stained with human blood. Jinyo followed the Wan family to the Wan family. Jinju, your family has done a great deed this time. You brought weapons and martial artists back this time. We are more confident in guarding our village. Village Chief, this is all from the intention of Gang Master Shen. I didn't do anything. It's because Gang Master Shen is kind and generous. He didn't ask for money and gave it to me for free. Wan Lauer told Jiang Hu about Shen Qinghan's kindness. Jiang Hu also felt proud. After all, his master had a good reputation, so he also benefited from it. The next 10 days were all training. Jiang Hu taught all his skills to the villagers. How much they could learn depended on themselves. During these 10 days, all the entrances to the village were sealed, leaving only one door for entering and leaving the village. The movement in Shitzi village also attracted the attention of other villages. After some investigation, everyone found out that refugees were coming. But it was too late to imitate Shitzi village at this time. The second snow fell quietly in the middle of the night one day. When everyone was immersed in dreams, a large number of refugees attacked. At least 500 people. They were all ragged and moved from the direction of the county town to the village. They started to rob food, cotton clothes, and money when they entered the village. The villages closest to the county town had been looted. More and more refugees tasted the sweetness, and they formed gangs. The team grew from the initial 500 people to several thousand people in just 2 days. The situation became more and more serious. When the news reached Shen Jinyuan's ears, he was worried and didn't sleep for 2 nights. After all, the refugees occurred in the area under his jurisdiction, which was a big blow to his performance evaluation. Now he can't close the city and not go out. It's better to relieve them than to block them. Instead of shutting them out, it's better to settle them. Chapter 306 Shitzi Village Resists Refugees. Soon Shen Jinyuan posted a notice at the gate of the county town. The notice explained 2 ways to resettle refugees. First, those who are willing to become citizens of Xianing County should queue up to register their names and original household registration, and the government will resettle the refugees. Second, those who do not want to stay in Xianing County need to return by the original route. The government will provide money to ensure that the refugees can return home alive. Moreover, the lost city has been recaptured again, so the refugees can return home with confidence. As soon as the notice came out, many refugees rushed to queue up to register. For example, it snowed heavily today, and thousands of people froze to death overnight. It took them a month to walk 300 miles from their original household registration place. Now the weather is so bad, it would be a life-threatening thing for them to walk back again. Even if they go back, the things at home are probably robbed, and they will starve to death if they go back. So it is better to choose to stay. But there are also some who are willing to go back. It will only take a month for them to go back. Even if their things at home are robbed, they still have houses to live in. Even if they are resettled here, The government will sooner or later be unable to bear so many people, and will be set back in the end. Shen Jinyuan received the news very quickly. Sir, those refugees have chosen to stay. How should we resettle them? In such a cold day, the county magistrate was sweating profusely. But all this was within Shen Jinyuan's expectations. Order people to build tents immediately. Open warehouses to release grain first. And gather wealthy businessmen to raise funds to provide basic living security for the people, as long as they can survive until the next spring plowing. Shen Jinyuan issued a series of resettlement policies and encouraged nearby temples to help resettle refugees. Even so, the power of a county is not enough to resettle the people of 2 cities. Shen Jinyuan had already written to the prefect a few days ago, and is now waiting for a reply from there. Shitsi village was on guard day and night, and finally ushered in the first wave of refugees. That night, 100 or so refugees came to Shitsi village. It was Erguzi and Wan Lauer who were on duty. Uncle Wan Air, I was peeing over there just now, and found something strange. It seemed that there were people outside the fence. Erguzi stepped on the knee-deep snow, and ran over with great effort. Wan Lauer and his team were patrolling near the village entrance tonight. Wan Air's wife was afraid that Wan Lauer would get cold. So she contributed some of the dry firewood at home, and cleared a piece of open space under the big tree at the entrance of the village. She lit a brazier, which not only illuminated the surroundings, but also kept everyone warm. Erguzi was also blessed by Wan Lauer, and was not frozen. The patrol team immediately became alert. Erguzi, where did you see it? How many people are there? Wan Lauer looked nervous, and quickly pulled Erguzi over. Erguzi, holding an axe in his hand, turned around and pointed to the place where he peed. It's over there. Damn it. They finally found their way to our village. Everyone, put out the brazier quickly. Otherwise we all become living targets. The fire was burning so fiercely that it was really hard to see the dark place. It turned out that they were in the light, and the enemy was in the dark. Changsheng and Changfu quickly shoveled a shovel of snow from the ground and threw it into the brazier. The blazing fire soon made a sizzling sound when it met the snow. In a short while, thick smoke billowed up, and the fire became weaker and weaker. At this time, the light reflected by the white snow also allowed Wan Lauer and others to see the situation outside the fence clearly. I saw that the outside was full of people at some point. They were already building ladders to try to climb over the wall. Some of them were hanging on the gap between 2 wooden stakes, ready to climb in secretly. Damn! Are these bastards ghosts? Silently, Changsheng cursed and rushed towards those people with an axe. Wan Lauer quickly ran over to pick up the gong on the millstone and started to beat it. It was the first half of the night, and many families had just fallen asleep. In this quiet night, the sound of the gong spread far away. The patrol team closest to Wan Lauer heard the sound and immediately rushed to the village entrance. While they were running and beating the gong, within a quarter of an hour, the whole village was awakened by the sound of the gong. Everyone in the village knew that the refugees were coming. Everyone put on their cotton clothes and cotton pants and ran out. The refugees are coming. Everyone be prepared. Hundreds of people had gathered at the entrance of the village, confronting the refugees outside. Jinyo also hurried over. He was on the day shift today, and had only slept for 2 hours, when he was awakened by the sound of the gong. He hurried over, and saw that the entrance of the village was full of dark figures. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get your weapons. Drive these people away immediately. Don't be soft-hearted. If you want to beat them, you have to hurt them. Let them know how powerful our village is. Next time, they will take a detour. Taurus roared. The people of Shitsi village, who were originally in confrontation, suddenly moved. What is the most lacking thing in Shitsi village? Of course, stones. In the past 10 days, Wan Lauer specially invited Wan Laosen back from the town, and the one family shop was closed. In such a chaotic world, the town is not safe. Wan Laosen made a simple stone throwing device. Although it can't throw large stones, it can still throw scattered gravel. Just as the refugees were about to rush to the door, the crowd of Shitsi village dispersed, and a medium-sized trebuchet was slowly pushed out by the crowd. This blueprint was shamelessly asked by Wan Lauer to the mayor Chiu Shi. The refugees did not know what this thing was for, and did not slow down because of the appearance of the trebuchet. On the contrary, they saw that no one was blocking the exit, so they swarmed to break through the wooden door and enter the village. Load your weapons. Jinyo stood on Mopin Mountain, holding a torch in his hand, commanding the people below. The men of Sheetsi village had never been so united as at this moment. They obeyed orders. As soon as Jinyo finished speaking, dozens of people immediately brought several baskets of stones from not far away and poured them into the trebuchet. Throw! Jinyo shouted loudly when he saw that the stones were loaded. Wan Lao-san and several other men pressed down the other end of the trebuchet, and the stones fell outside the fence like raindrops. The refugees who were trying to ram the door suddenly screamed like pigs being slaughtered and fled. Come again! Jinyo did not feel any pity, because he knew that if he pitted these people at this time, he would have to give up his village. And being kind to the enemy would be cruel to himself. The catapult threw out 4 more times in succession, and the screams outside were endless. 50% of the hundreds of refugees were seriously injured, and the rest had some skin injuries and trampling injuries. After all, they were crowded together and hit by external forces, so trampling was inevitable. A bloody smell spread around, and the snow was full of spots of blood, which looked particularly terrifying mixed with the white snow. Stop throwing stones. Seeing that the refugees outside had no fighting ability, Jinyo immediately ordered to stop fighting. Listen, all the patrols in Sheetsi village, rush out now and tie these people up for me. At this time, whether it was the patrols or the other villagers in Sheetsi village, everyone screamed and opened the fence door and rushed out. There were several hundred men and women in Sheetsi village who could join the battle. They could kill the seriously injured refugees instantly, within a quarter of an hour. All the hundreds of refugees outside were tied up by the people of Sheetsi village. Chapter 307 Shin's return to the village for the new year attracted onlookers. After the refugees were tied up, Jinyo placed all of them in vacant houses in the village, and did not care whether they were dead or alive. If they were dead, they would be buried tomorrow. If they were not dead, they would be sent to the town early tomorrow morning, and the mayor would send people to the county town to hand them over to the county magistrate. Refugees casually entered the village to rob the people's things, which was a crime, and it was completely different from the nature of ordinary refugees. The next morning, the night shift staff in charge of patrolling came to report to the village chief. Village chief, more than 20 refugees died last night, probably because of excessive blood loss, and some were frozen to death. What should we do with the rest? Wan Lauer, as the team leader, asked Jinyo on behalf of everyone. You have worked hard on the night shift. Go back and rest quickly, and we will take care of the rest on the day shift. After Wan Lauer left, Jinyo immediately summoned some people on the day shift to tie up the refugees caught last night with ropes, lined them up, and took them directly to the town. For those who had died, Jinyo asked his father to bury them in a mass grave, so that they could at least rest in peace. Jinyo personally led the team to send the captured refugees to the town. Along the way, they met other scattered refugees, who were not a big deal, when they saw the dozens of people led by Jinyo, each holding an axe and shouting. They were scared and walked away. After Jinyo handed the people to the mayor, he returned. Since that day, no refugees dared to rob Sheetsi village. Even if there were some small groups, they would find out the route and take a detour. Nearby villages were more or less robbed by refugees, but because they were far from the county town, they were not disturbed much. This tense atmosphere lasted for nearly 2 months. Nearby New Year's Eve, the refugees were finally settled. Most of them were persuaded to return to their hometowns. Shin Jinyuan wrote to the prefect of the border town and asked them to issue a notice to recall the refugees. After all, a city without people would become an empty city. For his own future, the prefect over there could only spend money to avoid disaster and promised to distribute food to the people until the next spring plowing. The court also sent 100,000 troops to garrison the border. And since then, the border has been stable again. Everyone can finally spend New Year's Eve with peace of mind. Old Lady One follows the local customs. When she came to the border last year, it was almost the new year, and she didn't do many things. She just focused on eating and settling down. This year is their second new year at the border. Old Lady One started to worship the kitchen god on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, and clean the house inside and out with several daughters-in-law. Old Master Wan and Shin also rushed back with Wan who on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. But the couple did not bring any servants. So Old Lady One was relieved. She didn't like Shin's servants to be there, and her family celebrated the new year happily, doing everything by herself, which made it more festive. When she returned to Sheetsi village, the familiar feeling made her feel relaxed. Moreover, without servants around. She could say whatever she wanted, and do whatever she wanted without too many scruples. She was completely back to the time when she was recuperating in the one family in the first half of the year. This was also the first time Shin came back after the one family moved to the new house. Looking at the grand courtyard, Shin was very happy. She was happy that her family was doing well. The news of Shin's return spread throughout the village in less than half a day, as if it had wings. Even though today was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, and every household was busy, the threshold of the one family was almost trampled by people who came to see Shin. Mother, is this Shin? I thought she was the wife of some family because of her appearance. Yes, look at her elegance. Even the wife of the big landlord in the next village can't compare to her. What are you talking about? The big landlord's wife wants to hang all her gold and silver jewelry on her body, as if people don't know that she is a landlord's wife. Look at Shin. Although she is dressed simply, the material she wears can't compare to that of the landlord's wife. I haven't seen this material in the town. It must be bought in the capital. Right? Shin was surrounded by this group of women, being commented on by them like a commodity. Her face was covered with blushes, and she didn't know how to resist. At this time, Mrs. Wan came over with a basket of freshly baked mountain products. Come on. Come on. We've been talking for a long time. Are you hungry? Eat something. Don't just stand there. I have a lot of work to do. I don't have time to entertain you. I'm really neglecting you all. This mountain product was brought back by my eldest daughter-in-law. You can all try it. It's said that the county magistrate brought it from the capital. We don't know the value of it. Just eat it as a snack. Don't despise it. When the women heard this, their eyes lit up, and they quickly reached out to take it. But they didn't eat it. They put it in their pockets, ready to go back and let the men and children taste it. After all, it was brought from the capital. They would never be able to eat the food in the capital in their lives. This time it was Shin's blessing. But the women were too embarrassed to stand there any longer. After all, Old Lady One had already said that she was busy. How could they still make trouble here? Auntie, you are busy. My family still has a lot of work to do, and they are waiting for me to go back. Let's chat when we are free. I will come to wish you a happy new year on the first day of the first lunar month. Several women left one after another after saying this. Old Lady One sent the people to the door. Turn around and lock the door. If anyone comes again, tell them that we are offering sacrifices to the kitchen god, and it is inconvenient to disturb them. Don't open the door. Old Lady One said to her sons and daughters-in-law who were busy in the yard. One Urseo burst out laughing. Mom, our family is not so lively at ordinary times. When the eldest sister-in-law comes back, our family is more lively than during the spring festival. The popularity is high, and I don't feel cold anymore. Shin was a little embarrassed and pulled the arm of Wan Laotai. Mom, it's all my fault. I came back too early. In fact, I wanted to come back earlier, but the refugees had not been properly settled at that time, and there was still some chaos outside. Jin Yuan didn't let me go back. I finally made it to today, and the city gates were wide open. But I made trouble for you again. Wan Laotai patted Shin's hand with a smile on her face. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Those people came up to you when you came back. They just wanted to curry favor with you, because they saw that you are living a good life and of status now. They didn't think about it. They stay in the Shitsi village every day. What's the point of currying favor with you? It's better to go back and clean up the house and rest. Shin saw that Wan Laotai was really not angry, and she was in a good mood. She quickly rolled up her sleeves and was about to help with the work. Oh, don't get your hands dirty with this. If it gets dirty, you don't feel bad, but Mother does. But if you are not allowed to work, you will feel uncomfortable. Mrs. Wan said to Mrs. Wan Er, second wife. Take one of your usual clothes and give it to your eldest sister-in-law, and let her change first. Okay, Mother. I go right away. Mrs. Wan Er agreed, stopped her work, went into the house, and quickly found a set of half-new clothes for Shin. Sister-in-law, don't despise me. This is what I usually wear when I work. Although it's not as grand as yours, it's comfortable to wear and works well. Second sister-in-law, you are thoughtful. How can I despise it? You know what kind of life I lived before. Shin took the clothes and went into the house where Mrs. Wan had laid out new bedding and cleaned everything. Shin was deeply moved and felt that she had not married the wrong person. Wan San's wife had prepared all the things for today's offering to the kitchen god in the kitchen. Wan Lauda and the men in the family set up a table on the south wall of the kitchen and began to offer sacrifices to the kitchen god. In the hearts of the people, the kitchen god controls the blessings and disasters of the world and their food, clothing, housing and transportation. So people attach great importance to offering sacrifices to the kitchen god. After offering sacrifices to the kitchen god, it is the world of women. Several sisters-in-law are busy in the kitchen, chatting with each other. It is so lively. The children are also back, except Wan Quan and Wan Wan. All the children in the family are running wildly in the yard. The happiest one is Xiao Fubao. She finally reunited with her brothers. Chapter 308 New Year's Eve Dinner. On New Year's Eve, heavy snow fell from the sky again. Every household in Shitsi village was busy cooking. Those with a good family had meat and vegetables, and those with less money could still fill their stomachs. After all, this year's harvest was better than in previous years. As long as there was land, every household had some surplus food. However, there were not many families like the Yu family. Others had uncles to help them, but the Yu family had no one to rely on. Old Lady Wan asked Wan Urseo to invite the Yu family to celebrate the new year at home. But Wan Urseo went but came back empty-handed. Mom, Sister Yu said they won't come. And she's already cooking. It doesn't matter if they don't come. I thought it's New Year's Day today, and they don't have much to eat. So it's good for us to have some fun together. Mom, Sister Yu's family really doesn't have anything delicious. I saw Guzi cooking porridge, and he put a lot of rice bran in it. It must be that the family's food reserves have run out. But he didn't ask for ours. After hearing this, Mrs. Wan couldn't help but recall her own memories. Wasn't their family like this before? In that case, you can pick up some of those dishes and add some cakes to send to their family. It's New Year's Day, so we have to improve the food. Our family has more money, so we can help if we can, which is also a good deed. Okay, I do it now. Outside the gate, the eldest brother Wan and several brothers of the Wan family were pasting Spring Festival couplets and changing peach charms. Because the emperor passed away this year, every household was not allowed to set off firecrackers. But the village was not strictly controlled, and the children would play with some scattered firecrackers, which was also considered to be a noise. Little Fubao had already started to learn how to set off firecrackers. At first, she thought it was fun to watch her brothers set off firecrackers, and she had to set them off herself. However, it was snowing, and her short legs couldn't run fast. She slipped after a few steps, and the firecrackers exploded behind her, and the snow fell all over her. Little Fubao was also scared, and she realized that this thing looked fun, but it turned out to be so dangerous, and she was so scared that she didn't dare to play with it anymore. Although Wan Lauer felt distressed when he saw it, he couldn't help but smile when he saw his daughter clumsily pupating in the snow nest. Fubao, will you set off firecrackers in the future? Wan Lauer's smiling voice came from the gate, and Wan Shuang had already pulled little Fubao up. Hohot was also startled, and hurried over to help lift little Fubao up. Little Fubao's face turned pale with fear, but he didn't cry. But he felt his ears buzzing. Sister Hohot, there are bees singing in my ears. So many of them. It's so noisy. Hohot smiled and reached out to cover Xiao Fubao's ears. She had also experienced this feeling, and most children in the village had this experience. Sister Fubao, it's okay. It will be fine in a while. Sister will cover it for you. It's the firecrackers. Will you still set off firecrackers in the future? Xiao Fubao shook his head quickly. No. I will set off firecrackers when I grow up. Wan Shuang patted the snow foam off Xiao Fubao's body and asked with concern, Sister, do you feel any other discomfort? Xiao Fubao shook his head. At this time, Wan Urseo stood in the yard and shouted, the New Year's Eve dinner is ready. The children will come back soon. Wan Lauer finished his work and came over to pick up his daughter. He stretched out his hand and pinched the rosy little face of Xiao Fubao. Every failure is a learning experience. Dad just said that you are not allowed to play with firecrackers. But you didn't listen. Now you know how serious it is. Right? Xiao Fubao nodded agreeably, and threw his little head into the neck of Wan Lauer, and stopped talking. Wan Lauer patted his daughter's back, and smiled, and led the children into the house. Before eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the Wan family would worship their ancestors. They would put incense burners, paper candles, and a few tribute dishes on the altar in the main hall. One Lao Da led the brothers and younger generations of the one family to burn paper and kowtow together, and then chanted a few words to ask the ancestors for blessings, which was considered to be the completion of the ancestor worship. After worshipping the ancestors, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. After worshipping the ancestors, Juan Urseo sent some food to you and came back. The New Year's Eve dinner of the Juan family tonight was divided into 2 tables. The men and boys ate at the 8 immortal table in the main hall outside, and the women ate on the Kong inside. The New Year's Eve dinner of the Juan family was particularly rich. This year, Shin, as the new bride, had a reunion dinner with the Juan family. Old Lady Juan specifically asked sister-in-law Juan San to make a few more meat dishes. The table was now filled with sumptuous meals, including braised pork, 8 treasure duck, braised chicken, stewed meat, braised pork elbow, braised lamb chops, for happiness meatballs, braised pork ribs, braised cabbage, stir-fried shredded radish, and stewed goose with radish. At first, Xiao Fubao thought the goose was her dabai, and cried for a while. In the end, she found that her dabai was well in the chicken coop, and she was relieved. Old Lady One said, "Let's eat. Everyone, start eating." Xiao Fubao couldn't wait any longer. Her eyes couldn't move. This was the first time she had such a sumptuous meal at home, with so many delicious foods. She didn't know where to start. Fortunately, sister-in-law Wan Er helped her pick up dishes, and soon the small bowl in front of her was filled with various meat dishes. Xiao Fubao didn't even use chopsticks. He just reached out and grabbed a big chicken leg and started to eat it. Hohat sat next to Xiao Fubao. She was no longer as timid as when she first came. Now she has completely integrated into the big family of the Wan family. She helped Wan Urseo do a lot of work. She was very considerate and diligent. Everyone in the Wan family liked her very much. Even Xiao Fubao couldn't leave Hohat now. Usually, the little girl didn't have many friends to play with. With Hohat, her life became more exciting. Moreover, Hohat was very caring and caring about other people's feelings. Xiao Fubao was carefree and needed someone like Hohat, who was careful and tolerant to take care of her. Otherwise it would be easy to cause conflicts. This is also why Xiao Fubao loves to fight with people as soon as she goes out. She is a female tyrant. She can't eat any loss. If people don't offend me, I won't offend others. If people offend me, I will beat you to death. This is also what Mrs. Wan taught her. To deal with those who always have bad intentions, you have to beat her once and for all. The next time she sees you, she will be scared and avoid you. Xiao Fubao understood Grandma Wan's words perfectly. So now few people in the village dare to make trouble for Xiao Fubao. Although she is small, the girls are afraid of her. Xiao Fubao was taken care of by Wan Urseo and Hohat for a meal, and she burped all the time. Wan Urseo was afraid that she would have indigestion. So after the meal, she asked Hohat to accompany her for a stroll in the yard. This girl can't sit still. If you don't let her accompany Fubao, she will go to the kitchen to wash dishes and compete for work. After the New Year's Eve dinner, it's time to stay up all night. Grandma Wan took out a bunch of red envelopes, all wrapped in red paper. Come on. Grandma is giving out red envelopes. I wish us a prosperous, peaceful and smooth new year. Grandma Wan put a bunch of red envelopes on the Kong table, and the children immediately rushed over. Wan Shuang already had his wages, so he didn't really want the red envelope. But he was only 11 years old, and would be 12 after tonight. He was still a half-grown child, and it was also the age for playing. In order to set off the atmosphere, he didn't spoil the fun. He lined up with his brothers and sisters, and kowtowed and said auspicious words one by one. Grandma Wan gave red envelopes to each of her grandchildren. There wasn't much in it, but it was the first time Grandma Wan gave out red envelopes. Grandma Wan was happy, and the children were happy too. One who couldn't wait to open the red envelope after receiving it. Wow! I have 66 copper coins. Grandma is so nice. Grandma, live 100 years, and give me red envelopes for another 100 years. Although one who said childish words, he amused everyone. Finally, it was Xiao Fubao's turn to kowtow and receive the red envelope. Happy New Year, Grandma. Fubao wishes Grandma good luck. Like Fubao, I hope Grandma will always be with Fubao and be as happy as Fubao every day. Although little Fubao's words were not as auspicious as his brothers, they were all from the heart, which made Grandma Wan very happy. She quickly picked up little Fubao and put him on her lap, calling him her darling. No one expected that little Fubao could say so many words. While being surprised, they were also amused by his heartfelt words. Grandma Wan also gave little Fubao a red envelope, which also contained 66 copper coins, implying that everything would go well in the coming year. Chapter 309. A year's plan begins in spring. Grandma Wan held Xiao Fubao in her arms, and then looked at Hohat standing in the corner, waving at her. Hohat, come here. It's your turn to wish Grandma a happy new year. But Grandma has also prepared a red envelope for you. Hohat was a little unbelievable. Her eyes widened. But everyone was looking at her with a smile at this time. She was a little embarrassed. Hohat quickly waved her hands. No, Grandma. I eat and live for free in our house. And I also get red envelopes. I have never thought about asking for red envelopes. Lu stretched out her hand to pull Hohat out from behind the crowd. With a smile on her face, Hohat, Grandma gives it to you. Just take it, and have a happy new year. Lu liked Hohat very much. At first, her maternal love overflowed, and she felt that Hohat was pitiful. Later, Hohat often helped her take care of Wanyu, and she took care of him very well. Gradually, Lu liked Hohat even more. Old Mrs. Wan is old, and can no longer take care of the children. Second sister Wan has to do a lot of housework, and has no time to help her. Fourth brother Wan is in the shop, and has no time to come back. He comes back once or twice. The couple spends a night together, and leaves the next day. As a result, Wanyu is no longer close to his father. Fortunately, there is Hohat. She is more experienced than Lu, a novice, in taking care of children. Hohat knows a lot of things that Lu doesn't know. But she is only 7 years old. After being pulled out by Lu, Hohat felt even more embarrassed. Finally, under the encouragement of several children, Hohat knelt down shyly and kowtowed to old Mrs. Wan. Happy New Year, Grandma. I wish you a long life and peace every year. Hohat can't say any auspicious words. She has never been to school and can't read a single word. But she has a good memory. She remembered what the Wan family children said just now. So she picked 2 sentences and said them together. Old Mrs. Wan happily handed the red envelope to Hohat. Come, Hohat. This is your red envelope. Hohat's eyes were a little wet. During these days at the Wan family, some of her bad habits were gradually changed. Because Wan Erseo, Wan Laoai and Lu would point them out, and Hohat would correct them immediately, and never make the same mistake again. Hohat didn't even know that some habits were bad habits. After all, Chin never told her. Let her fend for herself, and didn't teach her right from wrong. It has been more than 2 months since she came to the Wan family, and Hohat has almost been reborn. She lives in a harmonious and happy atmosphere at the Wan family all the time. This feeling makes her nostalgic, and makes her more determined to start a new life. After the children's red envelopes are distributed, it's the adults. Come! You have some too. Mother has never given you red envelopes. As long as Mother lives for 1 year, and the family conditions allow, Mother will give you red envelopes to make up for the regrets of mother and son. Wan Laoda is already in his 60s. Although he was a little embarrassed to receive a red envelope for the first time, he was inexplicably happy in his heart. After all, when he was a child, he envied those children who could get lucky money. Although it was not much. Maybe only 1 penny. But 1 penny was squeezed out of their teeth for their family at that time. If it weren't for the fact that crying is not allowed during the new year, Wan Laoda would definitely hug Wan Laoda and cry at this time. Each red envelope given by Mrs. Wan to the adults is 88 coins, which means making a fortune in the coming year. Although this money is not much for the children who can earn money now, it is also Mrs. Wan's heart. For good luck, and to make up for the shortcomings. Everyone is not concerned about the money. After sending out the red envelopes, Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw quickly took out all kinds of snacks and fried mountain products, and set up a table, one on the Kong and one on the ground. The women and children were chatting and eating on the Kong, while the men were sitting around a table on the ground talking about this year's harvest. Before they knew it, it was midnight. Old Lady Wan yawned. She was old, and staying up all night was really hard for her. But because this was her first year in the border, she wanted to stick to it. Although the border was poor, the new year was very lively. Although a heavy snowfall made it inconvenient for people to go out, it still couldn't stop the excitement of the villagers of Shitsi village going out to visit the temple fair. Every year, there is a custom of visiting the temple fair in the border from the first day to the 8th day of the first lunar month. There are all kinds of fun and delicious food at the temple fair, as well as jugglers and dragon lantern dancers. The Wan family had no relatives to visit in the border. So after dealing with the people who came to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the new year, the Wan family went to visit the temple fair. It was the first time for Xiao Fubao to visit the temple fair. It was the first time for her to see such a scene. She felt that it was both lively and novel. Wow! Daddy, how can that man spit fire from his mouth? Aunt San, can you make braised pork for me on it? Xiao Fubao hugged Wan Lao's neck and cried excitedly, and then called Wan San's wife, who was walking behind. The group of people laughed out loud. Hohad had been following Wan Er's wife carefully. There were many people here. She heard that there were many beggars. If you were not careful and were taken away by a beggar, you would never come back. We can't eat the braised pork. Let's go buy something else. Okay? Wan Lao shook his daughter, and Xiao Fubao immediately nodded excitedly. Wow! Daddy, the shoes that person wears are so long? Taller than Fubao? Wan Lao explained with a smile. That's called stilt walking. Daddy, look quickly. That insect over there is so long? Wan Lao's eyes were too busy to take care of it, and his daughter pointed at the dragon dance not far away and screamed. Daughter, that's not a bug. That's a dragon. Called a dragon dance. It glows at night. It's more beautiful. Xiao Fubao nodded with a smile, and looked around with his big eyes, and saw many small vendors around. Xiao Fubao quickly reached into his pocket. Daddy, Fubao has money. Fubao wants to buy delicious food. Wan Lao smiled, and held Xiao Fubao's little fleshy hand. What do you want to eat today? Daddy will buy it for you. Okay. Daddy will buy it for Fubao and Sister Hohot. Okay. It was almost dinner time, and the hawking was endless. Oil splash noodles. Delicious and chewy. If not delicious, no charge. Grilled lamb skewers. Fragrant. Wontons. Thin skin and lots of stuffing. Free soup. Steamed buns. Meat buns. Steamed buns. White steamed buns. Steamed buns. Old Mrs. Wan hadn't seen such a lively scene for a long time, and she was in a good mood. She was surrounded by several daughters-in-law and coaxed, and the smile on her face never stopped. Such a good day was really unimaginable before. After a round of shopping, everyone had a full stomach. It was dark, and a few people went home. The spring festival was over with eating, drinking, playing and making noise. After the lantern festival, the eldest brother Wan would also take Shen and Wan Hu back to the county town. The children should go to school, and the Wan family shop should open. Everything is busy again. March is here in a blink of an eye. Spring is back, and everything is revived. Old Lady Wan got up this morning and asked Wan Lauer and Wan Urseo to carry out the money box that had been kept for several months. Lauer, this is the money that Boss Shen gave to Xiao Fubao. I have never given it to you. Today I will officially give it to you. As the saying goes, a year's plan begins in spring. Our family has nothing to give to Fubao, and this money is just to cover at home. Why don't you think about how to make more money with this money, and then give it to Xiao Fubao as a dowry, so that Xiao Fubao can also have confidence. Right? Although she had known about the money in the box for a long time, when she saw so much money again, Wan Urseo was still shocked. She and Wan Lauer were both peasants. How much money could they make? Wan Lauer and Wan Urseo were worried about the box of money. Chapter 310. Go to Zhujia village to find someone. Wan Lauer knows how to farm. His plan is to buy another 30 acres of land this year, and hire someone to open up wasteland. All of these 30 acres of land will be used to grow potatoes. The potato planting experiment in winter was very successful. With sufficient water, the yield was not much worse than that in the interior of the country, which gave Wan Lauer great confidence. So he planned to plant 30 acres of potatoes directly. Mom, I'm going to buy 30 mu of land to grow potatoes. I haven't decided what to do with the money yet, so please keep it for us for a while. When I finish the work at hand, and the flour has a certain output, I will think about other things. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Right? Okay. In that case, then I will keep it for you for a while. But you bought so much land, and now you two are the only ones in the family who can grow it. Grandma Wan thought about the current situation at home. The third and fourth wives were helping in the shop. A month ago, the shop doubled in size, and the shop next to it was finally built and delivered. After the third son Wan renovated it himself. He connected the two shops. Now the business in the shop is even more popular. The family can only rely on the second wife and her husband to grow the land. Mom, I've thought about it. I'm going to hire someone to help. I start the wages. Then aren't you the same as the big landlord in the next village? Grandma Wan joked. Wan Lauer scratched his head embarrassedly. We are just asking for help. Not hiring farmhands. It's still different. Okay. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I support buying land 100 million times. As long as we have land, we won't starve. Wan Lauer was born and raised in the land, and has a deep affection for the land. Now that the boarder has taken off its thick cotton-padded jacket and put on a thin jacket, the land is thawed. And it can do another thing. Mom, I will ask someone to find a water source tomorrow. And we will start digging a well. Okay. It's getting hotter day by day. We should get moving. Don't go empty-handed tomorrow. Bring a pack of snacks. And tell them nicely. Hey. I know, Mom. I go to the village chief to buy land now. Wan Lauer was full of energy. Towards evening, Wan Lauer came back with a land deed. His face full of smiles. Mom, look. Our family's land deed has 30 more acres. Ha ha ha. Wan Lauer was happier about buying 30 acres of land than buying a shop. Buying land is a happy event. Let's make some delicious food to celebrate in the evening and invite Erga's family to have some fun. I think Yu's legs are almost healed. She can walk by herself now. But she's not living a good life. Alas. Old lady Wan sighed. Mom, when our workshop is built and we make money, we can give money to their family. In less than half a year, their family will be able to live a better life. Wan Lauer's words made old lady Wan's twisted heart feel a little better. Early the next morning, Wan Lauer drove a bullock cart to Zhujia village mentioned by Jinyo. As soon as he entered the village, Wan Lauer asked around and found out. Go straight along this road. The third house is theirs. There is a jujube tree at the door. Thank you, fellow. Wan Lauer drove a bullock cart to Zhu Pingwang's house. His door was wide open, and someone was talking in the yard. Wan Lauer parked the bullock cart and knocked on the door. Fellow, is this Zhu Pingwang's house? Wan Lauer stretched his head and took a look inside. A man immediately came out. Fellow, I'm Zhu Pingwang. Who are you? Zhu Pingwang was not tall. A little dark. Looked very strong. Had a high nose bridge. And wore a small felt hat on his head. He looked about 40 years old. Oh, I'm from Shitsi village. My last name is Wan. I heard that you are good at digging wells. So I came here today to invite you to dig a well at my home. Shitsi village? Surname Wan? Fellow villager. Come in and have a rest first. Wan Lauer was invited into the yard by Zhu Pingwang. There was an old man in the yard who was weaving a wicker basket. Seeing Wan Lauer coming in, the old man smiled and nodded. Young man, which village are you from? Sit down and talk. Wan Lauer quickly replied, Grandpa, I'm from Shitsi village. Thank you. Wan Lauer sat down on a small stool in the yard. The yard is very large and spacious, with 7 or 8 rooms. At this time, the sun shines in the yard, warm and cozy. A jujube tree outside the yard is still bare, but the poplar has sprouted leaves. Everything indicates that spring has come. The old man smiled and said nothing. He stopped what he was doing and lit a welding cigarette. At this time, Zhu Pingwang came out with a bowl of water. Come on, fellow. Have a drink of water. Wan Lauer had been traveling for a long time, and was indeed a little thirsty. He didn't hesitate, and drank the whole bowl in one gulp. How about another bowl? Zhu Pingwang looked at Wan Lauer with a simple smile. No. That's enough. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Zhu Pingwang also sat down next to Wan Lauer. Wan, you just said you were from Shitsi village? As far as I know, it's hard to find water in your Shitsi village. Why did you think of digging a well? Brother Zhu, my family uses a lot of water and needs a well. I came here today to ask you to go and have a look. If you really can't get any water, I will still pay you. Is that okay? Wan Lauer said sincerely. Zhu Pingwang glanced at the old man sitting next to him. Seeing that the old man was puffing on his cigarette, he had no intention of paying attention to him at all. This meant that he wanted to give the decision-making power to him. In recent years, the harvest at the border has been poor, and not many families can dig wells. Their skills can only support their family, and there are not many surpluses. He only received 3 orders last year, and this is the first order this year. Even if he wants to get off to a good start, He can't refuse Wan Lauer. And Wan Lauer has already said that even if he can't dig water, he will still pay. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Pingguang agreed immediately. Brother Wan, I take your job. But the cost of digging a well is quite high. You've heard that, right? Please be frank. Brother Zhu. If I dig a well and it produces water, I get 2 taels of silver. If I can't find the source of water, and you insist on digging, then you have to pay me even if it doesn't produce water. Okay. It's settled. Brother Zhu. Give me a definite idea of when you're going to go, so I can wait for you at home. It's spring plowing, and the family is busy. So, I think it's going to be sunny these 2 days. So let's go tomorrow. I go check out your yard first, and then we talk. Wan Lauer also hopes to settle this quickly, and it will be more convenient for the family to use water when the spring plowing is busy. Only the elderly, weak, women and children are left at home, and it's very inconvenient to use water. Usually, Wan Lauer uses a bullock cart to pull water. Okay. Then I wait for Brother Zhu at home tomorrow. Zhu Pingguang sent Wan Lauer to the door, and Wan Lauer remembered that Mrs. Wan had asked him to bring some snacks. Brother Zhu, this is a little gift from me for the children. Please accept it to make them happy. I can't accept it. It's not easy for us. You have children at home. You should take it back and feed it to the children. There was no reason for Wan Lauer to take it back after he brought it. He stuffed it directly into Zhu Pingguang's hands and drove away on the ox cart.